the Ruoshui mountain range. This is a majestic yet enchanting mountain range. Its grandeur is evident in the vast expanse stretching for tens of thousands of miles, rivaling even the mightiest of empires. The peaks soar into the clouds, and the verdant mountains overlap like the undulating waves of the sea, tumultuous and magnificent. Its beauty lies in the ethereal distant hills, shrouded in a veil of mist, appearing and disappearing in the elusive haze, both near and far, elusive yet tangible. At this moment, within the embrace of the clouds and mist, lies a true realm of immortality, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers abound, and occasionally, a celestial crane glides gracefully across the mountains. The waterfalls cascade down with a resplendent rainbow, arching above the babbling brooks teem with countless rare creatures, their vibrant colors exuding a hazy yet authentic beauty. Atop the highest of the 6 majestic peaks, the summits have been unnaturally flattened, adorned with exquisite yet unpretentious structures. Beneath these peaks, within one such dwelling, lies a figure who is intently gazing at the inconspicuous black ring on his finger. Is this how I have traversed realms? Zhang Yuze sat upon a meditation cushion, repeatedly murmuring these words. This reflection began before his unconsciousness at that time. The earthly Zhang Yuze was disheartened by his inability to find employment and had decided to download a new cultivation-themed online game. However, just after the installation, his computer crashed, and in a haze of confusion, he found himself transported to this world, in the parlance of the cultivation realm. This phenomenon is referred to as soul possession. Zhang Yuze's spirit has commandeered this body, merging seamlessly with the memories of the original soul. This individual is also named Zhang Yuze, an ordinary outer disciple of the Ruoshui sect, a legendary sect known for its cultivation practices. For mortals aspiring to cultivate, one must possess the requisite talent. Commonly known as spiritual roots, however, among the vast sea of humanity, those endowed with such roots are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one among tens of thousands. And even then, most possess inferior spiritual roots. Whether it was due to his own ignorance or an inherent lack of talent, he had spent over a decade in cultivation, achieving merely the late stage of bone tempering. To further delineate, he had yet to reach the foundational stage of qi refinement. Nevertheless, for the once destitute Zhang Yuze, who had lived a life of hardship, this existence felt akin to paradise, allowing him to remain a dispensable outer disciple within the sect. Conversely, the Zhang Yuze who traversed worlds and successfully seized this body felt no disappointment. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Remarkably, he had brought along the system from the online game he had been playing. The moment he regained consciousness, a melodious and crisp voice echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. You have entered the game and received an unawakened Qingshu sword, basic sword technique, basic cultivation technique, and basic movement technique, along with a Sumi ring. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the initial stage of bone tempering, granting you 20 slots of storage space, 2 Zhu fruits, and 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of bone tempering, upgrading your storage space to 40 slots, and awarding you 3 Zhu fruits and 2 low-grade spiritual stones. Ding! The system announces, congratulations, your cultivation has reached the late stage of bone refinement. Your storage space has been upgraded to 60 slots, and you have received 4 Zhu fruits and 3 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yuze was momentarily overwhelmed, even questioning whether he was still engaged in a game. It was only after pinching himself hard enough to feel pain that he realized he had truly crossed over into another realm. He promptly examined his body and discovered an ancient ring adorning his finger. By channeling a modicum of true essence into the ring, he unveiled the so-called storage space within, revealing his rewards: 9 Zhu fruits, 6 low-grade spirit stones, and an unassuming black sword. With a gentle thought, the sword materialized in his hand. This was the infamous, unrefined Qingshu sword. What sort of sword is this? It's so dull and dark that one might mistake it for charcoal. Zhang Yuza lamented, thoroughly disappointed by the sword's lackluster appearance. At this moment, Zhang Yuza finally comprehended the utility of these items. His current cultivation techniques, swordsmanship, and footwork required ample proficiency. He need not rush through the stages of cultivation. With an abundance of rewards at his disposal, he merely needed to refine his skills to full mastery to smoothly transition into the qi refinement stage, of threshold for true cultivators. This situation also illustrated how little regard Zhang Yuza was held within the sect. Had he not retained a spark of life, and if the Ruoshui sect had not prided itself on its esteemed reputation, he would have long been abandoned to the wilderness. A mere ordinary disciple, not yet in the qi refinement stage, lacked even the qualifications to be turned into a puppet in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Zhang Yuza, who had previously traversed the vast realms of the internet, had perused countless novels of cultivation. He understood well that to survive, one must incessantly enhance their prowess. Moreover, he was no longer the person he once was. He had brought with him a gaming system into this realm, akin to acquiring a powerful external aid. If he could not ascend to mastery with such an advantage, then his years spent engrossed in novels would have been in vain. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuza settled himself and began to practice the elementary technique bestowed by the system. This technique presented a clear path for cultivation, markedly different from the water refinement technique he had previously practiced. Yet, Zhang Yuza paid no heed if the system had defined it. It must surely be correct. Following the prescribed route of the technique, Zhang Yuza commenced his training. At present, his strength was still in its infancy. He could merely refine essence in a qi, thus completing only a small circulation of energy. After a single cycle, he felt a warm current coursing through his meridians, a discovery that filled him with elation. He continued to practice persistently, experiencing an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity in his mind. Gradually, he became enraptured by this delightful sensation until, after completing 9 small circulations, he encountered a slight obstruction. Upon inspection, he realized that his elementary technique had reached a proficiency of 9. Could it be that each small cycle corresponded to one level of proficiency? Yet, why did he feel this stagnation after 9 cycles? He was uncertain. Since the technique had reached a standstill, it was time to practice the swordsmanship instead. This moment, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, and Zhang Yuza emerged from his room, retrieving a pitch-black sword from his shumi ring. He stepped into the courtyard and began to practice his swordplay. It is worth mentioning that the material comforts enjoyed by cultivators are truly unparalleled by those of ordinary mortals. Even a neglected outer sect disciple like him possessed a private courtyard, each protected by concealed formations that rendered it invisible to anyone below the golden core stage. However, for those wishing to enter, access was as simple as walking through the main gate, as the sect did not employ elaborate protective formations for these outer disciples. According to legend, practicing martial arts after one's true essence has been depleted yields remarkable results. Zhang Yuza diligently cultivated his skills until the break of dawn, and upon assessing his proficiency, he joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I have remarkably increased my mastery by 20 points. Indeed, practicing after depleting my true essence is the most effective method." Thus began Zhang Yuza's dedicated life as a cultivator, where his days were consumed solely by rigorous training. As he had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, he still required sustenance. Fortunately, he had stored ample provisions in his quarters, meticulously processed using cultivation techniques, ensuring they would not spoil for months, enough to sustain him for an entire month. During these days, Zhang Yuza fervently prayed that no one from the sect would remember him. Otherwise, he would be conscripted back into the alchemy room for menial tasks, a place bustling with activity and offering scant time for cultivation. His prayers appeared to be effective, for in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed without anyone seeking him out. Over the course of these 10 days of cultivation, he has achieved full proficiency in his basic techniques. His mastery of the fundamental swordplay has reached an impressive 99, while his basic footwork stands at 9. At this rate, with just one more day of practice, he will be able to perfect all 3 techniques and subsequently strive for the chi refinement stage. In a small courtyard, he practiced the basic footwork 4 times before taking a moment to assess his progress. Zhang Yuze exclaimed with exuberance at last, "I have mastered it. Haha, I am ready to break through." In just 11 days, he has perfected all his Technoquest wordplay and footwork alike, and now he is poised to prepare for the chi refinement stage. Previously, this body had languished in the bone tempering stage for 3 years without making any progress. But now, armed with abundant resources, such as jus fruits and low-grade spirit stones that can enhance cultivation, he feels a renewed sense of hope. However, as Zhang Yuze sat in his room, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whether the jus fruit or the low-grade spirit stone held greater value. Should he consume the jus fruit first, or utilize the spirit stone? This dilemma troubled him. Never mind, I shall eat the jus fruit. The low-grade spirit stones can be used for purchases, whereas I am unsure if the jus fruit can even be sold. I shall decide once I use it. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuze ultimately chose the jus fruit as the catalyst for his breakthrough. The vibrant red fruit emitted a faint, enticing aroma, appearing almost succulent. Without hesitation, he popped one into his mouth, and before he could even take a bite, it dissolved on his tongue. Immediately, however, he furrowed his brow as an overwhelmingly bitter and astringent taste filled his mouth. The taste nearly caused Zhang Yuze to retch. Yet in pursuit of a breakthrough, he ultimately restrained himself and swallowed it down. As the jus fruit settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth immediately surged within him. He promptly began to circulate his energy, absorbing the medicinal potency. This warmth ultimately transformed into genuine essence, coursing through his meridians. Chapter 2. The Chi Refinement Stage. After several weeks of cultivation, the potency of a single vermilion fruit was finally exhausted, yet he remained ensnared in the bone tempering stage, unable to break through. Could it be that I must consume all of these horrid, unpalatable fruits? Zhang Yuze distinctly felt his inner vitality swell considerably, yet it seemed he still fell short. He retrieved the remaining vermilion fruits from his ring, contemplating for a moment. He initially intended to tackle the situation with decisive action, but the fear of overwhelming potency causing a rupture dissuaded him. With a pained expression, he grasped one of the fruits and resigned himself. If I must, then let it be. After all, bitter medicine is often the most effective. With that, he tossed a vermilion fruit into his mouth, forcing himself to endure the surging bitterness. He resumed his cultivation, but still fell short. Another fruit. Not quite enough, another. After consuming 5 fruits in succession, Zhang Yuze sensed a swelling sensation in his dantian. Following the guidance of his rudimentary technique, he began to circulate the true qi within his dantian through his meridians, striving to impact the major acupoints throughout his body. Upon reaching a particular point, a profound stagnation surged within him. Zhang Yuze recognized that he must break through this barrier. Yet despite his ardent efforts, it remained impervious. His true qi insufficient. Resolutely, he cast the final vermilion fruit into his mouth. Moments later, a surge of newfound energy erupted from his dantian, fiercely assaulting the acupoints. At this juncture, his forehead glistened with sweat, and his visage was one of utmost distress, clearly indicating the extreme agony he was enduring. Indeed, as the vital energy surged through his meridians, Zhang Yuze felt an excruciating pain radiating from his dantian. Beads of sweat cascaded down from his brow. Yet a resolute determination enveloped him. Having lived 2 lives, he recognized the opportunity before him. He would not permit himself to languish in idleness, continuing the existence of a weakling. He was destined to seize control of his own fate. Just as the vital energy within his dantian seemed on the verge of depletion, the formidable barrier, akin to a wall of iron and copper, finally began to dissolve beneath the relentless onslaught of his energy. As his vital essence broke through the acupoint, it flowed forth like a stream merging into a vast river, navigating through the broader meridians with newfound freedom. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuze completed another cycle of his cultivation before concluding his session. The incessant chimes echoing in his mind filled him with elation. Indeed, each elevation in his cultivation brought forth rewards. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the Qi refinement stage. Your technique has upgraded to intermediate sword technique, intermediate skill, and intermediate step technique, and you have acquired the semi-illuminated Qingshu sword. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the initial Qi refinement stage. Your storage space has expanded to 120 slots, and you have received 2 Qi refinement pills and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the Qi refinement stage. You are now eligible to learn new skills. Upon inspecting his ring, he was delighted to find that his storage space had indeed enlarged significantly. He discovered 2 enticing pills exuding a fragrant aroma and was astonished to find 10 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal. With the 6 low-grade spirit stones he had previously retained, he now possessed a total of 16. Zhang Yuze was contemplating the inspection of other items when he was suddenly assailed by a foul odor. His body felt sticky. He hastily carried the large water vat from outside the courtyard inside, leapt in to cleanse himself, changed his attire, and after consuming a morsel of food, recalled that he might be able to acquire some skills. Indeed, a row of skills appeared in his mind. Yet there were only 3 rudimentary options available: the Tranquil Heart spell, the Water Flow spell, and the Fiery Blaze spell. Beside these, there was another option shrouded in darkness. Its identity obscured from his view, leaving him to ponder what that skill could be. Upon examining the functions of the 3 spells, he found himself in a quandary, as his initial cultivation stage allowed him to select only 2 skills. The Water Flow spell, an active offensive skill that conjures a spring of water to inflict damage on an enemy while slowing them down for a duration of 3 seconds, with a casting interval of 3 seconds. The Fiery Blaze spell, an active offensive skill that delivers severe injuries to an enemy through the power of fire, with a casting interval of 2 seconds. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Zhang Yuze resolutely chose the Tranquil Heart spell and the Water Flow spell. Within the memories of this body, he recalled that among the 6 lineages of the Water Flow sect, 4 were presided over by female practitioners. Of these 4, 2 were primarily focused on water-based techniques. The Water Flow sect was founded by the revered Master Water Flow, a female cultivator whose methods were notably gentle. It seemed that Master Water Flow harbored a profound disdain for men, thus establishing the sect as one that only accepted female disciples. Over the course of several millennia, the sect flourished and grew increasingly powerful, maintaining a position of neutrality, unaligned with any faction. Millennia ago, due to the provocations of disciples from the sect, the Ruoxue sect found itself under siege by a multitude of practitioners from the demon sect. It was only with the aid of the Righteous Alliance that Ruoxue sect managed to survive and subsequently became an integral part of this alliance. The then leader of Ruoxue sect, perceiving the weakness of his sect, instructed his disciples to seek out talented and powerful wandering cultivators to form marital bonds. Some chose to marry out, while others welcomed spouses into the sect. Over time, this led to a blend of diverse talents, with male practitioners gaining a foothold within the sect. It was at this juncture that the elders of Ruoxue sect realized that the sect's techniques were not exclusively suited for women. Men could also cultivate effectively. Consequently, Ruoxue sect began to admit male disciples, thereby growing in strength and earning a reputation alongside the Sacred Sect and Kunyang sect as one of the 3 major sects of righteousness. Within the 6 branches of Ruoxue sect, 2 are primarily focused on water-based techniques, one of which belongs to the lineage of the sect's founder, the revered Ruoxue Jinren, who gained renown for his extraordinary mastery of water techniques. Naturally, this particular technique was passed down as the most esteemed, although the other branches dabble in various attributes. Their understanding remains superficial. Currently, the other branches are a mixed bag, encompassing a myriad of attributes, with most techniques having been acquired during the illustrious era of Ruoxue Jinren or accumulated over the course of several 100,000 years. Some techniques even rival the esteemed Ruoxue scriptures. However, water attributes remain the orthodox path, and it is worth noting that Zhang Yuze possesses a physique inherently suited to water techniques. To avoid raising suspicion, he opted for the Roshue incantation. According to the regulations of the Roshue sect, once one reaches the Qi refinement stage, they are no longer obligated to perform menial tasks and may apply to become an inner disciple. Subsequently, through a competition held every 3 years for inner disciples, one may be chosen by the various sect leaders to become a direct disciple, thereby gaining access to greater resources and privileges. This presents a considerable temptation, and he could hardly contain his eagerness as he exited the main gate, making his way towards the application area for inner disciples. Guided by his memory, he soon arrived at the designated place and stepped inside, where he encountered an elderly cultivator named Zhao Hu, who was in charge of the affairs there. Zhang Yuze approached respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. "Manager Zhao, I am here to apply for entry into the inner sect." Zhao Hu glanced at Zhang Yuze, seemingly assessing whether he had indeed reached the Qi refinement stage, and then spoke in a rather mechanical tone, likely a result of his long tenure in this position. "Name? Zhang Yuze," he replied. Zhao Hu retrieved a jade slip and began to search through its contents, then looked up in surprise at Zhang Yuze. "You have been in the sect for 10 years? Zhang Yuze nodded affirmatively. Zhao Hu shook his head and sighed. "I would advise you to consider descending the mountain to become a manager sooner rather than later. In my early days, I was in a better position than you. I entered the Qi refinement stage after 6 years of initiation. However, now after 30 years, I am still at the Qi refinement stage. I truly regret not having applied to descend the mountain before I turned 30. Now, I find myself unable to leave, relegated to menial tasks." Zhang Yuze smiled gently. "Senior brother, I wish to give it a try." Zhao Hu gazed at Zhang Yuze, and with a sense of helplessness, assisted him in completing the registration. He then produced a vital item for inner disciples. This jade slip contains essential knowledge. Remember the words of your senior brother. If by the age of 25 you have not reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, seek to descend the mountain early, lest you regret it for a lifetime. Zhang Yuze nodded in appreciation. "Thank you for your kind advice, senior brother." With that, he took the items and departed. Zhao Hu's innate talent was likely lacking, yet his aspirations soared high. He was discontent with merely descending the mountain to manage the sect's affairs. Regrettably, he had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage by the age of 30, bound to perform menial tasks for the sect. Perhaps seeing Zhang Yuze reminded him of himself, prompting his words of counsel. However, Zhang Yuze was not Zhao Hu. He firmly believed that his accomplishments would extend far beyond this. Chapter 3. Senior brother Zhou Hong. Upon examining the contents of the jade slip, Zhang Yuze discovered that the information exceeded the knowledge held by this body's memories. He came to understand several things previously unknown to him. Following the prescribed route detailed in the jade slip, he located his residence, which was significantly larger than his previous dwelling, boasting rooms categorized for various purposes: a cultivation chamber, a study, a bedroom, and even a martial arts arena in the courtyard. As he entered the cultivation chamber, Zhang Yuze unfolded the items he had received from Zhao Hu. Among them was a water blue robe, a treasure in its own right, capable of repelling dust and offering a degree of protection sufficient to withstand the mundane blades of the world. A water sword, the most rudimentary of magical swords, accompanied by a storage pouch, drew Zhang Yuze's attention. Upon inspection, he discovered it possessed a storage capacity equivalent to 20 compartments. This revelation filled him with immense joy. For his own Shumi ring not only offered a significantly larger space, but could also expand alongside his cultivation, undoubtedly providing him with a distinct advantage. Cultivators often require numerous items, such as talismans, materials, and magical weapons. Each magical artifact occupies considerable space. For instance, a water sword would consume 10 compartments within a storage pouch, thereby having the space available for storing other essentials, an unfavorable situation for those of lesser cultivation. With this remarkable storage ring, Zhang Yuze found himself endowed with a far greater assurance compared to his peers of similar cultivation levels. Holding a low-grade spirit stone in his hand, Zhang Yuze felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had gleaned from the jade slip the immense value of spirit stones. Not only could one extract essence from them for cultivation, but they also served as a vital energy source for various magical tools and formations. In daily transactions among cultivators, the worth of items is often measured in spirit stones. However, it is worth noting that spirit stones are exceedingly rare. A single low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for a solidifying essence pill, an essential and ideal elixir for chi refining practitioners, capable of enhancing their cultivation. Yet, the solidifying essence pill is not within the reach of ordinary inner sect disciples, with even the most distinguished disciples receiving only 10 bottles per year, totaling a mere 60 pills. This serves to illustrate the extraordinary value of the solidifying essence pill. This only deepened Zhang Yu's vexation, for he possessed spiritual stones that he dared not utilize. The adage "a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime" resonated profoundly with him, having witnessed numerous such occurrences in his past life. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his spiritual senses. The formation at his door had been triggered. In an instant, a jade slip materialized in his chamber. Zhang Yu reached out, grasped it, and after a thorough examination, donned the newly acquired garments. He then placed all his belongings into his storage ring, rose, approached the door, and opened it. "Junior brother, it is I, Zhou Hong, here to extend my congratulations on your ascension to the inner sect." A figure clad in the attire of an inner disciple stood at the threshold, appearing quite anxious. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, he managed a strained smile. This individual, though also in the initial stages of qi refinement, was slightly more advanced, being at the 3rd level and nearing the mid-stage of qi refinement. Zhang Yu clasped his hands together and inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of senior brother's visit?" "Let us converse inside," Zhou Hong replied. Zhang Yu nodded, inviting him in before closing the door behind them, leading Zhou Hong into his study. "Pray, what brings you here?" "Senior brother?" Once seated, Zhang Yu asked. Zhou Hong responded, "Might I know your esteemed name, junior brother?" "Zhang Yu," he replied. "Ah, so you are Zhang junior brother. I have come with an important matter to discuss. I wonder if you have perused the jade slip pertaining to the inner disciples?" Zhang Yu nodded. "I have just done so." "Excellent. Since you are already informed, I shall be direct. I wish to invite you to form a team with me to venture to the back mountain and hunt the feathered-toothed beast, with a reward of a low-grade spiritual stone." Zhou Hong's visit to Zhang Yu, who had just recently attained the qi refining stage, was born out of necessity. Zhou had lingered at the 3rd level of qi refining for over a year, desperately in need of a Gu Yuan pill to advance his cultivation. He believed that by hunting a feathered-toothed beast, he could exchange its materials for the coveted pill. Although the feathered-toothed beast is regarded as a low-tier spiritual creature, Zhou, with his current cultivation, could not tackle it alone. Thus, he contemplated forming a team. However, due to his modest cultivation and solitary nature, he had few acquaintances. Those who possessed higher levels of cultivation had their own established companions and were unwilling to lower themselves to assist him. Regretting his past reluctance to forge friendships, he decided to seek Zhao Hu's guidance on any recently promoted inner disciples who had just broken through to the qi refining stage, hoping to recruit them for the hunt. Coincidentally, Zhang Yu had just achieved this milestone and became an inner disciple that very day, presenting Zhou with an opportunity. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. "Senior brother Zhou, I have only just broken through today. Are you dissatisfied with the offered reward?" Those 2 inferior spirit stones. Sensing Zhang Yu's inclination to decline, Zhou Hong quickly increased his offer. Zhang Yu was taken aback. "Senior brother, 3 stones is the maximum I can manage. My own stock of spirit stones is quite limited." Zhou's expression turned to one of despair. Amused by Zhou's eagerness, Zhang Yu noted his urgency. "Senior brother, please allow me to finish." "All right, go ahead, speak your mind." Observing Zhou Hong's anxious demeanor, Zhang Yu could not help but smile. It appeared that Zhou Hong was devoid of cunning, effortlessly revealing his thoughts. Had he encountered someone with ill intentions, he would undoubtedly have attempted to exploit the situation. However, Zhang Yu harbored different intentions. Having an additional friend is preferable to acquiring another foe. Embellishing a tapestry is often inconspicuous, yet offering timely assistance in hardship may be remembered for a lifetime. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his own cultivation, prompting his inclination to acquiesce to the request. "Senior brother, I have only just achieved a breakthrough today, and my cultivation remains unstable. Might you be able to wait for 10 days to half a month? I wish to stabilize my realm before we journey together," Zhang Yu proposed. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhou Hong's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. I can wait 10 days to half a month. Whenever you are ready, just seek me out. I reside in courtyard 320. We shall venture to the back mountain together when the time comes." Zhang Yu nodded, assuring him, "I shall not keep you waiting for long. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation any further. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me," Zhou Hong replied, his delight evident. Zhang Yu chuckled, "Safe travels, senior brother." Watching Zhou Hong depart in high spirits, Zhang Yu felt fortunate. The first fellow disciple he encountered was indeed a commendable individual. He had not entertained the notion that Zhou Hong's demeanor was insincere or theatrical. For having just undergone a breakthrough, he was, by all accounts, devoid of any assets that would invite predation. The previous mention by Zhou Hong of the number 320 refers to a ranking system. Every 3 years, the inner disciples engage in a grand competition, and those favored by the masters of various sects become true disciples. The remaining participants are ranked according to their cultivation levels. Currently, Zhang Yuze holds the number 573, indicating that there are 573 inner disciples, with him being the last. This illustrates the formidable threshold for cultivation. As far as he knows, if Ruoshui sect excludes the servants of mortals, the total number of individuals barely exceeds 5,000. A significant portion of whom are outer disciples who have not yet reached the Qi refinement stage. It is essential to recognize that within the vast territory of Ruoshui sect, which encompasses dozens of nations with a population exceeding 100 million, there are fewer than 5,000 individuals qualified for the path of immortality. Although some may have slipped through the cracks, the number remains exceedingly low, rendering such a ratio lamentably meager. Upon returning to the training chamber, Zhang Yuze rummaged through his Shumi ring and suddenly noticed a change in an item, the unrefined Qingshu sword gifted by the system. He summoned the sword, and although it still appeared dark and unremarkable, it no longer resembled mere charcoal. The blade now bore some indistinct patterns. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had overlooked an important detail. This sword was no longer just an unrefined Qingshu sword, but had progressed to a semi-refined state. This revelation piqued his curiosity. Was there something extraordinary about this sword? Chapter 4. Spells? The Spring Palace? After a prolonged examination, the semi-enlightened Qingshu sword revealed no extraordinary features at first glance. Zhang Yuze, clutching the sword, made his way to the martial arts arena within the courtyard. It dawned on him that since acquiring his new abilities, he had yet to test their potency. He first retrieved the Ruoshui sword and, focusing intently on a wooden target, recited the Ruoshui incantation. To his astonishment, a spout of spring water erupted from his hands. Had he missed? Zhang Yuze stared blankly at his palms, taken aback by the unexpected misfire. Could it be that the skills he had brought from the game required precision? It appeared that mastery was not solely applicable to martial techniques. Spells and skills also demanded a degree of proficiency, necessitating continual practice for seamless execution. Switching from the Ruoshui sword to the Qingshu sword, Zhang Yuze recalled that although his previous attempt had not struck the target, he had already grasped the spell's potential. This time, he aimed to discern the differences between the system's bestowed upgrade item and the actual magical artifact. Gathering his focus, he directed another incantation at the wooden target. What a remarkable item this is! Zhang Yuze caressed the dark-hued Qingshu sword, realizing that the system's gifts were far from worthless. Most significantly, akin to the Shumi ring. This Qingshu sword was upgradable. If his cultivation improved further, might this sword transform into a celestial weapon? This issue remains a subject for further exploration. At present, the significance of this sword for Zhang Yuze is exceedingly apparent. In a duel between two cultivators of equal prowess, if one can unleash a more potent spell, their chances of victory greatly increase. At this moment, he is eager to enhance his proficiency with the Ruoshui incantation. Given his current mastery of the spell, it is unlikely that he could strike a target even if it stood directly before him. With renewed focus, he concentrated deeply on the Ruoshui incantation and finally struck the wooden target. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he observed a small splinter fall from the target upon impact. Yet, this joy was tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. The spell's power seemed somewhat lacking. In truth, this reflects Zhang Yuze's limited understanding of cultivation. The wooden targets set up for the inner disciples of the Ruoshui sect are reinforced with magical energy. Typically, a disciple at the first level of Qi refinement could only slightly jolt the target with their spells. The fact that he managed to dislodge a corner on his first successful strike indicates that his power is significantly superior to that of an average first-level Qi refinement cultivator. Determined to refine his mastery of the Ruoshui incantation, Zhang Yuze aimed at the wooden target repeatedly, casting the spell over and over again. Although the impact appeared minimal, this was his sole offensive skill at present, and it was imperative that he hone it diligently. Throughout this process, he also discerned that the Ruoshui incantation consumed an excessive amount of true essence for someone of his current Qi refinement level. After casting the spell 10 times, his true essence was nearly depleted. It became evident that in a balanced confrontation, one must choose the opportune moment to employ such spells. Otherwise, before he could vanquish his adversary, he might find himself a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. After practicing for half a day, his proficiency had improved somewhat. He could now hit the target 2 or 3 times out of 10, feeling a pang of hunger. He recalled that the inner disciples had dedicated servants to attend to their daily needs. Following the instructions in the Jade Slip, he activated the array to summon servants. Before long, 2 robust attendants and 2 maidens arrived at Zhang Yu's villa. The maidens were quite charming, a testament to the stark contrast between the world of cultivation and the mundane realm. He informed the servants of his desire for a meal, and soon a lavish feast was laid before him, dishes that in the mundane world were typically reserved for nobility. Now, as a mere ordinary disciple in the Qi refinement stage, he was able to indulge in such luxuries, which kindled a sense of superiority within him. This further solidified his determination to grow stronger. With sufficient power, one could attain anything desired. After enjoying the exquisite meal, he took a bath attended by the 2 maidens. With time still on his side, he decided to visit the scripture pavilion to acquire techniques and spells. At Ruoshui sect, every newly admitted disciple, except for those with exceptional talents who were directly taken under the wing of the various lineage heads, would become outer disciples. They would be assigned the most basic cultivation techniques according to their individual attributes, which would only allow them to advance to the Qi refinement stage. Upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage and becoming inner disciples, they would then be required to obtain further techniques, which would enable them to progress to the foundation establishment stage. This arrangement effectively discourages disciples from seeking immediate results and helps safeguard the techniques from being leaked. Previously, Zhang Yuza refrained from directly claiming the martial arts techniques, as he had already acquired his own methods and wished to experiment with new skills. Much of the day had already elapsed, and further delay would undoubtedly raise suspicions, particularly since time is exceedingly precious for those of lower cultivation levels. On his way to the scripture pavilion, Zhang Yuza encountered numerous individuals, all of whom were of higher cultivation than he, being inner disciples in the Qi refinement stage. He repeatedly called out to his senior brothers and sisters, yet these cultivators scarcely spared him a glance, merely brushing past him. Zhang Yuza dared not display any displeasure on his face. While his seniors could overlook him, he must never disregard others. This habit stemmed from the bullying he endured in his previous life, during which he also noted the considerable number of female cultivators in Ruoshui sect, even surpassing their male counterparts. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, dedicated solely to disciples in the Qi refinement stage, he entered to find the caretaker's seat conspicuously empty. "Is Master Wang here?" Zhang Yuza called out, recalling that the steward's name was Wang Su. Coming. A voice responded, and shortly thereafter, an individual emerged from within the pavilion. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yuza's mouth fell agape, and the man, upon noticing Zhang Yuza, wore a similarly incredulous expression. "It's you?" Zhang Yuza smiled and nodded. "Master Uncle, I trust you are well." This individual is not unfamiliar, for his ability to traverse to this realm is largely attributed to the assistance of Wang Su before him. It was during the alchemical process that a program malfunction resulted in the demise of Zhang Yuza in this world, thereby enabling his successful journey across dimensions. Wang Su observed a slight awkwardness on Zhang Yuza's face and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have advanced to the Qi refinement stage. I thought you." Although the latter part of his sentence remained unspoken, Zhang Yuza understood and responded with a smile. "I must express my gratitude to you, Master Uncle. Otherwise, I would still be uncertain about when I would break through to the Qi refinement stage." Wang Su chuckled awkwardly. "Surviving great calamities surely brings forth future blessings. You are indeed fortunate. You have come to obtain the cultivation techniques, haven't you?" "Indeed, I am in your debt, Master Uncle," Zhang Yuza replied. "Not at all. It is precisely what I am here for." With that, Wang Su stepped into the depths of the scripture pavilion and retrieved several jade slips, presenting them to Zhang Yuza. Zhang Yuza nodded in acknowledgement, perusing the slips, when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Pointing to one of the slips in his hand, he exclaimed, "Master Uncle, it seems you have made an error. This is not a spell, but rather an art form. The jade slip contains vivid representations of human anatomy." Wang Su was momentarily taken aback, quickly snatching it for a closer inspection, his face flushing with embarrassment. "I must have grabbed the wrong one. I shall return shortly. There are so many items in this scripture pavilion, and I have no idea who placed this in the section for spells. Please wait a moment." Watching Wang Su dash back into the inner sanctum,
Zhang Yuza couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Su's rather carefree disposition made such blunders rather unsurprising, yet it was certainly amusing. Wang Su called out to Zhang Yuza and then whispered in his ear, "Do not disclose that matter to anyone, or I shall ensure your demise." Zhang Yuza feigned ignorance, repeatedly asking, "What did the master uncle mean? I do not understand. I merely came here to acquire techniques and spells, and I have seen nothing else." He was quite adept at playing the fool. Zhang Yuza hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, master uncle." "Haha, splendid, splendid." Chapter 5. Simulation function at present. His cultivation was meager and garnered little attention, yet he would eventually need to make a move, particularly in 3 years during the inter-sect disciples competition. At that time, all 6 sect leaders, including the headmaster, would be present. With their levels of cultivation, they would undoubtedly discern that his techniques differed from the Rushui formula. If pressed for an explanation, he would truly be at a loss for words. Additionally, there was the issue of spells. The Tranquil Heart incantation posed no problems as it was a passive skill, imperceptible to others. The Ruoshui spell. While aptly named after the Ruoshui sect, did it genuinely exist within the sect? Although self-created spells were not unheard of, it was a mere fantasy to expect a chi refining stage disciple to craft one. Previously, due to the overwhelming excitement from acquiring the system, he had failed to consider these issues. Now, with the techniques and spells in hand, Zhang Yuza had fully awakened from his reverie. The harsh reality was that he was at significant risk of being expelled from the sect or even annihilated. With techniques and spells of dubious origin, it would be strange if they did not regard him as a traitor. What should he do? Zhang Yuze was in a state of utter frustration, yet he could not conceive a suitable solution. With a sigh, he examined the jade slips in his hand and was suddenly struck with astonishment. Among the 4 slips, one contained the incantation of the Ruoshui spell, described in a manner that perfectly mirrored his own understanding of the technique. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Could it be that his system was based on the teachings of the Ruoshui sect? However, his current practice did not align with the path of the Ruoshui method. Perhaps he should attempt to follow the Ruoshui path? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuze settled onto the mat and began to explore the workings of the Ruoshui method. After completing a cycle of practice, he found no discrepancies. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You have activated the technique simulation function. Would you like to simulate the Ruoshui method?" Incredibly, Zhang Yuze nearly leaped from the mat. The possibility of his technique simulating the Ruoshui method felt like a stroke of fortune, entirely alleviating his previous concerns. He immediately affirmed his decision in his heart. The system then confirmed, "Your intermediate technique has successfully simulated the Ruoshui method." Another notification followed. "You have activated the technique simulation function. The system rewards you with 10 low-grade spirit stones, and your proficiency in intermediate techniques, swordplay, and movement has all increased to level 5. For Zhang Yuze, unexpectedly triggering the technique simulation function was a delightful surprise, not only resolving his worries, but also presenting him with rewards. Feeling exceedingly fortunate, he stored the 10 low-grade spirit stones in his Shumi ring and meticulously examined the so-called technique simulation function. After perusing the introduction, a wave of exhilaration washed over Zhang Yuze. It became evident that this simulation feature was not merely confined to the Ruoshui Ju technique. Once one acquired a particular skill, they could practice it along the prescribed path, thereby enabling the simulation of that skill. However, this function does come with constraints. One has only 2 opportunities for a complete simulation and 10 for a partial one. This implies that he possesses 2 chances to fully unleash the power of a skill after its acquisition, while the subsequent 10 simulations would only manifest half of its potential. This advantage is indeed significant, as it allows one to turn the tables on adversaries. In the future, should he find any sect displeasing, he could seize the opportunity to acquire their techniques and simulate them, causing chaos while masquerading as their disciples, thereby implicating them in a myriad of troubles. Of course, this was merely Zhang Yuze's personal conjecture. It is essential to recognize that the control over techniques within a sect is exceedingly stringent, and obtaining another skill is no trivial endeavor. With a heart brimming with excitement, Zhang Yuze practiced the Ruoshui Ju technique, progressing from the bone refinement stage to the initial chi refinement stage, and paused only when he could advance no further. This constituted a genuine and complete simulation of the Ruoshui Ju. His proficiency in this intermediate technique increased slightly, and combined with the 5 points he received as a reward, he now possessed a total of 6 points. However, Having fully simulated the Ruoshui Ju, he discovered that he had only one more opportunity for complete simulation remaining, and this time, he must be judicious in its application, seeking a high-level skill to emulate. Ultimately, the techniques inherently provided by the system are undeniably superior, representing the only skills he could gradually cultivate. With the simulation function now available, there may yet be other capabilities awaiting exploration. Zhang Yuza suddenly encountered a perplexing issue. The proficiency of intermediate techniques was marked as 0-1000. Upon inspecting the swordplay and footwork, he discovered that their proficiency was a mere 5-1000. To his astonishment, the proficiency at the chi refinement stage was tenfold that of the bone tempering stage. Would it be the case that with each ascension in realm, the requirement would multiply by 10? How long would he have to train? Although he harbored some grievances, he realized there was no remedy for this predicament. He retrieved 3 more spell jade slips and decided to first attempt the Ruoshui spell. The system promptly informed him that he had successfully learned the Ruoshui spell and need not practice it again. Indeed, this Ruoshui spell was identical to his own. The other 2 jade slips contained the Palm Thunder and the Wind Control spell. He first picked up the Palm Thunder. This spell was purely offensive and possessed considerable power, capable of compensating for the low attack strength of the Ruoshui spell. They could complement each other effectively. The Ruoshui spell could slow an opponent, followed by a swift Palm Thunder for a formidable combination. However, the system then informed him that his cultivation was insufficient to master the third skill. Unable to practice? Zhang Yuza was taken aback. According to the information on the Jade Slip, one at the first layer of Qi refinement should be able to control 3 spells. He clearly possessed only 2, so why was he unable to proceed? Unwilling to accept defeat, he picked up the Wind Control spell Jade Slip for another attempt, only to receive the same notification. With a sigh, Zhang Yuza acknowledged the truth. To gain much, one must also sacrifice. Though he had acquired an extraordinary system, he was bound by its limitations. Despite having only one offensive spell, the Ruoshui spell was not without its merits. Setting the formation in the courtyard to a disturbance-free mode, Zhang Yuza produced a chi-refining pill gifted by the system. A bitter medicine indeed. I hope this is more palatable than the Zhu fruit. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he unhesitatingly placed the pill in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, with the bitter liquid coursing down his throat and swiftly generating a warm current in his dantian. He promptly began to cultivate following the route of the intermediate technique. The energy produced this time far surpassed that of the Zhu fruit. Even 6 Zhu fruits could not compare to the effects of this single chi-refining pill. True qi continuously flowed from his dantian as Zhang Yuza focused intently, guiding this energy to circulate slowly through his meridians, traversing his entire being time and again. This was an extraordinarily exhilarating sensation, immersing him completely. It felt as though a great deal of time had passed, yet it seemed like merely an instant. Only when the medicinal power of the chi-refining pill was fully absorbed and transformed into his own true qi did Zhang Yuza conclude his cultivation. Upon reviewing his progress, he noted an increase of 50 points in proficiency, a remarkably swift advancement. According to the system, which rewards pills for each level gained, he was on the verge of breaking through the initial stage of qi refinement. As long as he improved his swordsmanship and footwork, the next reward would soon follow. Glancing at the date stone beside him, Zhang Yuza was taken aback. This session of cultivation had inexplicably spanned 10 days. Truly, in the pursuit of immortality, time loses its significance. It was astonishing that refining a single pill could consume so much time. Now he could no longer consume pills. Otherwise, he would miss the appointed time. It would be prudent to dedicate the remaining days to refining his sword techniques, footwork, and the rushing water incantation. Summoning a servant resolved the matter of the meal. Although Zhang Yuza harbored certain thoughts about the 2 exquisite maidens, he refrained from acting upon them. The allure of beauty is often accompanied by the burden of heroism. Though he did not deem himself a hero, the pursuit of cultivation remained paramount. After all, wouldn't it be more splendid to court a celestial being in due time? In Chapter 6, The Hunt for the Feathered-Toothed Beast, a persistent question lingered in Zhang Yuza's mind. The swordsmanship required by the system was intended for close combat. While he grasped the importance of footwork, allowing for swift evasion of an opponent's strikes, the essence of swordplay seemed somewhat superfluous. Although the intermediate sword techniques he practiced were considerably more profound than the rudimentary ones he had previously learned, they resembled the sword styles of worldly martial experts, tailored for hand-to-hand combat. This appeared of little utility to cultivators equipped with various defensive artifacts. From his understanding, battles among cultivators, though occasionally involving close quarters, predominantly relied on long-range confrontations driven by true essence and magical artifacts. Most critically, the effectiveness of the sword techniques was rather limited. While the water spell could dislodge a corner of a wooden target, striking it with a sword yielded no visible effect. Yet, the system must possess a purpose in assigning him such swordsmanship. It could not be trivial. Thus, it seemed imperative to validate its utility through practical application. With his current level of cultivation, he could practice the sword technique over 20 times before exhausting his energy, while his footwork could endure for more than 2 hours. However, this was merely solo practice. When attempting to simultaneously execute swordplay and footwork, the duration diminished to merely half. Now he skillfully combined both swordsmanship and footwork, meditating to restore his true essence once it ran low, before practicing the water charm. He could now perform the water charm 2 more times than the mere 10 he had previously managed. His regimen consisted of alternating between practicing sword techniques and footwork, followed by meditation, then more practice of the water charm before meditating again. This relentless training continued for 5 days, with the exception of meals and rest. At this juncture, his proficiency in intermediate techniques had reached a commendable level, intermediate swordsmanship and footwork, with the water charm now executable 13 times when his true essence was at its peak. Though his speed was not particularly swift, he had gleaned some insights that he believed would suffice for playing a supporting role against the feathered-toothed beast. After a fortnight, Zhang Yuze ventured outside for the first time, following the directions provided by Zhou Hong to locate his villa. Upon arriving, he transmitted a message into the formation outside, and soon Zhou Hong emerged, his face radiating evident joy at the sight of Zhang Yuze. "Junior brother Zhang, you have finally arrived. I thought you might have forgotten," Zhou Hong exclaimed warmly, ushering Zhang Yuze into the courtyard. Zhang Yuze smiled and replied, "Brother Zhou, you need not worry. It has indeed been half a month, and I have solidified my cultivation. I am confident I can lend you a hand. When shall we depart?" Zhou Hong inquired. "Right now," he answered. After organizing his storage bag, Zhou Hong stood up, and the two made their way toward the back mountain. Upon exiting the mountain gate, Zhou Hong immediately soared into the sky, waving goodbye to Zhang Yuze before taking flight. Zhang Yuze was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly began to run on the ground. Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Hong landed and asked, "Junior brother Zhang, have you not learned the wind charm?" Zhang Yuze nodded in response. Zhou Hong was taken aback. "Previously, I thought you had learned it since flying was forbidden inside the door." "Junior brother Zhang, the wind control spell is an essential incantation. One cannot fly with a sword until reaching the foundation establishment stage. This spell is of utmost necessity. How is it that you have not yet mastered it?" Zhang Yuze silently lamented. It was not that he did not wish to learn, but rather that the cursed system forbade him from doing so. With a resigned expression, he replied, "What senior brother Zhou says is indeed reasonable, but time has been too limited. I have only managed to learn the Ruo Shui spell to a certain proficiency, hoping it might assist you. Thus, the wind control spell has been set aside for now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's face brightened, and he did not reproach Zhang Yuze for not having learned the wind control spell. With a smile, he said, "Then let us proceed on foot." The feathered-toothed beast is a low-level spiritual creature, located on the periphery, posing little danger. However, it would be wise for you to learn the wind control spell sooner rather than later. Otherwise, hunting higher-level spiritual beasts may become troublesome. With that, the two of them made their way towards the back mountain at a brisk pace, soon arriving at the location Zhou Hong had mentioned. "Junior brother, we must exercise caution from here on out. Even low-level spiritual beasts are not to be trifled with. Conceal your presence," Zhou Hong instructed. "Do you see that cave ahead? It is the lair of the feathered-toothed beast. I have scouted it beforehand. There is only one inside. I will draw it out shortly, and you should remain here. Once it arrives, use the Ruo Shui spell continuously to slow its movements. Leave the rest to me." Gazing upon the cavern towering before him, Zhang Yuze nodded. The feathered-toothed beast, a formidable spirit creature, is adorned with a multitude of scales and relies predominantly on its physical prowess in combat. Although it lacks the ability to wield spells, its defensive capabilities are exceptionally robust. The most valuable aspect of this creature lies in its scales. Armor forged from these scales is immensely beneficial to cultivators at the Qi refinement stage or the early foundation establishment stage. Therefore, the fewer the damaged scales, the greater their worth. With Zhou Hong, a cultivator at the third layer of Qi refinement, Employing persistent efforts throughout the day, it is indeed feasible to subdue the beast. However, this approach is excessively taxing on medicinal resources, and preserving the integrity of the scales becomes increasingly challenging. Thus, assistance is required to afford him ample time to deliver a decisive strike. Zhang Yuze quietly positioned himself behind a towering pine, while Zhou Hong ventured into the cave. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed, signaling the emergence of the feathered tooth beast. Zhang Yuze's palms grew clammy. This marked his inaugural experience in actual combat, and his anxiety was entirely justified. Zhou Hong emerged first, swiftly invoking the wind control spell, and before long, a creature as tall as a man emerged from the cave. Indeed, it was a fully grown feathered tooth beast, its scales radiating a earthy hue under the sun's rays, standing on all fours and roaring incessantly at Zhou Hong, who hovered above. Junior brother, water spell. Zhou Hong bellowed. Zhang Yuze immediately focused his mind and cast the water spell at the feathered tooth beast. Given the creature's considerable size and relatively slow speed, the water spell struck true without hesitation. A howl erupted from the feathered tooth beast as it charged toward the source of its injury, Zhang Yuze. Regrettably, its speed was inherently sluggish, and now further hampered by the water curse, it posed no threat to the agile Zhang Yuze. At that moment, Zhou Hong unleashed his spell. A lightning sphere struck the beast squarely on its head. The palm lightning, being the most potent of the elementary spells, delighted both of them with its direct hit. However, their joy was short-lived as they soon observed that the spell had merely caused a trickle of blood from a small wound on the beast's head. What formidable defenses it possessed! Alarmed, Zhang Yuze realized that the effects of the water curse were waning. He took a step back and cast another water curse. Shouting to Zhou Hong in the air, "Senior brother, attack swiftly." Zhou Hong responded with another palm lightning aimed at the beast's head, inflicting further damage, yet it remained alive. Growing anxious, Zhou Hong had anticipated that striking its head would lead to an easy kill, never considering the beast's extraordinary resilience. Gradually, they seemed to find a rhythm. After each water curse from Zhang Yuze, Zhou Hong would follow with a palm lightning. The feathered tooth beast appeared increasingly enraged, yet its intelligence was limited. As it pursued Zhang Yuze after a water curse, it would then chase Zhou Hong after sustaining damage from the palm lightning, rendering it incapable of catching either of them. Although the consumption of vital energy was substantial, the rewards were evident. The scales of this feathered tooth beast remained intact, promising a lucrative sale. Could you kindly recommend this? If fellow readers have any votes, please cast a few. Thank you in advance. Chapter 7. The level of physical form subsequent tasks were entrusted solely to Zhou Hong. It had been agreed that he would only take 3 inferior spiritual stones, rejecting all else. Zhou Hong spent a considerable half an hour gathering scales before meticulously dismembering the body of the feathered-toothed beast and placing the parts into several storage bags. Zhang Yuze then comprehended the reason behind Zhou Hong's numerous storage bags. He intended to carry away the entirety of the beast. Junior brother Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. Here is your reward. After collecting the scales, Zhou Hong produced 3 inferior spiritual stones from one of the storage bags. Zhang Yuze accepted them with a smile, acknowledging that they were rightfully his. Senior brother, you are being overly courteous. I did not anticipate such difficulty this time. Some of the bones from the feathered-toothed beast should also be placed in your storage bag. They could fetch a fair price. Though 3 inferior spiritual stones seem a tad insufficient. Zhou Hong retrieved another storage bag from his waist. Zhang Yuze paused momentarily, then accepted the bag with a grin, transferring its contents into his own empty storage bag before returning it to Zhou Hong. It was likely borrowed or rented, as such bags held considerable value in spiritual stones. Then I sincerely thank you, senior brother. In the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. That is a certainty, junior brother. You can always come to me for anything. Zhang Yuze had his own considerations in accepting these gifts. As it presently appears, Zhou Hong seems to be the type who dedicates himself to cultivation without any ulterior motives. Accepting his offerings would likely foster goodwill between them, proving that he is not one to shy away from such gestures. Upon returning to his secluded residence, Zhang Yuze eagerly examined his own physique. The moment he vanquished the feathered-toothed beast, he had heard the system's notification, but with Zhou Hong present, he refrained from investigating further. Now, in the tranquility of solitude, he discovered a remarkable change. He had reached level 3. He had leveled up significantly, ascending 3 levels at once. This indicated that he had engaged in combat beyond his current capabilities, resulting in an ample accumulation of experience. This elevation in level illuminated for him the reason behind the system's requirement for close combat swordsmanship. The ascent in level was not merely linked to martial arts or cultivation, but rather to the enhancement of his physical body. In essence, this level merely signified a fortification of Zhang Yu's corporeal form, entirely unrelated to his cultivation prowess. The system clearly articulated that the elevation of level bore no connection to one's cultivation. Thus, even if one were to possess merely the foundational stage of bone tempering, one's level could rise indefinitely, while a person in the nascent soul stage could remain at level 1. However, a balance exists. The higher the level of the creature, the more experience it yields. If one's cultivation is insufficient, one lacks the qualification to challenge formidable foes. Those familiar with online gaming understand that the most effective strategy for leveling up is to engage with creatures of similar levels, ensuring survival while also reaping substantial experience. Cultivation level, initial stage of Qi refinement, physical body level, 3 skills, intermediate techniques, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate footwork, tranquil heart incantation, water-like incantation. This constitutes Zhang Yu's current attributes. Previously, upon triggering the physical body level, the system rewarded him with 5 points of proficiency in techniques, swordsmanship, and footwork, in addition to 10 inferior spirit stones. He now possesses 36 inferior spirit stones, making him a veritable wealthy individual among inner disciples in the Qi refinement stage, albeit one who is reluctant to spend. Upon understanding his physical body level, Zhang Yu began to circulate his energy to restore his true essence. Before long, the formation at the door was activated, signaling the arrival of Zhou Hong, whom he promptly invited inside. "Junior brother, this is for you. I also sold an inferior spirit stone. Such items hold little value." Zhou Hong handed him an inferior spirit stone. Zhang Yu accepted it and remarked, "Brother, I presume you have acquired the Gu Yuan Dan. Allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending breakthrough to the mid-Qi refinement stage." "Haha, I appreciate your good wishes," Zhou Hong replied with a smile, though his expression betrayed his unease. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Yu inquired, "Brother, why the furrowed brow? You should be elated." Zhou Hong sighed, gazing at Zhang Yu. "Junior brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. I once had a group of teammates with whom I hunted spirit beasts. Like you, I had just broken through at that time, and 5 senior brothers and sisters approached me to form a team. Naturally, I agreed, and through our joint efforts in hunting spirit beasts, I fared quite well, advancing from the first to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement within a year. The good times are fleeting," sighed Zhou Hong, reflecting on the past. "During the last competition among inner disciples, 2 of my senior sisters and 1 senior brother from our small team were accepted as true inheritors. Naturally, I felt elated for them, hoping they would look after me in the future. Little did I know, once they became inner disciples, they completely forgot about me. I hardly ever saw them, and even when I did, they treated me as a stranger." Zhang Yu listened to Zhou Hong's words and found nothing amiss. Such characters are not uncommon. What about the other 2 teammates? One has perished, and the other is rendered useless. Is that why the senior brother no longer seeks out his teammates? Zhang Yu inquired. Zhou Hong nodded. "Had I not lingered at the 3rd level of Qi refining for over a year, I probably wouldn't have come to seek you out." Zhang Yu sighed softly. The Rushing Water sect prides itself as a prestigious establishment, yet its disciples exhibit such coldness towards one another. Indeed, this is the law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong, a reality from which none can escape. Cultivation is, in essence, a refinement of character, a necessity to discern others. Even if one sees through a person, one cannot foresee when that individual may change. Ultimately, to grow stronger relies upon oneself. I share this because I perceive you, junior brother, as a commendable individual. It is vital to discern the true nature of people. Zhou Hong's unexpected words shifted Zhang Yu's perception of him. Despite appearing straightforward, Zhou Hong harbored many thoughts within. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall certainly bear it in mind," he replied. Zhou Hong nodded and said, "Focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." With that, he departed from the courtyard. Zhang Yu sat in the training chamber, deep in contemplation. Zhou Hong was certainly not dim-witted. After all he had experienced, he must have gained some insights. However, he did not strike Zhang as someone who would forsake loyalty for personal gain. The essence of his previous remarks made that evident, and coupled with his unguarded display of genuine emotions, it suggested that he was not overly suspicious by nature. Such a person, when treated well, would reciprocate kindness, making him a worthy acquaintance in Zhang Yuza's estimation. Setting these thoughts aside, Zhang Yuza resolved to carefully strategize his next steps. With his physical level now activated, he pondered whether to prioritize leveling up or refining his skills. After a moment of reflection, he reached a conclusion. It would be prudent to set aside physical leveling for the time being, as enhancing his cultivation was of paramount importance. The higher his cultivation, the swifter his ability to defeat monsters. In Chapter 8, the scene shifts to the back mountain for leveling up. Zhang Yuza held a chi refinement pill, a reward from the system, and swallowed it whole. Once he had fully absorbed its medicinal properties, his mastery of the technique reached an impressive 110. Based on this proficiency, the mastery for the second layer of chi refinement should be slightly over 111. Yet, he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, preparing to absorb the spiritual energy within. He had given considerable thought to the uses of spirit stones. Since he could not use them openly at present, he deemed it wiser to absorb their energy. Although the effects were somewhat inferior to those of a foundational elixir, it was a necessary compromise. Once his cultivation improved, he would be able to utilize spirit stones to acquire elixirs and materials with greater ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Zhang Yuza had been diligently cultivating in his secluded courtyard, never stepping outside. At this moment, he was practicing swordplay within the confines of his garden, beads of sweat cascading down after several rigorous drills. Mastery was merely a foundation. True breakthroughs necessitated persistent effort to penetrate the energy points. Having previously experienced a breakthrough, Zhang Yuza found this endeavor to be a seamless undertaking. He maintained a focused mind, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones while gently guiding the true energy within his body to flow harmoniously. The first 2 barriers had been traversed with relative ease. Yet upon reaching the third, he encountered a formidable resistance. He understood that surmounting this obstacle would enable him to ascend to the second level of weapon refinement. Time trickled away imperceptibly, but Zhang Yuza remained entirely engrossed, relentlessly assaulting this barrier. Just as the low-grade spirit stone in his grasp began to lose its luster, Zhang Yuza finally shattered the constraints, achieving a breakthrough to the second tier of weapon refinement. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to experiencing a cool bath on a scorching summer day. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the objects within the room appeared extraordinarily vivid, even allowing him to discern the intricate patterns on a minuscule incense burner. Following his breakthrough, Zhang Yuza's proficiency in both intermediate swordplay and footwork reached 112, while his mastery of the intermediate technique soared to 150. The reason for the higher proficiency in the technique compared to the other 2 disciplines was due to his previous attainment of a bottleneck after utilizing the first spirit stone. Undeterred, he employed another stone, which, despite not yielding a breakthrough, contributed to his accumulation of skill. Thus, upon breaking through, his proficiency surged to 150. Feeling sticky and beset by an acrid scent, Zhang Yuza chuckled softly and rose to summon a servant to draw him a bath. Each breakthrough in his cultivation represented a process akin to cleansing the marrow and refining the essence, resulting in an enhancement of his physical strength. This reflection ignited his imagination regarding the potential ferocity of his corporeal form at higher levels, a thought that filled him with eager anticipation. The Ruo Shui sect was nestled within the Ruo Shui Mountains, a veritable paradise for spiritual beasts. Subsequently, the sect established its presence there, utilizing formations to isolate a designated area for its mountain gate, while the surrounding mountains became a sanctuary for spiritual creatures. This arrangement not only provided the disciples with a natural training ground, but also yielded various materials, thus serving a dual purpose. At his current cultivation level, Zhang Yuza could only vanquish the most rudimentary spiritual beasts. Upon venturing to the periphery, he engaged in combat with whatever crossed his path, including ordinary wild animals that were not spiritual beasts. During this time, several disciples of the Ruo Shui sect passed by, casting a glance at him before shaking their heads and moving on. Their dismissive behavior clearly indicated that he was a novice. Having an inexperienced companion during the hunt for spiritual beasts was hardly advantageous, which dissuaded anyone from joining him. Zhang Yuza, however, remained unfazed by their indifference. He soon realized that the experience gained from hunting wild animals was negligible, almost insignificant. In stark contrast, even the lowest tier of spiritual beast, one that did not qualify as a first-level entity, could yield approximately 10% of experience points. The defeat of a first-level spiritual beast would grant a substantial 40%. After dedicating half a day to this endeavor, he ascended to the 5th level, feeling a marked increase in his physical robustness. At present, it appears that the spirit beasts in this region are rather scarce. Zhang Yuze contemplated the map, hesitating for a moment before ultimately soaring toward a specific location. His destination was a den of jackals, a place seldom visited by others. Although jackals are merely first-tier spirit beasts, they are social creatures, and the only parts of them that hold any value are their teeth and claws. Hence, few dare to provoke these insignificant yet formidable beasts. According to the map, Zhang Yuze arrived at the periphery of the jackal gathering. Records indicated that this particular group was the smallest, consisting of fewer than 100 members. He concealed his presence and perched upon a tree, observing his surroundings. Not far off, he spotted 3 jackals scavenging for food. With no other signs of their kind nearby, a prime opportunity. Without delay, Zhang Yuze leaped from the tree and executed his swift footwork toward the trio of jackals. Soon, the 3 jackals caught sight of him, growling fiercely as they lunged in his direction. He deftly dodged the first jackal's attack, swiftly thrusting his sword toward the one behind it with astonishing speed. Even the jackals, renowned for their agility, could not entirely evade his assault. One was sliced open by the Qingshu sword in Zhang Yuze's hand, inciting the ferocity of the remaining 2 jackals, who charged at him recklessly. Zhang Yuze appeared somewhat disheveled. Having practiced this sword technique solely in solitude without any practical combat experience. Fortunately, his footwork proved to be quite formidable, allowing him to deftly evade the attacks of the earth wolves, twisting left and right. Gradually, he transitioned from mere avoidance to occasional counterattacks. After nearly half an hour, Zhang Yuze's swordplay became increasingly proficient, forming an impenetrable defense while inflicting numerous sword wounds upon 3 of the earth wolves, causing their blood to flow profusely. "I shall no longer engage with you," Zhang Yuze declared with a smile, unleashing a lethal strike. In an instant, a flurry of sword shadows filled the air, and within the blink of an eye, 2 earth wolves lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining earth wolf, witnessing the prowess of this individual, raised its wolfish head as if to summon its companions. However, it was too late. Zhang Yuze recognized this gesture as a call for aid and swiftly thrust his sword, piercing the creature's throat with remarkable speed. The claws of an earth wolf are exceptionally sharp and can serve as formidable weapons. Should a typical practitioner of the 2nd tier of weapon refining be caught by one of these claws, it would undoubtedly leave a significant gash, potentially revealing bone if the force were great enough. Yet, on Zhang Yuze's shoulder, the claw only left a relatively shallow wound, which was already showing signs of healing. Even without any care, he would fully recover within half an hour. This realization filled Zhang Yuze with immense joy. His physical level was merely at 6, while the maximum seemed to be 100. One could only speculate how formidable he might become upon reaching that pinnacle, potentially surpassing even the finest spiritual treasures in resilience. Chapter 9. Supplementary knowledge. After slaying 3 coyotes, it became evident that the enhancement of his physical prowess was not the sole benefit. The proficiency in both his swordsmanship and footwork had improved remarkably, far surpassing the results of solitary practice. It was akin to the half-hour battle he had previously engaged in, where, under ordinary training conditions, no advancement in skill would have been possible. Yet now, his proficiency had surged by 2 points, a remarkable efficiency that left Zhang Yuze astounded. He felt a twinge of regret for not having ventured out sooner. Nonetheless, it was not too late to realize this. He now had ample time to hone his skills. In the days that followed, he began scouring the vicinity for small packs of coyotes. When encountering groups of 3 to 5, he would swiftly engage them. But upon encountering 10 or more, he opted to circumvent them. It was not that he lacked the ability to fight. Rather, he feared attracting the attention of even more coyotes, which could lead to dire consequences. However, he found himself less concerned with leveling up. His primary focus was to refine his swordplay and agility, having elevated his intermediate swordsmanship and footwork proficiency to around 200, while his intermediate technique proficiency had reached 170. Yet, it appeared that such fortunate days were nearing their end. In recent days, the local coyotes seemed to have taken note of the continuous demise of their kin, and remarkably, they began to congregate in an organized manner. This development caused Zhang Yuze to furrow his brow, for he harbored a suspicion that among these coyotes lurked a coyote king. This conjecture may not be entirely accurate, yet it instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhang Yuze, compelling him to refrain from lingering in this place. Should misfortune befall him, and he encounter the Wolf King, his life would be in grave peril. Typically, a first-tier spirit beast ruler could very well be a mutated second or even third-tier spirit beast, possessing significantly higher intelligence than the average spirit creature, with some even wielding spells, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Junior sister, this locale seems perilous for just the two of us. We ought to await senior sister Meng and senior brother Wu to emerge from their seclusion before proceeding. This was a man's voice. Don't worry, junior sister, you know I have always stood by your side. Then spare me the complaints. Senior brother Wu has promised me that as long as I collect 10 wolf claws, he will assist me in forging a magical artifact. I am determined to surprise him before he finishes his retreat. Oh, Zhang Yuze discerned that the man below harbored affections for the headstrong girl, who in turn seemed to fancy senior brother Wu, who might possibly be enamored with senior sister Meng. Such a tangled web of relationships. However, this was of no concern to him. Once the two had distanced themselves somewhat, he leaped down from the tree and invoked the wind charm, making his way towards the mountain gate. As he traversed halfway, he unexpectedly encountered an individual soaring towards him on a sword, his uncle from the Foundation establishment stage. He promptly halted, bowing midair, awaiting the uncle's passage. Ah, is that you? Zhang Yuze, with his head bowed, suddenly recognized the familiar voice and looked up to see Wang Su. Uncle Wang, are you heading to the back mountain to gather some materials? Alas, if only I had such leisure. I am unaware of which tedious individual has eradicated the den of coyotes in the back mountains, provoking the emergence of a formidable third-tier wolf king. My master is responsible for this area, and thus, I have been sent to investigate. How unfortunate. It seems I am destined for a life of toil. Wang Su observed Zhang Yuze lamenting. However, Zhang Yuze was taken aback, pondering whether this lamentation was directed at him, as if he had indeed been the one to exterminate the coyote den. Yet, it was highly probable. Who else would venture to massacre such a number of coyotes? What a coincidence to encounter you. Why not accompany me? It would allow you to witness the essence of a third-tier spiritual beast, Wang Su suddenly proposed. Zhang Yuze quickly waved his hands in refusal. How could that be permissible? Bringing me along would only burden my master, adding an extra weight to his responsibilities. It is best to refrain. What a jest. A third-tier spiritual beast is not something one can casually observe. A mere touch could be lethal, if not fatal. Who knows whether Wang Su would safeguard himself? He harbored no desire to sell everything off, yet anxiety lingered in his heart. If word got out that someone had suddenly sold a plethora of wolf fangs and claws, it would be all too evident that Zhang Yuze was the one who had eradicated the den, particularly concerning those two disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Should any misfortune arise, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Initially, Zhang Yuze focused on the introductory materials of the Ruoshui sect, dedicating 2 days to complete the reading. To his surprise, there were so many things he was previously unaware of, and he could not help but feel a tinge of resentment towards the original soul inhabiting this body. How could such vital information remain unknown? What had he been doing for the past decade since his initiation? In the past, the area behind the mountain was ensnared by a formation established by the founding master of the Ruoshui sect, Master Ruoshui. This formation allows for a meticulous observation of the distribution of spiritual beasts in the vicinity. Should a particular species of spiritual beast be excessively hunted, the sect would dispatch individuals to establish a protective minor formation. Furthermore, if any anomalies were detected, corresponding disciples would be sent to rectify the situation. For instance, on this occasion, a third-tier spiritual beast had appeared at the periphery. Should it go on a rampage, the disciples at the Qi refinement stage would suffer significant losses. Cultivators with spiritual roots who have reached the Qi refinement stage are invaluable assets, and no sect would wish for such tragedies to occur on their doorstep. Even if Zhang Yuze were aware of these circumstances, he would still proceed with his actions. After contemplating for a long while, it seemed that this matter was unavoidable. For now, he could only hope that those two unfortunate souls would not encounter the Wolf King. Subsequently, he perused an array of texts, which included information on elixirs, herbs, and spiritual beasts, and even the fundamental aspects of this continent. Although he spent over 10 days on this endeavor, it transformed him from a naive novice into someone considerably more knowledgeable. The time invested proved invaluable. Having grasped these insights, Zhang Yuze then applied for permission to leave the sect. Every disciple at the Qi refinement stage of the Ruoshui sect is required to register their departure, detailing their destination, duration, and purpose. Additionally, a tracking spell is cast upon them, enabling members of the sect to trace the disciples' movements within a 1,000-mile radius. Only those who achieve the status of true disciples enjoy the privilege of unrestricted entry and exit. Zhang Yuze was bound for a market of cultivators situated 1,000 miles from the Ruo Shui sect. He needed to procure certain essentials from this place. Although the market was somewhat more chaotic than within the confines of the sect, the identity of a disciple from Ruo Shui provided him with a degree of protection. Few dared to provoke him within the territory of his sect. Chapter 10. The Black Stone. Upon exiting the mountain gate, Zhang Yuze concealed his presence with his true essence, rendering himself invisible to the naked eye of ordinary mortals, appearing merely as a drifting white cloud. Only after departing from the Ruo Shui sect sphere did he fully comprehend why disciples seldom descended from the mountain. The disparity in spiritual energy was indeed profound. To cultivate in the mundane world and achieve even the chi refinement stage in one's lifetime would be nothing short of miraculous. Having pinpointed his destination, he arrived at the cultivators' market after approximately 2 hours. This market was relatively small, yet it boasted a formation that gathered spiritual energy. Once he set foot within, Zhang Yuze felt a significant sense of comfort. A diverse array of cultivators mingled about, predominantly wandering practitioners and disciples from minor sections. Most of them were at the early to mid-chi refinement stages, with those at the late stage being a rarity and not a single foundation-building cultivator in sight. "Junior brother, come here for a moment." While inspecting the surroundings, Zhang Yuze turned to see a male disciple, slightly older than himself, around 25 or 26 years of age, dressed similarly in the inner sect garb of Ruo Shui, beckoning him from around the corner of an alley. Zhang Yuze approached, inquiring, "Senior brother, were you calling for me?" "Indeed. It appears you have recently become an inner sect disciple. I do not believe I have seen you before." The individual before me evidently had reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, standing at the 5th level. He appeared remarkably amiable, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet, Zhang Yuze felt an uncanny familiarity in that smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yuze, and it has been less than 5 months since I became an inner sect disciple." I thought to myself, if I had ascended a year ago, I would have recognized him. "I am Qinyang. Zhang Shidi, this is your first visit here, I assenti it? Since we are on familiar terms, allow me to assist you." Qinyang grasped Zhang Yuze's arm and led him forward, saying, "Look around. Whatever you desire is within reach. We are allies here, and it is easy to converse." Zhang Yuze finally understood why Qinyang's smile seemed so familiar. It was the quintessential grin of a shrewd merchant. Before him lay a bustling market stall, brimming with a plethora of items, talismans, magical artifacts, elixirs, and even cultivation techniques. "Brother, your presence here indicates that, like me, you are not affluent. However, you have come to the right place. The prices of goods within our sect are exorbitant, accessible only to a select few. But here, it is different. Rest assured, there is no deception, and your satisfaction is guaranteed." Qinyang spoke with eloquence, weaving a tapestry of enticing words. Zhang Yuze crouched down, casually rummaging through the items. "Brother, where did you acquire these techniques? Aren't they all considered precious?" "Ah, dear Shidi, you are unaware of the circumstances. I have toiled immensely to procure these items. Not every cultivator can gain entry to the mountain gates. Many are solitary practitioners who struggle even to afford their meals. Consequently, they sell auxiliary techniques to sustain their cultivation. These are indeed treasures. If any spell catches your eye, I shall offer you a generous discount of 10%. Zhang Yuze chuckled softly. Despite Qinyang's claims of difficulty, it was evident that these items were of dubious quality. He casually examined a peculiar object. "What is this?" Upon seeing the dark stone in Zhang Yuze's hand, Qinyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Junior brother, you possess remarkable insight. This is extraordinary. It is said to be a meteorite from beyond the heavens. When incorporated during the refining process, it can elevate a magical artifact significantly and might even forge a treasured item. If you desire it, I shall sell it to you at a loss for merely 10 inferior spirit stones." "Senior brother, that is not correct. This object lacks any spiritual energy. How could it possibly be a heavenly meteorite? Do not deceive me, for I am new to this realm and know little." Zhang Yuze dismissed Qinyang's words entirely. After all, merchants seek profit and can utter any falsehood. If it were truly a meteorite from the skies, could it be sold for just 10 inferior spirit stones? However, Zhang Yuze felt compelled to acquire the stone, as he recognized its true nature. It was identical in material to his Qingshu sword. Qinyang, on the other hand, felt a pang of irritation regarding this object. He recalled his own experience during the early stages of qi refining when he had been deceived, spending 30 inferior spirit stones on a similar item that turned out to be utterly useless, devoid of any spiritual energy, and inferior even to common iron. This regret gnawed at him, fueling his determination to con someone else. Junior brother, you're mistaken. Who says that a lack of spiritual energy disqualifies it as a heavenly meteorite? Senior brother, how much do you ask for this technique? Zhang Yuzi did not spare a glance and directly interrupted Qin Yang's words. He picked up a manual lying on the ground, which detailed a rather common technique known as the breath-concealing art. As the name suggests, it allows one to mask their presence. Though this technique is also available within the Rashui sect, only the true disciples are permitted to practice it for free. Inner disciples must exchange materials for the privilege. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang understood that its price was fixed. Within the sect, it was merely sold for 6 inferior spirit stones. He concluded that 4 inferior spirit stones would suffice, which was 2 stones cheaper than the sect's price. Zhang Yuzi deemed this price reasonable. Yet he was aware that Qin Yang would undoubtedly profit from it. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "Senior brother, it appears to be too expensive for me." Junior brother, this is not expensive at all. You must realize that 4 inferior spirit stones are already a bargain, Qin Yang exclaimed with wide eyes. After pondering briefly, Zhang Yuzi proposed, "How about this? If you consider that black stone as a supplement, I shall purchase this manual." Zhang Yuzi smiled and added, "Senior brother, you sell these low-grade talismans for 1 inferior spirit stone each. I could spend 1 inferior spirit stone to acquire 20 sound talismans, 20 mist concealment talismans, 40 fire talismans, and 40 thunder talismans, along with this breath-concealing art. Do you possess inferior spirit stones?" Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhang Yuzi's expression shifted to one of disappointment. This inferior spirit stone was painstakingly obtained after spending over a month on the back mountain with a senior brother. Perhaps it is better not to make a purchase. I initially intended to buy a solidifying essence pill. Do not be hasty, junior brother. Your cultivation is still in its infancy, and the solidifying essence pill is not yet necessary for you. Instead, it would be prudent to acquire some talismans for self-protection. I shall sell you some, and additionally gift you 10 spring surge talismans along with this stone. How does that sound? Qin Yang was filled with delight. He had not anticipated that this young disciple possessed a low-grade spirit stone. Within the sect, a single low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones. Yet in this marketplace, it could fetch 140 or even 150 inferior spirit stones. Zhang Yuzi, feeling a pang of regret, rummaged through his storage pouch for quite some time before reluctantly producing a low-grade spirit stone. Qin Yang promptly snatched it from him and handed over the talismans, the concealment technique, and the black stone. Junior brother, this is the deal. It is a fair exchange, and there will be no turning back. Next time you have the opportunity, come to me for purchases, and I shall offer you a 10% discount. As Zhang Yuzi stepped out of the alley, a smile broke upon his face. He had been overly cautious. Upon a closer examination of the information regarding spirit stones, he realized that low-grade spirit stones were not particularly difficult to obtain. Many disciples in the qi refining stage could acquire one merely by spending a year or so on the back mountain. The reason the Ruoshui sect distributed solidifying essence pills sparingly was to encourage disciples to gain more experience, capturing spiritual beasts while simultaneously honing their practical skills and enhancing their teamwork. The predicament faced by Zhou Hong, who struggled for a single solidifying essence pill, ultimately stemmed from his lack of companions. He had been diligently cultivating in solitude and rarely ventured to the back mountain, unable to wait for the right moment. Chapter 11. The transaction. Upon returning to his secluded residence, Zhang Yuzi withdrew the enigmatic black stone, scrutinizing it repeatedly, yet yielding no insights. It exuded no aura, and despite infusing it with his true essence, it remained utterly unresponsive. This object appeared devoid of utility. However, its composition, akin to that of the Qingshu sword, indicated that it was no ordinary artifact. After placing the black stone into his storage ring, he procured a solidifying essence pill. The 2 qi refining pills awarded by the system had been consumed entirely, and the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones paled in comparison to that of the solidifying essence pill. The primary function of spirit stones was more akin to currency, serving as a source of energy for certain formations rather than for cultivation, rendering their use in practice rather unprofitable. Thus, the solidifying essence pill was deemed essential. His reluctance to purchase within the sect stemmed not only from the fear of discovery, but also from Zhang Yu's aspiration to astonish others. Who would anticipate that he, a newly initiated inner disciple, could advance so swiftly? Such a remarkable progression would undoubtedly augment his chances of being selected as a true disciple. As he placed a solidifying essence pill into his mouth, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, far surpassing the taste of the system's rewards, gradually absorbing its medicinal potency. Zhang Yuza checked the proficiency of his techniques, a smile gracing his lips. Although the effects of the solidifying essence pill fell short of the chi refining pills provided by the system, they outperformed the spirit stones significantly, boosting his proficiency by 30 points. Previously, a low-grade spirit stone had only contributed 20 points to his technique proficiency. Now, his mastery in his techniques, swordplay, and footwork had reached an impressive 200. Subsequently, he dedicated 2 days to honing his swordsmanship and footwork in the back hills, reaching a plateau of 223 in proficiency. Following this, he commenced a period of seclusion in his private courtyard. This time, he had meticulously prepared himself. The essence consolidation pill could augment his skill proficiency by 30 points, and he was merely 23 points shy of advancing. The prospect of breaking through to the 3rd level of chi refining was highly probable. After ingesting the essence consolidation pill, he channeled the vital energy within his dantian, allowing it to meander gently through his meridians. Eventually, it settled at a specific point, the very gateway to the 3rd level of chi refining. Surmounting this vital point would assuredly elevate him to the next stage. Zhang Yuza maintained unwavering mental fortitude, ceaselessly directing the energy from his dantian towards this nexus, tenderly nurturing the acupoint. Forcing one's way through was not an option. Brute force would only damage the meridians. It was imperative to patiently allow the obstruction to gradually dissipate, an exceedingly protracted endeavor. In previous breakthroughs, Zhang Yuza had devoted several days to the process, and he was prepared for a similar protracted engagement this time. The vital energy amassed before the acupoint, yet it remained steadfast. Patience was paramount. Zhang Yuza remained composed, maintaining a state of intense focus. Time ebbed away, and 10 days elapsed swiftly. This caused Zhang Yuza some consternation. The vital energy within his dantian was dwindling, yet the impasse remained impregnable. Failure to overcome it would signify defeat. Refusing to yield, he abruptly accelerated the circulation of his vital energy, launching it towards the obstruction. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his dantian, and Zhang Yuza sensed an impending crisis. He promptly ceased his cultivation, seated himself upon the meditation mat, and gasped for breath, angrily striking the ground. The root of his spiritual essence, that accursed root. Zhang Yuza had long been aware of the inferiority of this body's spiritual root. The ease with which he had previously made breakthroughs had temporarily allowed him to forget this unfortunate truth. Now, as he found himself obstructed at the threshold of the 3rd level of chi refinement, the issue of his innate capabilities resurfaced painfully in his mind. It was said that a certain disciple of true lineage had managed to ascend from the bone refining stage to the chi refinement stage in a mere year, and had reached the foundation establishment stage in just 8 years. Such prodigious talent was beyond Zhang Yuza's reach. Reflecting on these geniuses, he realized that the time they took to ascend to the foundation establishment stage was even less than the duration he had lingered in the bone refining stage. Zhang Yuza took several deep breaths to replenish the expended vital energy. Though his aptitude was lacking and others possessed innate gifts, he had a system. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life along with a system, he would not allow his lack of talent to render him insignificant. If one solidifying essence pill was insufficient, he would use 2. If 2 were inadequate, he would resort to 3 until he achieved his breakthrough. He currently possessed 33 low-grade spirit stones, ample for his needs. This time, Zhang Yuza made his way directly to the market within the sect, intent on purchasing 2 solidifying essence pills. The notion of feigning ignorance and astonishing others was irrelevant. This matter paled in comparison to the importance of his cultivation. Moreover, within the sect, no one would dare to trouble him. As the rules were explicitly stated, disciples were forbidden from engaging in private duels, and any transgressors would face the severe penalty of having their cultivation stripped and being expelled from the mountain. Thus, his purchase was entirely legitimate, unbothered by the gaze of others. Moreover, it was quite fortuitous that there was no one around. The only person aware of this matter was the elder in the foundation establishment stage before him, yet this individual displayed no sign of astonishment. After placing 2 solidifying pills on the table, He closed his eyes to meditate. Zhang Yuze pondered for a considerable time before deciding to seek out Zhou Hong. At present, he was not lacking in spirit stones. However, given his aptitude, the demand for pills was exceedingly high, and in the future, he would undoubtedly face times of scarcity. Additionally, with Zhou Hong providing him cover, he could at least justify the source of his spirit stones. Upon arriving at Zhou Hong's residence, he found no indication of a no disturbance sign. Realizing that his senior was not in seclusion, he sent a message inside, and soon enough, Zhou Hong emerged, his eyes widening in surprise. You have already reached the third layer of qi refinement. Zhang Yuze smiled gently. Brother, let us discuss this inside. With a blend of astonishment and curiosity, Zhou Hong welcomed Zhang Yuze into the courtyard. They settled in the study, and Zhang Yuze was the first to speak. Brother, I inadvertently discovered a storage bag on the back mountain containing some precious materials, including 20 lower-grade spirit stones. Such a thing exists? Zhou Hong's tone clearly reflected his disbelief. Zhang Yuze produced 16 lower-grade spirit stones along with some materials he had previously acquired from the storage bag, placing them before Zhou Hong. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hong raised his gaze to meet Zhang Yuze's. What do you wish for me to do? Zhang Yuze had been keenly observing the subtle changes in Zhou Hong's expression. Upon witnessing the precious spirit stones and materials, a look of astonishment and disbelief clearly crossed his face. However, his eyes remained remarkably clear, devoid of any greed. This confirmed Zhang Yuze's suspicions, prompting him to speak. Senior brother, I wish to accompany you to the back mountain for a few days, after which you can exchange these spirit stones and materials for solidifying essence pills. Zhou Hong, astutely perceptive, replied. Are you concerned that someone might question the origins of your spirit stones, thus seeking my assistance to conceal it? Zhou Hong furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhang Yuze, then closed his eyes in contemplation for a considerable time, seemingly arriving at a decision. I require only 3 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Zhang Yuze exhaled in relief and nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Zhou Hong smiled, remarking, in a little over 2 years, I may very well be calling you senior brother. Or perhaps even Uncle Master. Chapter 12. Earning money. Zhou Hong's reference to Uncle Master was not merely a consequence of Zhang Yuze advancing to the foundation establishment stage and becoming a second-generation disciple. Rather, it indicated that Zhang Yuze might be accepted as a true disciple. In the Ruoxue sect, true disciples rank above inner disciples, regardless of their length of time in the sect, age, or cultivation level. As long as one is a true disciple, inner and outer disciples must address them as Uncle Master. However, each lineage master has established a rule regarding their true disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Those who have not reached the foundation establishment stage are generally not permitted to venture outside, as this is intended to prevent them from becoming arrogant due to favoritism. I never anticipated that I would become a true disciple so effortlessly. Zhang Yuze shook his head and then pointed to the spirit stones and materials on the ground. Originally possessing 20 inferior spirit stones, I have utilized 4, leaving 16 remaining. Senior brother, what do you think would be the most prudent course of action? After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Hong replied slowly. I believe we should refrain from action for now. Having already used 4 stones, we may have attracted unwanted attention. Tomorrow, let us venture to the back mountain and remain there for half a year. We can reserve 2 or 3 spirit stones to exchange for solidifying elixirs within the sect, while I shall handle the remainder and trade them in the marketplace outside. After all, I am no longer a novice and will not draw undue scrutiny. Junior brother, we must proceed cautiously. With our combined strength, dealing with ordinary second-tier spirit beasts should pose no challenge, but we must absolutely avoid third-tier beasts. Zhou Hong cautioned Zhang Yuze before they set off for the back mountain. Zhang Yuze nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, senior brother. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, I have already selected a location. Today, we shall venture here. Zhou Hong pointed to a spot on the map. Zhang Yuze leaned forward to take a look. Senior brother, do you mean we shall first hunt the red python? Precisely. I have previously accompanied several seniors to this location. The red python is non-venomous, yet its size is imposing and its strength immense, though it lacks speed. Thus, we can employ the same tactics we used against the feathered tooth beast to hunt it. Additionally, junior brother, your cultivation has advanced significantly, making this endeavor considerably more feasible than before. Zhou Hong's analysis was profoundly insightful, and Zhang Yuza held no objections. Once they were prepared, they made their way towards the rear mountains. Along the journey, Zhou Hong grew curious about the Qingshu sword in Zhang Yuza's possession. Junior brother, from where did you acquire this sword? I noticed earlier that you were not wielding the Ruoshui sword. Why does it resemble charcoal? Zhang Yuza chuckled and shook his head. It is nothing of great value, merely an ordinary sword. Though it may lack aesthetic appeal, it surpasses the Ruoshui sword by a slight margin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong chose not to delve further into the matter. As far as weaponry was concerned, Ruoshui sect imposed no stringent requirements. Much like the Lihua sword he wielded, which he had purchased from the market, it was far superior to the Ruoshui sword allocated by the sect. Zhang Yuza awaited the opportune moment, anticipating the arrival of the red python within the attack range of his Ruoshui spell. At last it came. Zhang Yuza silently concentrated, directing a stream of water towards the red python, and struck true. At that moment, Zhou Hong manifested from the air, plunging downwards, not with the palm thunder, but also employing a Ruoshui spell. Zhang Yuza swiftly darted to the rear of the red python, sealing off its escape route. The red python, realizing it had no avenue for retreat, immediately swam in another direction. However, Zhang Yuza was determined not to let it escape. He unleashed another Ruoshui spell. Simultaneously, Zhou Hong seized the moment to aim the palm thunder at the python's vital point. The red python let out a low roar, having sustained significant damage. Yet, owing to its formidable defenses, such an attack was insufficient to be fatal. Instinctively, the beast, recognizing its dire predicament, erupted with ferocity, its speed suddenly surging as it broke free from the constraints of the Ruoshui spell. Startled, Zhang Yuza was momentarily stunned, for this was the first instance he had witnessed the deceleration effect of the Ruoshui incantation being overcome. Junior, flee! Zhou Hong exclaimed. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Zhang Yuza regained his senses. However, the crimson serpent had already reached his proximity. With a surge of resolve, Zhang Yuza brandished the Qingshu sword in his hand, thrusting it towards the serpent's head. The immense force of the counterattack propelled him backward, but fortunately he managed to stabilize himself by swiftly executing an intermediate footwork technique. At that moment, Zhou Hong once again cast a Ruoshui incantation upon the crimson serpent. Zhang Yuza, comprehending his intent, struck the serpent's body with a palm lightning. The subsequent events unfolded with ease, as the crimson serpent, severely wounded, could no longer pose a threat to the two. A deluge of palm lightning and Ruoshui incantations descended upon it, and before long, the crimson serpent was devoid of breath. Junior, remember henceforth to never be caught in a daze, Zhou Hong remarked, as he cleaved open the serpent's body with a dagger. Zhang Yuza responded with a tinge of embarrassment. My apologies, senior brother. Zhou Hong shook his head. It is of no consequence. Experience is gradually accumulated. Many spiritual beasts, when exerting sudden force, can nullify the deceleration effect of the Ruoshui incantation. I had neglected to remind you beforehand. Zhang Yuza nodded in acknowledgement, crouching down to jointly gather the spoils of their endeavor. Among the crimson serpent's valuable components, the snake gall was the most prized. Although the serpent's skin had sustained some damage from the spells, it still possessed considerable worth. The serpent's fangs were also a valuable commodity, surpassing the quality of earth wolf fangs by a significant margin. The crimson serpent, being a relatively inexpensive spiritual beast that is relatively easy to hunt. These items could fetch approximately 4 or 5 low-grade spirit stones, or even more if sold in external markets. Zhou Hong gazed contentedly upon their accumulated spoils. Zhang Yuza, too, was exceedingly pleased. Confronting a crimson python single-handedly would have presented a formidable challenge for either of them. Even in victory, injuries would have been sustained, and a greater expenditure of time and medicinal elixirs incurred. Thus, their partnership proved invaluable. Over the subsequent half-day, the duo dispatched 3 more crimson pythons in the vicinity. With growing experience, their pace quickened, yielding a substantial bounty. Their daily earnings approximated 20 low-grade spirit stones, far surpassing Zhang Yuza's prior solitary endeavors within the Earthwolf Den. As days turned into weeks, the number of spiritual beasts hunted by Zhang Yuza and Zhou Hong in the back mountains steadily increased, as did their material gains. Over 2 months, they amassed the equivalent of 3 low-grade spirit stones, a truly remarkable rate. Zhang Yuza, puzzled by the discrepancy between the value of a single feather-toothed beast's materials, equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and their 2-month earnings, sought clarification from Zhou Hong. He learned that feather-toothed beasts, despite being level 2 spiritual beasts, were notoriously difficult to kill due to their exceptional defenses. Furthermore, their rarity drove up their value. Scarcity commands a premium. Zhou Hong had spent nearly half a year intermittently searching for the feather-toothed beast. Few would dedicate such extensive time to hunting these elusive creatures, save for those in dire need like Zhou Hong. The sight of inner disciples like Zhou Hong and Zhang Yuze consistently hunting low-level spiritual beasts in the back mountains was indeed rare. Consequently, they resolved to undertake a more ambitious endeavor, to hunt a level 3 spiritual beast for a significant windfall, which they would then spend. Chapter 13. Thorough preparations. Zhou Hong had now attained the 4th level of qi refining, while Zhang Yuze was at the 3rd. For them to eliminate a tier 3 spirit beast would be challenging, yet not entirely unfeasible. With ample preparation and caution, they could attempt it, retreating if necessary. Upon reaching the 4th level of qi refining, one could learn more incantations. Zhou Hong had already mastered the Fiery Blaze incantation in its advanced form, the Fire Fiend art. As he possessed a fire-attributed constitution rather than water, he was compelled to learn the Aqua spell as a disciple of the Aqua sect, a signature technique of the faction, but he would not pursue it further. Although lightning-based incantations were universally compatible, Zhou Hong was most suited for and should delve into fire-based techniques. Nevertheless, they felt uncertain, as a tier 3 spirit beast was formidable for them, perhaps insurmountable even with an additional 3rd-level qi refining cultivator. Gazing at the 4 essence solidifying pills in his hand, which Zhou Hong had acquired over the past 2 months, Zhang Yuze conceived an idea. Senior brother, how far are you from reaching the 5th level of qi refining? Zhou Hong pondered. I've been at the 4th level for over half a year. I should only need 2 essence solidifying pills to transcend my current state. Zhou Hong regarded Zhang Yuze. Rest assured, junior brother, I shall strive to reach the 5th level this time. Our chances of triumphing over a tier 3 spirit beast will be significantly greater. Zhang Yuze's gesture moved him, as he had not experienced such mutual trust in quite some time. Indeed, the disciple shall wait for a month or so. Once the breakthrough is achieved, he will seek you out. Zhou Hong's words brimmed with confidence. After bidding farewell to Zhou Hong, Zhang Yuze returned to the marketplace he had first visited and sought out a shop. He sold all his materials in exchange for 3 solidifying elixirs and 40 inferior spirit stones, a more favorable deal than what he would have received within the sect. Although there were no high-quality items available, even if there had been, he was unable to utilize them at this time. After wandering around, he discovered that Qinyang was absent. Therefore, he approached a street vendor and haggled for quite some time, ultimately purchasing 20 flowing spring talismans and 30 thunderbolt talismans for 40 inferior spirit stones. These 2 types were offensive talismans, albeit their effectiveness was significantly inferior to the most basic water spell and heart lightning. However, their quantity was advantageous, and they required no incantation, making them exceedingly useful when his true essence was nearly depleted or in emergencies. Upon returning to the sect, Zhang Yuze spent 7 days in the outer courtyard, refining the medicinal properties of one solidifying elixir and assessing his attributes. His physical level had considerably improved over the past 2 months. Cultivation, initial stage of qi refinement. Physical level, 1 skills, intermediate techniques, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate footwork, tranquil heart spell, water spell, wind control spell, heart lightning. The proficiency of his skills fell somewhat short of the minimum requirement for the 4th level of qi refinement, yet this was merely temporary. Once Zhou Hong accomplished his breakthrough, regardless of whether he could slay a 3rd-level spirit beast, Zhang Yuze had no intention of hoarding the spirit stones any longer. All 12 inferior spirit stones would be exchanged entirely for solidifying elixirs. Originally, Zhang Yuze had not dared to approach the den of the coyotes, but with no suitable locations remaining, he was compelled to seek out some sparsely distributed 1st-level spirit beasts. This, however, resulted in a considerably slower pace. Nevertheless, the span of 20 days allowed him to enhance his swordsmanship proficiency by 25 points, his footwork proficiency by 10 points, and his martial arts by 3 points, marking a modest yet significant harvest. On one particular day, while Zhang Yuze was meditating in his chamber, he suddenly received a message. Upon reading it, a smile graced his face. Zhou Hong had finally made a breakthrough after a month of effort. He promptly invited Zhou Hong into his room. "Congratulations, senior brother," Zhang Yuze exclaimed. Zhou Hong laughed heartily. "This is all thanks to your good fortune, junior brother. Without the elixirs you provided, I would have been left wondering how much longer I would have to wait to break through. I also spent several days stabilizing my realm. and now I am fully prepared. What Zhou Hong referred to was the simple array talisman that Zhang Yuza had acquired. This item was rather obscure, nearly gathering dust in the sect's shop. Yet, upon discovering it, Zhang Yuza purchased it without a second thought, eliciting a flicker of surprise from the usually impassive foundation-building uncle. Senior brother, although this array can only create illusions within a limited area and is easily discernible, it possesses a crucial function. We can sense anyone who steps into this range. Have you not considered the possibility of someone disturbing this matter? Zhang Yuza inquired. Hearing this, Zhou Hong couldn't help but chuckle. You are indeed cautious. This array is hardly ever utilized. All are disciples of the same sect. It is improbable that they would disturb one another. Upon seeing each other, they might even lend assistance. Although reluctant, sharing the spoils is inevitable. Indeed, we have expended considerable effort on this matter, and it would be quite unfortunate if someone were to take advantage of our hard work. With this item in our possession, we can sense the approach of strangers. Initially, being discovered is of little consequence, as everyone is equally invested, and sharing the rewards is only fair. However, if someone attempts to intervene at the last moment, we would incur significant losses. Therefore, should such a situation arise, we must intensify our efforts to leave no openings for others. When Zhang Yuza spoke, a sly smile graced his face, evoking a sense of treachery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong burst into laughter. Junior brother, your considerations are thorough. Given our limited numbers, it would be best to avoid such matters when possible. Yet this item should indeed be prepared. Zhang Yuza produced a map. Senior brother, I have already selected a location, and I have surveyed the periphery, confirming the presence of a red fox within. According to the habits of the red fox, there should only be one within 100 miles. A red fox? Could this pose a challenge? Zhou Hong inquired with a furrowed brow. The red fox is a fire attribute spirit beast, is it not? Zhou Hong expressed his concerns. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of creation and restraint. As he himself possesses a fire attribute and excels in fire spells, the red fox, also a fire attribute spirit beast, would naturally exhibit some resistance to fire magic, thereby diminishing his advantages and rendering the situation more arduous. Zhang Yuza had indeed contemplated this situation. However, after traversing a considerable distance on the back mountain, he discovered that most of the third-tier spirit beasts were situated deeper in the perilous terrain. It was exceedingly dangerous for just 2 individuals. After much effort, they managed to locate a third-tier spirit beast that lingered somewhat closer to the periphery. Had they not acted swiftly, they risked losing the opportunity to others. Thus, it was a decision born out of necessity. Upon expressing his thoughts, Zhou Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. Although the red fox is a fire attribute spirit beast, its defenses are rather lacking. Furthermore, the water spell will amplify the damage dealt to the red fox. We cannot afford to hesitate. The moment is fleeting, and we must depart now. Junior brother, how did you come across this place? I have never been here before, Zhou Hong remarked, gazing around in astonishment. This location was remarkably concealed, nestled between 2 towering peaks. To access it, one had to navigate through a very narrow opening. Zhang Yuza smiled. I stumbled upon it quite by accident. In truth, it was due to his cravings a few days prior. Despite the excellent vegetarian cuisine provided within the Ruoshui sect, he yearned for meat. Although it was not forbidden, the sect's founder, Master Ruoshui, adhered to a vegetarian diet, rendering it merely a tradition. Thus, he refrained from grilling in public view and ventured deeper, ultimately leading to this unexpected discovery. Having spoken, he arranged the formation around him and stepped forward a little. Not far ahead, there lay a cave from which a reddish glow occasionally emanated. The 2 exchanged glances, certain that the red fox resided within. This marked Zhang Yuza's first encounter with the complete visage of the red fox. Previously, he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse before it fled. To his astonishment, it was an exceptionally beautiful spirit beast. At that moment, Zhang Yuza dared not move, for the intellect of a third-tier spirit beast was typically quite high. If it sensed any irregularity, it would hastily escape, and such a rare opportunity would be lost. Zhang Yuza and Zhou Hongfei exchanged looks in midair, incredulous at the remarkable speed of the red fox. Senior brother, is that truly a red fox? Zhang Yuza asked, dazed. Zhou Hong nodded affirmatively. Its size is modest. It must be a juvenile red fox, and its appearance matches perfectly with the red fox I encountered before. There can be no mistake. Zhang Yuza's confusion deepened. But can a red fox be this swift? Zhou Hong himself was perplexed by this. Logically, a red fox should not possess such speed. Perhaps this particular one is exceptionally gifted. Did you notice the small tuft of golden fur atop its head? It must be a mutated red fox. What a delightful little creature it is. Look, senior brother, Zhang Yuzi exclaimed, pointing below. Zhou Hong smiled at the sight. Yet they found themselves unable to act. Given the speed of the red fox observed earlier, they scarcely had time to cast a spell, signifying that their plan had come to an impasse. We have failed this time. What shall we do next? I do not intend to linger here any longer. Zhang Yuzi pondered for a considerable time before affirmatively articulating this statement. What do you mean? Zhang Yuzi nodded in response. It is exceedingly difficult to find a solitary third-level spirit beast on the outskirts. The dangers are simply too great. I have resolved to exchange all my spirit stones for elixirs, but we must choose our location wisely. Let us take some time to venture a bit farther. Zhou Hong gazed at Zhang Yuzi, closed his eyes, and nodded slightly. Let us proceed thus. You take 3 spirit stones to exchange for the Gu Yuan Dan nearby. If you trust me, you may entrust the others to me, and I shall handle it for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuzi handed 10 low-grade spirit stones to Zhou Hong. I leave everything in your capable hands, senior brother. Zhou Hong examined the 10 sparkling spirit stones in his possession, then glanced at Zhang Yuzi, clenching his fist. Rest assured, junior brother, I will certainly see to this. Await my return in a fortnight. With that, he soared into the sky. The significance of 10 low-grade spirit stones to a disciple in the chi refining stage is self-evident. Yet Zhang Yuzi so readily entrusted them to him. This act of trust evoked a sense of nostalgia in Zhou Hong and deepened his gratitude towards Zhang Yuzi. As he watched Zhou Hong depart, Zhang Yuzi sighed. The plan to hunt the third-level spirit beast had been shelved, and they were reluctantly compelled to travel to a more distant market to procure the Gu Yuan Dan. In truth, this was entirely unnecessary. Zhou Hong had always believed that these spirit stones were genuinely found by Zhang Yuzi. However, it was evident that the original owner would undoubtedly search the vicinity of the sect, making such a blatant display too conspicuous to escape detection. Only Zhang Yuzi was aware that these spirit stones had materialized out of thin air. With a faint smile, he was about to depart when he suddenly noticed that the red fox below was gazing intently at him, its eyes filled with a pleading expression. Was this truly just a third-tier spirit beast? It seemed far too humanized. Observing the 10 solidifying pills in his possession, Zhang Yuzi took out 2 and offered them to Zhou Hong. Senior brother, since we are acquainted, it can be considered a form of destiny. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Zhang Yuzi, acknowledge you as a friend. If you regard me as such, please do not decline these 2 solidifying pills. Zhou Hong, looking at the 2 pills, felt a surge of gratitude swell within him. Initially, he had sought Zhang Yuzi out of sheer necessity, never anticipating that he would encounter a friend worthy of deepening ties. Having already received 4 solidifying pills prior, he now found himself in possession of 6 pills from someone who had not provided him with substantial assistance. Having joined the Ruoshui sect at the tender age of 10, and now 8 years later, Zhang Yuzi was the first person to treat him with such heartfelt generosity. Junior brother, I shall not indulge in flattery. I will simply say this. Should you ever find yourself in need, I will not hesitate to risk my life. Zhang Yuzi chuckled lightly. Senior brother, until we meet again in 2 years. In 2 years, the grand competition among the inner disciples would commence, and the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, Zhang Yuzi harbored hope that both he and Zhou Hong would successfully ascend to the rank of true disciples. Zhou Hong was his first friend in this world, and although there were still ulterior motives behind their interactions, a mutual trust had begun to blossom. Chapter 15. Enticement. Currently, Zhang Yuzi possesses a substantial 14 solid essence pills. However, he remains uncertain whether he will successfully advance to the mid-stage of chi refining. His breakthrough to the 3rd level of chi refining required 3 pills, and progressing to the mid-stage presents a significantly greater challenge. Will it be 2, 3, or even 4 times more difficult? Given his spiritual root aptitude, he harbors considerable doubt. With a slight sigh, Zhang Yuzi departed from the courtyard. His immediate objective is to maximize his proficiency in swordsmanship and footwork. To achieve this, he has sought out first-level spirit beasts renowned for their physical prowess. After dedicating over half a month to this endeavor, he has witnessed remarkable progress. His physical fortitude has reached a point where even a full-force strike from a first-level spirit beast can barely harm his tendons and bones, resulting only in relatively severe superficial injuries. Observing the increasingly defined muscles on his body fills him with a sense of accomplishment. As his physical strength has steadily increased, he He has transitioned from exclusively targeting first-level spirit beasts to occasionally engaging in solo battles against second-level creatures. Although these encounters require more time, the training benefits are incomparably superior, and the acquired materials are more valuable. This place isn't far from the Red Fox's den, Zhang Yu's mused, surveying his surroundings after spending 2 hours single-handedly defeating a crimson python. Unintentionally, he had arrived in close proximity to the den. Despite harboring a desire to see the Red Fox again, he hesitated to approach. Regardless of its apparent human-like qualities, a beast remains a beast. A sudden outburst could easily overwhelm a chi-refining third-level cultivator like himself. With this thought, he resolved to leave. Zhang Yuza suddenly noticed a flash of red light in the distant forest, and soon after, a fiery red spirit beast appeared before him. A crimson fox. Instinctively, he activated his wind control technique. However, before he could ascend significantly, a fiery object collided with him, causing him to lose his balance. Zhang Yuza fell to the ground, astonished as he observed the crimson fox, which seemed to be sniffing at his waist, or more precisely, his storage bag. Was this not the very fox he had intended to hunt? He sprang to his feet, staring blankly at the fox, which was desperately begging before him, showing no inclination to harm him. Zhang Yuza extended his hand, wishing to stroke the fox's head, but just as his hand was about to make contact, the fox vanished in an instant, reappearing several meters away, watching him warily. It was indeed a thankless endeavor. This little creature was quite greedy. Nonetheless, I'm the only one who would offer you elixirs. Should others catch sight of you, they would certainly pursue you relentlessly. Be cautious, little one. Others may not be as benevolent as I am. With that, Zhang Yuza stood up and waved his hand at the fox, indifferent to whether it understood him, merely expressing his thoughts. In truth, Zhang Yuza harbored his own selfish motives. Spirit beasts can be commanded by humans. Much like several clan leaders within the Rashui sect who possess their own spirit beasts, typically captured after reaching the Golden Core stage, trained through special methods to obey their commands. However, such spirit beasts often have a fragment of their soul extracted to ensure compliance. If the talisman containing the soul fragment were to be lost, the spirit beast would then follow the orders of whoever possessed the talisman, rendering it exceedingly unsafe. Another method of acquiring a spiritual beast is to earn its recognition through acts of benevolence. The spiritual beasts obtained in this manner tend to exhibit greater loyalty. Yet there exists a significant drawback. The difficulty is exceedingly high. Throughout the extensive history of the Rashui sect, spanning several 100,000 years, such occurrences have transpired fewer than 10 times. The most renowned instance occurred tens of thousands of years ago, when an ordinary outer disciple in the bone refinement stage inadvertently rescued a juvenile 6th-level spiritual beast, the fire eagle. Subsequently, this fire eagle remained faithfully by the disciple's side. It is noteworthy that a 5th-level spiritual beast is comparable to a cultivator in the early Golden Core stage, despite the disciple's limitations and aptitude, preventing him from advancing to the Golden Core stage. He attained the esteemed position of an elder within the sect, thanks to the presence of this fire eagle. Following this event, numerous disciples sought to test their luck. However, the outcome was predictable. Such serendipitous windfalls are not easily obtained by the average individual. One could only attribute the disciples' extraordinary fortune to sheer luck. Zhang Yuza harbored similar aspirations, though the Red Fox was merely a 3rd-level spiritual beast. Its astonishing speed presented a significant advantage if he could gain its approval. Thus, he hoped to entice the fox with the offer of elixirs. To motivate himself, Zhang Yuza reminded himself of the saying, with enough perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. It is worth mentioning that he had devoted nearly half of his materials to this red fox. Who else could possess such unwavering patience? One must concede that Zhang Yuza was indeed an exceedingly stubborn individual. Placed upon any inner disciple, even if this crimson fox were to possess unparalleled speed, it would merely be regarded as a mere 3rd-tier spiritual beast. It is utterly inconceivable that such immense effort would be expended. Rather, one might wisely invest the time and resources in amassing spiritual stones to procure solidification pills in pursuit of a breakthrough. After 2 months of relentless cultivation, his proficiency in both swordplay and footwork had reached a formidable plateau of 334, while the mastery of his techniques stood at 280. His pace of cultivation had indeed become rather sluggish, especially considering that he was already at a disadvantage due to the additional training required in swordplay and footwork, compounded by his innate talents, which necessitated greater exertion than that of his peers. If we were to consider the effect of a solidification pill, which raises proficiency by 30 points, absorbing 2 such pills should have facilitated a breakthrough. However, his mastery of the techniques remained stagnated at the 334 threshold. With a resigned smile, Zhang Yuza cast another solidification pill into his mouth without hesitation. The qi refining stage is intricately divided into 9 levels, and the journey to ascend to the next tier inevitably presents formidable obstacles. As one progresses, the challenges of advancement intensify, with a significant bottleneck encountered every 3 tiers. Thus, the resistance Zhang Yuza faces in striving to transition from the initial stage of qi refining to the intermediate stage is far greater than that experienced when advancing from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refining. It is said that apart from utilizing medicinal pills and engaging in solitary cultivation, there exists another method of breakthrough known as enlightenment. This could occur following a great battle or during moments of contemplation amidst the mountains and waters, when one suddenly perceives a certain law of nature. However, such occurrences are mere fantasies for cultivators, as the likelihood of experiencing them is exceedingly slim. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Yuza's consumption of the solidifying pills was astonishing. After consuming 7 pills in rapid succession, he finally sensed a fullness in his dantian. With the 8th pill, he felt the vital energy brimming within, signaling that it was time to prepare for the breakthrough. Chapter 16, 5 Elements Skills. The vital energy surged forth from his dantian, repeatedly nurturing the acupoints and relentlessly assailing the shackles. Time in cultivation is timeless. After a full half-year had passed, Zhang Yuza felt the acupoints beginning to loosen, while the vital energy in his dantian remained abundant. Sensing the opportune moment, he accelerated the flow of energy and commenced the final assault. Boom! The acupoint was finally breached. The process had been incredibly arduous, yet the goal was achieved. After expending a total of 8 solidifying pills, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, and the melodious notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Your storage space has been upgraded to 200 slots, and you have received 4 qi refinement pills and 20 inferior spirit stones as rewards. Ding! System notification. Your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, allowing you to acquire secondary skills. Zhang Yuza did not immediately check the system rewards. Instead, he took several days to mend his damaged meridians and acupoints, first stabilizing his newfound realm. After completing everything, he began to examine his attributes and the system rewards. Cultivation level, mid-qi refinement. Physical body level, 17. Skills, intermediate techniques, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate footwork, tranquil heart spell, water spell, wind control spell, and palm thunder. The 4 qi refining pills were what Zhang Yuza valued most. He did not expect to receive 4 at once, which was even more than the rewards for the bone tempering period. It seemed that as 1's realm increased, the system S rewards became more substantial. The reward of 20 low-grade spiritual stones was also significant. Previously, he had 20 low-grade spiritual stones, so now he possessed a total of 40. Gazing at the 3 empty slots in the skill bar, Zhang Yuza suddenly recalled that the system had hinted at acquiring secondary skills. He promptly opened his skill bar and discovered numerous visible skills, including 2 secondary skills and 3 primary skills. Sand Flow Spell, an active attack skill that summons a stream of sand to inflict damage on enemies while slowing their movement for a duration of 3 seconds, with a casting interval of 4 seconds. Palm Thunder, an active attack skill that conjures a thunderball to cause damage to enemies, with a casting interval of 3 seconds. Vine Entanglement Spell, an active control skill that summons century-old poisonous branches to ensnare enemies, rendering them immobile and inflicting poison for 4 seconds, with a casting interval of 5 seconds. Water Arrow Technique, an active attack skill that conjures multiple water arrows, the number depends on cultivation level, to deal damage to enemies, with a casting interval of 10 seconds. Lightning Strike Technique, an active attack skill that summons a bolt of lightning to inflict damage on enemies, with a casting interval of 8 seconds. Among the skills, Flowing Sand Curse, Palm Thunder, and Vine Binding Curse are all primary abilities, while Water Arrow Technique and Falling Thunder are secondary skills. Notably, Palm Thunder is marked as learned. Upon observing this skill tree, Zhang Yuza's mind conjured images of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. To his surprise, the skills encompassed all 5 attributes. According to the assessment conducted at the onset of his journey, he was identified as possessing a water affinity. However, a new thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the system had lifted any restrictions on his attributes? After considerable contemplation, he arrived at a decision. He resolved to learn the water arrow technique and falling thunder, both of which were secondary skills and undoubtedly more powerful than the primary ones. This left him with one remaining slot, which he chose to fill with the vine-binding curse. The effects of the flowing sand curse and water curse appeared to conflict, and although he could have learned the fire curse, it was purely an offensive skill and lacked the control aspect provided by the vine-binding curse. In the early stages, control skills were of paramount importance. Furthermore, water is known to extinguish fire. Although his records indicated a water affinity, the pursuit of fire-based spells could seem peculiar, raising questions about the wisdom of investing time into a skill whose potency he could not fully harness. With his selections made, he confirmed his intent to learn the 3 skills. Upon mastering the vine-binding curse, he noticed another skill appearing behind it, albeit obscured from his view. It revealed that to acquire secondary skills, one must first establish a foundation with primary skills. It seemed imperative to study these primary skills, as they might prove beneficial in the later stages of his journey. His expectations for the wood-based skills were exceedingly high. The wood attribute was not uncommon among human cultivators. However, skills that involved the manipulation of flora and fauna were exceedingly rare. Conversely, many spirit beasts possessed an innate ability to communicate with and command the trees. Should Zhang Yuze truly become a being unbound by his own attributes, skills would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card. Yet, he must wield this power with caution, for revealing it too readily could render him a mere subject for experimentation by those adept in alchemy. Strolling leisurely to the training ground, Zhang Yuze sought to test several new abilities. As he silently recited the incantation for Water Arrow, 3 shimmering arrows materialized before him. With his current cultivation level, he could summon only 3 arrows. Under his command, one of the water arrows soared towards the wooden target. With a resounding thud, a large section of the target crumbled upon impact. Zhang Yuze was filled with joy. He was no longer the Navi novice he once was. He understood well the composition of the wooden target, and by all accounts, a disciple in the mid-stage of chi refinement would typically dislodge only a small fragment. Yet, having just broken through to this level, he managed to strike down a substantial portion, indicating that the power of this skill far surpassed that of his peers at the same cultivation level. Zhang Yuze commanded 2 water arrows to soar towards the wooden target. Striking down a considerable area, he silently recited the Thunder Strike incantation, and a slender bolt of lightning manifested in the air, striking the ground and leaving a small charred mark. His failure to hit the target was attributable to his lack of proficiency in the skill. Next, he employed the vine's binding spell, causing thick roots to emerge from the ground, encircling the wooden target while exuding a green mist, an indication of poison. After the spell dissipated, the target was unexpectedly tinged green. Zhang Yuze stared blankly at his hands. This skill was unequivocally not to be demonstrated in front of others, lest he invite grave peril. The use of poison was a common practice among practitioners of dark arts, and for a disciple of a reputable sect to casually wield such a toxic spell was indeed a profound absurdity. In the following month, he diligently practiced his skills within the confines of the courtyard. Given his current cultivation level, he could cast a second-tier skill 15 times and a first-tier skill 50 times. The combined usage of these skills would significantly deplete his true energy, indicating a pressing need to elevate his cultivation. After a rigorous 7-month seclusion, Zhang Yuze finally emerged from the courtyard and made his way to the scripture pavilion. Previously, Wang Su had promised him certain advantages, and he was eager to discover what spells would be bestowed upon him. Is Master Wang here? He called out, but as with his last visit, no one occupied the seat. Suddenly, Wang Su appeared, his complexion rosy and a jade slip in hand. Zhang Yuze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His master was quite the character. With his foundation-building cultivation, finding a female disciple in the chi refinement stage for mutual cultivation would be a trivial endeavor. Yet he chose to spend his days hidden away in the scripture pavilion, indulging in the study of anatomical art, a perplexing mystery indeed. Wang Su gazed at Zhang Yuze, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Disciple Zhang Yuze," he responded. "Has Uncle Master forgotten? We have previously met on 3 occasions." Wang Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "Can it truly be you? You have ascended to the 4th level of chi refining in a mere year?" It was this feat that astounded Wang Su. Zhang Yuze, however, was perplexed. Surely, There must be numerous disciples who break through to the 4th level of qi refining within a year. His own pace was merely above average, hardly warranting such astonishment. Wang Su scrutinized Zhang Yuzo intently. You were stuck in the bone tempering stage for a decade, yet upon breaking through to the qi refining stage, your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. You are not merely a prodigy, but a true anomaly. Upon realizing the cause of Wang Su's surprise, given his extended stagnation in the bone tempering stage, Zhang Yuzo chuckled. This is all thanks to your explosion, Uncle Master. It seems to have inexplicably sharpened my wits. Thus, all credit is due to you. Haha, is that so? Wang Su chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a smug grin. You possess great potential, young man. Wait here, I shall retrieve some spells for you. As I find you pleasing to the eye, I shall lend you a hand. Zhang Yuzo smiled outwardly, his heart brimming with joy. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Wang Su did not venture into the scripture repository, but instead retrieved 3 jade slips from a corner of the very room they were in. This impressed Zhang Yuzo, who mused that the most perilous place is often the safest. Who would suspect that such advanced spell jade slips would be stored in a room accessible to all? Having received the 3 jade slips, Zhang Yuzo bowed to Wang Su, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, senior uncle. It's nothing, Wang Su replied, a hint of vexation in his tone. I had hoped to profit from this place, but none of you youngsters took my hints. These jade slips were prepared in vain for decades. Now that I see you have some understanding, I'll let you have them. Wang Su continued, you wouldn't believe it. But when I went to deal with that level 3 Wolf King, I encountered 2 little imps. At this point, Zhang Yuzo perked up his ears, realizing that the 2 little imps Wang Su mentioned must be the siblings he had encountered. One was willful and capricious, the other a mere tag-along. They were more of a hindrance than a help, which infuriated me, Wang Su lamented, still resentful of the incident. I taught them a lesson by letting the Wolf King graze them. Who knew the headstrong girl was from a cultivation clan? My master punished me with 10 years of confinement. It's truly infuriating. Zhang Yuzo broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled that the siblings were only in the early stages of qi training. Being grazed by a level 3 Wolf King would have had severe consequences. Yet, Wang Su spoke of it as if it were a mere jest, which was rather cruel. Why don't you ask me something? Wang Su said, feeling bored speaking alone. Zhang Yuzo chuckled and replied, Senior uncle is right. I wonder, what became of those 2? Wang Su scoffed. What did you expect? A tier 3 spirit beast. And a mutated one at that. Even I wouldn't dare let those claws get near me. Naturally, it was half dead. Fortunately, that girl had connections, and my master treated her. And also took care of that little tag-along. They'll be fine in a year or 2. It was indeed their fault. It was our uncle's affair to deal with the tier 3 spirit beast. Why did they interfere? Weren't they just asking for trouble? Wang Su slammed the table. Exactly. Why did they meddle when I went to eliminate the tier 3 spirit beast? You're the only one who understands. If I get the chance, I'll make sure those 2 brats are done for. Oh, and that fellow who raided the wolf den. If he hadn't raided the den, I wouldn't have gotten this assignment. Zhang Yuzo was startled, but his face remained unchanged, still smiling. Indeed, we must capture the culprit. Otherwise, how can we relieve our uncle's resentment? Haha. The more I look at you, the more I find you pleasing, Wang Su said, taking out a bottle from his storage belt. Here, take this. It was my fault you had that accident. Consider this a gift from me. Zhang Yuzo blankly accepted the bottle. Upon opening it, he was stunned. It was a whole bottle of qi consolidation pills. This uncle was too wealthy. He was giving away 10 qi consolidation pills so casually. He was unsure of Wang Su's intentions. Uncle, this gift is too generous. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Witnessing Wang Su's demeanor, Zhang Yuzo was both astonished and delighted. The notion of free fortune descending from the heavens had indeed materialized. He expressed his gratitude to Wang Su repeatedly before departing from the scripture pavilion. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Yuzo's elation remained unabated. Not only had he acquired 3 jade slips containing rare spells, but he had also inexplicably received 10 solid essence pills. He could scarcely believe that such fortune had befallen him. Counting the 4 pills he already possessed, he now had 14 solid essence pills, along with 40 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 54 solid essence pills in total, a veritable windfall. However, if Wang Su were to discover that Zhang Yuzo was the one who had raided the wolf's den, one could only imagine his reaction. Zhang Yuzo harbored no concern for the unfortunate senior apprentice siblings. Instead, he was pleased that 2 fewer competitors would pose a challenge in the upcoming intersect disciple competition. Zhang Yuza was in no rush to consume the solid essence pills, as he still needed to improve his swordsmanship and footwork. He retrieved the 3 jade slips he had obtained from Wang Su, wondering what spells they might contain. However, upon inspecting them, his expression turned from anticipation to bewilderment, as he had never encountered these spells before, nor were they recorded in the Aqua Sect's compendium of spells. Ocean's Embrace, Elven Assistance, and 5 Chi Convergence, merely 3 unfamiliar names. There was no indication of their attributes, power, or purpose, only a blank slate. What manner of spells were these? Bewildered, Zhang Yuza was nonetheless confident that Wang Su's recommendation held merit and would prove useful. He resolved to postpone cultivation until he attained the 5th level of Qi refining. Having made this decision, he refrained from an immediate departure to the back mountain. Instead, he produced a solid essence pill, consuming it and gradually refining its medicinal potency. Over the course of a month, he ingested 4 such pills, elevating his mastery of the technique to the 444th level, a bottleneck. Zhang Yuza possessed a distinct advantage over other cultivators. Upon breaking through each stratum, he could directly ascend to the pinnacle of that level via elixirs. The system's presence ensured that he was immune to the resistance to efficacy that typically arises from excessive medicinal consumption. Elixirs functioned as intended, consistently augmenting proficiency by the designated amount. This was a systemic, objective datum, impervious to subjective influence. While leisurely soaring through the air, he sensed a presence ahead. Zhang Yuza promptly invoked the breath concealment spell. With the system's aid, his spiritual perception had become more acute, and the range of his divine sense had expanded considerably beyond that of cultivators of comparable rank. It seems someone is there. They must be passing through. The aura has already diminished and vanished. Senior Sister Meng, is the red fox you mentioned truly to be found here? Zhang Yuza meticulously concealed his aura, cautiously tailing the group. He observed 5 inner disciples ahead, 3 of whom were of comparable cultivation to his own, while a man and a woman surpassed him by several degrees. The man, in particular, had reached the 8th level of Qi refining, and the woman had attained the 7th level. The earlier voice had originated from the man. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuza was nearly driven to exclaim in outrage. That these individuals would contemplate laying claim to the red fox was intolerable. He would not permit them to succeed. Chapter 18. A hands-off approach. Zhang Yuza's indignation was irrepressible. Having invested such considerable effort in the well-being of this red fox, he could not countenance the notion of others encroaching upon it. Resolving to sabotage their designs, he maintained a discreet distance behind them. Given that 2 of them possessed a higher cultivation level than his own, caution was paramount. The low-grade talismans, previously in use, now proved invaluable. The mist concealment talisman, coupled with the breath masking technique, allowed him to approach more closely without detection. Senior Sister Meng, do you perhaps intend to monopolize the Tier 3 spirit beast? A woman in the lead inquired frostily. Am I not entitled to keep a spirit beast I discovered for myself? The woman, referred to as Meng, retorted, her words devoid of any pretense. How can you be so selfish? We are a team. Even if you discovered it, you should have informed Senior Brother Wu, another woman interjected. The Wu fellow remarked. Cease your bickering. Our objective remains the capture of this red fox. There are 5 of us here, and with Junior Sister Meng possessing Tier 3 array talismans, that should suffice. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution. Tier 3 spirit beasts are not to be trifled with. As they advanced towards the red fox's lair, Zhang Yuza trailed them stealthily. He was engrossed in devising a means to thwart their capture of the red fox, yet despite his deliberations, he could not conceive of a foolproof strategy. The numerical advantage and superior cultivation levels of his adversaries rendered many potential solutions impractical. The disparity in strength cast a shadow over his plans. As he pondered, the group had already entered the valley. Zhang Yuza hastened forward, halting at the periphery. These individuals had established an illusionary array, rudimentary though it was, which he could effortlessly dismantle. However, intrusion would inevitably lead to detection, while abstaining would preclude any sabotage. This presented him with a quandary: to depart, or to venture in. It was indeed a difficult choice. Disregarding the potential consequences, he resolved to proceed. These individuals were unlikely to pose a significant threat, and he could not allow them to acquire the red fox. With this determination, Zhang Yuza steeled himself. Yet, before he could act, a crimson flash caught his eye. It was the red fox, having managed to escape on its own accord, much to Zhang Yuza's delight. The red fox also noticed Zhang Yuza, but its gaze was fierce, devoid of its previous endearing playfulness. Several sounds of rushing wind echoed as the 5 individuals who had entered earlier were sent flying out, their eyes fixated on the red fox. Soon, they also noticed Zhang Yuza, a fair-skinned young man, appearing to be around 20 years old, addressed Zhang Yuza, junior apprentice. This red fox is astonishingly swift. Join us in hunting it down, and we shall divide the spoils equally. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yuza immediately associated this individual with the Wu fellow from before. A beautiful maiden with a coiffed hairstyle and flowing hair looked at him, saying, "Junior apprentice, quickly ascend. Be wary of the red fox's attacks from below." The other 2 women and 1 man, while not as distinguished as the aforementioned pair, were nonetheless handsome and comely. Compared to Zhang Yuza, he appeared rather unremarkable. A chill ran through him upon seeing these individuals, the very ones who had thwarted his previous endeavors. The snarl of the red fox made it evident that it had grown wary of him. He cast the wind-riding spell and took to the air. But the red fox did not attack. "My name is Wu Yuhao. May I inquire as to this junior brother's name?" Zhang Yuza cupped one hand in the other before his chest and replied, "Zhang Yuza," with no time for lengthy introductions. They needed to deal with the red fox first and foremost, ensuring it did not escape. "Take turns casting the water-binding spell. Junior Sister Ming and I will handle the attacks," Wu Yuhao instructed. The other 3 then began to chant and take turns casting the water-binding spell on the red fox. However, Zhang Yuza remained motionless, merely staring at the group. The maiden surnamed Meng frowned at Zhang Yuza, but said nothing, instead conjuring a lightning bolt and striking down. At that moment, Wu Yuhao also launched a fireball. When the dust settled, only traces of the spells remained, with no sign of the red fox. Seeing this, Zhang Yuza turned to leave. "Halt!" Zhang Yuza gazed at the man blocking his path, a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, and inquired, "What is it that you require? Who are you? I have never seen you before. Could you be a spy?" The man glared at Zhang Yuza, resentment in his eyes. Zhang Yuza smiled and said, "I have already stated my name. Furthermore, why would I need you to have seen me before? Do you truly believe that anyone would dare to impersonate a disciple of the water-binding sect within the water-binding mountains? To doubt the sect's strength is an act of disrespect. You are uttering calumnies." The individual before him was incensed, never having anticipated such blatant disregard from a previously unencountered inner sect disciple. Zhang Yuza guffawed, "Accusing me of slander? It seems you are adept at the pot calling the kettle black. Pray tell, where is your evidence to support this claim of espionage? It is truly perplexing how one so devoid of intellect could have cultivated themselves to the 4th level of Qi refining. Such an individual is a quintessential simpleton, relying solely on numerical superiority to flaunt their authority. While this may suffice within the confines of the sect, they would undoubtedly meet an untimely demise in the outside world." "Xiao Yu, cease your prattle," Wu Yuhao interjected sternly. Though disgruntled, the aforementioned Zhao Yu refrained from further provocation towards Zhang Yuza. Wu Yuhao then turned his gaze upon Zhang Yuza, inquiring, "Why did you stand idly by, Zhang, instead of joining us in the hunt for the Crimson Fox?" Zhang Yuza chuckled wryly. "Do you honestly believe we stood a chance of subduing the creature, senior brother Wu? With no one positioned to impede its escape. And given the dense foliage of this forest, its flight was all but assured. Why should I engage in such a futile endeavor? Zhang, do you currently have a team? If not, perhaps you would consider joining us," the maiden surnamed Meng proposed, adding, "Forgive my oversight, I am Meng Ying." Meng Ying, Zhang Yuza mused, an euphonious appellation, indeed. "Alas, I hold no affection for any of you. Though I aspire to maintain a low profile, I cannot help but voice a few ostentatious remarks." He harbored no regrets. However, for the inner sect disciple competition was a mere year away. Inevitable conflict loomed, rendering his present audacity inconsequential. Zhang Yuza demurred, indicating his inability to comply, as he was already affiliated with a team. Recognizing his position, Minjing, with a courteous bow, bid farewell, and the group departed toward the sect, save for Zhao Yu, who cast a resentful glare before their collective disappearance. Zhang Yuza descended to the disarrayed fox den, noting the discarded, lusterless spirit stones and a vial of elixir. Amused, he detected the scent of Gyuan Dan, realizing their overconfidence in using it as bait. The party's displeasure upon departure was now clear. The disruption of a formation powered by a low-grade spirit stone, compounded by the consumption of a Gyuan Dan by the fox, represented a significant loss for ordinary disciples. The level 2 spirit beast, the demonic bull, was known for its irascibility, resilience, immense strength, and formidable horns. Zhang Yuze had selected it as a sparring partner to hone his swordsmanship and footwork, a challenging yet potentially rewarding choice. To rapidly enhance his skills, such a formidable opponent was ideal. Chapter 19. Time elapsed cultivation. Qi refining. Mid-stage physical body level. 21 skills. Intermediate techniques. Intermediate swordsmanship. Intermediate footwork. Qingxin charm. Ruoshui charm. Lusha charm. Yufeng charm. Palm thunder. Tigchan charm. Water arrow technique. Thunderfall technique. Meteorite technique. Meteorite technique. An active offensive skill that summons a falling rock to inflict damage upon the enemy. Having transcended the 6th layer of Qi refining, Zhang Yuze elected to study the 1st-tier skill, Quicksand Curse, and the 2nd-tier Earth skill, Meteorite Art. He eschewed the fire-based incantation of Wildfire, as its display was too ostentatious for his taste. The incompatibility of water and fire was a concept he deemed difficult for others to accept. While a typical 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator might possess a maximum of 5 spells, Zhang Yuze boasted a repertoire of 8, granting him a decisive advantage in combat. Yet, Zhang Yuze's assets extended far beyond this. His physical prowess, though seemingly unremarkable at level 21, was such that a full-force strike from a 1st-level spiritual beast could scarcely pierce his epidermis. This attested to his corporeal fortitude. Attacks from those below the 3rd layer of Qi refining posed no mortal threat to him. However, Zhang Yuze's tribulations did not abate with his burgeoning strength. To ascend to the 6th layer of Qi refining, he had consumed a staggering 30 solid essence pills, a profligacy that even he, a recipient of system rewards upon each advancement, found unsustainable. Becoming a true disciple, with the prospect of receiving 60 solid essence pills annually, was his paramount aspiration. With 2 months remaining until the intersect disciple competition, Zhang Yuze abstained from secluded cultivation. Though he had reached a bottleneck, he would rue the forfeiture of this opportunity. After expending half an hour to dispatch 3 crimson pythons, he glanced at the sky and set off toward a place intimately familiar to him. Having spent 3 years as an inner disciple, Zhang Yuze, now 19, had progressed from a nascent Qi refinement cultivator to a peak mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. His respite was solely achieved through meditation. Such diligent cultivation, coupled with relentless expenditure, had molded Zhang Yuze into his current state. The day of the Inner Disciples Grand Competition was set for the morrow, and Zhang Yuze decided to indulge in his first slumber since arriving in this world. To maintain his optimal physical condition, sleep seemed a judicious approach, and his slumber proved exceptionally sound and profound. Having prepared everything, Zhang Yuze emerged from his private courtyard. The sect was unusually bustling, with disciples rarely seen on ordinary days now making an appearance. The Inner Disciples Grand Competition, as it was colloquially known among the lower-ranking cultivators, was more accurately termed the Entry Qualification Battle, as the true grand competition was reserved for the direct disciples. Observing the senior fellow disciples he had never encountered before, Zhang Yuze's brow furrowed. He had initially harbored confidence in his cultivation level, but he now realized that there were so many who surpassed him. It was at this moment that he discovered the true extent of the Ruoshui sect's population. Upon arriving at the plaza, he was met with a sea of faces. Thanks to the clear signage, Zhang Yuze easily located the lottery drawing station and promptly drew his number, 8, an auspicious digit. Senior brother. Zhang Yuze noticed a figure meditating quietly in a corner of the plaza from afar. It could be none other than Zhou Hong. Upon beholding Zhang Yuze, Zhou Hong's countenance brightened with a smile, and he jested, "Your excessive prudence amuses me. Employing an aura concealing spell in a place such as this seems almost comical. I trust you wouldn't mind if I were to ascertain the extent of your cultivation's advancement?" Zhang Yuze responded with a smile of his own, stating, "The 6th level of Qi condensation." "The 6th level of Qi condensation, you say? Your cultivation progresses at an astonishing rate." Zhou Hong expressed his surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. Zhang Yuze nodded in agreement, remarking, "I have been fortunate, it would seem. Has not senior brother also achieved a breakthrough? Are you attempting to provoke me, perchance? I became an inner disciple 4 years prior to you, yet I am merely 1 level ahead. I confess, I cannot fathom why you were confined to the bone tempering stage for an entire decade." Zhou Hong chuckled, his tone even and serene. Despite his astonishment at Zhang Yuze's rapid cultivation, he was well aware of the latter's diligence and the efficacy of the essence-stabilizing pills, which, in his estimation, adequately accounted for the advancement. He himself had lingered at the third level of chi condensation for an extended period, primarily due to the events that transpired 3 years prior. Following the grand competition, which had adversely affected his mental state. It was only after his acquaintance with Zhang Yuze that he managed to overcome this impediment. Zhang Yuze, in essence, was his benefactor. Senior brother, Zhang Yuze inquired, gazing upon the bustling crowd in the plaza. Do you harbor confidence in this forthcoming grand competition? Zhou Hong responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Confidence is a derivative of strength. With sufficient strength, confidence naturally follows. I repose my faith in my own capabilities. Zhang Yuze chuckled upon hearing those words, observing some foundation-building disciples busily engaged in their tasks within the square. The grand competition was set to commence in 1 hour, lasting a total of 99 days. The first 30 days would encompass the initial round of contests, from which half would be selected to proceed to the second round. The subsequent elimination in the third round would take 20 days, followed by another 10 days for the fourth round, culminating in the emergence of the top 50 contenders. Those who reached the fourth round would finally capture the attention of the masters of the various sects, leading to the selection of a singular champion. Only the top 6 would unequivocally become true disciples, evenly distributed among the 6 sects, while the remaining disciples would depend on the interests of the prominent sect leaders. However, their focus would remain solely on the top 50, leaving no opportunity for those beyond this threshold. Thus, it was imperative to secure a position within the top 50, otherwise, the prospect of becoming a true disciple would remain unattainable. The rules were straightforward. Victory was attained by rendering an opponent incapable of continuing or forcing them to concede, with the sole stipulation being the prohibition of malicious killing. What constituted malicious killing would be determined by the judgment of the Golden Core Elders. The pairings for the duels would be decided by a draw, with a late-stage foundation-building disciple tasked with the selection at each arena, all under the watchful eyes of the Golden Core Elders, ensuring that no one could resort to deceit. As for rewards, they were non-existent. Being chosen as a true disciple was the ultimate accolade and the aspiration of every intersect disciple. Chapter 20. The intersect competition. This type of contest is fundamentally designed to inspire disciples to strive for excellence. Having a goal instills motivation. Furthermore, it aims to cultivate the practical combat abilities of the disciples. Merely toiling away in practice, regardless of one's level of cultivation, renders one ineffective. The competition employs an elimination system. No matter how high your level of cultivation, a single defeat means the end of your opportunity to advance further. The advantage of this method lies in its efficiency, yet its drawbacks are considerably greater. Is luck truly that significant? Zhang Yuze couldn't help but smile wryly. Rest assured, the notion of fairness here is not quite what it seems. Do you see those 2 boxes beside the Foundation Establishment Period Elders? When we registered, the disciples were already categorized. Those at the 4th level of Qi refinement and above are in one box, while those below are in another. Thus, it is impossible for 2 disciples of the same cultivation stage, whether late-stage Qi refinement or early-stage Qi refinement, to face off against each other. Zhou Hong seemed to have discerned Zhang Yuze's concerns. Zhang Yuze was slightly taken aback. No wonder the elder had observed his cultivation level before handing him a box during the draw. Upon realizing this, he quickly smiled. This implies that there shouldn't be any unexpected outcomes in the initial rounds. That is likely true. However, there have been instances where disciples at the 3rd level of Qi refinement have defeated those at the 4th level. Regardless, this unwritten rule suits us perfectly. Zhang Yuze chuckled. Perhaps I have been overly concerned. Before long, dozens of flying swords descended from the summit towards the plaza, drawing the gaze of the crowd who looked up with envy and reverence. These were the esteemed elders of the Golden Core stage, scattered across various arenas. While the seats on the high platform remained unoccupied, as the leaders of the major factions had yet to make their appearance, Zhang Yuze observed these elders, his eyes betraying no shortage of admiration. Zhou Hong nodded and glanced at the numbers in their hands, saying, "You are number 8, competing in Arena A, while I am number 130 in Arena C. Brother, I wish you a victorious start. I trust you won't need my cheers." Zhang Yuze replied with a smile. Zhou Hong chuckled in response. "Likewise, let us see who finishes first. If time permits, I shall introduce you to some of the more renowned disciples of this generation." Zhang Yuze nodded slightly as the sound of a bell resonated, echoing for an extended period, signaling the commencement of the event. After parting ways, they arrived at their respective arenas. The first match featured 2 female contestants, lacking any excitement. One was at the 7th layer of chi refinement, while the other was at the 2nd layer, resulting in a swift conclusion. The disciple at the 2nd layer cast a few spells before being decisively knocked off the stage. Such battles continued in succession until it was Zhang Yu's turn. Upon stepping onto the arena, he unveiled his Qingshu sword, which instantly stirred a commotion among the onlookers, with discussions erupting about the peculiar appearance of his sword, resembling charcoal. He, however, showed no reaction, as judging by appearances seemed rather unjust. Soon, a young male disciple in his 20s appeared across the stage, wielding a Ruo Shui sword, albeit with only the cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refinement. Zhang Yu's fortune was not particularly favorable, as he had drawn a strong contender among the weak, Li Exan. After exchanging names and performing the customary greeting, the elder of the Golden Core stage called the match to commence. In an instant, Li Exan retrieved a plethora of talismans from his storage bag and, disregarding all caution, hurled them towards Zhang Yu. Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Yu wondered about Li Exan's reckless behavior. Although these talismans were not exceedingly valuable, they were certainly not intended for such indiscriminate use. How could a disciple at the 3rd level of chi refinement possess such an abundance of talismans? It was evident to the naked eye that there were at least 100, overwhelming him in a torrent. The talismans detonated upon the arena, creating a cloud of billowing smoke, and Li Exan felt a surge of excitement. However, terror soon twisted Li Exan's visage as he realized Zhang Yu had inexplicably appeared behind him. The 3 water arrows materialized before his eyes with alarming clarity. Li Exan desperately attempted to parry them with his Ruo Shui sword, but was struck and sent flying, ultimately collapsing onto the stage, unconscious. Match number 8. Victory to Zhang Yu. The elder's voice remained monotonous. Swiftly, some disciples carried Li Exan away, while Zhang Yu bowed respectfully to the elder and descended from the stage. The crowd parted below, acknowledging his strength. Such power commanded recognition. Zhou Hong awaited Zhang Yu behind, remarking, "You surpassed my expectations. Your water arrow technique is truly formidable." "Senior brother, you flatter me," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "It is a pity I did not witness your battle. Otherwise, I could have gleaned some insights. You, with such a charming smile, yet on the arena, you show no mercy. It is quite perilous. Perhaps I should keep my distance from you," Zhou Hong remarked, shaking his head as he spoke. Zhang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhou Hong possessed such a talent for dry humor, yet it was quite amusing. "Senior brother, did you not mention introducing me to my opponent?" Zhou Hong nodded slightly. "Come with me to arena number 3. The only disciple among us in the inner sect with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of chi refinement is about to take the stage." 9th layer of chi refinement. Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Senior brother, how old is he?" 20 years old, Zhou Hong sighed before continuing. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. To reach the 9th layer of chi refinement at such a young age. How could such talent not attract the attention of the major sect leaders? It defies logic. Do you see that scar-faced man standing on the arena? His name is Nan Haoyan. He entered the sect 8 years ago and ascended from an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple in just 2 years. During the last competition among the inner sect disciples, he ranked in the top 10 with his cultivation at the 7th layer of chi refinement. In the battle for the top 5, he lost to the eventual champion, so his strength is truly unfathomable. It is unfortunate that none of the sect leaders have taken notice of him. He remains merely an inner sect disciple, Zhou Hong lamented, gazing at Nan Haoyan on the arena. As they spoke, the arena was completely encased in ice. Nan Haoyan had descended from the stage, his expression chillingly cold, emanating an aura of frost. Zhang Yu felt an unbearable chill emanating from Nan Haoyan, a constant presence that was deeply unsettling. This individual was exceedingly fearsome. One could only hope that none of us would cross paths with him. He seemed less than human, and I have long suspected that he is a tool of oppression sent from above. Such formidable cultivation and prowess should have rightfully earned him the status of a true disciple. However, Zhang Yu did not entirely concur with Zhou Hong's assessment. Nan Haoyan exuded a palpable sense of danger, as if he were suppressing something within. Yet, he wholly agreed on the notion of avoiding this individual. Whoever drew the short straw with him would undoubtedly be plagued by misfortune. Brother, aside from Nan Haoyan, are there any others we should be wary of? Zhou Hong pondered for a moment. There are a few individuals from the previous cohort that merit attention. Wu Yuhao, Ren Songshuang, Meng Ying, and Si Weiqi. I recall these four distinctly, as they all reached the top 50 and remained. The others have aged out and will not participate in this competition. Take your opponent. For instance, he was at the third level of chi refinement during the last competition, and he remains at the same level now. He likely realized that if he fails this time, he might as well request to descend the mountain and take a managerial position. He purchased a multitude of talismans in a desperate bid for success, only to be vanquished by you. The world of cultivation is inherently ruthless, and Zhang Yuza harbored no sympathy. The first round of the competition was rather tedious, with most victories secured through raw energy, and the pace was exceedingly swift. Only the contests between the third and fourth levels of chi refinement possess any semblance of intrigue. Indeed, several practitioners at the third level have emerged victorious. Zhang Yuza, having won a match, has already advanced to the second round. With nothing to occupy his time over the past 10 days, he has been wandering between various arenas and has encountered a few formidable opponents. The individuals mentioned by Zhou Hong are indeed powerful. However, there appears to be a dark horse among them, specifically, a practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement on the B stage, whose swordsmanship is nothing short of mesmerizing. Upon inquiring about this individual, I learned that he is named Lin Xiujia. Observing his swordplay stirs a sense of restlessness within Zhang Yuza, as he wonders how his own skills measure against Lin's. Chapter 21. The manipulability of human hearts. The conclusion of the first round arrived a week sooner than anticipated. Most battles were decisively concluded, typically within half an hour, with some, like Zhang Yuza, defeating their opponents in a single move. After a 3-day intermission, the second round of contests is set to commence. The majority of those who triumphed in the first round were relatively powerful disciples. However, due to the predominance of those below the third level of chi refinement, many practitioners yet to reach the mid-stage of chi refinement have progressed to the second round. According to Zhou Hong's explanation, the second round is further categorized. Disciples below the fourth level will be grouped together, while those above the fourth level will be placed in a separate pool. It is anticipated that this round will unfold without any unforeseen incidents. A couple of days ago, Zhang Yuza was not selected, so he took this opportunity to observe the battles of others, including the duel between Zhou Hong and a disciple at the fourth level of chi refinement. This disciple possessed some strength. However, his practical combat experience was woefully inadequate. On the arena, Zhou Hong dispatched his opponent in merely 15 minutes. Zhang Yuza squinted, astonished by Zhou Hong's formidable prowess. It seemed that during their previous hunt for spiritual beasts, Zhou Hong had not revealed his full capabilities. The concept of concealing one's strength is not one that he alone comprehends. Perhaps Zhou Hong had also become more prudent after encountering Zhang Yuza. Senior brother, your fireball technique is truly exquisite, yet you have not employed the fire wing strike, Zhang Yuza remarked to Zhou Hong as he descended from the arena. Zhou Hong chuckled. We are rivals now, but I doubt we will face each other before the top 50. To be honest, I would prefer not to encounter you. Water counters fire. And you are quite slippery. I have never seen you move with such swiftness before, having watched so many battles over the past few days. You should have noticed that although a significant number of inner disciples are at the mid-stage of chi refinement and above, most have not participated in this grand competition. In truth, there are only about 50 inner disciples whose cultivation has reached the 6th level of chi refinement. So securing a place in the top 50 should pose no challenge for you. Zhou Hong continued as he walked. Zhang Yuza nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have realized this. I initially anticipated several fierce confrontations, but overlooked the issue of age restrictions. Many inner disciples beyond the mid-stage of chi refinement have actually lost their eligibility. Indeed, reaching the 5th level of chi refinement before the age of 25 renders the prospect of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage exceedingly slim. As Zhou Hong spoke, he cast a furtive glance toward a certain direction before turning his attention to Zhang Yuza. It appears you have an adversary. Zhang Yuza chuckled lightly, just a mere buffoon. He has been keeping an eye on me for several days. I never anticipated he would achieve the 6th level of chi refinement. The individual they referred to was Zhao Yu, who had previously crossed paths with Zhang Yuza and subsequently harbored a grudge. Zhao Yu was part of the same team as Wu Yuhao and Meng Ying. He was Wu Yuhao's cousin. In their team was also a wealthy individual named Mu Xiaoyao, hailing from a family of cultivators. She had joined the sect a few months before one could become an inner disciple, although her aptitude was somewhat lacking, preventing her from becoming a true disciple. She still made her way into the inner ranks. Strangely, she was not present this time. Zhang Yuze recalled that wherever Wu Yuhao appeared, she was sure to follow like a shadow. Zhang Yuze began to understand that these two cousins were indeed living off the fortunes of others. It seemed Mu Xiaoyao was the one who had been injured by the third-level Wolf King, and despite her wealth, she willingly sought to hunt wild wolves to forge magical artifacts. Was she not inviting trouble upon herself? You've truly found yourself a rather troublesome predicament, Zhou Hong remarked, though a smile graced his face. He had confidence in Zhang Yuze's abilities and felt no concern. Zhang Yuze maintained his smile as he observed a group of individuals approaching with an imposing demeanor. Junior brother Zhang, junior brother Zhou, it has been a long time. Wu Yuhao greeted them with a broad smile. Zhang Yuze clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and remarked, Junior brother, I have also witnessed senior brother Wu's 2 competitions. His cultivation is indeed admirable. Such modesty, he continued, the true commendation belongs to both of you. Despite Wu Yuhao's apparent flattery towards the two, Zhang Yuze could not shake the feeling that his smile was insincere, mentally branding him as a hypocrite. This fellow merely relied on fortune. Had he encountered me, I would surely have made him lose face. It seemed that Zhao Yu had taken a stance against Zhang Yuze. Number 8. The voice echoed as a disciple at the A-stage ring called out Zhang Yuze's number. He offered a slight bow before swiftly making his way to the ring. Arriving almost instantaneously, Zhou Hong, having anticipated Zhang Yuze's unexpected speed, was still taken aback, while Wu Yuhao and his companions were left utterly astonished by this swiftness. Zhang Yuze was indeed sending a warning to Zhao Yu. Zhou Hong, understanding Zhang Yuze's intentions, extended his hand and said, Senior brother Wu, junior brother Zhao, shall we go and observe junior brother Zhang's match? Wu Yuhao replied earnestly, that is precisely my intention. Upon the stage, Zhang Yuze faced a female disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. After introducing themselves, the two entered a standoff. Zhang Yuze's Qingshu sword drew much discussion, and Zhao Yu, sitting below, could not contain his laughter. Bringing a piece of charcoal onto the stage, how utterly embarrassing. Such an unsightly magical artifact. It is as if the reputation of Ruoshui sect has been completely tarnished. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhao Yu, finding the individual utterly lacking in intellect. Even amidst enmity, such blatant rudeness and boisterousness were unwarranted. Even the elder at the golden core stage atop the arena frowned. For while most magical artifacts were resplendent, many cultivators possessed artifacts that were far from aesthetically pleasing. Within the Ruoshui sect, several golden core elders wielded artifacts that were rather unremarkable in appearance. Zhao Yu's remarks seemed to deride not only his opponent, but also those elders. Wu Yuhao, standing beside him, attempted to intervene but was a moment too late, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Yu and hissing, silence. On the arena, Zhang Yuze found himself in a quandary. Were his opponent an enemy, he would show no mercy. Yet this junior sister, named Shui Ning, was quite charming. Perhaps he ought to afford her some respect, at least allowing her to lose with dignity. Just as Zhang Yuze pondered this, Shui Ning swiftly conjured the Ruoshui spell and hurled it towards him. Zhang Yuze was taken aback and promptly activated his intermediate movement technique, vanishing from sight. Shui Ning was equally astonished, realizing that her target had disappeared entirely. Without hesitation, she produced a talisman, crushed it, and a resounding impact echoed. Zhang Yuze reappeared behind Shui Ning, his water arrow thwarted by an earthen wall. This delightful junior sister possessed considerable strength, prompting Zhang Yuze to take her more seriously. Shui Ning summoned 2 water arrows, while Zhang Yuze initially intended to conclude the battle swiftly. However, he suddenly noticed the gazes of numerous female disciples below, and a strategic thought crossed his mind. Cousin, look. That Zhang is reduced to mere evasion, a truly disgraceful sight. Unable to overcome even someone at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Zhao Yu observed Zhang Yuze skillfully evading the water arrows on the arena and began to mock him. Wu Yuhao could not help but shake his head. This cousin of his was indeed rather ineffectual. Although he had reluctantly enhanced his cultivation through medicinal pills, his vision was severely lacking. Despite Zhang Yuze's evasive maneuvers, there was no indication of him depleting his true essence, whereas the water manipulator, after unleashing her arrows, exhibited signs of exhaustion from overexertion. Zhou Hong also shook his head in disbelief, surprised that Zhang Yuze would exhibit such tenderness. A stark contrast to his usual decisive and ruthless demeanor. Water condensation, junior sister. Would you like to take a break? Zhang Yuze said with a cheerful smile from the arena. Gasping for breath, Shui Ning finally set down her Ruoshui sword and addressed Zhang Yuza. Senior brother, I concede. Match 8. Victory goes to Zhang Yuza. Shui Ning cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yuza, expressing her thanks as the two descended from the arena. The numerous female disciples watching from below regarded Zhang Yuza with newfound admiration, and it was at this moment that Zhou Hong realized Zhang Yuza's true intentions. Indeed, he was a character who would rise early only for profit. Chapter 22. Machinations and schemes. Zhao Yu covered his cheek, having lived under Wu Yuhao's shadow throughout his life, always under his protection and possessing no desire to rebel. Yet, discontent simmered within him. Cousin, that Zhang fellow is far too arrogant. I might face him in the 4th round, but it seems I cannot defeat him. Wu Yuhao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. You are aware of your own capabilities. However, should you fail to secure a place among the top 50 this time, you shall face a 3-year wait. 3 years is an eternity. This was procured at a significant cost in Huayu City. As for how to persuade Zhang Yuza to accept it, that is for you to figure out. Zhao Yu received a vial of elixir, his face lighting up with joy. Cousin, is this the transformation pill? Indeed, I had previously underestimated Zhang Yuza, but today it is evident that his strength should not be dismissed lightly. I assure you, you will encounter him in the 4th round, so manage it as you see fit. With that, Wu Yuhao dismissed Zhao Yu from his residence and settled into his meditation chamber. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Meng Ying, do you lack confidence in yourself? Having one less opponent is always advantageous. You hold Zhang Yuza in high regard, do you not? I am curious to see what capabilities he possesses after consuming the transformation pill. And then there's Zhou Hong. I hadn't anticipated his considerable prowess. However, fortune is not on his side. Ren Songshuan will take care of him. You must exercise caution, for Lin Xiujie is not to be underestimated. A mere boy at the 7th layer of Qi training is still far from my level. Yet, you have the audacity to use your cousin as bait. Moreover, you haven't visited Mu Xiaoyao since her incident. You truly are a perilous individual. Meng Ying gazed intently at Wu Yuhao, who was seated cross-legged on the mat. Wu Yuhao smiled gently, remarking that the useless fellow serving as bait was already a mark of respect for him, while Mu Xiaoyao was merely a foolish woman. Once he became a true disciple, she would no longer hold any value. He then inquired about the matter of dual cultivation he had previously mentioned, emphasizing the rarity of the technique he had painstakingly discovered, which could significantly enhance their chances of becoming true disciples together. Meng Ying responded with a cold smile, stating unequivocally that it was unnecessary. Enough. You know how much I detest hearing her name mentioned in my presence. With that, Meng Ying exited the room. Wu Yuhao gazed at her retreating figure, snorting disdainfully. Shui Ning, standing at the doorway, caught Zhang Yuza's curious glance. The day had finally arrived when the top 50 candidates would be announced, and the crowd in the plaza had swelled to several times its usual size. For today, the heads of the 6 veins would make their personal appearances. This was the sole opportunity for all inner disciples to behold the true forms of the vein leaders, compelling nearly everyone to gather in the plaza for a glimpse. Zhou Hong remained in his usual corner, smiling upon spotting Zhang Yuza. You've made it into the top 50. This is our golden opportunity. So do not let your guard down. Zhang Yuza nodded, though his expression was far from pleasant. I think I might be poisoned, he said weakly. Zhou Hong was taken aback and quickly used his vital energy to assess Zhang Yuza's condition. Did you consume a transformation pill? Ah, isn't this our delicate Zhang Yuza? Why do you look so ill? Have you ingested something you shouldn't have? Zhao Yu, was it you who did this? Zhou Hong abruptly rose to his feet, seizing Zhao Yu by the collar. Junior brother Zhou, what are you doing? Release Zhao Yu at once. Have you forgotten the rules of our Rashui sect? Look at those elders in the foundation establishment stage. They are observing you, admonished Wu Yuhao, standing nearby, his amusement evident. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. Do not ascribe baseless accusations upon us, Zhao Yu retorted with a cold smirk, gritting his teeth as he addressed Zhang Yuza. This time, I shall personally incapacitate you. You. Zhou Hong moved to advance, but Zhang Yuza restrained him. Brother, do not act impulsively. It is nothing to worry about. Brother, did you just mention the dispersing Qi pill? Zhang Yuza's garments were now drenched with sweat. Zhou Hong supported Zhang Yuza, his face etched with concern. The dispersing Qi pill is a concoction that causes the true energy to dissipate. It is only beneficial for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. However, this pill has a time limitation. Within 10 days, it will gradually deplete one's true energy, and after 3 days, its effects will vanish altogether. ultimately enhancing the strength of the one who ingested it. But you have a competition today. Zhang Yuza managed a strained smile. Brother, today marks the 4th day since I consumed the dispersing chi pill, which means I still possess a significant amount of true energy. Rest assured, I am capable. Seeing Zhang Yuza in such a state, how could Zhou Hong possibly be at ease? After a brief moment of anticipation, the inner disciples gathered in the square, and a melodious chime resonated from above. Accompanied by this celestial sound, dozens of colorful lights materialized in the sky, dazzling even under the bright sun. Gradually, these brilliant lights descended, revealing a figure adorned in opulent attire, gracefully standing upon a cerulean flying sword. This woman exuded an air of noble elegance and a commanding presence that inspired profound respect, rendering onlookers unable to meet her gaze. She was none other than the esteemed leader of Roshui sect, the revered Ningyue. Trailing closely behind her were a man and a woman, both standing upon their own swords. Distinguished disciples of hers. Other faction leaders followed suit, equally resplendent, accompanied by 1 or 2 disciples each. In the blink of an eye, they appeared upon the high platform. Once everyone took their seats, Ningyue nodded slightly to several Golden Core elders seated below. The competition commenced. On the A1 arena, contestant number 8, Zhang Yuza, faced off against contestant number 22, Zhao Yu. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yuza managed a strained smile at his senior, Zhou Hong. Brother, I shall not lose, he declared. Zhou Hong, momentarily taken aback, felt an inexplicable charm in Zhang Yuza's smile that compelled him to trust his words. With a soft sigh, he clenched his fists, encouraging. Do your best, junior brother. Zhao Yu sprang forward, landing on the arena with agility, while Zhang Yuza ascended the steps with measured grace. Once both competitors were on the platform, the Golden Core elder overseeing the match raised a barrier. Zhao Yu, Zhang Yuza, begin. The artifact in Zhao Yu's hand was not the Ruoshui sword, but rather a golden-hued spell sword. With a swift motion, he conjured a palm thunder and hurled it towards Zhang Yuza. Overcome with weakness, Zhang Yuza only managed to evade at the last moment, narrowly escaping the impending strike. Huh. Prepare to meet your demise, Zhao Yu exclaimed, brimming with arrogance. A bolt of lightning appeared above Zhang Yuza, and as Zhao Yu wielded a metal attribute, the thunder was infused with the power of gold, making it one of the most formidable spells among the 5 elements. The descending bolt of lightning imposed a heavy pressure upon Zhang Yuza. However, rather than succumbing to panic, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 23, The Arena of Life and Death. Zhang Yuza crushed the talisman in his hand, summoning a faint, translucent barrier around him. The clash of the thunder spell and the talisman's power ensued, and at the moment the barrier dissipated, the bolt of lightning vanished into the air. The force of the impact sent Zhang Yuza stumbling backward, yet he managed to regain his footing. Observers of the contest discerned that Zhang Yuza was utterly defenseless. Regardless of the reasons behind it, many had already branded him a defeated contender. Meanwhile, battles at other arenas had commenced, and the high-ranking officials on the platform had shifted their focus away from this arena, for Nan Haoyan was set to make his entrance. Not only the inner disciples of the Qi refinement stage, but even the leaders of various factions seemed to be exceedingly attentive to this individual. Nan Haoyan maintained an expression of icy indifference, exuding waves of frigid energy. His opponent was a female disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement. As the contest commenced, Nan Haoyan completely froze the entire arena, encasing the female disciple in ice. Astounding. Although the onlookers were already aware that Nan Haoyan's cultivation had reached the critical point of the Qi refinement stage, they had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly encase an opponent of the 6th level in ice. What prodigious power was this? Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Nan Haoyan slowly raised his right hand, and a long ice arrow materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward his immobilized adversary with a speed that left no time for evasion. Some female disciples in the audience even covered their eyes in dread. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and the female disciple, now pallid from the cold, was struck by the ice arrow, causing her to cough up blood. Number 304, Nan Haoyan wins. With the announcement from the elder of the Golden Core stage, Nan Haoyan descended from the arena without a word. Remarkably, the 6th level female disciple was not carried away, but instead received immediate medical attention on site, indicating that her injuries were severe and life-threatening. On Platform A, Zhang Yuza faced Zhao Yu in a life-and-death duel, with the life-and-death contract already signed. This battle would be of utmost consequence. Once again, a shocking revelation has captured everyone's attention. The life and death arena has, astonishingly, formalized such an agreement at this moment. Without exception, each life and death contest is a battle to the bitter end. Although the rules of the Ruoshui sect prohibit disciples from engaging in mutual slaughter, if the enmity proves insurmountable, there remains but one recourse: to sign a death contract and engage in a mortal duel until one party perishes, thereby resolving the conflict entirely. The occurrence of such an agreement during the Intersect Disciples Tournament is indeed remarkable, as the blood-red contract floats ominously above the arena. It becomes evident to all that this confrontation is now unavoidable. Even Nan Haoyan, who is typically devoid of expression, exhibits a hint of surprise as he gazes intently at the arena. Zhang Yuza, you seek your own demise, should it come to this. Do not blame me for my ruthless resolve, Zhao Yu declares with a bloodthirsty grin, surveying the panting Zhang Yuza with a sense of triumph. Zhang Yuza raises his right hand to gently wipe the sweat from his brow, retrieving a vial of elixir from his robe and swallowing it in an instant. In truth, Sister Shui Ning has informed me of everything. You have indeed been thorough, enlisting Qin Yang, known for his business acumen within our sect, to orchestrate this deception. Haha. What does it matter if you know? Qin Yang will never divulge this matter. A businessman is inherently aware of his responsibilities. The antidote requires 40 low-grade spirit stones, which you cannot possibly afford. Moreover, that item can only be found in Huayu City, located hundreds of thousands of miles away. In any case, I have achieved my objective, and this restriction will also muffle our voices. You, as a novice, likely do not understand this, haha. Do you still dare to sign a life and death contract with me? There is no need to seek your demise so hastily. Having said this, Zhao Yu suddenly unleashed a palm thunder. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly dodged and executed the wind control technique, soaring into the air. On the high platform, behind the leader of the Ruoshui sect, the elegant and beautiful girl clad in a pale green gown, draped with a translucent veil. Her hair cascading like a waterfall and her slender waist accentuated, slightly furrowed her brow. Master, is this truly wise? The leader, Ningyue Zhenren, shook her head in silence, instead exchanging glances with the heads of the various sects around her before gently nodding. Menger, have you noticed something peculiar about that disciple wielding the black sword? The girl named Menger scrutinized closely but frowned tightly. I am dull-witted, master. Zihan, did you discern anything? Ningyue Zhenren directed her question to the handsome young man beside her, whose sharp brows and bright eyes exuded charm. He smiled softly and replied, Master, this individual exhibits extraordinary speed, and it seems the pill he consumed earlier had some issues. His true essence has suddenly doubled compared to before. Ningyue, the esteemed master, nodded and solemnly declared, Menger, you have greatly disappointed me. I have instructed you countless times on the importance of knowing oneself and one's adversary in order to achieve victory in every battle. The disciple wielding the black sword has evidently consumed a chi transformation pill. The antidote he just ingested confirms this. The fact that they signed a life and death contract suggests that this chi pill was likely a bait orchestrated by the individual before us. Resolving such enmity through the arena of life and death is, indeed, the most prudent course of action. The young girl named Menger immediately lowered her head, replying, Disciple shall heed the teachings of master. Yet, it feels inherently wrong for fellow disciples to harm one another. Ningyue sighed softly. Menger, your kindness is your greatest flaw, and it is precisely why I have refrained from allowing you to descend the mountain. After uttering these words, Menger fell silent, her anxious gaze fixated upon the duel unfolding in the arena. At that moment, on the stage, Zhang Yuza stood below, observing the fierce expression on Zhao Yu's face above. A smile crept upon his lips as he silently chanted, and instantly, 5 water arrows materialized around him. With a flicker of his mind, 3 of the arrows surged forth, hurtling towards Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was taken aback. He recognized the water arrow technique. Yet he had never encountered anyone capable of summoning 5 arrows at the 6th level of chi refinement. How had Zhang Yuzu achieved this? Before he could ponder further, the water arrows were already upon him. To his astonishment, Zhao Yu did not evade. Instead, a shield manifested in his hand, halting the arrows just before they reached him. Zhang Yuza was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zhao Yu to possess a defensive magical artifact, undoubtedly of a medium grade or higher, capable of producing such an effect. After his initial strike failed, Zhang Yuze immediately summoned 2 more water arrows to soar into the air. However, they were still thwarted, stopping 2 feet in front of Zhao Yu, regardless of his efforts to advance even an inch. Die! With Zhao Yu's thunderous shout, dozens of palm-sized thunderbolts descended, forcing Zhang Yuze to evade continuously. It turned out that Zhao Yu had acquired this medium-grade artifact, a shield, through his connections with Wu Yuhao and Mu Xiaoyao. Originally, he intended to use it when advancing into the top 20, but now circumstances had changed, and he was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Zhang Yuze. Junior brother Zhou, although I was quite astonished by junior brother Zhang's prowess, it seems Zhao Yu holds the upper hand, Wu Yuhao remarked earlier, shocked by Zhang Yuze's sudden display of strength. However, now he appeared steadfast and unyielding. Zhou Hong scoffed, do not celebrate too soon. Yuze's strength is far from being fully revealed. Despite his words, he felt an underlying concern for Zhang Yuze, as the power of a medium-grade defensive artifact was indeed formidable, rendering typical assaults ineffective. He could only hope that Zhang Yuze's capabilities were truly as he claimed, vastly exceeding expectations. Zhou Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been struck? The onlooking disciples gasped in astonishment. It was well known that a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator struck by so many thunderbolts would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Could it be that the outcome had already been decided? Chapter 24. Acting is my forte. The Sands of Time spell. On the arena, as the dust settled, the figure of Zhang Yuze emerged before the onlookers, unscathed, not even a trace of charred marks upon him. Could it be that he had not been struck at all? Indeed, this was the truth. Upon witnessing the multitude of palm thunder descending upon him, Zhang Yuze conceived a plan. He took advantage of the smoke billowing from beneath the blue stone, evading the impending impact of the palm thunder by swiftly vacating his original position at the very moment it was about to reach him. What he awaited was Zhao Yu's descent. The reason for employing the quicksand spell was that, in this arena, it proved far more effective than the water spell. Thus commenced the time for Zhang Yuze's performance, as a barrage of water arrows surged forth from his vicinity, aimed at the ensnared Zhao Yu. At this moment, Zhao Yu was hindered by the quicksand, and as the water arrows approached with remarkable speed, he could only resort to his shield for defense, appearing quite beleaguered. As the effects of the quicksand spell began to wane, he promptly reinforced it with the water spell, persistently restricting Zhao Yu's movements. Meanwhile, the relentless onslaught of water arrows continued unabated, preventing Zhao Yu from using his shield to counter both the water spell and the quicksand spell. The battle had reached a stalemate. Zhang Yuze found himself unable to breach Zhao Yu's defenses, while Zhao Yu could not free his hands to retaliate against Zhang Yuze. However, this impasse would inevitably grant Zhang Yuze an opportunity to exploit a weakness. Frustrated, Zhao Yu crushed a talisman, summoning a barrier that effectively thwarted Zhang Yuze's water spell. In his hand, he now held a crystal-clear elixir, embodying both hesitation and anticipation, which he swallowed with a sense of resolve. Zhang Yuze was momentarily taken aback as Zhao Yu's aura surged dramatically. Below the arena, Wu Yuhao sighed in disappointment, Xiao Bao Yuan Dan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong was left utterly astonished. The Xiao Bao Yuan Dan was a rare elixir that allowed a person to temporarily unleash their latent potential, enhancing their strength by 20 to 30% in an instant. However, the consequences were equally severe. After consuming this potion, one could be bedridden for a year or more, or even face a direct decline in their cultivation level. The fact that these two brothers had obtained such an exorbitantly priced elixir was alarming for Zhang Yuze. On the platform, Zhang Yuze quickly sensed the change in Zhao Yu and hastily invoked the Ruo Shui spell. To his shock, Zhao Yu suddenly exerted his strength and broke free from his restraints. In a blink, 3 bolts of lightning appeared in the air, lightning strike. Zhang Yuze swiftly dodged one bolt, which struck the arena, shattering several pieces of blue stone. Another bolt descended, and Zhang Yuze activated his intermediate footwork, darting to the side, yet propelled by Zhao Yu. This bolt of lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him like an insatiable parasite, making it impossible for Zhang Yuze to escape despite his evasive maneuvers. Several times, it nearly struck him, causing Zhou Hong below to tense up with worry. With a clang, Zhang Yuze parried a bolt with his Qing Su sword, the immense force pushing him backward. He was on the verge of crashing into the barrier when he suddenly propelled himself upward, causing the bolt to collide with the barrier and create a ripple of energy. This, however, granted him a moment of respite, allowing him to summon 5 water arrows that hovered beside him, just as yet another bolt of lightning approached. Zhang Yuze activated his starting technique, enhancing his agility by 20%. Zhao Yu was taken aback, realizing that the lightning strike he had summoned could not keep pace with Zhang Yuze's remarkable speed. He had been concealing his true abilities all along. Was this his genuine velocity? Before he could ponder further, Zhang Yuze had already materialized before him, causing Zhao Yu's expression to shift to one of sheer astonishment. Zhang Yuze offered him a slight smile, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yu was momentarily stunned. Yet what unfolded before him, a flash of lightning, left him utterly aghast. He hastily channeled his energy to redirect the lightning strike, feeling a brief sense of relief, only to be suddenly struck from behind with tremendous force, propelling him forward. Zhang Yuze remained stationary, commanding the 5 water arrows he had previously conjured to surge toward the airborne Zhao Yu. With a series of dull thuds, all the arrows found their mark, inflicting significant damage that caused Zhao Yu to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. In the midst of his injuries, Zhao Yu attempted to cast his lightning strike, but his weakened state rendered him incapable of executing any formidable spells. In an instant, Zhang Yuze darted aside and summoned numerous water arrows once more, all of which struck Zhao Yu, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Fear gripped Zhao Yu. Initially believing that consuming a minor explosive essence pill, a self-damaging elixir, would guarantee his victory, he was astounded by Zhang Yuze's astonishing speed, rendering all his efforts futile. As he beheld Zhang Yuze, poised with water arrows in hand and a look of astonishment upon his face, he sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Spare me. I concede. Do not take my life." Zhang Yuze's lips curled into a faint, icy smile as he perceived Zhao Yu's movements. "I shall not take your life. I merely hope that you may reflect upon your actions and cease to engage in such morally reprehensible deeds. Yes, yes, I shall never dare again, I promise." Zhang Yuze nodded, turning away. Just when everyone believed that the ordeal had come to a close, Zhao Yu suddenly summoned a bolt of lightning, hurtling it towards Zhang Yuze. Gasps erupted from the crowd. However, the lightning dissipated mid-air, never reaching its intended target. Upon glancing back at the arena, one could see a gaping wound in Zhao Yu's brow and abdomen, rendering him utterly motionless. Zhang Yuze had long anticipated this maneuver from Zhao Yu. His earlier words had merely been a ruse. For an enemy to wish for his demise was, in fact, the finest reward he could receive. To expect leniency from others on the death arena was the hallmark of a fool, and Zhao Yu epitomized that foolishness. An elder at the Golden Core stage sighed softly. Number 8. Zhang Yuze wins. Zhang Yuze bowed respectfully towards the elevated platform before descending from the stage. Zhou Hong was the first to rush to him, concern etched on his face. "Yuze, are you all right?" "Brother, worry not," Zhang Yuze reassured him, only to collapse into Zhou Hong's embrace, his complexion wan. Zhang Yuze managed a faint smile and nodded, after which Zhou Hong hoisted him onto his back and hurried towards Zhang Yuze's private quarters. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered an individual standing there. Zhou Hong immediately saluted, "Master Wang." The figure was none other than Wang Su. Wang Su smiled, "Leave him to me." With that, he dragged Zhang Yuze directly into the training chamber, unceremoniously depositing him upon the floor. Zhou Hong was taken aback once more. "Master Uncle," he exclaimed. At that moment, Zhang Yuze suddenly sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, chuckling at Wang Su. "Master Uncle, must you be so inconsiderate? However, the technique you imparted to me is indeed effective. My senior brother was utterly oblivious." Wang Su scoffed dismissively. "Naturally, my technique is unparalleled. I deceived my master numerous times with it. Faking an illness is truly a waste." Zhang Yuze then turned to Zhou Hong, revealing the truth with a smile. It turned out that he had indeed consumed a calming elixir, but upon realizing something was amiss, he sought out Shui Ning. Unbeknownst to her, the elixir had been purchased from Chunyang at a price lower than usual. Zhang Yuze surmised that Shui Ning had no motive to bear ill will toward him, leading him to consider Wu Yuhao and Zhao Yu. The true mastermind behind this was Wang Su. Although the concealment technique had an effect lasting merely an hour, when employed at the right moment, it could deceive many, even cultivators at the Golden Core stage, who would fail to detect anything amiss if not attentive. Upon hearing Zhang Yuze's explanation, Zhou Hong finally comprehended the situation. It dawned on him that Zhang Yuze's earlier act was entirely feigned, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled for having worried unnecessarily. Wang Su burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, young man. If only my master would take notice of you. We would be fellow disciples." Zhang Yuza chuckled in response. Then I would no longer have to call you Master Uncle. Chapter 25. Strange choices, joy for some, sorrow for others. On one hand, Zhang Yuza rejoiced in his victory, while on the other, a starkly different scene unfolded. Zhao Yu's lifeless body lay interred in a remote corner of the Rashui Mountains. The cultivators, adhering to their beliefs, conducted a brief ceremony for the departed soul before laying him to rest. Wu Yuhao and several members of his team stood before the grave, enveloped in a heavy silence. Brother, do not grieve too deeply. This enmity requires your vengeance, one of them remarked, exchanging glances with the others before departing. Yet, one remained behind. Meng Ying let out a soft sigh, questioning, do you truly wish to seek revenge on Zhang Yuza? Am I mad? Wu Yuhao's expression shifted abruptly, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Zhao Yu's shortcomings are not my concern. I have no obligation to avenge him. However, he did inadvertently do me a favor. It appears that Zhang Yuza has sustained serious injuries, rendering him no longer a threat to me. It would be ideal if I encountered him in the next round. I could easily secure a place in the top 12. Meng Ying observed Wu Yuhao, who showed no trace of sorrow, even displaying a hint of delight. A chill ran through her heart. This was your cousin. Do you truly feel nothing? Wu Yuhao fixed Meng Ying with a curious gaze. You dare speak to me of feelings? Have you forgotten how you treated your own sister? I am merely emulating your example, and I scarcely measure up to your callousness. There is no need to feign such righteousness. Meng Ying's expression darkened, and she stormed away in anger. Wu Yuhao watched her retreat, a menacing glint in his eyes. You cannot escape my grasp. You will inevitably become my furnace. Since the last life and death arena, Zhang Yu's reputation has soared dramatically, especially after his effortless victory over Zhao Yu, who had consumed a minor explosive elixir. Many have begun to pay close attention to him, particularly those who have already entered the top 25, viewing him as an exceptionally formidable opponent. A few days later, the victorious 25 congregated in the center of the square, while the 6 masters of the various sects gazed down upon them from the elevated platform. Suddenly summoned. The crowd was engulfed in a wave of confusion. Wasn't there to be further competition? Zhou Hong remarked that he had never encountered such a situation before. The head of Ruo Shui's sect, the esteemed Jinren Mingyue, stepped forward, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the assembly. Zhang Yuza immediately felt a chilling sensation permeate his entire being, struggling to maintain his composure as he instinctively circulated his true essence to defend against it. Such formidable aura demonstrated the sheer lethality of a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core. The pressure intensified, reaching a point where Zhang Yuza could scarcely breathe, and his true essence was nearly depleted, only for the oppressive force to abruptly dissipate. The disciples were drenched in sweat, several collapsing under the weight of the aura. While those faring slightly better gasped for air, Zhang Yuza surveyed his surroundings, noting that Zhou Hong's complexion was even more pallid than his own, while the one in the best condition among them was Nan Haoyan, who merely exhibited slight labored breathing. Suddenly, one of the disciples began to ascend slowly into the air before landing atop the platform. Zhang Yuza recognized her, Ren Songshuang, whom Zhou Hong had mentioned earlier. She had attained the cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement, an icy beauty exuding an aura that kept others at bay, with her water attribute spells being nothing short of extraordinary. Without giving Zhang Yuza a moment to ponder, another master of the sect had already risen, sweeping his hand to lift Lin Xiujia and another disciple onto the high platform. Gradually, others began to ascend, sometimes one, sometimes two, all of whom effortlessly became true disciples. Meng Ying, Wu Yuhao, Si Weiqi, and even Zhou Hong had been elevated. Witnessing the expressions of joy on their faces, Zhang Yuza felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Only 2 masters remained. Whom would they choose? Wait, why was Nan Haoqian still here? Zhang Yuza's exclusion could be attributed to his modest cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. But what could be the reason for Nan Haoqian's absence from selection? Another master approached, the head of the Thunder Peak, and indeed, he did not choose Zhang Yuza, nor did he select Nan Haoqian. Instead, a disciple specializing in gold-based spells at the 7th layer of qi refinement was lifted. The last glimmer of hope rested with the master of the Falling Frost Peak. Associated with water attributes, would he choose Zhang Yuza? A myriad of emotions surged within him. The master of Falling Frost Peak extended his hand slightly. Who would it be? It was Nan Haoqian. Zhang Yuza did not sense any true essence around him. Was this the end? His heart brimmed with disappointment. In haste, Zhang Yuza knelt reverently. Disciple pays respects to the master. Yet, he was abruptly pulled by a female disciple behind Shuang Lingzi onto a flying sword. Zhang Yuza, is it? You are far more pleasing to the eye than that ice block. Leave him to senior brother you. With that, she immediately soared away on her sword, rendering Zhang Yuza's eyes unable to open, his entire body feeling as though it were being sliced by blades. After a while, that sensation faded away. The female disciple, wielding her sword, burst into a melodious laughter akin to the tinkling of silver bells. You are quite impressive. Your cultivation at the Qi refinement stage allows you to withstand such turbulent air currents without injury. No wonder the master chose you. Zhang Yuza was drenched in cold sweat. The reason why those at the Qi refinement stage could not fly with swords was not merely due to insufficient cultivation, but primarily because they could not endure the force of the air. Even foundation-building cultivators often relied on their true essence to shield themselves from the rapid currents generated by swift flight. Were it not for Zhang Yuza's exceptional constitution, he would likely have been injured even for a fleeting moment. The young girl appeared quite youthful. Although the practice of cultivation has a rejuvenating effect, one cannot remain eternally youthful before reaching the golden core stage. Moreover, few would wish to retain the appearance of their adolescent years. Clad in a flowing emerald green dress, with her hair cascading gracefully and a jade hairpin adorned with a phoenix, her fair skin and rosy lips rendered her a true beauty. Yet, she seemed to possess a penchant for mischief, prompting Zhang Yuza to consider keeping his distance from this senior sister, lest he become her source of amusement. Senior sister, you flatter me. I am merely resilient, Zhang Yuza replied, addressing her with a casual tone. The girl chuckled heartily. Good junior brother. Call me senior sister a couple more times for my delight. A chill ran down Zhang Yuza's spine. Could it be that this senior sister was once the youngest? It was rather awkward for someone who had been a little sister suddenly to have a junior brother even younger than herself. May I ask for your esteemed name? Senior sister? He inquired. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, the girl replied, Junior brother, remember this well. My name is Ling Shuanger. Chapter 26. The mischievous senior sister. As they spoke, they arrived at Frostfall Peak. Previously, Zhang Yuza had often gazed up at these 6 towering mountains from the hillside, imagining what wonders lay atop them. Now, standing atop the peak, he realized that his previous fantasies had woefully underestimated the reality. The mountainside where the inner disciples resided was already akin to a paradise, yet Frostfall Peak was even more breathtaking, a true celestial realm. The most immediate sensation for Zhang Yuza was the abundance of spiritual energy. Here, it was twice as dense as that below. A moment of surprise washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a glance with Nan Haoyan, both astonished by the other's expression. Zhang Yuza found himself amused, realizing that even this seemingly frigid individual could experience surprise. Shuang Lingzi observed the 2 new disciples, subtly nodding her approval. She then led them into an exceedingly simple bamboo hut, performing a hand gesture, for individuals soon entered the hut. Shuang Lingzi took her place at the head seat, while Zhang Yuza and Nan Haoyan knelt before her. Under the watchful gaze of their senior brothers and sisters, they performed the formal bowing ceremony, marking their official entry into the sect. Nan Haoyan was designated as the senior brother, while Zhang Yuza became the junior brother. You 2 may stay, the others may leave. Shuang Lingzi spoke softly. As the others exited the bamboo hut, she continued, From this day forth, you are disciples of Frostfall Peak. Nan Haoyan, your talents are exceptional. 3 years ago, I had the intention of accepting you as my disciple. Do you understand why it has taken until now for this to come to fruition? Frost Lingzi bore an icy demeanor, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Though she possessed an exquisite beauty, she also emanated an air of remoteness. Nan Haoyan shook his head, admitting his ignorance. You may leave now. Should you have any inquiries regarding your cultivation, feel free to consult your senior brothers and sisters. When you have resolved your thoughts on this matter, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. A hint of a sigh lingered in Frost Lingzi's tone as she bestowed 2 items upon Nan Haoyan, who departed the bamboo cottage with an impassive expression. Zhang Yuza remained rooted in place, bowing his head in quiet anticipation of Frost Lingzi's inquiries. However, after what felt like an eternity of silence, curiosity compelled him to glance upward, only to find Frost Lingzi gazing intently at him, her eyes reflecting an odd sense of scrutiny, as if she were observing a peculiar object. This made Zhang Yuza exceedingly anxious, uncertain of what might have caused this attention. You have lingered at the bone refinement stage for a decade. yet ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement in merely 3 years? Frostlingzi finally broke the silence. Zhang Yuza nodded, affirming her observation. From where did you acquire that concealment technique you used to feign injury? Zhang Yuza was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Wang Su had assured him that this technique was undetectable even to golden core cultivators unless they scrutinized it closely. Fearing to withhold any information from such a formidable figure as Frostlingzi, he reluctantly divulged Wang Su's name. Frostlingzi nodded. So it was that rascal Wang Su who taught you. That is not surprising. He is notoriously mischievous. Your innate potential is remarkably lacking, which is the very reason you have lingered in the bone tempering stage for such an extended period. However, as one's cultivation ascends, it relies not solely on innate talent, but also on comprehension. The fact that you have rapidly reached the 6th layer of qi refinement indicates a commendable level of understanding. You must grasp the principle of accumulating knowledge and experience before revealing one's true capabilities. Furthermore, you should exert your utmost in demonstrating the water arrow technique. Zhang Yuza appeared somewhat taken aback. Surely, you have held back on the life and death arena. Although I am unaware of the origin of your footwork, our Ruo Shui sect does not prohibit disciples from practicing such skills. Yet, I am curious about the number of water arrows you can summon. At this moment, Shuang Lingzi seemed to adopt a more amiable demeanor. Zhang Yuza nodded slightly, realizing that in the presence of such a formidable master, it was impossible to conceal anything, nor was there any need to do so. Thus, he gathered his true energy, and, with a muffled grunt, 8 water arrows materialized around him. This was the extent of his capabilities. Without displaying any emotion, Shuang Lingzi remarked, "Dissipate them. It appears you are quite suited for water attribute spells, and your foundation is remarkably solid. Excellent. Today marks your first day as an official disciple. Feel free to raise any questions regarding your cultivation. I will address them one by one." This revelation brought great joy to Zhang Yuza, for he had spent years in solitary exploration of his cultivation, harboring numerous doubts. Now, he eagerly voiced all his inquiries, and Shuang Lingzi patiently answered each, providing clear and comprehensible explanations. Zhang Yuza reaped profound benefits, as numerous lingering doubts were entirely resolved, leaving him with a newfound clarity. He felt a growing admiration and gratitude towards Shuang Lingzi. Previously, it seemed that Nan Haoyan had not enjoyed such privileges. It appeared that he was indeed favored by this master, as the treatment afforded to true disciples was markedly different. After approximately an hour and a half, Zhang Yuza found himself devoid of further inquiries. Shuang Lingzi bestowed upon him 2 magical artifacts, one of which was a set of white robes, astonishingly classified as a medium-grade magical item. It is well known that among defensive artifacts, clothing is the most precious, as it not only offers convenience, but also provides comprehensive protection. This was certainly a significant improvement over Zhao Yu's previous shield, and such an artifact held considerable value. The other item, however, left Zhang Yuza both amused and exasperated, a beautifully crafted medium-grade Hantai sword. According to Shuang Lingzi, his Qing Su sword was overly ostentatious, tarnishing the reputation of Luo Shuang Peak. Little did Shuang Lingzi know that the Qing Su sword was capable of upgrading, far surpassing the Hantai sword by countless degrees. Upon exiting the bamboo cottage, he spotted Ling Shuanger standing not far away, smiling at him. "Junior brother, come over here. Senior sister will show you to your residence." Zhang Yuza felt a slight chill. He was already aware that Shuang Lingzi had 20 disciples, 12 of whom had reached a bottleneck and were out honing their skills. Only 8 disciples remained within the sect, and with him and Nan Haoyan, there were 10 in total. It appeared that Ling Shuanger, now serving as a senior sister for the first time, had set her sights on him, the little junior brother. "Thank you for your assistance, senior sister." Ling Shuanger chuckled lightly, remarking that ice-cold junior brother is utterly lacking in manners, arguing with brother Yu, while our little junior is much more endearing. "Come along, sister. I shall take you to your cave." "A cave?" Zhang Yuza exclaimed in astonishment. Do the true disciples all reside in caves? Watching as Ling Shuanger abruptly vanished from his sight left him even more astounded. Goodness, he had not anticipated her swiftness, even at full speed. He could not hope to keep up, leaving him standing there in a daze. Zhang Yuza offered an awkward smile, saying, "Sister, your speed is astonishing. I can hardly keep pace." At last, Zhang Yuza grasped the essence of his sister's personality, carefree and playful. However, as he beheld the scenery before him, he was taken aback once more. Indeed, a cave lay ahead, yet it was accompanied by several thousand square feet of open space, encircled by dense forest. He stammered, "Is all of this truly mine?" Ling Shuang'er replied with an air of nonchalance, "Of course. I have a similar place. Inside the cave, there is your monthly allowance. But next time it will be with Uncle Z. I will come to summon you then." As Zhang Yuzi stepped into the cave, he discovered a world of wonder. The interior was illuminated by numerous luminous pearls, each the size of a volleyball. And countless rooms were furnished with an array of complete amenities, truly a stark contrast that left him utterly amazed. "Junior brother, hurry and prepare. Accompany me to catch some monkeys." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang'er's expression shifted, and she playfully stuck out her tongue before obediently stepping outside. Watching Ling Shuang'er depart, Zhang Yuzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had she remained, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed. The cave housed a natural hot spring for the disciples' use. While soaking in the warmth, Zhang Yuzi picked up the jade slip containing the guidelines for true disciples and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 27. The Endearing Ice Block. Beyond the benefits afforded to them, true disciples must also heed certain cautions. For instance, it is advisable to refrain from leaving the Frostfall Peak until one has reached the foundation establishment stage. Should they need to venture out, they must disguise themselves as inner disciples, as opportunities to descend the mountain are limited to thrice a year and require prior approval. One must not flaunt their status as a true disciple, nor engage in conflict with inner disciples, though circumstances may differ if provoked by others. Currently, among the 8 true disciples under Shuanglingzi on Frostfall Peak, only 2 have successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, Ling Shuang'er and the previously mentioned senior brother Yutsindwa. The other 6 remain at the Qi refinement stage. Ling Shuang'er particularly stands out, having joined the sect last yet progressing at an astonishing pace, surpassing many of her senior brothers and sisters. However, the ranking on Frostfall Peak does not depend on cultivation level, thus she remains the junior disciple. While there are indeed numerous disciples under Shuanglingzi, the number that has truly ascended to the foundation establishment stage is dismally low. Over the span of 2 to 3 centuries, a few hundred true disciples have been accepted, yet only 14 have achieved the foundation establishment stage. Some have tragically fallen along the way, while others have lingered at a particular level of the Qi refinement stage for over a decade, ultimately relegated to applying to descend the mountain to become a steward. It is worth mentioning that a practitioner who can break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30 demonstrates immense potential, indicating that they may ascend to even higher realms in the future. Conversely, while it is still possible for individuals over 30 to achieve this breakthrough, they often lack the developmental potential, typically remaining at the early stages of foundation establishment for their entire lives, making further progress exceedingly challenging. Even someone like Nan Haoyan, who has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, may not seamlessly transition to the foundation establishment stage, suggesting that the odds are merely slightly improved. This highlights the formidable difficulty of achieving such a breakthrough. In the case of an individual like Zhang Yuzi, possessing similar innate qualities, the path to advancement relies not only on diligent training, but also on fortuitous circumstances. Fortunately, his luck has been consistently favorable, particularly as he possesses ample resources. This month, he received a monthly stipend of 10 solidifying yuan pills and 2 low-grade spirit stones, and with his previous accumulation, he now holds a total of 16 solidifying yuan pills and 43 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the 4 Qi refinement pills awarded by the system. This constitutes a substantial resource. The cave he occupies is equipped with an independent array, offering formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring that he is undisturbed during his seclusion. After activating the formation, Zhang Yuzi consumed a solidifying yuan pill, fully aware that breaking through the bottleneck of mid-Qi refinement would not be a simple endeavor, and thus he has made ample preparations. However, he did not choose to retreat into seclusion. Instead, after absorbing a solidifying essence pill, he consolidated his progress and attended a lecture by Frost Spirit at the end of the month. He was rather curious as to why Ling Shuang'er and Nan Haoyan had not come. It was said that Ling Shuang'er had recently been under strict supervision by Frost Spirit and had not sought out Zhang Yuzi, perhaps due to the fading novelty of their previous interactions. As for Nan Haoyan, it could be attributed to his disposition. Zhang Yuzi was not particularly concerned. He immersed himself in his cultivation, undistracted and focused. After 3 months, he finally broke through to the latter stage of Qi refinement. The familiar sound of the system notification filled him with joy. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, your cultivation has reached the latter stage of chi refinement. Your storage space has been upgraded to 280 slots, and you have obtained 8 chi refinement pills and 40 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. System notification. Your cultivation has reached the latter stage of chi refinement, allowing you to learn level 3 skills. Remarkably, he achieved this breakthrough without consuming a single chi refinement pill, which was highly advantageous for Zhang Yuza. The accumulated chi refinement pills could now be preserved for his preparations to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He utilized solidifying essence pills to enhance his cultivation. And with a monthly intake of 6 pills, he had ample time to absorb them thoroughly. After 2 months, he had consolidated his cultivation and elevated his proficiency in the cultivation technique to 700, nearing the pinnacle of the 7th layer of chi refinement. Yet, a new issue arose. How could he rapidly enhance his proficiency in swordsmanship and footwork? The effects of self-practice paled in comparison to the benefits of actual combat. However, he was somewhat uncertain about the regulations preventing true disciples in the chi refinement stage from leaving the Frostfall Peak at will. It seemed he would need to seek assistance to resolve this dilemma. Suddenly, Zhang Yuza sensed someone outside. He stood up and exited the cave, only to be taken aback by the sight of the person in the sky, never anticipating that this individual would seek him out. Disengaging the formation, Zhang Yuza smiled. "Senior brother Nan, I didn't expect you to come looking for me." With a hint of surprise, Zhang Yuza inquired, "Why? What is it that you wish to ask?" A smile graced Zhang Yuza's lips as he found himself relieved. He had been seeking a venue to practice his footwork and swordplay, and now someone had come to him. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain 2 spirit stones, a venture certainly worthy of pursuit. He reactivated the formation and made his way toward an open area, where ample space lay outside the cave for their duel, free from concerns of damaging the cave itself due to its protective defensive array. "Senior brother Nan, do you practice swordplay?" Zhang Yuza asked. Nan Haoyan nodded. Zhang Yuza's delight was palpable as he added, "In that case, I have a request." Nan Haoyan replied coldly, "Speak." "Since you also wield a sword, let us refrain from using attack spells and instead engage in a pure sword duel," Zhang Yuza suggested with a subtle smile. Nan Haoyan remained expressionless. "As you wish. Then let us begin," Zhang Yuza proclaimed, brandishing his Qingshu sword with an air of triumph. In an instant, Nan Haoyan's demeanor shifted. A fierce aura emanated from him as his sword leapt into the air, hurtling toward Zhang Yuza. With wide eyes, Zhang Yuza barely managed to evade the strike. But before he could regain his footing, the sword came soaring back toward him. As he dodged, he shouted, "Stop! Hold on a moment." Nan Haoyan halted his movements, gazing at Zhang Yuza with curiosity. "Is there an issue?" Zhang Yuza awkwardly chuckled. "Is the swordplay you mentioned the sword control technique?" Nan Haoyan nodded with ease. "Indeed. It is the sword control technique. Having reached the late stage of chi refinement, you are also capable of mastering this art." Zhang Yuza inwardly cursed, realizing that he had never learned the sword control technique. It was a stark contrast to his own swordplay, which relied on physical weapons at hand. "Brother Nan, do you possess any fundamental sword techniques?" Nan Haoyan promptly shook his head. "No, I never squander time on useless pursuits." At that moment, Zhang Yuza's frustration towards the system reached new heights. What a farcical notion of swordsmanship. Faced with the sword control technique, he felt utterly powerless. Clearing his throat, he said, "Forget what I said earlier. Brother, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I concede this round." It was no jest. He had just broken through to the late stage of chi refinement. Not only was he 2 realms below Nan Haoyan, but he had yet to learn any spells. Meanwhile, Nan Haoyan had diligently cultivated for several years at the late stage of chi refinement, mastering both spells and cultivation far beyond Zhang Yuza's grasp. Furthermore, Zhang Yuza dared not reveal all his cards atop Frostfall Peak, so conceding seemed the wisest choice to avoid injury and safeguard his cultivation. Although Nan Haoyan was somewhat perplexed by the situation, he did not delve deeper. He retrieved 2 inferior spirit stones from his storage belt and tossed them to Zhang Yuza, saying, "Take these for now. Whether you are aware of it or not, you need not return them." Zhang Yuza was intrigued and wondered what it was that Nan Haoyan wished to know. Nan Haoyan then inquired, "Could you inform me where to collect the monthly stipend and how one might descend the mountain?" Zhang Yuza, observing the earnest expression on Nan Haoyan's face and the 2 inferior spirit stones in his hand, responded, "Have you not claimed your monthly stipend in these past few months? Did you not attend the master's lectures due to ignorance?" Nan Haoyan furrowed his brow and nodded in acknowledgement. Did you not read the Jade Slip containing essential information for true disciples? Zhang Yuze was taken aback by the apparent lack of awareness from Nan Haoyan. However, Nan Haoyan frowned, stating, I did not come across any jade slips within the cave. Zhang Yuze pondered for a moment and began to understand. Previously, Ling Shuang'er had hinted that Nan Haoyan seemed to have had some unpleasant interactions with Yu Tsindua, the most formidable true disciple on the Frostfall Peak. It was likely a case of bullying the inexperienced, as they sought to impart a lesson to this seemingly impolite Nan Haoyan. Zhang Yuze retrieved his own jade slip and tossed it to Nan Haoyan, saying, Here, take a look. After examining it briefly, Nan Haoyan returned the jade slip to Zhang Yuze and ascended into the air without uttering another word. Zhang Yuze let out a faint sigh. Indeed, he possessed a rather unlikable disposition. In the realm of cultivation, individuals of profound mastery are often akin to cunning old foxes. Having lived long enough to witness much of the world, it is rare to encounter someone like Nan Haoyan, who, despite his limited cultivation, exudes an air of disdain and coldness. Perhaps this was the very issue that Shuang Lingzi had wished for Nan Haoyan to contemplate. Having failed to match Nan Haoyan in competition, Zhang Yuze needed to devise another approach to enhance his proficiency in swordsmanship and footwork. However, before that, he sought to examine his attributes. Cultivation level, late-stage Qi refinement physical level, 21 skills, intermediate techniques, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate footwork, tranquil heart spell, water flow spell, wind control spell, sand flow spell, palm thunder, vine binding spell, water arrow technique, lightning strike technique, meteor technique. Upon reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, he still had 2 skills available for learning, akin to skill points in a game, where leveling up grants a certain number of points, though not fixed. For instance, minor enhancements yield 1 skill point, while significant advancements provide 2. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, it is anticipated that even more skills will become accessible. Another convenience of becoming a true disciple is the ability to access spell jade slips without the need to claim them with each advancement. These slips are stored within the cave dwelling, protected by prohibitions. As long as one's cultivation reaches the requisite level, they can break the seals and peruse the contents within. Soon, Zhang Yuze found the jade slip for sword control technique, a spell he deeply desired, essentially transforming his close combat swordplay into a form of ranged attack. After examining it, he sought to learn it immediately. However, the system prompted him, your prerequisites are insufficient. You are unable to learn this skill. What? Zhang Yuze could hardly believe his ears. He attempted once more, yet the prompt remained unchanged. A sense of disorientation enveloped him. The system had bestowed upon him rewards, granting him an abundance of skills surpassing those of others, yet it denied him the ability to learn the sword mastery technique, citing insufficient prerequisites. This implied that sword mastery was an elevation derived from his current swordsmanship. However, his swordsmanship was merely intermediate. Surely there existed advanced techniques, perhaps even ultimate forms. At this rate, when would he ever attain sword mastery? Given the current circumstances, it seemed that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, his swordsmanship would graduate to advanced levels. Thus, to learn sword mastery, he would need to reach the golden core stage, a goal that felt exceedingly distant. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuze gradually reconciled himself with this reality. Since learning sword mastery was not an option, he resolved to explore which other skills he could acquire. The system had liberated him from the constraints of attributes, making the presence of an additional obstacle somewhat reasonable. After examining the skill tree, Zhang Yuze promptly dismissed fire-based spells. It was a well-trodden issue. In times of inadequacy, he wished to keep his ability to wield both water and fire under wraps. Additionally, mastering fire spells would require starting from level 1, which was ill-suited for someone who demanded high offensive capabilities. With limited skill points, he needed to utilize them judiciously. Wood puppetry, a summoning skill that draws upon the essence of nearby wood to create a combat puppet. The puppet's attack power is 1/3 of the summoner's strength, and its defense is 1/2. Thundernet, an active offensive skill that weaves a net of lightning to inflict damage upon foes, with a certain probability of paralyzing them instantly. Ice Kill, an active offensive skill that summons several ice spikes to harm adversaries, with a chance to freeze them. Earth Wall Technique, an active defensive skill that conjures a wall of earth to provide protection. Among these skills, except for the Wood Puppet, which is a secondary skill, the others are all tertiary skills. The choice of Ice Kill is without hesitation. Having arrived at Frostfall Peak, predominantly characterized by water attributes, one must naturally master water spells. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuze opted for the secondary skill, Wood Puppet, which is a summoning technique. When employed correctly, it can undoubtedly secure victory in battles of the same tier, akin to having a fearless little brother by your side for protection. Upon mastering the skills, Zhang Yuze entered a nearby chamber specifically designed for the true disciples to practice spells, spanning an area equivalent to half a football field. It featured a variety of targets, crafted not from wood, but from a uniquely composed stone material. As he conjured Ice Kill, 3 ice spikes manifested before him, then, under his command, surged towards the target. The sound of shattering ice echoed, yet the target was encased in frost. Approaching the target, Zhang Yuze felt the temperature with his hand and was quite pleased. His skills consistently wielded greater power than those of practitioners of the same level. According to records, the initial formation of ice spikes from the Ice Kill spell is notoriously difficult, yet he succeeded on his first attempt. Before him, the wooden puppet extended several tendrils, relentlessly striking at the target, yet leaving no mark whatsoever. Zhang Yuze was taken aback. Was this truly only a third of his attack power? It seemed implausible. Although the target possessed formidable defense, it was inconceivable that even a third of his might could leave no trace at all. Doubting the absurdity of the situation, Zhang Yuze conjured a palm lightning strike aimed at the wooden puppet. With a resounding bang, he scrutinized the enchantment of the puppet and discerned the flaw. This spell absorbed the essence of wood from its surroundings to animate the puppet, yet within this cavern, there were no plants, and the enchantments outside barred the influx of wood essence. It was likely for this reason that the puppet performed so poorly. Having come to this realization, Zhang Yuze exited the cave and ventured to a grove where trees were abundant. He summoned a wooden puppet once more, and this time, it was indeed a different experience. The puppet stood imposing at nearly 2 meters tall. Zhang Yuze commanded the puppet to attack him, and it instantly summoned several tendrils from its vicinity, striking towards him. Zhang Yuze shattered a low-level defensive talisman, and upon impact, the tendrils diminished the shield's power significantly. This was indeed a third of his attack strength. Subsequently, Zhang Yuze unleashed a barrage of water arrows at the wooden puppet, causing it to wane in vigor. Yet it remained unshattered. Zhang Yuze was quite pleased with this skill. Subsequently, he diligently practiced within the cave, striving to refine his mastery. The speed, accuracy, and power of his spells could all be enhanced through rigorous training. He had also found an excellent sparring partner for honing his swordplay and footwork, the wooden puppets he summoned. By defeating his wooden puppet and then summoning another, he engaged in a continuous cycle that significantly increased his proficiency in both swordsmanship and agility. In the midst of his training with the wooden puppet, Zhang Yuze also discerned some shortcomings of this skill. Although the puppet's vine attacks were relatively swift, its mobility was quite sluggish, rendering it an easy target. Combat in open spaces proved to be of little assistance, and there were restrictions. One could only summon a complete puppet in areas rich in the essence of wood. Zhang Yuze found these drawbacks acceptable, recognizing that a puppet could never truly serve as a substitute for himself. Every advantage came with its corresponding disadvantages. 3 months later, Zhang Yuze had elevated his mastery of the technique to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, while his proficiency in swordplay and footwork reached 700. Based on his experience, even with relentless training, ascending to the 8th layer of Qi refinement would require at least another 6 months. Not to mention the inevitable bottleneck that could not be quantified in terms of time. As his cultivation progressed, the consumption of Gu Yuan Dan increased significantly. To break through to the later stage of Qi refinement, he had nearly depleted all of his accumulated Gu Yuan Dan, leaving him with only 2 remaining. In addition to needing to venture out to acquire more Gu Yuan Dan, there was another matter that lingered heavily on his mind. After a brief preparation, Zhang Yuze made his way towards the cave dwelling of Master Ji, known as Ji Qiao. It is said she serves as a maid to Shuang Lingzi and has attained the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. However, she has not ascended to the rank of elder within the sect and continues to attend to Shuang Lingzi, being the second most prominent figure on Mount Luoshuang, notable for her procedural demeanor and lack of warmth. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave, he signaled his intent to visit, and the barriers were promptly lifted. As Zhang Yuze stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura. On Mount Luoshuang, nearly all practitioners cultivate the water attribute technique, Ruo Shui Ju. However, after evolving over hundreds of thousands of years, Ruo Shui Ju has diversified into various schools. For instance, the lineage of the true man of Ningyue adheres to a more traditional approach, treating water as an ethereal substance, while Shuang Lingzi emphasizes the transformation of water into ice, prioritizing offensive capability. It cannot be said that one is superior to the other, they merely manifest differently. Whether in the formless state of water or the tangible form of ice, their essence remains the same. Ji Qiao was seated within the cave, appearing to be in her 30s, though in reality, her age was well over several centuries. She bore an icy demeanor, reminiscent of Nan Haoyan. Zhang Yuze, you just received your monthly stipend a few days ago. What brings you to me now? Ji Qiao inquired lazily, as those of higher cultivation often value their inner state, remaining undisturbed by external matters. She nodded. You have reached the late stage of qi refinement. You have not been idle. How long have you been away? And where have you traveled? At least 3 to 4 days, possibly up to a month. I needed to visit Huayu City, Zhang Yuze replied. Very well, step forward, and I shall assist you in concealing your presence, she said. A faint white glow emanated from Ziqiao's delicate hands as she cast a spell directed at Zhang Yuze, subsequently handing him 2 jade slips. In 3 months, the transformation spell will dissipate. Since you are descending the mountain, I have a task assigned by the sect that you might as well undertake. Although you are still in the late stage of qi refinement, this task is relatively simple, and you should be more than capable of handling it. Take these 2 jade slips. One contains your task, while the other should be crushed should you encounter a life-threatening situation, alerting your fellow disciples nearby to hasten to your aid. Zhang Yuze understood the nature of sect tasks. Any true disciple could accept them. However, it was rare for anyone below the foundation establishment stage to undertake such missions due to safety concerns, as well as the preciousness of time for disciples in the qi refinement stage, unless they faced a prolonged bottleneck. Completing a task would yield rewards from the sect. It was indeed peculiar that Ziqiao had taken the initiative to assign him a task when he had not applied for one himself. He accepted the jade slips, bowed respectfully to Ziqiao, and stepped outside. Creating a water mirror with a flick of his wrist, he noted that his appearance had changed significantly. The Golden Core stage transformation spell was nearly impossible to detect. However, it also bore a time constraint, yet 3 months should suffice. Miss, this child has barely reached the late stage of qi refinement. Is this task truly suitable for him? I believe his cultivation is still somewhat lacking. A voice remarked after Zhang Yuze had departed. Ziqiao's response was contemplative. This child harbors many secrets, and I am quite curious. Perhaps this time, I may discern the true nature of his identity. The voice belonged to Shuang Lingzi. Could it be that Shuang Lingzi harbored doubts about Zhang Yuze? No, that would not be the case. Zhang Yuze immediately discerned that this red fox was somewhat different. It lacked the tuft of golden fur atop its head and was somewhat larger in stature. This was not the red fox he was familiar with. He swiftly employed his levitation technique and ascended into the air. The red fox on the ground glared fiercely, emitting a low growl, and unleashed a torrent of flame directed at Zhang Yuze. His expression changed abruptly as he realized the speed of the flame was astonishingly rapid. He hastily dodged, yet was still struck on the arm. Although his medium-grade magical attire absorbed much of the impact, his left arm remained scorched. Indeed, the offensive prowess of a third-tier spirit beast was not something a mere qi refinement practitioner could withstand. It is worth noting that Zhang Yuze was entirely unaware of the true strength of the red fox he had encountered. He had only witnessed its remarkable speed and had never seen it attack another being. Meanwhile, the red fox had long since noticed Zhang Yuze trailing behind, but seemed indifferent, continuing to sprint swiftly in a particular direction. Where's this place? After following for quite some time, Zhang Yuze came to a halt in a highly concealed location. Gazing downward, to his astonishment, the ground below was emitting smoke. Was it a volcano? The earth had formed numerous natural pits due to the scorching heat, and the red fox had burrowed into a nearby cave. Zhang Yuze took out several defensive jade slips and held them in his hand, simultaneously heightening his vigilance as he gently descended. Upon a brief survey of the surroundings, Zhang Yuze discerned the absence of magma and volcanic craters. As he felt the ground beneath him, he realized he was situated on the sunlit slope of the mountain. The geothermal heat here was a result of the coal seams within the soil igniting spontaneously after years of exposure to sunlight. However, it was merely smoldering embers rather than an open flame. This environment proved to be quite suitable for fire attribute spirit beasts, and it was a known haunt for third-tier spirit beasts. Zhang Yuze dared not linger, for his current strength was far from adequate to contend with such formidable creatures. One must bear in mind that a third-tier spirit beast was equivalent to a Foundation establishment human cultivator, unless one encountered those sluggish beasts reliant solely on brute force. His capabilities would render him nothing more than a delectable morsel. The more he comprehended, the greater his trepidation grew. In his earlier days, during the third layer of chi refining, he had the audacity to challenge the red fox, a testament to youthful ignorance. Fortunately, that particular red fox bore no ill intent. Otherwise, both he and Zhou Hong would have met their demise then, precluding any current blessings. Observing the flickering lights within the cave, Zhang Yuze ascended slowly into the air. Although apprehensive, he recognized that there was little he could do at this moment. Curiously, the unfamiliar red fox did not exhibit any malevolent demeanor towards Zhang Yuze, nor did it launch an attack. Instead, it lay to one side, grooming another red fox. Strangely, Zhang Yuze detected a note of joy intertwined with pain in the sounds emanating from the creature. To his astonishment, he found the familiar red fox gazing intently at him, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. What could have transpired to evoke such an emotional response? Chapter 30. Sect Mission with a heart filled with trepidation. Zhang Yuze gently descended to the ground. To his relief, the two red foxes remained tranquil, showing no inclination to attack him. As he approached them cautiously, he began to comprehend the source of the anguish evident in their cries. One of the foxes bore an injury. The other fox was tenderly licking its wound, and upon observing it, an unsettling sensation washed over Zhang Yuze. Typically, the saliva of spirit beasts possesses healing properties. Yet this particular wound was beyond mere saliva's capacity for recovery. It was evident that the injury had been inflicted by a practitioner. Yet it could not possibly have been caused by a disciple of the Ruoshui sect. The wound did not result from any elemental magic, earth, fire, water, or wood, nor was it a mere sword injury. Rather, it was afflicted by a corrosive form of true qi. It appeared that the injury had persisted for some time, as the wound had spread across the entirety of the fox's right hind leg. Zhang Yuze had never encountered such corrosive true qi before, and lacking any experience in healing, he felt utterly at a loss on how to treat a spirit beast. Nevertheless, the red fox displayed remarkable friendliness, allowing him to stroke its fur without protest. The other fox, which had previously attacked him, observed quietly from a distance, though its gaze remained watchful. Zhang Yuze began to understand that while certain medicinal pills could indeed provide some healing effects for the red fox's wounds, their potency was insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely produced a solidifying essence pill, feeling a pang of reluctance as he placed it before the injured fox. Zhang Yuze was rather surprised that the red fox had noticed his previous expression. With a smile, he produced a low-grade spirit stone and said, "Little one, there's no need to be polite. I can acquire this with spirit stones. I possess an abundance of them, so do not worry about me." Upon seeing Zhang Yuze unveil the spirit stone, the little creature completely disregarded the solidifying essence pill, its eyes sparkling with allure as if the spirit stone held an even greater temptation than the pill. The red fox beside him, upon spotting the spirit stone, stood up with an unmistakable glint of greed in its gaze. Could it be that, for spirit beasts, spirit stones are deemed more precious than elixirs? To confirm his suspicion, Zhang Yuze held the spirit stone in one hand and the solidifying essence pill in the other, addressing the red fox. "Which one do you desire?" The fox's eyes immediately fixated on the spirit stone, casting aside the solidifying essence pill without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yuze came to understand that, for spirit beasts, spirit stones possess a more significant effect than elixirs. He placed the spirit stone before the red fox, and this time, it seemed unable to resist the allure, swiftly consuming the low-grade spirit stone. Soon, a faint golden glow emanated around the red fox. Zhang Yuze, filled with concern, waited for a full hour before the fox finally finished absorbing the spirit stone, and remarkably, the previously corroded wound had healed by nearly a third. Upon witnessing the joyful demeanor of the red fox, Zhang Yuze also felt a sense of happiness. This enchanting creature had seemingly become a small concern in his heart. As someone who had always cherished pets, he was reminded of the dog he had nurtured for several years in his past life. Subsequently, it was a simple matter. Zhang Yuze produced 4 inferior spirit stones and placed them before the red fox. Noticing the envious expression of another red fox, he generously offered it one as well. The task jade slip given to him by Ziqiao indicated a location within the territory of the Ruoshui sect, specifically a place called Jinghua. This locale was not far from the destination he yearned to visit, Huayu City. Thus, he resolved to first journey to Huayu City to procure some elixirs and talismans, ensuring a more reliable execution of his mission. Huayu City is the largest market for cultivators in the northern region, established atop the towering peak known as Huayu Mountain. Resembling a city in the sky, from the outside, it appears shrouded in mist, rendering it somewhat obscure to the average observer. However, true cultivators can see it clearly from the air. Within the city, there is a bustling flow of people, with numerous shops sprawling across its vast expanse. At the center stands a distinctive structure that occupies the highest position. Although this city lies within the influence of the Ruoshui sect, it was collaboratively constructed by the three major righteous sections. Naturally, similar cities exist within the territories of the other two sects, while those of malevolent paths are unable to even enter through the city gates. Typically, cultivators wishing to enter the city must pay a fee of one inferior spirit stone, resulting in an astonishing influx of visitors. The revenue generated from these entrance fees significantly contributes to Huayu City's wealth, and of course, disciples of the three major sects are exempt from this entry tax. The tallest edifice within the entire Huayu City is the Lord's Manor, presided over by an elder of the Ruoshui sect, who is at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Additionally, both the Ruoshui sect and the Kunyang sect have an elder of similar standing serving as deputy lord. The patrolling cultivators on the streets are predominantly not disciples of the three major sects. Rather, they are individuals from smaller sects or solitary practitioners. These individuals earn spirit stones and rewards by serving as enforcers in Huayu City, while the management of these enforcement teams is entrusted to disciples of the three major sections. Although Huayu City serves as a marketplace for cultivators, the majority of its inhabitants are not practitioners themselves. They are ordinary citizens. For these common folk, serving the legendary immortals in a place as divine as Huayu City is a profound honor. Even relatively modest medicinal pills cost several low-grade spirit stones, while the coveted breakthrough pills that enhance the success rate of Foundation establishment are virtually unattainable. According to the shopkeeper, such pills can only be procured at the auction house, with prices starting at a staggering 60 to 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, an astronomical sum that daunted Zhang Yuza. Recognizing his status as a mere peasant, Zhang Yuza ventured into a shop selling talismans, purchasing several hundred low-grade talismans and a dozen mid-grade ones, leaving him with merely 20 spirit stones after spending over 80. The realization struck him: money, even in the realm of cultivation, flows like water. Having completed his errands, Zhang Yuza departed from Huayu City, setting his course towards his mission location, a place called Qixien in the Kingdom of Jing. According to the Jade Tablet's inscription, this place seems to harbor some peculiarities, as an inexplicable number of mortals and livestock have met their demise. The entire county exudes an eerie aura, steeped in a chilling terror. A disciple of the Ruoshui sect, serving in the Jing Kingdom, reported this matter to the sect, thus assigning the task to Zhang Yuza. However, one aspect raises suspicion. Typically, disciples capable of serving in secular states are mostly those in the late stages of qi refining, and some older disciples at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. If they are unable to resolve this issue, how could Zhang Yuza possibly succeed? It could be that the Jing Kingdom's serving disciples possess relatively low cultivation, or perhaps the matter cannot be resolved by one individual alone, requiring assistance. This was the only conclusion Zhang Yuza could draw. Chapter 31. The Serpent-Bodied. Human-faced monster. In a bid to reach Qixien swiftly, Zhang Yuza flew at nearly full speed, yet it took him 3 days to arrive. This pace made him envious of the Foundation establishment cultivators who could ride swords through the skies. Upon entering the territory of Qixien, a sense of unease enveloped Zhang Yuza's heart. Surprisingly, Qixien bustled with activity, showing no signs of being threatened, which contrasted with the ominous details described in the Jade Tablet he had received from Ziqiao. After circling above Qixien, he descended in a relatively secluded area and gradually made his way into the county. It was noon. Although the county was not large, it was quite prosperous. However, all the residents cast curious yet somewhat anxious glances in his direction, which struck him as peculiar. Upon discovering the sole tavern in the county town, he took a seat. Aside from the innkeeper, there was not a soul in sight. The innkeeper, upon noticing Zhang Yuza, exhibited a slight surprise, yet he quickly approached. "Honored guest, Would you care for some food? Zhang Yuza nodded. Just bring me some light dishes and a pot of wine. Curiously, he inquired, why is the door closed at such an early hour? The innkeeper, a man in his 40s, hurriedly secured the door while responding as an outsider. It is understandable that you are unaware of the local affairs. Recently, this county town has been troubled by hauntings. Hauntings? Zhang Yuza remarked. But there seems to be nothing amiss here. The innkeeper, having fastened the door completely and drawn all the windows shut, lit an oil lamp and, with a hint of alarm, continued, what you may not know is that these hauntings began a month ago in a village called Qinjiakan, located somewhat distant from the town. In that village, many livestock were inexplicably devoured during the night, leaving only pools of blood behind, with not a single bone to be found. Initially, the villagers suspected wolves, but as events unfolded, it became increasingly evident that something was amiss. Having spoken halfway, the innkeeper sat down in front of Zhang Yuza and continued, later on. Many individuals who ventured out of that village at night inexplicably vanished, and the officials found not a single clue. The townsfolk began to believe it was the work of malevolent spirits and summoned numerous Taoist priests to exorcise the ghosts. However, each one of those priests met with an untimely demise. The situation escalated, and the residents of Qinjia village had long since fled. Eventually, such occurrences began to manifest even within the county town. Anyone who ventured out at night would mysteriously disappear, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Fortunately, it has improved somewhat in recent days, as it is said that the court has dispatched a sorcerer. Nevertheless, the townsfolk still fear venturing out after dusk. Noticing the look of alarm on the innkeeper's face, Zhang Yuza furrowed his brow. It is generally improbable for ordinary phantoms to manifest in the light of day, which aligns with the innkeeper's account of the incidents occurring at night. Yet, why would such spirits resort to hunting livestock when it would be far more direct to draw upon human souls? This predicament brought to Zhang Yuza's mind certain legendary entities from his previous life. However, in this realm, there were only tales of spirit beasts, with nary a mention of monsters. Innkeeper, might I inquire as to the whereabouts of Qinjia village? The innkeeper's face paled in alarm. Sir, you must not go there. That place is utterly devoid of life. Even during the day, it is steeped in an oppressive aura. To venture there would surely mean your demise. Zhang Yuza chuckled lightly. You jest, innkeeper. I was merely asking out of curiosity. The innkeeper let out a sigh of relief, remarking, this is good. That place is quite sinister. Guests should hasten to finish their meals and rest, for it would be prudent to leave this town at dawn. The streets are crowded with villagers from surrounding areas. Those with some wealth have already departed. Were it not for my attachment to this family business passed down through generations, I too would have fled. With a look of regret, the innkeeper retreated to the back room. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over Zhang Yuza. Narrowing his eyes, he exited the tavern and made his way toward the ominous location. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he discovered a distant glow, intermittently accompanied by cries for help. He quickened his pace towards the source. However, the scene that greeted him filled his heart with dread. A man was engaged in combat with a creature possessing a human head and serpent body. The man, a disciple of Rashue's sect, was of modest cultivation, merely at the fourth layer of qi refinement. The creature exhaled green mist from its mouth, while the man wielded a magic sword, only able to evade the creature's attacks without the means to retaliate. In that moment, Zhang Yuza unleashed a palm thunder strike, precisely hitting the creature's tail. The beast let out a pained roar, glanced at Zhang Yuza hovering in midair, and then fled at an astonishing speed. What was that creature you were battling? Zhang Yuza pondered, deeply troubled by the creature's gaze, particularly the last moment when it stared at him with a menacing intensity, infused with hatred. Despite being struck by his full-powered palm thunder, it appeared utterly unscathed, prompting him to remain vigilant. Gao Jing articulated, in meticulous detail, the knowledge he possessed regarding the matter at hand. He was uncertain of the nature of the creature. Initially, upon receiving the commission from the monarch of Jing Kingdom, he had presumed it to be merely a common malevolent spirit that could be vanquished with a few talismans. However, upon arriving at this location, he realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Zhang Yuza pondered momentarily and inquired, have you reported the appearance of this creature to the sect? Gao Jing shook his head. I believe that our esteemed uncle in the sect could easily eliminate this creature, so I thought its identity was of little importance. From Gao Jing's demeanor, Zhang Yuza discerned his dissatisfaction with the fact that he, a mere cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement, was deemed a support. With a subtle smile, he urged, "Please convey to me every detail you know about this creature." Gao Jing promptly relayed all the information he possessed. Although Zhang Yuze was not at the Foundation establishment stage, he was a true disciple and held a superior level of strength. In the realm of cultivation, while seniority might not be of paramount importance, prowess certainly was. Although cultivators generally possessed superior vision compared to ordinary individuals, their limited cultivation level rendered them susceptible to the obscuring effects of night. Uncle, on previous occasions, this creature has always fled into the mountains. Its lair is likely located within these very hills, Gao Jing remarked. Zhang Yuze nodded in agreement. The creature had left traces on the ground. Yet upon reaching a mountain wall 10 miles away, all signs of it had vanished entirely. It has been the same on previous occasions, before reaching this mountain wall. The creature's trail disappears completely, and there are no discernible changes to the wall itself, Gao Jing noted. Zhang Yuze circled around several times, carefully tapping on the mountain wall, straining his ears to listen. A faint smile graced his lips as he delivered a powerful punch to a nearby section of the rock face, which astonishingly revealed a vast cave entrance. Chapter 32. The fierce battle in the stone chamber. Gao Jing gazed at the entrance, which stood as tall as a person. Momentarily taken aback, he had previously examined the stone wall himself, tapping it as well, yet had failed to uncover the hidden secrets within. It was surprising that Zhang Yuze could so effortlessly discern the anomaly here. Perhaps the presence of this 7th-layer Qi cultivation master from their sect was no mere coincidence. This master undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Take these talismans and consume this antidote pill. You are aware that the mist emitted by that snake-like creature with a human face is highly toxic. It is prudent to exercise caution, Zhang Yuze advised. Being inherently cautious, he harbored some apprehension towards unknown monsters and deemed it essential to be fully prepared. Furrowing his brow slightly, Zhang Yuze noted the cavern's considerable size, which bore no resemblance to a serpent's lair. Although the creature's physique was robust, it hardly necessitated such an expansive hollow. The dimensions, standing as high as a person and wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals, reminded Zhang Yuze of his own dwelling within the Frostfall Peak. He wondered if this place held its own unique wonders. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Yuze. "Run!" he exclaimed, swiftly darting outward, with Gao Jing, though bewildered, closely following in his wake. Zhang Yuze gazed at the 5 heads howling outside the formation, a chill creeping over him. Each of these monstrous visages bore a striking resemblance to one another, as if they were quintuplets, their pallid faces, sharp teeth, and elongated tongues instilling a profound dread in the 2 men. "How many times have you encountered these creatures before?" Zhang Yuze pondered for a moment. "It is highly probable that in those 3 instances you were battling different monsters, which would explain why their strength seems to escalate with each encounter. Master, what shall we do now?" Gao Jing swallowed hard, inquiring. Zhang Yuze, though equally shaken, understood the necessity of remaining composed in this dire situation. The cleansing heart incantation not only expedited the recovery of his vital energy, but also possessed an extraordinary ability to maintain a tranquil mind. After a brief contemplation, he began to pace within the stone chamber. After completing a circuit, he surmised, "I suspect these monsters may have been domesticated by someone, allowing you to escape. It is evident that anyone capable of raising such beasts would be far beyond our means to confront. However, the pervasive dust in this chamber indicates it has long been abandoned. According to your previous account, you should be able to contend with at least 2 of these creatures." Gao Jing grasped Zhang Yuze's intent and nodded in agreement. Observing the relentless assault of the 5 monsters on his formation, which could not endure much longer, Zhang Yuze instructed. "When the monsters breach the formation, I will hold them back initially. You should seize the moment to strike at the 2 that appear weaker." "Understood." Gao Jing gripped the magical sword tightly, remaining ever vigilant to the movements of the monstrous foes before him. At last, the formation was nearly shattered. Zhang Yuze had long prepared 5 water arrows, each aimed at a different creature. "Quickly, the 2 on the right are yours," he urged. Yet, Zhang Yuze faced a grim situation. Although his strength surpassed that of Gao Jing, these 3 beasts were formidable, their power notably greater. The strongest among them exhaled a noxious mist that left him feeling dizzy. He could only hold his breath and hastily consume an antidote pill, which offered a slight reprieve. Utilizing his agile footwork, Zhang Yuze deftly navigated through the assaults of the 3 monsters, pinpointing the weakest among them. He immediately cast the water spell, slowing the movements of the other two creatures. With a flash, a bolt of lightning struck the weaker beast, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Before it could regain its footing, he unleashed another thunderous strike, further scorching its scales into charred remnants. Yet, it did not perish. Instead, it abandoned Zhang Yuze and charged towards Gao Jing. Alarmed, Zhang Yuze swiftly maneuvered to intercept, but the other two beasts relentlessly assailed him. Their tails, as formidable as iron, lashed towards him. Weary from the skirmish, Zhang Yuze could only brace himself with the clear void sword. A tremendous force propelled him backward, leaving his hands aching from the impact. "Be careful," he shouted, noticing that the creature fleeing from him had reached Gao Jing's rear. "Watch out." Gao Jing was unable to react in time and was struck by the ambushing creature, sent sprawling to the ground, where he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. The creature, too, collapsed, seemingly drained of all its strength. Given that they were situated within the mountains, devoid of any formations to impede their abilities, the wooden puppet exhibited unparalleled power. Its long vines relentlessly lashed out at the creature, and though the puppet's movement was sluggish, the speed of the vine strikes was astonishing, leaving the creature exhausted from its futile attempts to evade them. At this moment, Zhang Yuze was indifferent to the consumption of his vital energy. He unleashed relentless ice attacks, encasing the entire stone chamber in frost. He then gathered his energy and summoned a barrage of lightning strikes that rained down upon the creature, again and again, until the chamber was filled with thunderous lightning, leaving the creature with no escape. After half an hour, the battle was finally concluded. Zhang Yuze approached the corpses of the 5 creatures and suddenly discovered an odd object. Before he could examine it, Gao Jing began to regain consciousness. "Master Uncle." Zhang Yuze nodded. "Your injuries are not severe. You will heal in due time. I have gained some insights from this battle. Guard the entrance for me, as I may be on the verge of a breakthrough." Observing Gao Jing sitting down, a peculiar smile crept across Zhang Yuze's lips. Without warning, 3 ice spikes shot towards Gao Jing, who was caught entirely off guard. 3 gaping wounds appeared on his chest, and he spat out blood. "You." Zhang Yuze narrowed his eyes and, with a thought, summoned the meteorite spell, bringing a massive rock crashing down upon Gao Jing, crushing him utterly. At this moment, Zhang Yuze finally collapsed onto the ground, clutching a black jade tablet in his hand. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment at the extraordinary situation he found himself in. However, he realized that he had woven himself into a web of his own making. This body had already undergone a soul transfer once, rendering it impossible for another to succeed. As he grasped the black jade tablet, he felt an inexplicable force surge into his being, not a chilling presence or a dark aura, but rather a most distasteful soul that directly corroded his spirit. In that fleeting moment, he felt somewhat disoriented, yet the soul soon vanished entirely. Zhang Yuze distinctly perceived a golden light emanating from his mind, consuming that wretched spirit. Indeed, it was a consumption rather than a mere dispelling, evoking memories of the texts he had encountered at Roashui sect regarding the matter of soul transfer. Since his own rebirth was through such means, he had deliberately studied the subject with meticulous attention. The texts elucidated that soul transfer necessitated several stringent conditions. The soul being transferred must be weaker than the soul attempting the transfer, and it must possess immense strength, many times greater than the former. Most crucially, the body undergoing the transfer must not have been previously possessed, otherwise, there would be significant resistance from within. If one were to attempt a forceful transfer, only 2 outcomes could ensue. Either the body would explode from the unbearable conflict between the soul and the body's resistance, or the invading soul would be annihilated by that very resistance, resulting in its complete dissolution. Certainly, there exists an exception within this context, when the disparity between 2 souls is exceedingly vast, akin to the chasm separating a chi refinement practitioner from a nascent soul cultivator. It is evident that the soul of this creature does not possess the formidable strength characteristic of such an extreme. Zhang Yuze pondered the reason behind the soul's consumption rather than its dissolution, attributing it to the peculiar system he found himself entwined with. Through the fragments of memories absorbed from this soul, he discerned that Gao Jing had encountered a predicament analogous to his own. Yet, upon awakening, Gao Jing chose to remain silent about this occurrence, adopting a gesture of greeting derived from the creature's recollections, placing a hand upon his chest. Clearly, this Gao Jing was no longer the individual he once was, but rather a being transformed by the 2 lightning strikes he had previously endured. Just as Zhang Yuze contemplated departing from this place, A torrent of immense information surged into his mind, causing an unbearable throbbing in his brain. He realized that this was the memory of the absorbed soul. With no other option, he forced himself to endure the pain and set up a formation at the cave's entrance before sitting down to gradually assimilate this memory. Time slipped by unnoticed until Zhang Yuze finally regained consciousness. The memories of the creature were strikingly simple from the moment consciousness emerged. It had relentlessly consumed living beings to augment its power. Notably, there seemed to have been many such creatures in the past, even some adorned with wings. However, it appeared that a cataclysm had led to the demise of these beings, leaving only 5 that had been captured by an individual and confined within this cave. The creature's recollection of its captor remains rather vague. It only recalls a figure clad entirely in black, exuding an aura of formidable power. Subsequently, these 5 monsters succumbed to a deep slumber, which lasted until several months ago when they awoke, driven by instinct to seek sustenance. However, due to their prolonged dormancy, their strength had significantly waned, leading to catastrophic consequences. The enigmatic black jade slip appeared to serve as a vessel, yet its true nature eluded the monster's memories. It seemed that the ability to possess others was an intrinsic trait of their kind, a means to seize human hosts in pursuit of greater breakthroughs. With a notably high success rate, Zhang Yuze felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped such a fate. Gradually rising, Zhang Yuze found his true essence rejuvenated, having made considerable progress, yet still ensnared at an impasse. The sole advantage was that his physical level had ascended to level 22. He retrieved Gao Jing's storage pouch and began to sort through the remnants of his belongings. Following the monster's recollections, he approached a dirt wall, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he slowly extended his arm, only to be met with an insurmountable barrier. Observing his hands, Zhang Yuze felt a pang of regret. The monsters possessed a unique ability akin to wall passing, aptly termed earth escape, though it could only be executed through soil. Regrettably, this talent seemed unattainable for humans. Ultimately, Zhang Yuze resorted to sheer force, shattering the earthen barrier with a single punch. A pungent stench permeated the vast stone chamber, where the remnants of both humans and animals lay scattered, a veritable banquet hall for monsters. Zhang Yuze stifled his revulsion and, after a diligent search, finally unearthed the object of his desire in a secluded corner. He promptly exited the chamber and sealed it once more. It was a mask, a relic that lingered only dimly in the memories of these creatures. Yet for Zhang Yuze, its significance was paramount. It was likely a treasure belonging to a formidable human cultivator. Given the individual's immense power, the item must possess extraordinary qualities. As he examined the mask from various angles, Zhang Yuze remained uncertain of its capabilities. However, the material felt remarkably pleasant to the touch, and he found that his own strength could not inflict any damage upon it. Even when he exerted himself to the utmost, the mask merely elongated, returning to its original form the moment he relaxed his grip. When he donned it, it fitted snugly against his face, offering no discomfort. Unsure of its purpose, he placed the mask into his storage ring. This mission was not particularly arduous, yet it was clear that any other individual would have found it far more challenging than Zhang Yuze did. Even if one were to vanquish the monsters, it would not necessarily thwart their attempts at possession, especially for such creatures, whose success rates in seizing hosts were alarmingly high. The case of Gao Jing exemplified this, as the speed at which the monsters merged with their hosts was undeniably beyond human capability to rival. Even when Zhang Yuze initially seized this body during his rebirth, it was due to the fact that the corporeal form was already in a state of near demise, with the soul on the verge of dissolution. Nevertheless, it took him several days to integrate the body and memories. Yet, this creature accomplished the entire process in merely half an hour, which is truly astonishing. Upon soaring over the land of Qixin, he suddenly sensed several auras ahead. Zhang Yuze swiftly descended and concealed himself within the dense forest. Moments later, he observed 5 cultivators heading towards the previously discovered cave. The 2 women and 3 men showed no inclination to disguise themselves, flying directly over his head, clearly visible to the naked eye. Among them, only one was at the mid-stage of qi refinement, while the others were at the early stage. If they were disciples of Ruoshui's sect, the jade slip in his possession would have reacted, much like when he encountered Gao Jing previously. However, it did not, indicating that these individuals were likely from some cultivation families or minor sections. What could their intentions be? With curiosity and confidence in his own abilities, Zhang Yuze trailed them from a distance, intending to uncover their motives. After all, he had just concealed that cave, and although he held no particular affection for Gao Jing, it was still the resting place of a fellow sect member. He could not stand idly by while these individuals disturbed his peace. Before long, the five descended, and Zhang Yuze followed from Tianzhong away. Indeed, they were headed towards Qinjiao village, and specifically towards that very cave. Miss Mu, this is the territory of Ruoshui sect. It may not be wise for us to interfere, one of them remarked. Humph, in a few months, I too shall become a disciple of the Ruoshui sect. What is there to fear? Moreover, as members of a righteous sect, we ought to eliminate harm to the people. If there are disturbances here, we must eradicate them. However, what is it? As a practitioner in the mid-stage of qi refinement, why do you harbor such trepidation? I truly cannot fathom how you, the esteemed disciple of the Spirit Talisman sect, came to be so devoid of valor. Though the distance may be considerable, Zhang Yuze could hear this dialogue distinctly. For the girl in the flowing azure dress was none other than Miss Mu, and the esteemed disciple of the Spirit Talisman sect was merely the one among them with the highest cultivation level. Yet he was only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Zhang Yuze was unclear about the nature of the Spirit Talisman sect, but it seemed rather feeble if a mere 4th layer practitioner could attain the rank of disciple. The other two individuals clad in similar attire must be fellow disciples, while another girl, whose identity remained unknown, bore a peculiar red birthmark upon her face. Chapter 34, Reporting Back to the Sect. A headstrong young lady, accompanied by a group of sycophantic followers, while another girl appeared to be a beleaguered maidservant. This was Zhang Yuze's assessment of the group. In a nurturing environment, one either emerges as a fool or a genius, two extremes that, while seemingly contradictory, are nonetheless reflective of reality. Finding no merit in lingering, Zhang Yuze turned to depart, unaware that a probing consciousness was intently observing his every move. Upon sensing his departure, it dissipated. Zhang Yuze remained oblivious to the reason behind Shuang Lingzi's keen interest in his task as he made his way toward her bamboo cottage. Junior brother. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Even without turning, Zhang Yuze knew it belonged to Ling Shuanger. He turned around and smiled. What brings you here, senior sister? Ling Shuanger appeared like a sprite, gracefully descending from the thicket in the distance. Upon seeing Zhang Yuze, a look of discontent crossed her face. And you dare to ask? Where have you been for over half a month? I've been searching for you ever since I emerged from my retreat. Zhang Yuze chuckled, realizing that Ling Shuanger had been in seclusion. He initially thought she had lost interest in him. However, he was aware that she had already reached the 1st level of foundation establishment, so her return must mean she had advanced to the 2nd level. To progress from the 1st to the 2nd level in just a few months was an astonishing feat, surpassing even the speed of a rocket. While he felt as if he had become a mere snail in comparison. My apologies, senior sister. I was occupied with some matters outside and have not been at the mountain gate. I was just about to report to master. Would you like to join me? Ling Shuanger shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No, I want to go. Master always urges me to cultivate, and I have no desire to hear her nag. You can go alone. I'll find the monkey to play with. With that, she departed swiftly, her speed leaving Zhang Yuze filled with envy. Upon arriving at Shuang Lingzi's bamboo cottage, Zhang Yuze entered to find both Shuang Lingzi and Zi Qiao waiting for him, as if they had been anticipating his arrival. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple has fulfilled the task entrusted by the uncle master. Shuang Lingzi regarded Zhang Yuze with a smile. Now, please recount in detail the events you encountered during your mission. Zhang Yuze spoke eloquently, skimming over the part concerning his possession. While he described Gao Jing as a valiant martyr, he left no detail concealed regarding other matters. Everything was laid bare. Upon hearing this, Shuang Lingzi furrowed her brow and requested a detailed account of the creature's appearance. Zhang Yuze meticulously depicted the being with a human head and serpent body. Yet Shuang Lingzi remained troubled, exclaiming, "What manner of creature is this? It is unlike anything I have ever encountered." Zhang Yuze felt a pang of confusion. Even someone as venerable as Shuang Lingzi, who had lived for centuries in the late Golden Core stage, had never seen such a monster. How long had these creatures slumbered? A millennium, 10 millennia, 100,000 years, a million years, or perhaps even longer. Furthermore, have you ever encountered the second young lady of the Mu family? This person is she. Suddenly, a horizontal plane appeared before Shuang Lingzi, resembling a mirror, within which emerged an image of none other than the capricious young lady he had previously met. Just days prior, she had visited the very area where he was at the time, and the date corresponded with his account, yet she had vanished since then. Zhang Yuze was taken aback and promptly replied, "Indeed, I have met this person." At that time, she was accompanied by 4 others, all intent on addressing the task that I was to complete. However, by the time they arrived, the matter had already been resolved. "Very well, you may leave for now. Although we have lost a disciple, you bear no blame for this. Take this storage bracelet. Within it lies your reward." The fact that you have managed to advance to the late qi refining stage in just a few months speaks to your considerable aptitude. Continue to cultivate diligently. Shuang Lingzi remarked with a nod. Zhang Yuze gazed joyfully at the storage bracelet and respectfully withdrew. Can what Zhang Yuze said be trusted? Ziqiao inquired behind Shuang Lingzi. What was the lady's previous suspicion? I sensed that Zhang Yuze wielded his spells amidst the falling frost peak. His practiced arts appeared to transcend elemental limitations. In addition to water-based spells, he also commanded metal and earth attributes, and I even detected wood-based magic. Shuang Lingzi rose, contemplating the direction in which Zhang Yuze had departed. Ziqiao, astonished, exclaimed, "How could one individual master such a multitude of spells while maintaining such formidable offensive prowess?" Shuang Lingzi nodded slightly. Indeed, this very point raises suspicion. I previously investigated Zhang Yuze. His initial aptitude test indicated a water attribute constitution, with a spiritual root nearly deemed useless. He lingered at the bone refining stage for a decade. 3 years ago, that mischievous lad Wang Su nearly met his demise due to a mishap in alchemy. However, it was precisely this tribulation that catalyzed his enlightenment, allowing him to ascend to the 6th layer of qi refining in merely 3 years. Aside from the peculiar sudden awakening in those last 3 years, all else appears rather ordinary. How could that rascal Wang Su make such a blunder? Is he not toying with the lives of his disciples? Ziqiao remarked, frowning in discontent. Frost's spirit smiled faintly, saying, "Where there is a master, there are disciples." However, it is precisely Wang Su's mischievous nature that has allowed Zhang Yuze to awaken his potential. In the realm of cultivation, individuals like him are not uncommon. They possess hidden spiritual roots, which can only be activated under specific circumstances to unleash their true capabilities. As for his physical attributes, I believe he has encountered some fortuitous event. Qiao, do you remember that person from 2 centuries ago? He could even harmonize water and fire, and his comprehension of wood-based spells was unparalleled. Ziqiao's expression changed. "Miss, are you suggesting that Zhang Yuze is connected to that individual?" "Perhaps," Frost's spirit replied, her face reflecting a peculiar expression, smiling yet lost in thought, before her brow furrowed. What exactly is that person with the serpent-like body? Upon returning to his cave, Zhang Yuze felt a sense of unease regarding the mysterious disappearance of several individuals he had encountered. He had indeed slain the monster, but could it be that they had encountered other malevolent cultivators? Yet, within the territory of Ruoshue's sect, what kind of wicked cultivators would be so audacious? Or perhaps they suspected him, but that seemed illogical. If they were to doubt him, they would not remain inactive. With Ruoshue's sect's principle of erring on the side of caution regarding traitors, wouldn't it be more straightforward to act decisively? Unable to unravel these thoughts, he chose to set them aside. Taking out the storage bracelet acquired from Frost Spirit, it is evident that there exists a hierarchy among storage items. The most rudimentary of these is the storage pouch, which possesses a lamentably small space and is rather cumbersome to carry. Following that is the storage belt, succeeded by the storage bracelet, and then the storage necklace. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy lies the storage ring, a coveted item that only Frost's spirit possesses in the entire Frost Peak. The storage spaces vary in size, as Zhang Yuze learned. A typical storage ring offers merely 500 slots, while one boasting 1,000 slots is deemed extraordinary and is often beyond reach. This highlights the immense value of his own Sumi ring, despite its current capacity of only 280 slots. Who can say how vast it may become in the later stages of upgrading? Upon inspecting the contents of the storage bracelet, he discovered a pair of boots, Swiftwind boots, a mid-grade magical artifact essential for disciples in the Qi refinement stage, enhancing speed by 40%, making it optimal for both pursuit and escape. The remaining items were merely 10 solidifying yuan pills, suggesting that Frost Spirit regarded the storage bracelet as a form of reward. Zhang Yuze felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was still a commendable find, as he could sell it or use it to cultivate relationships. Suddenly, Zhang Yuze sensed a visitor approaching. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who might seek him out. Could it be the aimless Ling Shuang? Stepping out of his dwelling, He was amused to see the figure of Nan Haoyan hovering in the air, clearly considering himself the most agreeable individual to approach. Brother Nan, what brings you here to inquire? Zhang Yuza dispelled the array's restrictions, and, as Nan Haoyan descended, he posed the question. Nan Haoyan still wore a deadpan expression, as if someone owed him money. Engage me in a duel, and regardless of the outcome, I shall grant you 5 spirit stones. Zhang Yuza was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Nan Haoyan had come to seek a confrontation with him. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, there are many disciples atop Frostfall Peak whose cultivation surpasses mine. Why would you, senior brother Nan, choose me? They are unworthy, Nan Haoyan replied, summoning his unique sword, which shimmered with a chilling light under the sun, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. It resembled a broad blade, exuding an aura of formidable strength, unlike the sword he had previously wielded, suggesting he had gained something of worth. Zhang Yuza shook his head in response. As far as I know, both Sister Shuang and Senior Brother Yu are adept practitioners in the Foundation establishment stage. How could they possibly be unworthy? Nan Haoyan's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he was forthright. I cannot defeat them. Zhang Yuza chuckled lightly. So, are you seeking confidence from me, Senior Brother Nan? Is it a fight you desire? Nan Haoyan seemed disinterested in pleasantries and posed his question directly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuza nodded and moved to a more spacious area away from the cave dwelling. He donned his Windrunner boots and drew his Qingshu sword. His willingness to accept Nan Haoyan's challenge stemmed from a desire to gain something of value, while 5 spirit stones were of little concern to him. The experience of combat, especially against a fellow human cultivator, was invaluable. With their cultivation levels being similar, Nan Haoyan presented an excellent opponent. Although the aura emanating from Nan Haoyan instilled a sense of danger within him, it did not intimidate him. The two stood facing each other, neither making the first move, instead meticulously observing one another, seemingly in search of any weaknesses. Yet, such vulnerabilities are not easily discerned. Eventually, Zhang Yuza could no longer restrain himself. Before him, Nan Haoyan resembled a chilling block of ice, unnervingly still. He understood that if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably be the first to reveal a flaw. Thus, he summoned 5 water arrows and launched them toward Nan Haoyan. With a mere extension of his hand, Nan Haoyan caused the 5 water arrows to freeze into ice blocks before plummeting to the ground. However, he soon sensed something amiss, for Zhang Yuza had vanished from his sight. In an instant, he leaped into the air, leaving the ground behind, only to find Zhang Yuza's figure materializing where he had just stood, a thunderous orb clasped within his palm. Frowning deeply in midair, Nan Haoyan abruptly propelled his sword toward Zhang Yuza. Zhang Yuza smiled faintly, uttering, basic sword technique. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, his speed astonishingly swift, producing an afterimage. Nan Haoyan was taken aback, astonished by Zhang Yuza's remarkable velocity, which had increased several-fold since their previous encounter in the intersect competition. Yet, he remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure. Formulating a hand seal, he unleashed dozens of ice spikes that swirled around him, then bellowed as they shot forth in all directions. Bang! Zhang Yuza's figure suddenly emerged, and the dense ice spikes forced him to resist, exerting all his strength to shatter the ice protrusions in his path. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he noticed a magical sword hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Instinctively, he leapt into the air, but the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Zhang Yuza realized that everything was being orchestrated by Nan Haoyan. If this continued, his disadvantages would become increasingly evident. Resolute, he decided to dive towards Nan Haoyan, closing the distance in an instant. However, he soon felt a chilling aura as Nan Haoyan, while controlling the sword, unleashed a spell, another wave of icy destruction. At this juncture, Zhang Yuza's techniques had grown stale, leaving him with no option but to block with his Qingshu sword. Yet, the sheer number of ice spikes summoned by Nan Haoyan was overwhelming, and 2 of them struck him. Collapsing to the ground, Zhang Yuza quickly regained his footing, his chest throbbing with pain and coated in frozen shards. Nan Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yuza, struck by his ice spell, would appear relatively unscathed, and astonishingly, the 2 ice spikes had not fully solidified but were instead shattered by Zhang Yuza's own resilience. Gently, he touched his chest, contemplating his strategy against the foe. Yet, the magical sword was already on its way towards him. With no alternative, he had to parry with his sword. In the midst of several clashes with the magical weapon, an idea struck him. His advantages lay in speed and the formidable strength of his strikes, as well as his swordsmanship. Given this, why not engage Nan Haoyan in close combat? Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yuza summoned his utmost speed, swiftly appearing before Nan Haoyan, his sword lunging forward with unwavering precision. It was not that he wished to combine magical arts with swordsmanship, but rather that against an opponent like Nan Haoyan, even the slightest distraction could lead to his downfall. Thus he lacked the confidence to do so. Nan Haoyan, taken aback, hastily conjured a formidable ice wall. However, he was even more astonished to witness Zhang Yuza demolishing it with merely 2 strikes. As Zhang Yuza advanced with unyielding momentum, Nan Haoyan continued to wield his magical sword, simultaneously casting various spells. Yet, employing both sword control and spells proved to be a rapid drain on Nan Haoyan's vital energy, while Zhang Yuza appeared to expend little to no energy at all. Recognizing the untenable nature of his situation, Nan Haoyan promptly accelerated the speed of his magical sword, which emanated a chilling aura. Zhang Yuza sensed an anomaly. Nan Haoyan's sword radiated a frost-like chill, each contact releasing a wave of cold that momentarily hindered his movements, preventing his swordsmanship from reaching its full potential. This prompted Zhang Yuza to ponder whether Nan Haoyan had indeed fused his spells effectively. Seizing this opportunity, Nan Haoyan witnessed a swift shift in the tide of battle. Zhang Yuza found himself at a disadvantage. However, Nan Haoyan was left astounded, for this method was one he had painstakingly refined over several years, and now Zhang Yuza had seemingly unveiled its rudimentary form. Was it possible that this individual before him was a prodigy? With a determined heart, Nan Haoyan braced himself and endured a strike from Zhang Yuza, swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, an astonishing aura emanated from him, and he formed an intricate series of hand seals, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Zhang Yuza, aware of the shift, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He enveloped himself in true essence to withstand the impending assault from Nan Haoyan. Ice began to radiate outward from Nan Haoyan, expanding toward Zhang Yuza at a remarkable speed. Reacting instinctively, Zhang Yuza leaped, yet the ice seemed to possess a will of its own, surging upward like a sword, momentarily halting his momentum and freezing him in place. From his feet to his waist, and then to his chest, Zhang Yuza found himself entirely encased in ice. With a thunderous roar, Nan Haoyan unleashed a barrage of ice spikes towards the immobilized Zhang Yuza. Despite being trapped, Zhang Yuza recognized the technique. He had witnessed it during their first confrontation, yet its current potency far surpassed that initial display. Straining to break free, the ice began to crack, but the ice spikes advanced with even greater speed, widening his eyes in alarm. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, and Zhang Yuza fell to the ground, while Nan Haoyan, panting heavily, knelt in place. The support had been overwhelming as he watched the numbers surge, propelling him to the forefront of the new book rankings, leaving him deeply moved. However, he humbly requested further assistance, noting that the push for votes felt somewhat lacking. Every vote was precious. Chapter 36. Punishment defeated. Zhang Yuza felt a sharp pain with the slightest movement. His body was smeared with blood, rendering him utterly incapable of standing. Yet he remained undeterred, for he had compelled Nan Haoyan to exert his utmost strength, while he himself still possessed a hidden trump card. Though uncertain if it could withstand Nan Haoyan's final move, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Nan Haoyan slowly approached Zhang Yuza, discarding 5 inferior spirit stones without uttering a word, before ascending into the sky. Zhang Yuza was momentarily taken aback. How could such a formidable spell still leave Nan Haoyan with reserves of power? Was he even human? However, it was not long before a resounding thud echoed as Nan Haoyan plummeted to the ground beside Zhang Yuza, stirring up a cloud of dust. It turned out that he too was at the end of his strength. Chuckling softly, Zhang Yuza coughed, which sent waves of pain coursing through his body. Nevertheless, he continued to laugh unabashedly, prompting a faint smile to grace Nan Haoyan's lips as he turned to regard the mirthful Zhang Yuza. Yet soon after, he collapsed, unable to rise again. What do we do now? Zhang Yuza asked weakly. Nan Haoyan gazed up at the sky. I do not know. Is there anyone who might find us? Zhang Yuza inquired. I do not know. If this continues, we may perish, Zhang Yuza stated. I do not know. Can you not say anything else? Zhang Yuza pressed. I do not know. Silence enveloped them. It seemed Nan Haoyan was nothing more than a complete block of ice, devoid of any semblance of interest. Yet the pressing question lingered. What were they to do? Should this continue without intervention, it is highly probable that severe repercussions will ensue. It is not a matter of life and death. Rather, sustained injuries and a depletion of vital energy could yield terrifying consequences. Such folly. At that moment, a multitude of radiant beams descended from the heavens, and the protective formation surrounding the cave dwelling activated autonomously, while the sharp reprimand emanated from Shuang Lingzi. Zhang Yuzi smiled faintly, realizing their salvation was at hand. Yet, before he could fully comprehend, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening from his stupor, Zhang Yuzi opened his eyes to an unfamiliar landscape, yet he instantly recognized Shuang Lingzi's bamboo cottage, the only one on Frostfall Peak belonging to his master. Attempting to rise, he was met with a wave of soreness throughout his body, yet the wounds that had once marred his skin had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been harmed. Zhang Yuzi understood this to be the result of his extraordinary physique. Despite the discomfort, it did not hinder his mobility. A quick assessment of his internal energy revealed no anomalies, but rather a sense of fullness. Come out now, Shuang Lingzi's voice resonated. Zhang Yuzi emerged from his chamber and entered the hall, where he discovered all the disciples gathered, including Nan Haoyan. Could it be that today marked the end of the month? If so, he had been unconscious for 6 days. Approaching Shuang Lingzi, he bowed respectfully, addressing her as master. Yes, take a seat, Shuang Lingzi replied with a slight nod. Once Zhang Yuzi settled onto the mat, she began to elucidate various cultivation methods, a discourse that lasted for the better part of a day. Subsequently, it was time for the disciples to pose their inquiries, each taking their turn in an orderly fashion to ask their questions. Many of the disciples' inquiries were originally intended for Zhang Yuzi. Now, having gained some mastery, they found themselves devoid of questions. When it was Nan Haoyan's turn, he remained silent for an extended period, instead glancing at Zhang Yuzi. Nan Haoyan, do you have no questions? Shuang Lingzi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Haoyan pointed at Zhang Yuzi and asked, how can I effortlessly defeat this fellow? A profound silence enveloped the bamboo house as Zhang Yuzi stared blankly at Nan Haoyan. Surprised that this was his question, he truly was a tenacious individual. Shuang Lingzi looked from Nan Haoyan to Zhang Yuzi and asked, did you manage to defeat Yuzi? Nan Haoyan nodded with certainty, but Ling Shuanger interjected, who says you won? When we arrived, neither you nor junior brother had exhausted your true essence. It was clearly a draw. Upon hearing Ling Shuanger's words, several others, including Yu Tsindua, nodded in agreement, indicating they had been present at Zhang Yuzi's cave. Nan Haoyan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, he lost consciousness before I did, and I awakened before him. What kind of logic is that? It was evidently a stalemate, Ling Shuanger retorted. You should refrain from speaking, Shuang Lingzi interjected, then turned her gaze towards Nan Haoyan. While inter-sect competitions are not prohibited, they must be conducted with restraint. Your reckless behavior necessitates punishment. Nan Haoyan, as the instigator, I decree that you must reflect in the ice cave until you achieve the foundation establishment stage. Only then may you emerge. Zhang Yuzi, you have already posed your question. I shall now proceed with the reprimand. At that moment, Shuang Lingzi exuded an air of unwavering authority, and none dared to provoke her wrath. Zhang Yuzi, aware that he too would face hardship, felt a twinge of fear within him. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to voice a question that had been gnawing at him. Master, may I inquire how one might integrate spells into swordsmanship? Frost Spirit's brow furrowed, casting a sharp glare at Zhang Yuzi before letting out a soft sigh. You are indeed quite reckless. I shall impose upon you the penalty of confinement with Nan Haoyan in the ice cave for a period of 1 year. Sung Duo, escort them. With that, she said no more and retreated into her inner chamber. Zhang Yuzi exchanged glances with Nan Haoyan. Their gazes, however, were not alike. Zhang Yuzi gleaned a semblance of understanding from Frost Spirit's intent. Brothers, let us depart, Sung Duo said as he approached, leading the two out. The other disciples merely cast a fleeting glance at them before dispersing, yet Ling Shuanger lingered, eager to accompany them. Sung Duo showed no objection. Junior sister, let us each take a disciple to ride the sword. Senior brother, there is now a junior disciple. I am no longer the junior sister, Ling Shuanger retorted, pouting in mild discontent. Sung Duo chuckled heartily indeed. Which disciple do you wish to take? I shall take the junior disciple, and you can have that block of ice. Ling Shuanger replied with natural ease, her smile radiating charm as she summoned her flying sword, swiftly pulling Zhang Yuzi aboard. Buckle up, junior brother, We are taking off. Oh, senior sister, please slow down, Zhang Yuze exclaimed, barely managing to steady himself as Ling Shuang'er soared upward, causing a rush of cold sweat to break out upon him, while her melodious laughter echoed in the air. With a faint smile, Yu Tsindwa then adopted a stern expression and addressed Nan Haoyan, saying, "You ought to learn how to conduct yourself from the junior disciple. Even our junior sister, who never discriminates among her peers, harbors no fondness for you." With that, he tossed Nan Haoyan onto his flying sword and soared into the sky. "Miss, your method is one of clear penalties and hidden rewards. Although the cold ice cave is exceedingly frigid, it is indeed the most suitable place for cultivation. As long as they possess unwavering determination, they are likely to achieve breakthroughs," remarked Ziqiao, standing behind Shuanglingzi. Shuanglingzi smiled gently. Nan Haoyan possesses exceptional talent and high comprehension, a rare gem indeed. However, his overly rigid demeanor and lack of worldly experience hinder his ability to communicate with others. This is precisely why I have allowed him to remain in the inner sect for 6 years, albeit with little effect. In stark contrast, Zhang Yuze, having undergone a decade of rigorous training as an outer sect disciple, is astute, well-liked, and exceedingly diligent. Furthermore, those with hidden spiritual roots possess immense potential for growth. These two will be the hopes of our falling frost peak. Following recent events, Nan Haoyan has indeed acknowledged Zhang Yuze's prowess. His pride will surely drive him to seek a contest with Lien Tsindwa and Shuang'er upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Though I do not hold high expectations for Tsindwa and Shuang'er. Ziqiao furrowed her brow slightly. "Miss, it seems you have an excessive confidence in Nan Haoyan." Shuanglingzi shook her head gently. "In due time, you will understand. Nan Haoyan is born for battle. Tsindwa is destined to wed Nangong Wanru, the direct disciple of our sect leader, in 10 years, which signifies he is not meant for our falling frost peak. Moreover, Shuang'er's temperament remains a concern. With Zhang Yuze around, I feel more assured in my pursuit of the nascent soul." Ziqiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Miss, do you wish for Zhang Yuze to take your place?" "It remains uncertain, but Xiao'er, if Zhang Yuze truly is a descendant of that individual, it would be immensely fortuitous for us at Luoshuang Peak, and even for the entire Roshui sect. It is not beyond possibility to supplant the Holy Gate." Shuanglingzi sighed softly. Ziqiao fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed." Chapter 37. The solidifying Yuan Pill. The ice cave resides at the pinnacle of Luoshuang Peak, which is nearly the highest point in the entire Roshui mountain range. It is perpetually cloaked in snow, and even several dozen miles from the summit, one can already sense a chill in the air. Upon reaching the peak, one is met with a vast expanse of snow, the depth of which rivals that of a person. The ice cave is further concealed beneath a heavy blanket of snow, only revealed when Yu Tsindwa unleashed a gust of wind from his palm. Standing at the cave's entrance, Yu Tsindwa stated, "I shall accompany my junior sister no further. You two juniors may enter." Nan Haoyan remained silent as he stepped into the ice cave, while Zhang Yuze expressed his gratitude to Yu Tsindwa and Ling Shuang'er. "Thank you, senior brother and senior sister." Yu Tsindwa offered a gentle smile. "There is no need for such formality, junior brother Zhang. Master holds you in high regard. Although the ice cave is frigid, if you possess exceptional willpower and persevere, your cultivation speed here will surpass that of the outside world, especially since we all share a water affinity. I hope to witness your significant progress in cultivation a year from now. Junior brother, upon your return, you must accompany me to catch monkeys." Ling Shuang'er had always been preoccupied with this matter, yet a year is but a fleeting moment for cultivators, so she displayed no signs of reluctance. Zhang Yuze nodded with a smile, exchanged greetings, and then entered the cave, which was subsequently sealed by Yu Tsindwa. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a chilling breeze that penetrated to the bone. As he ventured further, he discovered that the cave resembled a crystalline chamber, akin to the abodes of disciples below the mountain, with a central hall divided into several rooms. Within the icy cave, the innermost 3 chambers were the coldest, as noted by the inscriptions at the entrance. Nan Haoyan strode directly into the innermost room, while Zhang Yuze pondered briefly before opting for the adjacent chamber. The entrance was protected by a formation, suggesting that others had previously utilized or faced punishment within this cave. Zhang Yuze's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and he had felt an urge to break through during his recent battles. Moreover, his storage ring contained numerous solidifying yuan pills, making a breakthrough seem an attainable endeavor. However, The frigid temperature was unbearable. The chill was truly alarming, exacerbated by gusts of icy wind. The longer he remained, the more pronounced the sensation became, and using his true essence for warmth was merely a drop in the bucket. It was no wonder that Yu Tsindwa had mentioned the necessity of sufficient resolve to endure in such an environment. This thought led Zhang Yuze to contemplate Nan Haoyin in the adjacent room. He likely relished such a place. This approach is certainly not a solution. Zhang Yuze firmly cultivates his spirit and begins to meditate. However, the pace of his inner work is surprisingly slow. The chill in this place pierces like a blade, not merely affecting the body, but also stimulating the very nerves of a person. Yet, he does not relent. Instead, he perseveres. To achieve success, one must surmount one obstacle after another. Cultivating the path of immortality is inherently an act against the heavens. Since he dares to defy the celestial, how could he allow such a minor hurdle to deter him? He swallows a solidifying essence pill, and his true energy gradually circulates through his meridians. Albeit at a sluggish pace, still, it continues to flow. In the blink of an eye, an entire month passes in meditation. It seems that after such a prolonged period, his body and even his nerves have adapted to the frigid air of the ice cave. During this month, Zhang Yuze consumes no less than 10 solidifying essence pills. Yet the barrier remains steadfast before him. Such an extended period of accumulation does not grant him an easy breakthrough. Indeed, it is a matter of aptitude. He feels that each successive layer of the barrier becomes increasingly difficult to penetrate, although the proficiency gained from the solidifying essence pills remains substantial. The effort required to breach the barriers demands even more resources. The issue of aptitude has consistently compelled Zhang Yuze to seek greater resources. Even with the rewards from the system, he feels a pang of regret. However, he ought to feel content. His strength has far surpassed that of his peers, to the extent that even Nan Haoyin, a master at the peak of qi refinement, must exert his utmost effort to barely defeat him. However, this was far from sufficient. It is widely acknowledged that the younger one is, the greater the opportunity to enter the foundational stage. Zhang Yuze was nearing 20 years of age, a time still considered youthful for an ordinary person, yet for a cultivator aspiring to achieve greatness, a mere 7th level of qi refinement was woefully inadequate. After consuming yet another solidifying essence pill, Zhang Yuze tirelessly endeavored to break through his acupoints. Another month passed, during which he expended 10 more solidifying essence pills. And at long last, the acupoints, as steadfast as rock and as impenetrable as a fortified wall, were breached. Perseverance proved fruitful, and after 2 months of relentless training, he finally arrived at a moment of joy. In the subsequent 10 days, he repaired the damaged meridians and acupoints, solidifying his cultivation level. Cultivation level, late qi refinement physical level, level 22 skills, intermediate techniques, intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate footwork, tranquil heart spell, wind control spell, water manipulation spell, palm thunder, sand flow technique, vine binding spell, water arrow technique, lightning strike technique, meteor technique, wooden puppet, ice kill. Upon acquiring another skill point, Zhang Yuze unhesitatingly chose the thunder net, a spell of great significance due to its paralyzing effect, capable of distorting an opponent's movements to the point of rendering them unable to strike, akin to the crystallizing effect of ice kill. After stabilizing his cultivation, he consumed a fasting pill stored in his room to alleviate his hunger. Summoning the Qingshu sword, Zhang Yuze began to ponder the persistent dilemma that had plagued him: how to integrate spell casting with swordsmanship, a combat style he had never before encountered. After several attempts, he still found himself stopping prematurely, as if there existed a certain secret. Once this secret was uncovered, everything would fall into place, yet without it, one might never attain comprehension. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yuze ultimately decided to leave the room, pondering that perhaps Nan Haoyin would provide insight. Or he could barter with Gu Yuan Dan and spirit stones. Nan Haoyin's quarters were devoid of any formations, allowing Zhang Yuze to enter with ease. At that moment, Nan Haoyin was repeatedly casting spells against an icy barrier. Upon noticing Zhang Yuze's entrance, he remained silent, engrossed in his practice. "I wish to learn how to integrate spells into swordsmanship," Zhang Yuze stated directly. Nan Haoyin paused his gestures, sending an icicle hurtling towards Zhang Yuze, who caught it barehanded and subsequently crushed it in his grip. "You do not need to learn," Nan Haoyin replied, his expression unwavering. Zhang Yuze furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, it will come naturally," Nan Haoyan continued his spellcasting. A sudden realization struck Zhang Yuze. He understood Nan Haoyan's implication, and the revelation astonished him further. The ability to grasp the concepts of the foundation establishment stage while still in the qi refinement stage indicated the extraordinary aptitude of Nan Haoyan. It was evident that his ascension to the foundation establishment stage was merely a matter of time. Those who could touch the threshold of the next level were indeed close to achieving it, and Nan Haoyan was undoubtedly a prodigy. I require Gu Yuan Dan, Zhang Yuze declared. Nan Haoyan, still focused on his spell work, paid no heed to Zhang Yuze, as if this were the most natural course of action. Zhang Yuze smiled slightly, inquiring, "How many do you need?" Nan Haoyan replied succinctly, "How many is sufficient?" Zhang Yuze tossed 3 bottles of Gu Yuan Dan towards him, asking, "Is this enough?" Upon receiving the Gu Yuan Dan, Nan Haoyan nodded, stating, "I wish to enter the state of life and death contemplation." Zhang Yuze understood and exited Nan Haoyan's chamber, only to discover that he had activated the barrier at the doorway. The state of life and death contemplation does not imply imminent peril. Rather, it signifies an unwavering commitment to achieving one's goals, wherein Nan Haoyan would not emerge until he reached the foundational stage. The casual offering of 24 Gu Yuan Dan was, in essence, an investment, much like his prior dealings with Zhou Hong. Although Nan Haoyan may not possess charming qualities, he is undeniably trustworthy. Chapter 38. The burden of responsibility. As time progressed, Zhang Yuze found himself with only 4 Gu Yuan Dan remaining, having allocated most to Nan Haoyan. After dedicating half a month to assimilating all the Gu Yuan Dan, his proficiency in the cultivation technique reached a formidable bottleneck of 888. With Nan Haoyan engrossed in his life and death contemplation, Zhang Yuze seized the opportunity to hone various skills without the fear of revealing his true capabilities. The wooden puppets could not be summoned in their entirety within the icy cave, thus leaving swordsmanship training aside. Instead, he utilized the vines of the wooden puppets to refine his footwork. This method instilled him with the confidence that by the time he reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, he could attain the speed of a foundational stage cultivator. Of course, this assessment pertains solely to movement on foot and cannot be compared to the art of flying with a sword. Zhang Yuze has gained some insights into the skill of Thundernet, a control technique infused with offensive capabilities. The Water Curse, the Quicksand Curse, and the Vine-Bind Curse all exhibit similar effects, albeit with varying degrees of efficacy. The control effect of Thundernet is subject to chance. Thus, it does not guarantee success every time. Consequently, despite its formidable attack power and commendable control effects, an element of luck is involved. The Quicksand Curse, while possessing the weakest offensive capabilities, demonstrates a notably high control effect. The Water Curse has a slightly superior attack effect, yet falls short in control compared to the Quicksand Curse. The Vine-Bind Curse is the most conditional of these spells. Poison, though often regarded as a triviality by cultivators, who, through years of training, become immune to toxins, may not pose significant danger to foundational stage practitioners given the current potency of the Vine-Bind Curse. One wonders whether its efficacy might change as one's cultivation level rises. A year has swiftly passed for Zhang Yuze during this time. Aside from reaching a bottleneck in both his movement technique and cultivation method, he has attained an impressive proficiency of 820 in his practice. Meanwhile, there has been no sign of activity from Nan Haoyan's chamber, indicating that even a talent such as he finds it challenging to break through to the foundational stage. "Is junior brother Zhang available?" came the voice of Yutsindwa from outside the cave entrance. Zhang Yuze promptly stepped out, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Upon seeing Zhang Yuze's cultivation level, Yutsindwa nodded in acknowledgement, peak of the 8th layer of qi refinement. "Junior brother, your training has not faltered. The master wishes to see you. Come with me." Upon boarding Yutsindwa's flying sword, they swiftly arrived outside the bamboo dwelling of Shuang Lingzi. "Junior brother, you may enter. I have other matters to attend to." Zhang Yuze clasped his hands in farewell, bidding his senior brother a safe journey. Upon entering the bamboo dwelling, he beheld Shuang Lingzi and Ziqiao within the grand hall. Zhang Yuze promptly approached and saluted. "Disciple pays respects to master and uncle master." Shuang Lingzi regarded him with a slight nod. "There is no need for excessive formality. Over the past year, it appears you have not been idle. What is Nan Haoyan currently engaged in?" "He is in seclusion, facing the trials of life and death," Zhang Yuze replied. Shuang Lingzi's demeanor shifted, her brow furrowing slightly. Does he possess any breakthrough pills? Zhang Yuza shook his head. Disciple is unaware. However, senior brother Nan requested 3 bottles of essence-strengthening pills from me, suggesting he lacks breakthrough pills. Alas, this child is excessively proud. Very well, let him be. Shuang Lingzi sighed softly, then turned her gaze to Zhang Yuza. In a moment, members of the law enforcement hall shall arrive to inquire about the disappearance of the second young lady of the Mu family. Do not fret, simply speak the truth, for it is merely a procedural matter. Stand by my side. Zhang Yuza positioned himself behind Shuang Lingzi, lost in contemplation. A year had elapsed since the incident. Why were they still questioning him? Did they truly suspect him of involvement? Stealing a glance at Shuang Lingzi's expression, he noted her eyes were closed in meditation, yielding no insight. Conversely, Ziqiao regarded him with an expression of admiration, the reason for which remained a mystery. After a brief interval, Shuang Lingzi opened her eyes. Just as a voice echoed from outside, the law enforcement hall seeks an audience with Master Shuang Lingzi. Come in, she commanded. Zhang Yuza soon encountered a man with sharp eyebrows and eagle-like eyes, clad in a flowing black robe, striding towards him with purpose. Following closely behind were a man in his 40s and a youthful maiden of around 16 or 17. Zhang Yuza was unable to discern the man's cultivation level, but it was evident that he had reached the foundation establishment stage. The man in his 40s was at the 8th layer of qi refinement, on par with Zhang Yuza, while the young woman possessed merely the 4th layer of qi refinement. Such a peculiar combination indeed. The 3 individuals knelt directly before Shuang Lingzi, who slightly nodded and said, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Li Chun, if you have matters to discuss, please proceed, as Yuza has just emerged from seclusion." The man named Li Chun regarded Zhang Yuza with a sharp gaze that, while piercing, bore no malice. However, the 2 companions behind him seemed to harbor a grudge against Zhang Yuza, their eyes filled with resentment. "So this is your junior brother, Zhang?" Li Chun remarked with an approachable demeanor. Zhang Yuza promptly clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior brother. I am indeed Zhang Yuza." "Ah, junior brother. It has come to my attention that the second young lady of the Mu family, Mu Xiaorong, went missing in Qixian a year ago. Coincidentally, you were executing a task there at that time. Is my information accurate?" Li Chun inquired. Zhang Yuza nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. It's you. You are the one who kidnapped my sister." The young girl's voice was somewhat familiar, and she wore the attire of an inner sect disciple. However, Zhang Yuza could not recall having met her before. Such audacity to raise her voice on Luoshuang Peak. Truly, she was a foolish girl. Indeed. The man in his 40s promptly halted the young girl, bowing repeatedly to Shuang Lingzi, saying, "Niece, please forgive her rudeness. I implore your understanding, Master Hai." Shuang Lingzi shook her head, responding, "It is of no consequence. Li Chun, you may proceed." Li Chun observed the disdain that flickered across the brow of the girl who had just spoken, then turned to Zhang Yuza with a smile, inquiring, "Might you recount in detail what transpired on that day?" Zhang Yuza nodded, recounting the events of that day in full, without a hint of concealment. Though he was somewhat succinct regarding the execution of the task, Li Chun nodded slightly. "So, it appears that on that day, the second young mistress of the Mu family was not alone, but accompanied by 4 others?" "Indeed, that was the case." Turning to the other 2, Li Chun addressed them. "Mr. Mu, this aligns with what the Spirit Talisman sect has reported. Their eldest disciple and 2 other disciples have also gone missing. The sole suspect remains the woman with the red birthmark upon her face. Do you have any further inquiries?" The man remained composed, producing an object from his pocket. "Senior Li Chun, this item was found by our Mu family at the scene of the incident. Might I request this young gentleman's explanation?" Li Chun examined it closely, then nodded. "This indeed bears the marks that can only be inflicted by ice killing." Zhang Yuza maintained an unperturbed demeanor, stating, "I was on a mission that day, the details of which are known to both my master and my uncle. Tragically, we lost a disciple during the execution of this task, and this jade vial was lost in the ensuing battle. I hope this explanation will suffice to satisfy Mr. Mu. Furthermore, regarding what this junior sister mentioned, the matter in question was indeed initiated by me. At that time, I was merely at the 7th level of Qi training and aimed to abduct 4 cultivators at the initial stage of Qi training and 1 at the mid-stage. I must admit, such a feat was beyond my capabilities." The man displayed hesitation. This was indeed a significant issue. While Zhang Yuza's cultivation was superior, the prospect of capturing 5 Qi training cultivators without any leads was undeniably challenging. Yuza spoke the truth. The task was assigned to him and could not have been premeditated. Ziqiao also voiced her opinion. The man immediately knelt and bowed, expressing, "I was reckless. I implore the lineage master and brother Zhang to forgive me." "Uncle, why do you admit fault?" the young girl protested. "Silence." The man harshly slapped the girl, then incessantly offered his apologies. The last words of the girl, referring to Wu Shixiao, lingered in Zhang Yu's mind. "Let us not forget to cast our votes of recommendation. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support." Moreover, the number of members in the reader group has fallen below 10, drawing criticism from fellow members. Thus, I kindly urge everyone to join the group actively for discussions and games. I shall also make an effort to engage in conversation during my leisure time. The group number can be found in the introduction. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the reader Yuan Xian for their generous donation, and a mention to reader XCZ123 for their cameo appearance. Chapter 39. The true form revealed. Well, since the matter is now abundantly clear, your Mu family should be investigating the woman with the red birthmark rather than my disciple. Frost Spirit's tone was remarkably calm, yet it left no room for dispute. She did not scold the young woman from the Mu family harshly, and regarding your offense against an elder, I shall, out of consideration for your youth and ignorance, permit this transgression. Apologize to Zhang Yuza, and let this matter rest. Zhang Yuza then realized that his previous address of her as junior sister was improper. After all, he had already ascended to the rank of an official disciple, which was a step above that of the inner disciples. It was merely the lack of frequent interaction that had caused him to overlook this detail. Indeed, I should also apologize to Brother Zhang. Xiaoyao, quickly extend your apologies to your master uncle. The young man demonstrated a keen understanding of human relations and the importance of discernment. Mu Xiaoyao. Zhang Yuza finally recalled the name. She was the very same girl who had been injured by the three-tiered Wolf King. As for that Brother Wu, it goes without saying that he was Wu Yuhao. Due to his limited interactions since becoming an official disciple, he had momentarily forgotten about her. It seemed that he ought to be more vigilant, as she had secretly set a trap for him. Mu Xiaoyao appeared to be startled by the earlier slap from the young man, remaining in a state of daze. However, the young man's gaze was exceptionally sharp. Ultimately, Mu Xiaoyao still bowed and apologized to Zhang Yuza, saying, "I am foolish, and I beseech my master uncle for your forgiveness." Though Mu Xiaoyao still appeared quite unwilling to concede, Zhang Yuza remained indifferent. This individual was devoid of cunning. At worst, he was akin to Zhao Yu, someone whose resentment could be easily managed. However, Wu Yuhao was a different sort altogether, warranting heightened vigilance. He smiled slightly, stating, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. I too hope that the Mu family can swiftly identify the perpetrator and wish for the safety of the second Miss Mu." Seeing that matters had been resolved satisfactorily, Li Qin chose not to linger, bowing to the assembly before departing with the two companions. Shuang Lingzi had been closely observing Zhang Yuza's demeanor, from his earlier poise to his current tranquil expression, which greatly pleased her. This incident was pertinent to the Mu family and 3 disciples from the Lingfu sect, both of whom relied on my Ruo Shui sect. Furthermore, the second Miss Mu and the 3rd-generation chief disciple of the Lingfu sect were both regarded as promising talents. Thus the sect held this matter in high regard. Since it did not concern him, there was no need for him to be overly concerned. The disciple expressed indifference towards the issue, but was left with an unanswered question. Zhang Yuza stepped aside and positioned himself before Shuang Lingzi. "Please ask away. Should one strive for perfection in their magical arts?" Zhang Yuza's inquiry was naturally self-referential. His mastery of spells surpassed that of others. Although he had yet to encounter significant issues and his powers were formidable, the path of cultivation is long. A surplus of spells could lead to greater demands on time. Many assert that quality is more important than quantity, yet he found it difficult to relinquish the advantage he possessed. This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, and he finally voiced it. Frost Spirit gazed at Zhang Yuza and nodded slightly. "Your awareness of this issue indicates that your thoughts are indeed focused on cultivation. This matter varies from person to person. Take Nen Haoyan, for instance. His spells are few, yet their power is immense, as you, who have sparred with him, surely know." Zhang Yuza acknowledged with a nod, for it was indeed true. During their battle, Nan Haoyan had scarcely employed any spells of the water element, such as the Thunder Palm or the Sand Curse. He had relied almost solely on sword mastery and ice kill, along with that final, formidable technique. Frost Spirit continued, "You are unlike Nan Haoyan. I noticed during the internal disciple competition that aside from your profound understanding of water spells, you also complement various elemental spells. Were you an ordinary individual? I would advise you to seek depth rather than breadth. However, you are no ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuze was taken aback, lifting his gaze to Frost's spirit, who maintained her serene demeanor, leaving him perplexed. Though you have been rather secretive, you cannot conceal anything from my perception. Show me your wood spells, so that I may witness your prowess. A chill coursed through Zhang Yuze as he realized his overconfidence had led him to underestimate the might of his master. A late-stage Golden Core expert. It dawned on him that everything occurring on Frostfall Peak was likely within her awareness. While he had prided himself on his ability to remain hidden, only to discover that he had been seen through long ago. Disciple is foolish. I humbly request your forgiveness. Master, since the truth has been revealed, there is no longer any significance in continuing to conceal it. Before a powerful entity in the Golden Core stage, Zhang Yuze is akin to an ant that can be easily crushed. Shuang Lingzi shook her head, stating, my intention is not to impose punishment upon you. Although I am unaware of the source of your knowledge regarding wood-based spells, as long as you refrain from actions detrimental to the sect, it bears no consequences. In fact, it could be advantageous for both my Falling Frost Peak and the entire Rushaway sect. I merely wish to understand the extent of your proficiency in wood-based magic. Zhang Yuze exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he understood that Shuang Lingzi would not hold him accountable, a sense of unease lingered within him. Now, he truly felt at ease. Disciple's knowledge of wood-based spells is merely a superficial understanding. I seek your guidance, master. With that, he stepped out of the bamboo house and into the small courtyard. Shuang Lingzi and Ziqiao also rose and followed him outside. Before them, Zhang Yuze formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a wooden puppet towering over 2 meters in height. As his cultivation progressed, the puppet grew more formidable. Shuang Lingzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she approached the wooden puppet. She exchanged a glance with Ziqiao, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's gaze. What is the strength of this creation? This is a wooden puppet. Its power is intrinsically linked to the disciple's own strength, approximately half of it. Command this entity to attack me. Given the prowess of Frost's spirit, this wooden puppet proved utterly ineffective. Zhang Yuze, without a moment's hesitation, commanded the 2 tendrils of the puppet to spring forth. However, Frost's spirit remained steadfast, evading the tendrils with ease, which could not approach her, being repelled several feet away. The protective barrier of true essence absorbed half of the puppet's attacking force. This was the might of the Golden Core stage. Zhang Yuze could only harbor envy. Frost's spirit tested the offensive capabilities of the wooden puppet before inquiring, if I were to destroy this object, would you suffer any harm? Zhang Yuze shook his head. The disciple would not be harmed. Very well, then dismiss it. Frost's spirit did not genuinely attempt to attack the puppet. Once Zhang Yuze dissolved the puppet, she spoke. With this object, you essentially have a companion, a remarkably practical spell. I recall that you possess another wood-based spell, one that instills a sense of unease in me. Zhang Yuze hesitated. The reason he had only manifested the wooden puppet was due to his concerns. He harbored a sliver of hope that Frost's spirit would remain unaware of his toxic tendrils. Yet, he realized that concealment was futile. Still, he worried about the potential repercussions if Frost's spirit were to discover his poisonous tendrils. Now, the thought of maintaining secrecy seemed increasingly implausible. Gazing into the expectant eyes of Frost's spirit, Zhang Yuze made a resolute decision to take a gamble. Since Frost's spirit was aware of his concealment, yet refrained from exposing it, she undoubtedly held some expectation for him. Even if she knew of the existence of this spell, it seemed unlikely she would take severe action against him. Thus, he steeled his heart and cast the vine's entanglement spell upon a decorative stone lantern in the courtyard. Poison. As anticipated, Frost's spirit furrowed her brows and approached the toxic vine for a closer inspection. Zhang Yuze lowered his head, confessing, "Disciple has sinned. What kind of poison is this? Why does it instill such unease within me?" Frost's spirit continued to frown, scrutinizing the toxic vine for an extended period before gently touching it, her expression deepening in concern. "Miss, I too feel a sense of unease," Ziqiao chimed in, stepping forward to share her thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Yuze's heart was tumultuous, filled with anxiety. He was uncertain of Frost's spirit's perspective on this malevolent spell, and he feared whether his future might be irrevocably tarnished. The prestigious sects had their own drawbacks. and he could only hope that Frost's spirit was not the type to be rigid and unyielding. With gratitude, he acknowledged the support of Ling Run and the unnamed book friends for their generosity. Chapter 40. A close call. This toxin can even infiltrate the primordial spirit. Henceforth, it shall be used with caution. The disciple shall remember the teachings of the master with utmost sincerity. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of fervor. Frost's spirit smiled gently. Your concerns are unfounded. Although our Ruo Shui sect is a prestigious and righteous school, imbued with integrity in both our techniques and spells, the art of poison, albeit associated with sinister practices, is merely another pathway. It all depends on one's intentions. Most practitioners of poison harbor malevolent thoughts, which breeds prejudice. As long as one's heart remains pure, the nature of the spell becomes inconsequential. Furthermore, you should continue to conceal your wood-based spells. They must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Frost's spirit nodded slightly. However, this particular spell is indeed insidious. For the toxins that corrode the primordial spirit can lead to utter obliteration of the soul. In the future, it must not be employed unless faced with truly nefarious individuals. Should this spell cause harm, I shall personally rectify the situation. Her stern tone compelled Zhang Yuza to acquiesce repeatedly, wary of incurring her displeasure. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned and made his way back to his cave dwelling. Miss, Zhang Yuza is indeed connected to that individual. Only he possesses such a toxin. As she spoke, Ziqiao's expression was tinged with terror. Frost's spirit sighed deeply. In the cataclysmic battle 200 years ago, how many perished under this toxin, all due to human greed? And what was the ultimate outcome? Miss, that matter is now in the past. Yes, it has indeed passed. 200 years have elapsed, and at last, I have encountered his descendant. Ziqiao, regardless of whether and how Ian's life and death trial succeeds. Let that penetrating pill be entrusted to Zhang Yuza. Understood, Mississippi. As Ziqiao gazed upon Shuang Lingzi's expression, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the young lady had never truly forgotten. Upon deeper contemplation, he discerned that wood-based magic was exceedingly rare in this realm. It was said that within the vast confines of Ruo sect, not a single soul had mastered such arts. The scarcity of such skills rendered them precious, and it seemed plausible that Shuang Lingzi harbored concerns regarding potential covetousness from others, which might lead them to trouble him. With this understanding, Zhang Yuza felt a flicker of gratitude towards Shuang Lingzi, at the very least. His mentor genuinely cared for his well-being. Perhaps the lingering memories of his past life had rendered him somewhat out of sync with this world, leaving him devoid of even a single companion he could genuinely call a friend. If one were to stretch the definition, Zhou Hong might qualify. But would their relationship ever revert to its former state? He let out a soft sigh, casting aside these impractical musings, and settled into meditation. The year spent in the ice cave had proven to be the most arduous since his arrival in this world. Though he had persevered through sheer will, the experience was one he had no desire to revisit. Nevertheless, while resisting the frigid air, he recognized that his progress was substantial. Particularly in the mastery of his true energy, he had gleaned several insights. Prior to this, his usage had been excessively wasteful, often leading to premature depletion of his essence. However, within the ice cave, where he was compelled to harness his true energy continuously to fend off the cold, he began to grasp the nuances of when and how much to utilize, thus cultivating a deeper understanding of this essential skill. Typically, after a breakthrough, Zhang Yuza is eager to utilize elixirs to reach the pinnacle of his realm. Although the system has established such regulations, the reality still renders his foundation somewhat unstable. This simplistic approach, while convenient, carries its own drawbacks. Furthermore, he has made an intriguing discovery. After exhausting the solidifying essence pills within the ice cave, the proficiency he has painstakingly cultivated, along with the true essence acquired through his own training, proves to be far more refined than that obtained through elixirs. This phenomenon illustrates the adverse effects of reliance on such potions. Nevertheless, he remains somewhat dissatisfied with his training pace without the aid of elixirs, though he will be mindful of this moving forward. Currently, his proficiency in martial arts has reached a plateau, and his swordsmanship still lacks refinement. Thus, it is imperative to enhance his swordsmanship proficiency first. Only after solidifying the necessary foundations should he gradually accumulate strength and seek breakthroughs. As his strength increases, so too does the prowess of his wooden puppet, making the practice of swordplay increasingly effortless. However, the puppet's defensive capabilities remain inadequate compared to his offensive power. prompting Zhang Yuze to contemplate elevating his physical body's level. The benefits of such an enhancement have become evident through his recovery from injuries. Moreover, the improvement of his physical level is intrinsically linked to the defensive abilities of his wooden puppet. It seems that he should indeed seize the opportunity to train diligently in the back mountains. Just as Zhang Yuze was diligently practicing his swordsmanship in front of the cave, he sensed the presence of someone beyond the formation. He swiftly retracted the wooden puppet and, upon lifting his gaze, felt a slight headache. Although Ling Shuang'er had limited interactions with Zhang Yuze, it was already evident that she was a playful individual. Shuang Lingzi had often criticized her for her laziness. Yet she remained undeterred, seemingly indulged by Shuang Lingzi, perhaps due to her exceptional talent. Upon activating the array's restrictions, a sword of magic suddenly shot down from the sky, startling Zhang Yuze, who hastily accelerated to narrowly evade it. He then noticed Ling Shuang'er glaring at him with evident anger. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" "I believe I have not offended you," Zhang Yuze said helplessly. Ling Shuang'er, still fuming, puffed her cheeks and retorted, "You claim you haven't offended me? A year ago, I asked you to accompany me to catch monkeys. Yet here we are 5 days later, and you haven't come to find me. Tell me, have you not offended me?" Zhang Yuze found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had neglected to seek her out. However, being attacked with a sword upon arrival was hardly fair. It seemed prudent to flatter her. "Senior sister, please forgive me. I am here to offer my apologies. I beseech you to overlook this minor transgression and grant me your mercy this once." Ling Shuang'er huffed indignantly. "We are going to catch monkeys right now, or I shall not forgive you." "Monkeys, again with the monkeys." Zhang Yuze pondered the reason behind his senior sister's peculiar obsession. Nevertheless, it appeared he had no other option but to comply. "If senior sister insists, then let us go. I shall accompany you wholeheartedly." Ling Shuang'er's expression immediately brightened with joy as she ran to Zhang Yuze's side, grasping his hand and soaring through the air. Zhang Yuze found himself quite helpless in the face of his charming and beautiful senior sister, though her childishness was somewhat evident. "Sister, what kind of monkey captivates you so?" Upon mentioning monkeys, Ling Shuang'er's face lit up with excitement. "You have no idea. These monkeys are incredibly swift. I can hardly keep up. There's one with 3 pairs of ears that I desperately want to catch, but it always eludes me." "Is it the 6-eared macaque?" Zhang Yuze immediately thought of this legendary creature, but soon found his notion a bit absurd. Such a rare breed surely would not go unnoticed. It must be a mutated spirit beast instead. As Ling Shuang'er led the way, Zhang Yuze followed closely behind. It was during this journey that he first realized the vastness of Falling Frost Peak. Even with their aerial flight, they spent nearly half an hour traversing the expanse, a stark contrast to the limited area he had encountered during his time in the inner sect. It was quite extravagant that such a large region housed merely a handful of inhabitants. Ahead lay a dense forest at the edge of Falling Frost Peak. Most true disciples tended to remain in their secluded abodes for cultivation and seldom wandered about the peak. Consequently, this area was a sanctuary for various creatures to thrive, as inner sect disciples were unlikely to venture close. Indeed, before even stepping into the dense forest, the continuous calls of monkeys echoed around them, and Ling Shuang'er grew increasingly exhilarated, tugging Zhang Yuze forward. They could now catch glimpses of monkeys frolicking among the foliage. These monkeys were far more exquisite than Zhang Yuze had imagined. Though small in stature, their fur gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and each one appeared robust and healthy, suggesting that food was plentiful. "Junior brother, are these monkeys not enchanting?" Ling Shuang'er exclaimed as she led Zhang Yuze to a massive rock within the heart of the forest, beside a gentle stream, surrounded by an abundance of monkeys that were unperturbed by human presence, going about their leisurely activities. Zhang Yuze nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are quite beautiful. As he observed these monkeys, his thoughts drifted to a mystical substance often depicted in various novels, monkey wine. He wondered if these monkeys possessed the knowledge to brew such a concoction and whether it might hold extraordinary properties. Ling Shuang'er, her face alight with joy, momentarily forgot about Zhang Yuze, leaping into the air to engage in playful antics with the monkeys, her laughter resonating throughout the forest. Yet, Zhang Yuze found himself astonished by the monkeys' unexpectedly swift movements. Remarkably, there was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from them, indicating that these creatures were mere ordinary species rather than spiritual beasts. Nonetheless, their speed surpassed that of many spiritual beings, which was truly remarkable. Zhang Yuze suddenly sensed a presence behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a shadow lunging toward him. He leaped into the air, but the speed of the shadow was astonishing, surging directly at him. Zhang Yuza could only raise his hand to shield himself, and after a violent impact, he felt a searing pain, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several deep gashes on his arm, nearly exposing the bone. A monkey, a golden monkey, with 3 pairs of notably prominent ears atop its head. Could this be the very creature described by Ling Shuang'er? But why would it attack him? Gazing at the ferocious monkey, which was baring its teeth and emitting low growls, Zhang Yuza could not help but furrow his brow. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were palpable and strangely familiar. To his astonishment, the monkey's hands radiated a green luminescence. Zhang Yuza's eyes widened. This was a precursor to a wood attribute spell. The monkey could cast spells, and of the rare wood attribute at that. Before he could react, he felt his legs becoming immobile. The vine's binding spell? Zhang Yuza looked down at the creeping vines, cold sweat trickling down his back. He immediately summoned the Qingshu sword, intending to sever the vines. But before he could make a move, the monkey lunged at him again. Raising the Qingshu sword, he clashed against the monkey's claws, producing a resounding clang. The force of the impact was overwhelming, rendering him unable to withstand it, and with his feet rooted to the ground, he fell flat. The monkey had already pounced on Zhang Yuza's chest, its sharp claws poised to strike his face. He tightly shut his eyes, yet no pain came for an extended moment. "Junior brother," Ling Shuang'er's voice echoed beside him. "What are you doing lying down?" "Oh, you are injured." Zhang Yuza gasped for breath, dismissing the wound on his hand as merely superficial. However, the encounter with the monkey prior left him deeply unsettled. After inspecting his legs and finding no signs of poisoning, he breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed hard, and said to Ling Shuang'er, "Senior sister, this place is perilous. We should leave." Ling Shuang'er tilted her head in confusion. "How could it be dangerous? I frequent this place and have never encountered any danger." Still shaken, Zhang Yuza replied, "Senior sister, I cannot stay with you. This is not a place for me." With that, he ascended into the air and departed. Though Ling Shuang'er relished playfulness, she was not one to act irrationally. Zhang Yuza's inexplicable injury was certainly not self-inflicted, and his pale countenance was decidedly alarming. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she observed the monkeys frolicking in the dense forest. Was it the monkey that attacked you? One particular monkey, possessing 3 pairs of ears, exhibited astonishing speed and razor-sharp claws, capable of wielding wood-based magic, harbored hostility towards him. Had it not sensed Ling Shuang'er's approach, Zhang Yuza's life might have been forfeit. What manner of creature was this monkey? Why had it remained undetected by Shuang Lingzi on Frostfall Peak for so long? And why would an unseen monkey wish him harm? All these questions lingered unanswered, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. A day later, the wounds on Zhang Yuza's hands had completely healed, leaving no scars behind. On this very day, he submitted a request to Ziqiao to spend a month in the back mountain. Such a request is typically deemed unattainable for a true disciple in the Qi refinement stage, yet he endeavored nonetheless. His physical cultivation could not afford to lag any longer. Even though his physique was already considerably stronger than that of his peers, it was still insufficient for his aspirations. He refrained from discussing the monkey with anyone. Given Shuang Lingzi's profound cultivation, she must be aware of its existence. There were certainly matters he remained oblivious to, and some inquiries were better left unvoiced. Perhaps the truth was deeply intertwined with complexities that rendered ignorance a safer option. Fortuitously, Ziqiao acquiesced to Zhang Yuza's request. Regardless of her motivations, he achieved his goal. Ziqiao employed a transformation technique, and he donned the attire of an inner disciple, assuming a new identity as he departed from Luoshuang Peak towards the back mountain. As customary, upon his arrival at the back mountain, he headed towards the direction of the red fox, only to discover that the familiar red fox was present, while another seemed to have departed. The red fox greeted Zhang Yuza with evident joy. "You are still the more endearing one," he remarked, stroking the fox's head. He noted that the red fox had become increasingly vibrant and beautiful due to the absorption of spirit stones. After leaving behind a few more spirit stones, he commenced his journey of cultivation. With his formidable prowess, he continued to operate within the realm of second-tier spirit beasts. During this time, he encountered numerous inner disciples, most of whom merely brushed past him. Even those who were intrigued by his 8th level of Qi refinement and wished to form a team were gently turned away by him. Given his strength, few inner disciples dared to provoke him. When dealing with second-tier spirit beasts, Zhang Yuze appeared remarkably adept, regardless of the type he faced. He could effortlessly neutralize them with his own abilities. On one particular day, after vanquishing a second-tier spirit beast, the red python, with a single stroke of his sword, his physical level ascended to 27, reaching a plateau. Over the past half-month, Zhang Yuze had slain hundreds of second-tier spirit beasts. Thanks to the abundance of such creatures in the back mountains of Ruoshui's sect and his selective hunting, which prevented any rapid decline in their population. Despite achieving a physical level of 27, Zhang Yuze remained unsatisfied. He believed that should that monkey attack him again, it could easily breach his defenses. However, it was improbable for him to tackle a third-tier spirit beast alone. With a slight sigh, he turned his direction towards the red fox. Suddenly, Zhang Yuze noticed a significant surge of spiritual energy ahead, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of clashing metal and stone, indicating an imminent spectacle. With a subtle smile, he concealed his presence and stealthily made his way toward the source of the battle. Chapter 42. Taking action. The path to the location of the red fox was inherently concealed, surrounded by towering trees that had stood for centuries, if not millennia. Had it not been for Zhang Yuze's quest to find the red fox, he would have remained oblivious to this place. Finding a sturdy trunk to perch upon, he gazed down at the unfolding skirmish, quickly knitting his brow in concern. It was noteworthy that one side comprised 3 men, while the opposing side consisted of 2 women. Yet what troubled him most was the presence of acquaintances among them. More than one, in fact. Among the 3 men, the loudest supporter was none other than Mu Xiaoyao. The woman under siege was Shui Ning, with whom he had previously interacted. Although Wu Yuhao's deceit had nearly led to Zhang Yuze's downfall, he recognized that Shui Ning had merely acted with good intentions that had gone awry. Quickly subdue those 2 wretches. How dare they insult senior brother Wu? Defeating them will secure the century-old spirit mushroom they possess. Mu Xiaoyao, seemingly injured and clutching her chest while seated beneath a tree, uttered words that were disconcerting to all present. Upon hearing Mu Xiaoyao's proclamation, the 3 male disciples intensified their onslaught. The century-old spirit mushroom was a remarkable catalyst, and the trio of male disciples were all at the mid-stage of qi refinement, with 2 at the 5th layer and 1 at the 4th. In contrast, Shui Ning was at the 5th layer of qi refinement, while the other woman was at the 6th layer, though both appeared to be wounded, exhibiting signs of exhaustion. This spirit mushroom was arduously sought after by us. What right do you have to seize it? Exclaimed the female disciple at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Mu Xiaoyao let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "Who claims that the Ganoderma lucidum belongs to you? I discovered it the day before yesterday and intended to retrieve it today. Who would have thought you would seize it first and audaciously insult Brother Wu? You deserve a reprimand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuze quickly grasped the situation. Knowing Mu Xiaoyao's spoiled demeanor, he was certain that her words were far from the truth, even if there was any veracity in her claims. It was simply unreasonable to assume that whoever spots the century-old Ganoderma lucidum could claim it as their own. Furthermore, her incessant derogatory remarks left him quite displeased. Coupled with his existing grievances with Wu Yuhao, it was only justifiable for him to support Shui Ning. Suddenly, a shard of ice shot towards Mu Xiaoyao's head, colliding with the trunk of a nearby tree, instantly freezing a significant portion of it. 2 other shards of ice landed amidst the ongoing skirmish, startling the combatants into a halt. Mu Xiaoyao's complexion turned pale with fright, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Who is the coward hiding? Do you wish to die? Show yourself." With a resounding slap, Zhang Yuze appeared before Mu Xiaoyao, gazing at her coldly. "Who taught you to speak such foul language? This is Ruoshui's sect, not a place for you to flaunt your authority." Stunned by the blow, Mu Xiaoyao clutched her reddened cheek, rooted to the spot. Zhang Yuze disregarded her further and turned to the others. "Where have you all cast aside the rules of Ruoshui's sect?" The crowd exchanged glances, astonished to discover that the unfamiliar inner disciple before them was a formidable being at the 8th level of qi refinement. They had witnessed the devastating power of the ice attack earlier, and now a chill crept down the spines of the 3 male disciples. This was not their first encounter with such a situation. Having the support of Mu Xiaoyao, who had connections with the true disciples, had shielded them from any repercussions until now. However, recalling the rules of Ruoshui's sect sent a wave of cold sweat down their backs. "Be careful," Shui Ning exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Yuze, with a swift motion, shattered the palm lightning with a single strike, unleashing a wave of icy energy that encased Mu Xiaoyao. who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. He turned to her with a fierce glare. Are you seeking death? What do you want? I am the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Though Mu Xiaoyao trembled beneath the icy grip, her words remained defiantly defiant. Zhang Yuze snorted disdainfully, summoning a water arrow into his hand. Even if I were to slay you now, the sect would only commend me for purging the disloyal. You want to kill me? Someone save me. Are you all fools? Hurry and kill him. Save me. As Mu Xiaoyao met Zhang Yuze's menacing gaze, fear finally gripped her. Yet she remained trapped within her icy prison, her cries echoing in desperation. Zhang Yuze gathered his true essence and, with a precise strike of palm lightning, rendered Mu Xiaoyao unconscious. He then conjured 8 water arrows, his cold gaze fixed on the 3 male disciples who were itching to intervene. You may attempt it. I harbor no qualms about eliminating 4 unruly disciples who defy the sect's rules. The individuals before him were utterly paralyzed by fear. The man standing in front of them emanated an overwhelming aura of strength. They had encountered others at the 8th level of Qi refinement before. Yet this individual exuded a distinctly different sensation. A palpable aura of danger enveloped him. Most notably, the 8 water arrows surrounding him raised an unsettling question. Could a mere 8th level Qi refiner summon such formidable projectiles? It was plausible that he was a master of the Foundation establishment stage. Senior brother, we were in error. Please, grant us mercy this once. Xiao Yao is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and she is acquainted with Wu Yuhao, a senior from Qian Peak. We implore you to reconsider, pleaded one of the male disciples. He found himself uncertain whether Zhang Yuze was a senior brother or perhaps a more senior figure. Yet it was evident that he preferred to conceal his true identity while donned in the garb of an inner sect disciple. Zhang Yuze narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? And no, we wouldn't dare. We merely ask you to reflect, he stammered. The other 2 disciples, quick to read the room, chimed in with their own pleas for clemency. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Yuze dissipated the water arrows encircling him. Take her and leave. Should you dare return, I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this ultimatum, the 3 disciples felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They swiftly departed, carrying the gravely injured Mu Xiaoyao with them. Zhang Yuze harbored no desire to eliminate Mu Xiaoyao. Rather, he recognized the constraints imposed upon him. Even the law enforcement hall could not arbitrarily determine the fate of a disciple. Furthermore, the presence of onlookers complicated matters, while defeating the trio posed no challenge. Exterminating them would likely invite unnecessary trouble. Individuals like Mu Xiaoyao would inevitably face the consequences of their folly. There was no urgency to hasten her demise. Within the confines of the Rashui sect, conflicts among fellow disciples are not uncommon. However, the audacity to brazenly seize another's spoils is a rarity. Even Wu Yuhao had never heard of such a deed being committed in the past. It came as a surprise that Mu Xiaoyao could exhibit such arrogance. Perhaps her boldness was emboldened by Wu Yuhao's ascension to a true disciple. The manner in which Mu Xiaoyao addressed Wu Yuhao as senior brother suggested that their relationship was far more intricate than it appeared. Having taught Mu Xiaoyao a lesson, it was inevitable that the news would reach Wu Yuhao, indicating that a rift had indeed been established. Upon reaching their destination, the Crimson Fox awaited at the cave entrance, having sensed Zhang Yuze's arrival beforehand. Zhang Yuze smiled gently and engaged in playful antics with the fox before leaving behind a few spirit stones, intending to depart. However, just as he prepared to take flight, he felt the fox tugging at his pant leg. Puzzled, he inquired, "What is it?" The fox lifted its head, gazing intently at Zhang Yuze, its eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. This prompted Zhang Yuze to kneel down and stroke the fox's head. "My spirit stones are rather scarce lately, so I cannot offer you much. How about this? Once I sell the materials, I will bring you a few more." The fox shook its head, circling around Zhang Yuze incessantly. Confused, he wondered what the fox was trying to convey. Wait a moment. Could it be that his goal had been achieved? Had the fox accepted him and wished to accompany him? Excitement surged within him as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that you want me to take you with me?" Ecstatic, he lifted the red fox and burst into hearty laughter. Yet the multitude of system notifications flooding his mind left him in a state of profound astonishment. He hurriedly cradled the red fox and made his way toward Frostfall Peak. Chapter 43. The Twin Prodigies of Frostfall System Notification. You have triggered the pet system. You are rewarded with 100 low-grade spirit stones, and your proficiency in cultivation techniques, swordsmanship, and footwork has each increased by 50. System notification. The pet system has been activated. You are awarded a pet space. Upon returning to his cave abode, Zhang Yuza inspected the system. Thanks to the rewards, he had remarkably ascended from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. This sudden breakthrough filled him with immense joy, but even more significant was the upgrade of the system, something he had never experienced before. The red fox remained quietly beside Zhang Yuza, serene and undisturbed. After a moment of contemplation, he set the cave's formation to a closed-door state and confirmed the upgrade. Just as he made his selection, the red fox radiated a dazzling white light and vanished before his eyes. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he lost consciousness and fell into a state resembling death. Uncle Wu, earlier we encountered an individual at the back mountain who was at the 8th layer of qi refinement. After observing him, I discovered that he was headed toward Frostfall Peak. I suspect he, like you, is a true disciple and employed a disguise before descending the mountain. The speaker was the male disciple who had first addressed Zhang Yuza. Within the confines of a modest chamber, the disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement, none other than Wu Yuhao, furrowed his brow and said, "Wang Ping, recount to me the details of the matter." Wang Ping, the disciple in question, did not conceal anything. He unfolded the entire sequence of events with complete candor, showing no reluctance regarding his transgression of the rules of the Rashui sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuhao exhibited no inclination to reproach. Instead, he entered a state of contemplation. The last two true disciples recruited by the Frostfall Peak were Nan Haoyan and Zhang Yuza. While I am not intimately acquainted with the other disciples, based on your account, this individual must undoubtedly be Zhang Yuza, given his ability to summon 7 water arrows. This elucidates his excessive aggression toward Xiaoyao. Master Uncle, what do you imply? Wu Yuhao replied with a cold snort. Xiaoyao's sister's disappearance is intricately linked to Zhang Yuza. Not long ago, Xiaoyao even ascended Frostfall Peak to verify this. Were it not for Zhang Yuza's status as a true disciple and the protection of Master Uncle Xuangling, he would undoubtedly have been apprehended by the law enforcement hall and expelled from the sect. I have long harbored suspicions about Zhang Yuza's ulterior motives. It was he who lured Zhao Yu to his demise, and now he dares to act against Xiaoyao. It seems that only by showing him my formidable prowess will he come to understand the gravity of my resolve. What arrangements does Master Uncle have in mind? Wang Ping inquired. Wu Yuhao's face darkened with determination. There remains a year until the next inter-sect competition, and given Xiaoyao's grievous injuries, it will undoubtedly be challenging for her to make any significant progress. Let us refrain from informing the Mu family for the time being. The spirit stones and foundation-building pills sent by them shall be partially allocated to you. Endeavor to break through to the next realm. When the time comes for the inter-sect competition, you shall astonish everyone, and only then shall we notify the Mu family. You may personally report this matter before the sect leader and the esteemed elders. I am eager to see who will be able to protect Zhang Yuza. The disciple expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncle. Wang Ping immediately knelt, his face alight with uncontained joy. Wu Yuhao nodded slightly. As for how to embellish this matter, I shall arrange for someone to handle it. Following our generation, there will be fewer and fewer disciples in the late stage of qi refining among the inner sect. In the coming year, if you devote yourself to diligent cultivation, the chances of being selected as a true disciple are exceedingly high. Therefore, do not disappoint my expectations, and certainly do not let Xiaoyao feel disheartened. Yes, disciple will exert utmost effort. Please rest assured, esteemed uncle. Wang Ping accepted the foundation-building pill, his joy bubbling over as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncle. As he watched Wang Ping depart, Wu Yuhao turned his attention back to Mu Xiaoyao. Searching for something, he produced a storage belt and erased the spiritual consciousness inscribed upon it. At that moment, Mu Xiaoyao suddenly trembled, as if her injuries had worsened. After donning the storage belt, Wu Yuhao gazed at the unconscious Mu Xiaoyao. I never anticipated that in such a brief span, Zhang Yuza could advance so swiftly. My heart cannot find peace until he is vanquished. Xiaoyao, I beseech you to assist me one last time. Upon concluding her discourse, Wu Yuhao unexpectedly reached out and removed Mu Xiaoyao's garments, leering as he lunged forward. Frost, do you know what Yujie has been up to lately? On that day, after finishing her lesson, Shuang Lingzi halted Ling Shuanger and inquired. Once Ling Shuanger departed, Zi Qiao remarked, Miss, do you think there might be any unforeseen circumstances since Nan Haoyan has yet to emerge from seclusion? In matters of life and death, I cannot hastily declare success or failure. However, given his prowess, The likelihood of his success is greater. It all hinges on his insight, Shuang Lingzi replied. Shower. Have you noticed that over the past 6 months, Zhang Yuzhe's aura has grown exceedingly faint? Zi Qiao furrowed her brow slightly, closed her eyes to sense, and then exclaimed in astonishment, Miss, Zhang Yuzhe's aura is nearly imperceptible. Could he have encountered some mishap? Shuang Lingzi shook her head gently. Though faint, it remained steady. Unlike the signs of falling into madness. Suddenly, Shuang Lingzi's eyes sparkled as she released her spiritual perception. It appears that our falling frost peak is about to welcome a new disciple in the foundation establishment stage. A subtle smile graced her lips as she closed her eyes once more. Zi Qiao, puzzled, gazed at Shuang Lingzi, unaware of whom she referred to as the new disciple in the foundation establishment stage. However, soon a powerful aura enveloped the entirety of Falling Frost Peak, prompting her to look upward in surprise and exclaim, He has succeeded. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar resonated throughout Falling Frost Peak, clear to all disciples. They turned their gazes towards the source of the roar, which came from the direction of the ice cave, the sound being emitted by Nan Haoyan upon his breakthrough. This intense aura stirred restlessness among the creatures inhabiting Falling Frost Peak. Humph, a breakthrough is a breakthrough. There is no need for all this shouting, which only serves to irritate. Ling Shuanger, in pursuit of the monkey amidst the dense forest, wore a displeased expression. Yet, a resounding roar echoed again, this time not from above, but from the vicinity of the true disciples' cave dwellings. Ling Shuanger's eyes brightened, and she promptly departed for Zhang Yuze's cave. Inside the bamboo cottage, Shuang Lingzi and Zi Qiao were suddenly startled, exchanging glances. Zi Qiao exclaimed, Has Zhang Yuze also achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? That seems unlikely. Shuang Lingzi, after a moment of careful reflection, shook her head. No, I do not sense the strength of the foundation establishment stage, yet he must have gained some insights, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. Esteemed Miss, heaven favors our Falling Frost Peak. This way, you shall have ample energy to pursue the embryo formation, Ziqiao declared, her face alight with joy. Shuang Lingzi responded with a gentle smile. The lineage of our sect leader has its dual prodigies, and so does our Falling Frost Peak. Albeit our prodigies are of a more vigorous nature. Chapter 44. Gathering together, Nan Haoyan burst forth from the cave, and before he could calm his surging vital energy, he heard another mighty roar, prompting him to soar towards Zhang Yuze's cave. At that moment, all disciples not in seclusion began to converge on Zhang Yuze's dwelling, eager to uncover the cause of the commotion. Their spiritual awareness had yet to reach a profound level, but the two roars had instilled in them a sense of alarm. Upon the completion of the system upgrade, Zhang Yuze felt an abundance of vital energy surging within him, prompting an involuntary roar that echoed through the surroundings. As calmness finally descended upon him, he sought to examine the details of the system upgrade. However, he was abruptly aware of visitors approaching from outside his cave. Exiting, he discovered 6 or 7 figures hovering above, all of whom were his fellow disciples, including Yu Tsindua and Ling Shuanger. As the formation dissipated, they descended before Zhang Yuze, with Ling Shuanger taking the lead. Junior brother, have you made a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? She inquired. Zhang Yuze smiled and shook his head. I appreciate your concern, esteemed seniors, but I have not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. I merely experienced an epiphany, which led to my outburst. I hope you can forgive me. Yu Tsindua smiled slightly. Although junior brother has not yet broken through, I can sense a remarkable difference. It seems that a breakthrough is not far off. At that moment, a powerful aura surged through the air, and they soon spotted Nan Haoyan flying towards them. Zhang Yuze recognized at a glance that Nan Haoyan had indeed made a breakthrough. He had successfully navigated the life and death trial. However, Ling Shuanger appeared displeased. Junior brother, it would be splendid if you could also reach the foundation establishment stage, so that this ice-cold individual understands that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. The other disciples shared Ling Shuanger's sentiments, their expressions revealing a stark contrast as they overlooked the congratulatory remarks for Nan Haoyan's achievement, instead gravitating towards Zhang Yuze, highlighting the disparity in their social standings. Zhang Yuze recalled some rumors he had heard previously, that after Nan Haoyan entered the sect, he continuously sought out his fellow disciples in the Qi refinement stage for duels, and it seemed that only Zhang Yuze emerged victorious each time. This might also explain his poor social standing among them. As Nan Haoyan descended, he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Yuze, who who suddenly radiated an astonishing aura, causing all the disciples in the Qi refinement stage to instinctively take a step back. Yu Tsindwa furrowed his brow and questioned, "Junior brother Nan, what are you doing?" Ling Shuang'er interjected bluntly, "Are you looking for a fight, you great ice block? Our junior brother is too busy to play with you." Nan Haoyan, however, paid no heed to their reactions and coldly demanded of Zhang Yuza, "Let us spar." "Junior brother Nan, you ought to know your limits. Having already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, is it truly necessary for you to challenge junior brother Zhang, who remains in the Qi refinement stage? Do you place such immense importance on victory?" Yu Tsindwa stepped forward, positioning himself between Zhang Yuza and Nan Haoyan, his voice stern. Ling Shuang'er also moved to stand protectively in front of Zhang Yuza, asserting, "Exactly. You, great ice block, tied with our junior brother last time. Now that you have advanced, you seek to fight him again. Isn't that bullying?" After a moment of contemplation, Nan Haoyan addressed Yu Tsindwa, "I would not mind sparring with you instead. Have you finally spoken up?" Yu Tsindwa replied with a smile, seemingly eager for this confrontation. "However, I shall not take advantage of your current state. You have just broken through and lack even a flying sword. Your foundation is still unstable. I will grant you 2 months. When the time comes, seek me out, and I shall be ready." As the former party involved, Zhang Yuza had remained silent, for he was in search of the Crimson Fox. Prior to the system upgrade, a notification seemed to imply that he had acquired a pet space. This suggested that the fox had vanished into his storage space. Indifferent to other systems, he devoted his efforts solely to locating the fox, a pursuit that took considerable time. Upon finally discovering the Crimson Fox within the pet space, he realized that matters had already been resolved. To his astonishment, Nan Haoyan and Yu Tsindwa were on the verge of confrontation, which left him somewhat perplexed. However, given the circumstances, he chose to remain uninvolved. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, he summoned the Crimson Fox. In an instant, the fox leapt into Zhang Yuza's embrace. Gazing at him with yearning eyes, a sudden thought crossed his mind. The fox must be hungry. He retrieved a low-grade spirit stone and offered it to the fox. A piercing scream echoed, causing Zhang Yuza's ears to momentarily ache. "Junior brother, where did you find such a beautiful fox? Let me hold it," exclaimed Ling Shuang'er, extending her arms. Yet, the Crimson Fox was far from amiable. It wriggled free from Zhang Yuza's grasp and instantly positioned itself hundreds of meters away, baring its sharp teeth. "Junior brother, would you be so kind as to gift me this fox?" The allure of something cute and beautiful proved irresistible to Ling Shuang'er. Her gaze fixated on the Crimson Fox. Everyone's attention was drawn to the enchanting creature, but Yu Tsindwa's expression was one of astonishment as he inquired of Zhang Yuza, "Junior brother, is this indeed a Crimson Fox? How can it possess such extraordinary speed?" As Zhang Yuza was about to speak, he heard the voice of Shuang Lingzi. "All disciples, please come to the bamboo hut." The moment Shuang Lingzi spoke, no one dared to delay, and they hurried towards the bamboo hut. Once everyone was seated, Shuang Lingzi opened her eyes, glanced at Nan Haoyan, and nodded in satisfaction. Then she turned her gaze towards Zhang Yuza and immediately noticed the Crimson Fox nestled in his arms, her eyes lighting up. "Yuza, what is this?" Zhang Yuza did not dare to conceal the truth. In fact, even if he wished to, it would be impossible to hide it. Thus, he chose to be forthright and allowed the Crimson Fox to be displayed before everyone. Moreover, the Crimson Fox was not an exceptionally powerful spirit beast. "This Crimson Fox is my spirit companion. May I take a look at it?" Shuang Lingzi inquired. Upon hearing her request, Zhang Yuza was unsure how to make the Crimson Fox comply, especially since it seemed unfriendly towards anyone but himself. He sat there, uncertain of what to do. Shuang Lingzi smiled gently. "You may bring it forward." Zhang Yuza stood up and approached Shuang Lingzi, cradling the Crimson Fox. However, the previously quiet fox suddenly trembled, glaring at Shuang Lingzi with a low growl. It was only after Zhang Yuza had petted it for quite some time that it finally calmed down. Shuang Lingzi nodded. "This is a mutated Crimson Fox. Although it is still juvenile, it already possesses the strength of the foundation establishment stage. Once it matures, it will at least reach the late foundation establishment stage. If you can find some spiritual herbs, it may even break through to the golden core stage. Its recognition of you is a sign of your fortune. I will provide you with some beast-taming talismans shortly." At this moment, the imposing presence of Frost Spirit was palpable. "I have summoned you here for 2 matters. Firstly, Nan Haoyan has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, which is indeed a moment of joy for our Frost Peak. Naturally, It is also delightful that Yuza has gained the Crimson Fox. Furthermore, I shall be away for 6 months. During this time, no one is permitted to descend the mountain without my consent. You are to remain diligent in your cultivation, particularly you, Schwanger. Do not stir up trouble. Reluctantly, Ling Schwanger responded, that ice block causes even more trouble than I do. Although her voice was barely a whisper, it could not escape the discerning ears of those adept in cultivation. Junior brother, could you give me this fox? I will exchange it for a top-tier magical artifact. Ling Schwanger persisted in her pursuit of the Crimson Fox, speaking softly to Zhang Yuza. Yet how could she conceal it from Frost's spirit? Enough of this nonsense. Frost's spirit reprimanded sharply. Yuza shares a deep bond with this Crimson Fox. Should it be taken away without cause? The fox might choose to starve itself rather than submit to you. Ling Schwanger pouted, doesn't it know? Frost's spirit sighed. I have long urged you to acquire more knowledge. But your laziness persists. This cannot continue. Remaining on the mountain will hinder your growth. Go to Ziqiao and accept the task, and let Yuza accompany you. Zhang Yuza immediately broke into a cold sweat. Accompanying Ling Schwanger on a task was infinitely more troublesome than battling Nan Haoyan. Master, the disciple has only just broken through, and my foundation is not yet stable. Shouldn't other senior brothers and sisters take this on instead? Ling Schwanger had just been reveling in her victory when she suddenly became agitated. Master, I am the senior sister. It is only right that you listen to me. I am the master, so you must heed my words. Upon hearing Shuang Lingzi's retort, Zhang Yuza couldn't help but scoff inwardly, realizing that even Shuang Lingzi possessed such an emotional side. Chapter 45. The reversal of fate. Ling Schwanger's curiosity about the red fox remained unabated, and she persistently implored Zhang Yuza to allow her to hold the creature. However, the outcome was predictable. The red fox utterly disregarded her, ultimately departing with a casual remark about seeking out the monkey to play. Much like a game, Zhang Yuza could place the red fox in the pet space whenever he did not require its presence. The system had imposed a rigid restriction, declaring that he could only ever possess one pet in his lifetime. In other words, even if a so-called divine beast were to take an interest in Zhang Yuza, it would be impossible for it to accompany him. Of course, such an occurrence would be far more challenging than his abrupt ascension. Despite the system's limitations, Zhang Yuza remained undeterred. After bestowing a spirit stone upon the red fox, he stored it within the pet space, where it seemed to be in a state of slumber. After observing the red fox in the pet space, Zhang Yuza proceeded to examine the changes that had occurred post-system upgrade. A plethora of unexamined system notifications awaited his attention, each confirmation bringing him an ever-increasing sense of delight. The system prompted him, stating that due to the premature activation of the pet system, it would automatically upgrade its skills. The intermediate cultivation method has vanished, replaced by the universal wave method. The intermediate sword technique has disappeared, yielding the clear void sword technique. The intermediate footwork has dissipated, granting the ethereal steps. Note: skill proficiency has vanished, categorized by tiers. The system prompts that all magical skills have disappeared, leading to the re-establishment of the skill tree. The system announces the activation of the magical skill level system. The system also indicates the initiation of the pet system, allowing one to view pet levels. After thoroughly examining all the system upgrade information, Zhang Yuza managed to temper his excitement. This system upgrade has rendered the system more user-friendly. For instance, by eliminating the issue of skill proficiency and introducing various tiers, akin to cultivators in reality, where a cultivation method progresses to certain levels before advancement. However, the disappearance of magical skills has afforded Zhang Yuza the opportunity to make new selections, akin to a skill forgetfulness feature in a game. He opened the skill tree and began to explore the skills available for learning, only to be taken aback. He discovered that the system had entirely restricted the order in which he could select skills, and the skills had undergone a complete transformation. All previously familiar skills had vanished, leaving only one illuminated space within the entire skill tree, which bore the name Fire Mastery. This revelation left him uncertain about the nature of the changes to the skills. Reluctantly, he clicked to learn Fire Mastery, and soon found it had appeared in his skill bar as Fire Mastery, Level 1, with the next indicator glowing, signaling that he could learn it. Indeed, a hierarchical system of skills has emerged. According to the system's prompts, the level of a skill is determined by one's own cultivation and proficiency in that skill. With his current cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he can master fire proficiency up to level 3. However, Zhang Yuza chose not to continue with fire proficiency. Instead, He clicked on Water Proficiency. Subsequently, the option for Earth Proficiency appeared, which he unhesitatingly selected for learning. Afterward, several skill options emerged. It took him an entire hour to complete the learning of all the skills available to him, reaching the highest level possible, and his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Cultivation, Late Qi Refinement, 9th level of Qi Refinement. Physical level, Level 27 Technique, Wanshang Boro Gong, Beginner. Simulating the Water Heart Sutra, Sword Technique. Qingshu, Sword Technique, Beginner, Step Technique. Lingshu Step, Beginner, Skills, Fire Proficiency, Level 3, Water Proficiency, Level 3, Earth Proficiency, Level 3, Metal Proficiency, Level 3, Wood Proficiency, Level 3, Calm Heart Incantation, Level 3. Such skills caused Zhang Yuze to furrow his brow. The 5 elemental spells had vanished completely, replaced instead by a collective designation for the various attributes. This development led him to ponder whether he could still cast the spells he had previously mastered, and the true potency of these new skills was a matter worth consideration. Struggling to suppress his worries and doubts, Zhang Yuze entered the chamber designated for trial spells. He silently recited the fire control incantation, yet nothing transpired, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why did nothing happen? This was illogical. Could it be that these skills were mere illusions? After a lengthy period of over 10 days, Zhang Yuze finally comprehended the reason behind the transformation of his skills. It turned out that his original abilities had not vanished. Rather, they existed in an alternate form. He now possessed the capability of mastery, yet to wield it effectively, he needed to acquire certain nuances through learning. In other words, if Zhang Yuze desired to acquire more skills, he would similarly have to engage in study, as opposed to receiving direct rewards from the system. This shift presented both advantages and disadvantages. While he could effortlessly learn from spell scrolls, the absence of such scrolls rendered the acquisition of certain abilities impossible. This implied a lack of readily available mentors, necessitating the search for teachers instead. Other spells were manageable, but the rare wood-based spell skills had entirely eluded his grasp, depriving him of a significant advantage. Nonetheless, his inner joy remained undiminished, for he had successfully executed a signature move previously mastered by Nan Haoyan. Although its power was modest, it had taken form, signifying that he could learn techniques from combat with others. A cheat skill, he almost wanted to exclaim. This ability was undoubtedly akin to a cheat. Just imagine, who in this world could possess the skill to reciprocate with one's own methods? Yet, Zhang Yuze could. Furthermore, the calming incantation had not disappeared, and the wind command spell could still be cast, albeit absent from the skill list. It was likely that the system deemed such spells too simplistic, as one could soar through the skies with proper manipulation of true essence. Thus, it was overlooked. Having grasped the nature of his skills, Zhang Yuze turned his attention to examining the information of his pets. Pet, Mutant Red Fox, unnamed, level 3, comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. After perusing the information regarding his pet, Zhang Yuze involuntarily let out a chuckle. A Foundation Establishment level Red Fox, combined with his own cultivation at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, along with the ability to summon wooden puppets, creates a formidable combination. In one-on-one combat, he would undoubtedly maintain an undefeated stance against opponents of a higher tier. Moreover, there is an even more significant aspect. This Red Fox has the potential for advancement. This implies that its pinnacle is not restricted to the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stages. With sufficient resources, it could indeed evolve into a more sophisticated being. However, he also took note of the pet's level system, which was clearly delineated in the system's introduction. Levels 1 to 10 are classified as mundane creatures, 11 to 25 as Bone Refinement Stage, 26 to 35 as Qi Refinement Stage, 36 to 45 as Foundation Establishment Stage, 46 to 55 as Golden Core Stage, 56 to 65 as Nascent Soul Stage, and so forth, with every 10 levels representing a checkpoint. The method for pet advancement was also elucidated. Spiritual elixirs can expedite the upgrading process, and spirit stones yield similar benefits. Of course, the pet's own cultivation can also lead to upgrades, albeit at a pace akin to that of a snail. It seems that earning more wealth is essential to sustain this Red Fox. As a new week commences, I call upon your support for collections and recommendations. Last week, we soared to the second position on the new book list, and this week is equally crucial. Whether we can ascend to the top depends on you all. Do not hesitate to cast your votes. A heartfelt thanks from this humble cup. Chapter 46, Yinluo Mountain Senior Sister, Have you received the mission from Master Z? Zhang Yujie soared into the air, greeting the void with grace. Ling Shuang'er appeared somewhat displeased as she tossed a jade slip to him. Master Uncle instructed you to take a look and prepare some items. Zhang Yujie understood that Ling Shuang'er's discontent stemmed from the indifference of the red fox towards her, a matter beyond his control. After examining the jade slip and contemplating its contents, he resolved, "Senior sister, I shall take care of the preparations. I will seek you out in 5 days, and together we shall set forth." Ling Shuang'er nodded. "This will certainly be of use." With that, she flung a storage pouch toward him. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yujie discovered over 30 low-grade spirit stones within. "Please wait a few days. I shall return shortly. I do not concern myself with the details. It is yours to handle." With that, Ling Shuang'er turned and departed. For a disciple like her, who rarely descended the mountain, one would expect a profound curiosity towards the mundane world. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As soon as she left the Ruoshui mountain range, she appeared uncomfortable and withdrawn, which contrasted with Zhang Yujie's expectations. "I detest descending the mountain. The spiritual energy here is so thin, it stifles me." Indeed, the spiritual energy of the mortal realm paled in comparison to that within the Ruoshui sect. For someone as gifted as Ling Shuang'er, her sensitivity to spiritual energy was heightened, which explained her aversion to descending. Is it really necessary? We merely need to investigate this cave. At most, there may be a few minor spirits to deal with. We can easily transform them. It poses no challenge whatsoever, Ling Shuang'er remarked dismissively. Zhang Yuza forced a smile. The place known as Yinluo Mountain, located in the western region of the Ruoshui sect, had once been the battleground of two mortal nations hundreds of years ago. The armies that clashed here were considerable, with the death toll on this mountain alone amounting to over 100,000 souls. Although the Ruoshui sect routinely dispatched personnel to cleanse the area, some remnants inevitably remained. It was precisely for this reason that Yinluo Mountain became a desolate place, with locals even referring to it as Yinluo Mountain, the Mountain of Hell. Before long, the two reached the foot of Yinluo Mountain. Even from several hundred li away, they could sense a palpable aura of malevolence, which intensified as they approached. Zhang Yuza felt uneasy. Mortals who succumbed to such malevolence often fell ill, explaining the scarcity of human presence near Yinluo Mountain. Though cultivators possessed a degree of resistance to this malevolent energy, excessive exposure could still inflict greater harm upon them. Fortunately, Zhang Yuza had prepared in advance, having procured some dispelling elixirs. "Senior sister, take a dispelling pill. We shall proceed after," he suggested. "How did you think to purchase this?" She replied, "No wonder Master Uncle instructed you to prepare." Ling Shuang'er consumed a dispelling pill and felt considerably better, immediately soaring toward Yinluo Mountain. Zhang Yuza, unable to call her back in time, followed closely behind. Luckily, Ling Shuang'er, mindful of Zhang Yuza, refrained from using her sword, allowing him to keep pace. "Hurry up. This way." Ling Shuang'er pointed to a valley ahead and flew forward. Zhang Yuza furrowed his brow as he gazed intently into the valley ahead. It was the very epicenter of the malevolent aura permeating the mountain range, its intensity magnified tenfold compared to the outskirts. The efficacy of the dispelling elixir was negligible. He would have to rely on his true essence to fend off the encroaching malevolence. "Senior sister, something feels amiss." The valley exuded an eerily tranquil atmosphere, with the surrounding trees completely withered, their lifeless forms casting a shadow over the ground. The sunlight was obstructed by the towering peaks, failing to illuminate the valley, which revealed a chilling aura. Zhang Yuza hastily summoned the red fox, as this place instilled in him an overwhelming sense of danger, necessitating constant vigilance. Upon the red fox's appearance, Zhang Yuza tossed it a low-grade spiritual stone to ensure it remained in peak condition. Ling Shuang'er, upon seeing the red fox, was instantly filled with delight, but she soon realized that the fox was utterly indifferent to her. Its fur bristled, sharp teeth bared, and the flame upon its tail burning with greater intensity. "Senior sister, we must not let our guard down. This place is likely more complex than it appears." Zhang Yuza cautioned immediately. Ling Shuang'er also sensed the underlying tension and swiftly summoned her magical artifact, which was neither sword nor dagger, but a mirror that shimmered with a faint blue glow, indicative of its extraordinary nature. Suddenly, Ling Shuang'er turned, raising the enchanted mirror, and a beam of light shot forth from its surface. "Senior sister, I cannot perceive these entities. They are present on both sides. What should we do?" Zhang Yuza inquired. standing back-to-back with Ling Shuang'er. These were no ordinary malevolent spirits. Had they been, Zhang Yu's strength would have been sufficient to sense them. It was likely that some sinister force was at play here, rendering the spirits far from ordinary. "I will assist you," Ling Shuang'er declared, holding the mirror aloft with one hand while positioning the other before Zhang Yu's eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. When he reopened them, he beheld dozens of malevolent spirits advancing toward them, their footsteps echoing like a meticulously organized military march. One on each side, Ling Shuang'er whispered, before soaring into the air, raising a precious mirror high. A brilliant beam of white light erupted from the mirror, illuminating the spirits and eliciting their anguished cries. Zhang Yu, undeterred by Ling Shuang'er's actions, focused intently on confronting the malevolent entities before him. He issued a command for the Crimson Fox to attack, and immediately, it unleashed an intensely searing flame. The spirits touched by the fire were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Subsequently, a lightning net burst forth from Zhang Yu's hand, for the power of lightning was particularly devastating against such vile creatures. Soon, the spirits within the net dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. "It's quite simple. Yet you seem rather startled," Ling Shuang'er remarked, having dealt with the spirits swiftly and chiding Zhang Yu for his earlier caution. Zhang Yu shook his head, moving to the spot where the spirits had been, and picked up a piece of yellow paper from the ground. "Senior sister, this is a talisman. Although it is damaged, the patterns indicate it is an invisibility talisman. Indeed, could it be that the malevolent spirits have learned to draw talismans?" Ling Shuang'er inquired, peering closely at it. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yu replied, "It is not that the spirits can draw talismans. Rather, someone has affixed talismans to these malevolent beings. Therefore, our task remains unfulfilled." Ling Shuang'er tilted her head in contemplation and remarked, "Why not simply defeat that individual? Let us hasten." Zhang Yu, harboring little hope for this naive senior sister, remained stationary, meticulously observing the surroundings. He leaned against the mountainside, tapping it thoughtfully, wishing to uncover the hidden secrets behind the wall, akin to his previous encounter with the serpent-bodied, human-faced monster, yet he found nothing. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang'er chose not to disturb Zhang Yu. Instead, she crouched down, admiring the red fox resting nearby, occasionally revealing a look of envy. A low growl emanated from the red fox once more, prompting Zhang Yu to glance in the direction it was fixated on, where a dark silhouette stood amidst the nearby thicket. Chapter 47. The mysterious adversary before him emerged a figure from the dense forest, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned the individual's pallid complexion, devoid of vitality, with lifeless eyes and an aura of chilling malevolence. A zombie. Zhang Yu had encountered descriptions of such creatures in various texts, yet this was his first direct encounter. The male zombie loomed at nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a faint blue luminescence as he approached Ling Shuang'er and remarked, "Senior sister, this place is truly vexatious." Ling Shuang'er scoffed, "I detest such entities." With that, she raised her precious mirror high, unleashing a blinding beam of light. A sudden flash of light stirred a cloud of dust, yet the zombie vanished from sight. Zhang Yu squinted, realizing the creature's speed was astonishing, indicating it was no ordinary foe. However, one certainty remained. This zombie was not a flying corpse, merely a leaping one. Zombies are categorized into 6 distinct levels. The most primitive, known as the white zombie, is a lowly type that, upon entering a graveyard, begins to sprout soft white fur after a month. These zombies are sluggish and easily dispatched, typically by ordinary mortals. They represent the majority. If a white zombie indulges in the essence of cattle and sheep, after several years, it sheds its white fur in favor of several inches of black hair, transforming into a black zombie. This type remains fearful of sunlight and fire, moving at a slow pace while beginning to consume human blood. After decades of absorbing energy and blood, a black zombie will lose its black fur and primarily adopt a leaping form of movement, capable of swift and extensive jumps while still shunning sunlight. Such creatures are not easily dealt with by mere mortals. When a leaping corpse reaches maturity, it develops a thick coat of body hair during the cultivation process, forming a protective layer akin to armor, renowned for its toughness. The higher the cultivation, the sturdier the body. Advanced leaping corpses can resist even the most powerful artifacts wielded by cultivators. An even more formidable type of zombie is the Hanhua, chronicled in the scriptures of the Ruoshui sect. After absorbing vital essence for hundreds of years, a flying corpse becomes increasingly grotesque, resembling a fearsome fiend with a blue face and sharp fangs. It possesses the ability to alter its form and appearance to deceive others. Capable of slaying dragons and summoning plagues, the Hanhua is a harbinger of calamity. 100,000 years ago, this continent was plagued by a drought demon, vanquished only through the combined efforts of 3 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The final level of this menace was the most terrifying of zombies. It could be said that it had transcended mere corpsehood to become a demon lord, wielding formidable powers accumulated over millennia. However, such tales belong to the realm of legend. Before us stands a jumping zombie, its body now adorned with greenish fur, its eyes emanating a chilling crimson glow. When Ling Shuang'er failed to land her strike, her frustration surged, and she relentlessly pursued the creature, unleashing spells and magical treasures in a continuous barrage. Yet, the jumping zombie was astonishingly swift, vanishing from the valley in the blink of an eye and darting into the dense forest. Zhang Yuzo attempted to call out to Ling Shuang'er, but suddenly recalled something important, allowing her to chase after the zombie without interference. Zhang Yuzo fixed his gaze in the direction the zombie had fled, wielding the Qingshu sword as he summoned several bolts of lightning to strike down. How did you discover my presence? A pitch-black banner intercepted all the lightning strikes, revealing a young man clad in a flowing black robe, his visage utterly unremarkable. The man in black let out a hearty laugh. A little girl at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, paired with you, a mere 9th level Qi refinement cultivator, cannot possibly pose a threat to me. Zhang Yuzo smiled faintly. It seems you have underestimated something. Underestimated what? This crimson fox before you? The black-clad man appeared exceedingly confident. Zhang Yuzo shook his head. You have not underestimated our fighting strength. Rather, you have miscalculated your own. The man clad in black displayed a fleeting moment of panic upon hearing Zhang Yuzo's words. Though it vanished almost instantly, nonetheless, Zhang Yuzo, who had been observing him closely, caught it unmistakably. There's no need to feign ignorance. As soon as Zhang Yuzo uttered these words, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind an ethereal silhouette, with a gleaming sword radiating an intense brilliance that pierced through the darkness. A few paces away, Zhang Yuzo was momentarily taken aback by the figure that emerged behind him. It's you? I didn't anticipate that you would discover me. Haha, what an intriguing individual. The figure was a woman, marked by a prominent red birthmark on her face. Zhang Yuzo narrowed his eyes, realizing that this woman possessed foundational cultivation. It seemed the 2nd daughter of the Mu family had met her demise at her hands. He fixed his gaze on her and inquired, I have a question. Why didn't you eliminate me back then? Zhang Yuzo momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure. It was at this juncture that the woman deftly evaded the attack from the red fox, sending her sword hurtling towards him. He instantly vacated the area, sensing imminent danger. Had it not been for his possession of the Tranquil Heart spell, he might have faced dire consequences. At that moment, the red fox let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the woman. She soared into the air, casting a playful smile at the grounded red fox, remarking, How can something that cannot fly contend with me? Zhang Yuzo also smiled faintly. Is that so? Then let us put that to the test. As soon as his voice fell, the red fox transformed into a streak of crimson light, launching a fierce attack on the woman with a powerful scratch and bite. The woman, taken aback, barely managed to evade the fox's strike with her sword. Why could the red fox fly? It was merely a 3rd-tier spirit beast. How could it possibly take to the skies? Her words brimmed with astonishment, yet what awaited her was not Zhang Yuzo's explanation, but a flame emanating from the fox's mouth. Thus, she was compelled to engage in a fierce struggle with the red fox, finding herself in a stalemate. Observing the distant confrontation between the fox and the woman, Zhang Yuzo turned to the man in black before him and remarked, Since they have departed, should we not indulge ourselves as well? The man in black, momentarily taken aback, smiled faintly at Zhang Yuzo's words. Though I am unaware of how you have enabled a 3rd-tier spirit beast to fly, you were right to say that I underestimated our combat strength. As he spoke, another zombie materialized beside him. Zhang Yuzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the creature. You have turned the 2nd daughter of the Mu family into a jumping corpse. Who exactly are you? Go to hell and ask the king of hell. The man in black's words had barely escaped his lips when the jumping corpse suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuzo, its elongated claws and greenish fur evoking a sense of revulsion. Should it land a blow, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Raising his Qingshu sword, He braced himself against the corpse's assault. Yet, a wave of peril surged from behind him, leaving Zhang Yuza no time to retaliate against the corpse. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the impending attack. Though he escaped with haste, the odds of 2 against 1 were decidedly not in his favor. The man in black hurled the previously held small black flag, from which emanated a cacophony of mournful wails. Subsequently, hundreds of malevolent spirits surged forth, charging directly at Zhang Yuza. The soul-summoning flag? You belong to the soul-refining sect. In that instant, upon the emergence of the evil spirits, Zhang Yuza recognized the origin of the flag, a unique artifact of one of the 3 major demonic sects, the soul-refining sect. My soul-summoning flag is in need of a primary soul, and you are just the right fit. The man in black revealed a menacing expression as he commanded the jumping corpses and the multitude of evil spirits to assault Zhang Yuza. In a split second, Zhang Yuza shattered a dozen thunder talismans. The evil spirits disintegrated into wisps of green smoke under the onslaught of the talismans. However, this barrage only eradicated fewer than 10 spirits, while more continued to advance relentlessly, and the jumping corpses had already appeared before him. Faced with the daunting horde of evil spirits and the equally formidable jumping corpses, Zhang Yuza refrained from overestimating his capabilities. He summoned his utmost speed, creating an afterimage as he darted through the ranks of evil spirits, evading their attacks. In a brief moment, chaos ensued among the spirits, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuza unleashed several strikes of lightning to obliterate dozens more. Yet, it was not long before the evil spirits regained their composure, orchestrated by the man in black, who manipulated them from the periphery. Enclosed in their encirclement, Zhang Yuza found his speed rendered ineffective, and the consumption of his large-scale spells proved excessively taxing, leaving him with no choice but to rely on his swordsmanship for defense. However, the formidable strength of 2 fists pales in comparison to the overwhelming force of 4 hands. The speed of the leaping corpse was relentless, and Zhang Yuza's body was already marred with several deep scratches, crimson blood oozing forth. The metallic scent of blood seemed to incite both the malevolent spirits and the leaping corpses into a frenzy, relentlessly assaulting him without a shred of fear, obeying only their master's commands. This onslaught left Zhang Yuza in a state of sheer passivity. "Why aren't you taking action?" he shouted, as yet another claw from a leaping corpse carved into his flesh. The man in black momentarily froze, cautiously surveying his surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. At that moment, a bolt of lightning cracked above him. Fortunately, he was quick to react, though his left arm was still affected, emitting wisps of smoke. Clutching his injured arm, he glared at Zhang Yuza amidst the throng of malevolent spirits with a fierce gaze. "You dare to provoke me? If you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." A wave of dark energy emanated from the man in black, coalescing into a black orb that flickered with ghostly blue flames. The orb hurtled forth with astonishing speed, disregarding the lives of the malevolent spirits in its wake. Directly aimed at Zhang Yuza. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yuza found himself at a loss, with the fiery sphere barreling towards him. With determination, he endured a brutal strike from the leaping corpse, leveraging its force to propel himself into the air, a chilling sensation enveloping his chest, followed by excruciating pain. "Meet your end," the man in black shouted, conjuring yet another fireball. Zhang Yuza, suspended in midair, had no time to evade, while the leaping corpse lunged at him from below. In a desperate maneuver, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc, repelling the leaping corpse, and shouted, "Act quickly." At this moment, the man in black had readied his fireball, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he declared, "You wish to intimidate me? You shall perish." Upon catching sight of the figure behind the man in black, Zhang Yuza exhaled a sigh of relief, relinquishing his reserve of true essence. Dozens of palm-sized thunderbolts erupted forth, reducing the numerous malevolent spirits to mere ashes. As they fell to the ground, an astonishing chill emanated from him, encasing the surrounding area in ice, including the corpse that had lost its master's control. "Do you wish for my demise?" Zhang Yuza slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Nan Haotian hurled the frozen man in black to the ground, inquiring, "When did you learn to freeze the land?" The appearance of Nan Haotian was orchestrated by Shuang Lingzi, who had meticulously planned this for Ling Shuanger, causing Zhang Yuza to hold deep admiration for Shuang Lingzi's intellect. Though it was mingled with surprise and a hint of caution, most of the battle had unfolded as anticipated. with the sole unexpected element being the second young lady of the Mu family appearing in the guise of a zombie. Zhang Yuzi shook his head at the barrage of questions, saying, "Senior sister, shouldn't you first inquire about my injuries?" Only then did Ling Shuang'er notice the wounds adorning Zhang Yuzi's body, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are injured? Not only am I injured, but even the Scarlet Fox has sustained severe wounds," Zhang Yuzi replied, a trace of reproach evident in his tone. Ling Shuang'er cried out, "The Scarlet Fox is hurt? How serious is it?" Zhang Yuzi furrowed his brow and asked, "What about that woman?" "She has fled," Nan Haoyan replied, his expression impassive. "Have they escaped?" Zhang Yuzi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how this woman, merely at the first level of Foundation establishment, managed to elude Nan Haoyan after a prolonged struggle with the Red Fox. Ling Shuang'er glared at Nan Haoyan. "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How could you allow someone to flee? Truly, your boasts are nothing but hot air." Nan Haoyan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuzi. "Blood escape. I shall take my leave." With that, he wasted no time, soaring into the skies on his sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What a feeble excuse. Blood escape, indeed. It is clear he cannot match her strength. Ling Shuang'er's discontent with Nan Haoyan remained unabated. Zhang Yuzi fixed his gaze upon the subdued figure in black, his voice icy. "Do not overthink it. I have no intention of interrogating you. The soul extraction technique is not exclusive to your soul refining sect. I too possess knowledge of it." Upon hearing the term soul extraction technique, the man in black turned ashen. This spell could siphon memories from the target, leaving the caster as a mere shell of their former self. While he held no qualms about its use, he did not believe that Zhang Yuzi, a member of the Rua Shui sect, self-proclaimed as a righteous faction, would dare employ such a technique. "You are trying to frighten me. If your elders were to discover that you used the soul extraction technique on me, it would not end well for you. What are you doing? No, stay back." The black-clad man was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes bulging in terror. "Junior brother," Ling Shuang'er interjected, grasping Zhang Yuzi's arm. "Isn't the soul extraction technique a bit too cruel? Senior sister, when dealing with malevolent forces, there is no need to uphold any moral code. Rest assured, Master will not hold us accountable." Zhang Yuzi regarded Ling Shuang'er with a reassuring expression. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her and the ashen-faced man in black, Zhang Yuzi said, "Senior sister, my energy is somewhat disordered. I need to regulate my breath. Please keep an eye on this individual." Ling Shuang'er patted her chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle this fellow without allowing him to escape." Zhang Yuzi nodded, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he produced a jade vial. "This is a favorite tool of torment used by mortals," he remarked. "It is said to induce an unbearable itch, leading one to scratch until their own flesh is torn and bloodied. Although you are not like an ordinary person, being deprived of your true essence, I suspect you will not escape the sensation." With that, he emptied the powder from the vial onto the face of the man in black. A moment later, the man began to wail in agony. Zhang Yuzi swiftly cast a talisman to silence his cries, then glanced at Ling Shuang'er, noting the expression of pity on her face. Without further words, he found a stone behind which to meditate. The Red Fox lay atop the large rock, observing the interaction between Ling Shuang'er and the man in black. Suddenly, the fox's eyes flew open, and it dashed away with a piercing scream. However, when Zhang Yuzi turned to look, he witnessed the man in black making a blood-soaked escape. Chapter 49. The pursuit. Having witnessed such events unfold, Zhang Yuzi had become utterly convinced of Shuang Lingzi's words. Observing Ling Shuang'er, who was restrained nearby, he stepped forward, shaking his head, and released her from the binding. "Senior sister, why are you so benevolent? Kindness must be selective. Such a person is not worth mourning." Ling Shuang'er lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat disheartened by the previous incident. Throughout her life, she had never encountered ungratefulness, and this was the first time. Yet, she still struggled to grasp the full implications. "Junior brother, you could have simply killed him earlier. Why then did you choose to torment him?" Zhang Yuzi smiled gently, "For no particular reason. Let us pursue him. Although the blood escape technique is swift, it comes at a great cost to the user, and he must certainly be gravely injured." Their pace was not hurried. They merely sought clues with diligence. Ling Shuang'er found it perplexing. "Junior brother, we should hasten our pursuit. At this rate, he will have escaped far beyond our reach. There's no need for haste. He is severely wounded and will undoubtedly seek a safe haven to recuperate, all while remaining vigilant. Remember, he has a companion, Recklessly chasing him could invite danger. Zhang Yuze explained. Ling Shuang'er wished to voice her thoughts, but the recent events had made her aware of Zhang Yuze's meticulous nature. His cautious approach suggested he had his reasons for not rushing into the chase, so she refrained from further comment. Thus, 2 full months passed. Yet the duo had still not uncovered any trace of the fleeing figure clad in black. Junior brother, we have found nothing. Could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? Ling Shuang'er felt a tinge of impatience. For days, Zhang Yuze had been lethargically plodding along, needing to rest at night and lingering in one place during the day, giving the impression of leisurely sightseeing rather than pursuing someone. Zhang Yuze contemplated silently for a moment before pointing towards the southwest. Over there, senior sister, let us hasten our pursuit. Ling Shuang'er was taken aback, uncertain of the basis for Zhang Yuze's confidence. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed Zhang Yuze had already taken flight ahead of her, prompting her to follow closely. Junior brother, how do you know the person is in that direction? Zhang Yuze replied with an impassive expression, I can smell blood. The scent of blood? Ling Shuang'er was bewildered, yet could only continue to trail behind. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the outskirts of a small county town. Ling Shuang'er was utterly stunned, disregarding Zhang Yuze beside her as she rushed inside. Zhang Yuze, however, did not follow. Instead, he remained in place for a while until the figure of Nan Haoyan appeared in the sky. Upon witnessing Nan Haoyan descend with the cloaked man before him, he sighed softly, Are they all dead? Nan Haoyan nodded. Not a single one survived. This is senior sister Shuang'er's home in the mundane world. Did you not consider rescuing any of her family? Zhang Yuze inquired, gazing at the desolate county town with a gentle tone. My master said she has no relatives. She is an orphan, Nan Haoyan replied. Zhang Yuze was momentarily taken aback. An orphan? Then why choose this place? Nan Haoyan shook his head. I do not know. I have already employed the soul extraction technique, and I sent the corpse to the Mu family. I am waiting for you here. Zhang Yuze took hold of the nearly lifeless figure of the cloaked man, dragging him towards the county town. The acrid scent of blood wafted towards him from several miles away, causing a sense of discomfort to wash over him. Upon entering the town, the stench intensified. Yet there were no corpses in sight, only patches of blood staining the ground. He understood that the deceased had been fed to the wandering corpses and malevolent spirits by the very man he was carrying, leaving behind an eerily silent and ominous deserted town. It was not until he reached a dilapidated alleyway and stumbled upon a modest residence that he found Ling Shuang, who was staring blankly at the empty house. He approached her slowly from behind and whispered, Senior sister. In an instant, Zhang Yuze was met with a powerful punch from Ling Shuang'er, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing through a mud wall. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he spat out blood and raised his gaze towards her, a look of terror etched across his face. You know, don't you? You know he came here. You know he would slaughter everyone, and you allowed him to kill them all. Ling Shuang'er screamed, her voice hoarse with anguish. Zhang Yuze touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. Why did you do this? Ling Shuang'er's eyes were bloodshot, her face contorted in fury, and a massive shard of ice hurtled towards Zhang Yuze. With great effort, he raised his hands to shield himself from the icy shard. Yet the immense spiritual force rendered Zhang Yuze's arms seemingly detached from his own body, devoid of sensation. The chill seeped into his being, making him feel a touch of cold. Ling Shuang'er had already manifested a large ice shard in her hand, and with a vigorous flick, it hurtled toward Zhang Yuze in an instant. He closed his eyes, not awaiting death, though he was prepared to make certain sacrifices for Ling Shuang'er. His life was not among them. As anticipated, the ice shard did not strike him, but instead produced a thunderous sound. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the man in black had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. A piercing scream from Ling Shuang'er reverberated through the heavens, and a potent aura erupted from her, causing the surrounding earthen walls to gradually fracture. Zhang Yuze sprang to his feet and soared into the air, only to be met by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. The vicinity of the previous residence was now reduced to ash, a testament to the devastation unleashed. This was the first time Zhang Yuze truly comprehended the formidable power of the Foundation establishment stage. The sheer destructive capacity left him in awe. The very aura that erupted was so potent that he realized, should Ling Shuang'er unleash her full strength upon him, he would stand no chance of retaliation. The disparity between the 9th layer of Qi refinement and the Foundation establishment stage was indeed colossal. As the dust began to settle, Zhang Yuze noticed Ling Shuang'er had fainted within a large crater. He hastened to her side, relieved to find that she had merely exhausted her true essence. Are you injured? Nan Haoyan also arrived at the scene. Nan Haoyan had already sensed that Zhang Yu's hands were afflicted, trembling incessantly. However, he had no intention of offering assistance. Instead, the gaze he cast upon Zhang Yuza underwent a subtle transformation. After a brief interval, Zhang Yuza felt that he had entirely lost sensation in his hands, unable to bear the weight any longer, and ultimately collapsed upon a mountain peak. I must tend to my injuries, yet my senior sister's true essence is in disarray, and time is of the essence. I shall escort her away, you remain to recuperate. Upon uttering these words, Nan Haoyan swiftly placed Ling Shuang'er upon his flying sword and took off in haste. Zhang Yuza discovered a cave nestled within the mountains, camouflaged the entrance, and retrieved the array talisman that Zi Qiao had bestowed upon him prior to his departure. After meticulously arranging the cave, he finally felt a sense of security. He consumed several solidifying essence pills, and it took him a full 2 months to recuperate from his injuries. He had indeed overestimated his resilience, believing that his robust physique would suffice, which led him to neglect to shield himself with true essence. Little did he realize the devastation wrought by Ling Shuang'er's furious strike, particularly the damage inflicted upon his hands by the icy shards, which had severely disrupted his meridians. Though he had exerted himself to endure, his remarkable recovery capabilities ultimately prevented any lasting repercussions. Due to the array's isolation and having just emerged from meditation, Zhang Yuza's spiritual awareness had not yet extended outward. It was only upon hearing a sound that he realized someone was present, prompting him to hastily dismantle the array, employ an invisibility talisman, and conceal himself. Chapter 50, Seclusion. No, I recently witnessed an immortal descending upon this mountain peak. Although the celestial masters in the court claim I possess no innate talent, it matters not. If I could have but a glimpse of an immortal's visage, my life would be devoid of regret. The celestial masters can also be regarded as immortals. Have you not encountered them numerous times, young master? You are unaware. But the celestial master once said that immortals can traverse the skies on swords, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye, while the master himself has merely scratched the surface of the path and harbors no hope of attaining immortality. Young master, the master is already displeased with you. If this continues, the consequences could be dire. This exchange between the master and servant resonated clearly in Zhang Yu's mind. As he observed the two figures receding into the distance, an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over him. The path to immortality stretched infinitely before him, yet it did not appear as glorious as he had imagined. The young master must be a person accustomed to the luxuries of the mundane world, and perhaps it is best for him to continue indulging in such pleasures. With a soft sigh, he departed. Upon returning to the Frostfall Peak, Zhang Yuza made his way to Ziqiao's cave dwelling, recounting the events that had transpired along his journey. Ziqiao enlightened him about the disciple from the soul-refining sect, revealing that the cloaked figure was merely a true disciple of that sect, who had fallen into disfavor with his senior due to certain matters and faced relentless suppression. Eventually, he encountered a woman marked with a crimson birthmark, and together they ventured into the territory of Roshue's sect. The woman seemed exceptionally adept at concealing her presence, allowing the disciple of the soul refinement sect to maneuver freely within the territory of the Rual Water sect without being detected. In a bold turn of events, she set her sights on a steward of the Rual Water sect in the mortal realm, an act that inevitably drew the attention of the sect. This led to the series of incidents encountered by Zhang Yuza and his companions. Initially, the sect merely believed that a disciple of an evil faction was causing trouble. This disciple was likely at the early stages of Foundation establishment. Nan Haoyan accompanied him solely to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. However, an unforeseen event did occur, resulting in one less person accounted for. Fortunately, Nan Haoyan was there. Otherwise, Zhang Yuza would have found himself in peril this time. This is for you, Ziqiao remarked, presenting Zhang Yuza with a jade vial containing a channeling elixir. Zhang Yuza's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the vial, ready to depart. Are you not going to inquire about Shuang? She asked. Zhang Yuza shook his head. If my senior sister despises me, so be it. When she eventually realizes her mistake, she will no longer harbor animosity towards me. With that, he left Ziqiao's cave and made his way back to his own dwelling. Upon returning, he marveled at the channeling elixir in his possession. He had never anticipated obtaining such a precious item. Elixirs come in varying grades. The channeling elixirs typically traded in Huayu City were mostly of inferior quality, fetching around 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. Yet, the one he held was evidently far from ordinary, with its sheen and fragrance tantalizingly alluring. Noticing an approaching visitor, Zhang Yuzi stepped out of his cave and, upon seeing Nan Haoyan, offered a slight nod. "Are you here to challenge me?" Nan Haoyan shook his head. "So, would you like to inquire why I am aware of your ultimate technique?" He gazed intently at Zhang Yuzi, leaving the question unanswered. "I claim it is because you have employed it, and thus I have learned it. Do you believe me?" Nan Haoyan furrowed his brow and then nodded slightly. "I am about to close the life and death gate," Zhang Yuzi declared, having made his decision. Earlier, he had sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough, albeit one that was not yet ripe. Now, with the acquisition of a breakthrough pill, his confidence had surged significantly. "Is it truly so soon?" Nan Haoyan finally spoke. "Yes, I believe the moment has arrived," Zhang Yuzi affirmed with a nod. He understood the reason behind Nan Haoyan's inquiry. Merely a few months prior, he had only just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the interval between breakthroughs was indeed quite brief. Typically, individuals would spend several years accumulating experience before progressing to the foundation establishment stage, much like Nan Haoyan himself, who had cultivated at the 9th level for 2 to 3 years before seizing the right moment to advance. However, Zhang Yuzi was different. He harbored no concerns regarding the stability of his foundation. The system upgrade had bestowed upon him not only an array of skills and techniques, but had also revitalized him entirely. His foundation was remarkably solid, requiring only the final push to propel him forward. Most importantly, he was driven by an intense desire to grow stronger, a yearning that intensified after realizing his utter helplessness against Ling Shuang'er's attacks. "After you emerge, let us engage in a duel," he proposed with a faint smile. "Do you truly believe I will succeed?" Nan Haoyan responded with an impassive expression. "You will succeed." With that, he soared away on his sword. As Zhang Yuzi gazed at the departing figure of Nan Haoyan, he suddenly found this individual rather endearing, albeit slightly aloof. He possessed 40 solidifying essence pills, 12 Qi refining pills, and an additional acupoint opening pill, resources that, in his estimation, were woefully insufficient. For Zhang Yuzi, these supplies were far from adequate. He had ventured out to procure over 100 solidifying essence pills, alongside countless fasting pills. This reckless expenditure was such that even the most ordinary of true disciples, let alone the descendants of golden elixir ancestors, would scarcely indulge in such extravagance. Yet, Zhang Yuzi remained dissatisfied. Had he not exhausted his supply of spirit stones, he would undoubtedly have sought even more solidifying essence pills. This predicament was unavoidable. With each breakthrough, his consumption of solidifying essence pills had escalated. During his ascent to the 9th layer of Qi refining, he had consumed a staggering 30 pills. The challenge of advancing to the foundation establishment stage was exponentially more daunting than that of reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining. Even with the acupoint opening pill in hand, success could not be guaranteed. If he continued to accumulate resources at a leisurely pace, who could predict when he might eventually break through to the foundation establishment stage? At Frostfall Peak, within the confines of his secluded abode, Zhang Yuzi remained in a state of closed-door cultivation. Time was of the essence for him. He persistently consumed solidifying essence pills, swiftly following the digestion of each with another, until he reached the 30th pill, at which point he sensed a slight loosening at the threshold of heaven and earth and promptly ingested a Qi refining pill. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have swiftly elapsed. During this period, Zhang Yuzi's cultivation has been indulgent, yet amidst this lavish practice, he has made gradual progress, remaining oblivious to all external information. In this seclusion, the most profound sensation he has experienced is solitude. Aside from cultivation, he is entirely alone. However, for one who has always been solitary, this loneliness has paradoxically become a catalyst for growth. During the recent internal disciples competition, the Frosty Summit has only admitted one new true disciple, a female practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, who occasionally appears at Zhang Yuzi's cave dwelling whenever Nan Haoyan pays a visit. She departs only after Nan Haoyan leaves. "Miss, it has been a year and a half. What if he has failed?" Ziqiao expressed her concern, for it was she who had entrusted the breakthrough pills to Zhang Yuzi. If his ambition for rapid success led to adverse consequences, it would be her fault. Frost's spirit sighed gently. Regardless of success or failure, given his composure, he should possess a degree of confidence. "All we can do now is wait. Miss, there is no need to elaborate on Shuang'er's matters. I had hoped she would mature a little, but she has greatly disappointed me. She must apologize to Yuza before she is worthy of receiving the true Rashue Heart Sutra from me. Frost's spirit-s expression turned frosty. Ziqiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words and sighed. Miss, you should reveal the truth to Schwanger. The truth is that she is foolish and naive, shifting her own faults onto others. What can be said of that? I regret having been excessively kind to her in the past, and I also lament not having taken Zhang Yuza under my wing sooner. This is the first time that Ziqiao has witnessed Shuang Lingzi express such great anger towards Ling Schwanger. Recently, I have been experiencing some physical ailments, which have adversely affected my mood and speed in writing. As a newcomer in this endeavor, I recognize that my grasp of language and character development is inevitably flawed, and I kindly ask for your understanding. If my writing truly seems lacking, I do not wish to impose. Some readers have inquired whether Ling Schwanger is the protagonist. I shall offer a slight spoiler. She is not. The true heroine has already been mentioned within the text, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all those who have consistently followed my work. In Chapter 51, a breakthrough in foundational cultivation occurs. The secluded cave where Zhang Yuza has resided for 2 long years suddenly reverberates with a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of the dwelling as if a famished beast has found a sumptuous feast. All the true disciples atop Luoshuang Peak hear this earth-shattering cry. 2 years prior, many had witnessed a similar scene when Nan Haoyan successfully broke through to the foundational stage, and now, it seems Zhang Yuza may have achieved the same feat, compelling them to gravitate towards his cave. Throughout these 2 years, Zhang Yuza has devoted himself solely to cultivation, never once stepping outside. The unrelenting solitude has gnawed at him, pushing him to the brink of despair on several occasions, yet he persevered. At this moment, his joy is unparalleled. It is a joy that serves as both an expression and a release. He finally comprehended the reason behind Nan Haoyan's thunderous roar upon emerging from his seclusion. It was the result of enduring profound loneliness for an extended period. Those who have never experienced such solitude cannot fathom the accompanying oppression. Beyond cultivation, there exists naught else to occupy one's time. Countless individuals have succumbed to the overwhelming weight of this boundless isolation, ultimately losing themselves in madness. While the loneliness on the path of cultivation is unavoidable, for a young man in his 20s, this degree of solitude is unprecedented. Perhaps one could endure it for a month or 2, even 3 or 4. But 2 years, 2 whole years of desolation. What kind of fortitude is required to persevere? It is no wonder that those with higher cultivation often exhibit increasingly eccentric personalities. They must have been profoundly affected by their isolation. Suspended in the air, Zhang Yuza possessed an enigmatic gaze, still adorned with his youthful visage. Yet it bore a hint of weariness. Throughout the lengthy years of solitude, the steadfastness of one's mind can often surpass innate talent. During these 2 years, he had subsisted solely on hunger-quenching pills, devoting every remaining moment to cultivation, an endeavor that tested his will and subjected him to great torment. Among the gathered, he did not see Yu Tsindua or Ling Schwanger. Rather, it was Nan Haoyan who stood before him, scrutinizing him with piercing intensity. "Is this Zhang Yuza, the junior disciple?" inquired the man whose cultivation level eluded Zhang's perception. Zhang Yuza inclined his head respectfully. "Indeed, senior brother, I hope you are well." "You flatter me, senior brother Gu. It is merely a stroke of fortune on my part," he responded. "Let us engage in a duel." Nan Haoyan, seemingly unable to tolerate the lackluster interaction between Zhang Yuza and Gu Nan, stepped forward, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Zhang Yuza. Nan Haoyan shot a glance at Gu Nan, then shook his head, conceding, "I cannot surpass you." Zhang Yuza was taken aback by Gu Nan's unexpectedly combative demeanor, realizing that Nan Haoyan harbored a certain trepidation towards him. This indicated that the two had indeed sparred before, with Nan Haoyan emerging as the defeated, yet uncomplaining party. Without any reservations, he naturally stated, "Please, senior brother." Zhang Yuza found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that this Gu Nan, with such a distinct personality, spoke with astonishing ease. The authority of Shuanglingzi was inviolable, prompting everyone to vacate the premises immediately, while the trio of Zhang Yuza hastened towards the bamboo cottage. Inside, Shuanglingzi sat upright, her gaze fixed upon the three, gently addressing them. "Zhang Yuza, you have advanced to the foundation establishment stage merely 4 years after entering, which is commendable. Today, I officially accept you and Nan Haoyan as my inner disciples." Zhang Yuza was momentarily taken aback. utterly bewildered by the notion of being an inner disciple, questioning whether they had not yet attained the status of true disciples. I am aware that you may have questions. Gu Nan, please enlighten your two junior brothers on this matter. Shuang Lingzi had to admit that these three were the ones she valued the most. Gu Nan was astute and discerning. Nan Haoyan possessed exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess. Zhang Yuze had encountered fortuitous circumstances and understood human nature deeply. The future of Luoshuang Peak undoubtedly lay with these three. Yet each had their own shortcomings. Gu Nan had a penchant for mischief. Nan Haoyan was overly frigid, and Zhang Yuze's innate aptitude was somewhat lacking. However, if the three can complement each other, then the future of Luoshuang Peak rests upon their shoulders. Gu Nan gazed at Zhang Yuze and Nan Haoyan, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. My two junior brothers. Only those who have become inner disciples are eligible to participate in the 50-year trial of the Yujin Treasure Vault. Now, aside from myself, there are no inner disciples at Luoshuang Peak, but from today onward, that will change with your inclusion. The Yujin Treasure Vault? Zhang Yuze pondered, increasingly curious about this new term. Gu Nan offered an awkward smile, but refrained from speaking further. Yuze, you shall wait here while I accompany our master inside, spoke Shuang Lingzi, who then proceeded into the inner chamber, with Zhang Yuze closely trailing behind. Nan Haoyan shot Gu Nan a glare, remaining unfazed, simply sitting quietly on the meditation cushion, his eyes closed in contemplation. Oh, you timid rodent. Are you perhaps afraid of my brother's 3-foot Qingfeng sword, or the antics of my brother's monkey-stealing peaches? How old are you? Nan Haoyan suddenly inquired. Gu Nan was taken aback. How old? Perhaps around 100 years. You old scoundrel. Ah, how dare you call me an old scoundrel? He swiftly rose to his feet, and with a splash, water cascaded down upon Gu Nan, drenching him completely. Chapter 52. The Murder Case. Upon entering the inner chamber with Shuang Lingzi, Zhang Yuze observed that the space retained an air of simplicity devoid of extravagance, yet it exuded an elegance that was undeniable. He stood quietly to the side as Shuang Lingzi began. Last year, during a competition among the inner disciples, an incident occurred. One inner disciple, named Wang Ping, accused you of bullying outer disciples and claimed that you killed Mu Xiaoyao. Zhang Yuze was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mu Xiaoyao is dead. Shuang Lingzi nodded solemnly. Her body was discovered in her courtyard. Two witnesses claimed that a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement had previously attacked Mu Xiaoyao, and that individual ultimately joined our falling frost peak. On the surface, it appears that she succumbed to a fatal icy attack. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhang Yuze. The shocking news of Mu Xiaoyao's demise left him unsettled. Although it was true that an attack had occurred, he understood that such injuries would typically only incapacitate her for a few months. With appropriate healing, she could recover in a mere month. How could she possibly be dead? There was something amiss, and it was evident that someone intended to frame him. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anxiety, he spoke slowly. Indeed, a disciple did intervene to teach Mu Xiaoyao a lesson. At the time, she was bullying 2 female disciples alongside 3 others, and the disciple acted out of indignation. However, he maintained control and would never have inflicted life-threatening harm. Yet now, all evidence seemed to weigh against him. Although he had managed to suppress the incident, the situation was dire. The 2 female disciples you mentioned have already committed suicide out of fear of punishment. What? Suicide? Zhang Yuze was utterly shocked, struggling to maintain his composure. Who could be so ruthless as to drive them to such an end? A figure flashed through his mind, Wu Yuhao. Only he would harbor a grudge against him. With such a low profile, it was unlikely he had provoked anyone else. Frost Spirit noticed a subtle shift in Zhang Yuze's expression. Do you have any inkling as to who is responsible? She inquired. Master, do you trust me? Zhang Yuze lowered his gaze. If I do not, I would have no choice but to send you directly to the law enforcement hall. The management of inner disciples within the sect has become overly lax, resulting in such incidents occurring under our noses, which is indeed ironic. The sect leader demands a thorough investigation into this matter to ensure justice for the Mu family. However, as your master, if I cannot even place my faith in you, then my position as the lineage head of Frostfall Peak would be rendered futile. Frost Spirit spoke with unwavering conviction and confidence. Zhang Yuze felt a sense of reassurance. Master, is there anything amiss with the bodies of the 2 female disciples? Frost Spirit shook her head. No, they perished from self-detonation of their dantians, and no signs of resistance were found. Then the only remaining clue lies with Mu Xiaoyao's corpse? He pondered. That lead may also be lost. It is said that the customs of the Mu family dictate cremation following the death of a clan member. Frost's spirit sighed softly. Zhang Yuzi gently closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Master, may I have a little time? Perhaps I might uncover who has framed me. 3 months, Frost's spirit stipulated. I will grant you 3 months to uncover the true culprit. I have already suppressed this matter for a year. If the perpetrator is not found within this time frame, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Yuzi nodded affirmatively. I shall undoubtedly identify the true culprit within 3 months. Excellent. I await your promising news, Frost's spirit replied with a slight nod before shifting the topic. What are your thoughts on the matter regarding Schwanger? Zhang Yuzi pondered briefly and said, I believe that my senior sister simply has yet to come to terms with this situation. Having never experienced anything like it, she finds it difficult to accept. And the impact on her has indeed been quite profound. Is that so? You may leave now. Inform Gu Nan and Nan Haoyan to cease their reckless behavior, and also request their assistance in investigating this matter. I trust they will not decline. Shuang Lingzi sighed softly, and then permitted Zhang Yuzi to exit. With a slight bow, Zhang Yuzi stepped out of the inner chamber to find Nan Haoyan and Gu Nan sitting upright on a mat. He smiled gently. Brothers, shall we take our leave? Nan Haoyan rose and proceeded directly towards the exit, while Gu Nan glanced at him, stood up, and followed suit. Observing Gu Nan mimic Nan Haoyan's impassive expression, Zhang Yuzi couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the earlier incident was not as burdensome as he had thought. Brothers, how about we gather at my cave dwelling? Nan Haoyan nodded, and Gu Nan did the same, both remaining silent. The three then made their way towards Zhang Yuzi's cave, which was devoid of any formalities for receiving guests, merely a simple space to sit on the ground. Looking at the two perpetually expressionless men, Zhang Yuzi remarked helplessly, Brother Gu, while I can tolerate Nan's morose demeanor, why have you adopted such a ghastly visage as well? It is truly unbecoming. Is that so? I find it uncomfortable as well. It is hardly dashing. My face feels frozen, and I cannot fathom how this fellow maintains such a countenance continuously. Gu Nan promptly relaxed his expression, moving his facial muscles to alleviate the tension. Zhang Yuzi chuckled softly. Elder Brother Gu, would you kindly elucidate for us what constitutes an inner disciple and what the Yujin treasure vault is? Nan Haoyan also expressed interest in this inquiry. Turning his gaze towards Gu Nan, which filled Gu Nan with a sense of pride, he immediately began to narrate with great enthusiasm. It turns out that within the Ruoshui sect, in addition to outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples, there exists a category known as inner disciples. The number of inner disciples under each lineage master is exceedingly rare, with the stipulation that their age must not exceed 150 years, and their cultivation level must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Shuang Lingzi has held the position of the master of the Luoshuang Peak for 300 years. Apart from the three present, there are only 2 others, one of whom has ascended to the Golden Core stage and has become an elder within the sect, while the other has tragically perished. Becoming an inner disciple allows one to fully utilize the sect's resources with a plentiful supply of elixirs and spiritual stones. The Yujin treasure vault is said to be a relic left behind by ancient immortals, opened once every 50 years. When this treasure vault was discovered a millennium ago, it sparked negotiations between the righteous and demonic factions of the continent to contend for its treasures. Indeed, it was negotiations and not a chaotic battle. The formations surrounding the Yujin treasure vault prevent any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage from entering. Anyone attempting to breach it forcefully would be reduced to ashes. After several attempts, no one dared to take such risks. Ultimately, it was agreed upon by the ancestral elders of various sects that during each opening, foundation establishment disciples from each sect would be sent into the vault, with what they obtain relying solely on their own capabilities. Within the Jade Brocade Treasury, abundant spiritual energy flows, brimming with countless elixirs and magical artifacts, yet it is fraught with peril. Consequently, every sect dispatches their most outstanding foundation establishment disciples to venture into the treasury. According to the regulations of the Ruoshui sect, only inner disciples are permitted to enter the Jade Brocade Treasury. The last time I entered the treasury, I was at the 7th level of foundation establishment, and therein I acquired this item. With that, Gu Nan summoned a golden bone. Zhang Yuzi immediately sensed the peculiar nature of this bone. What is this? He inquired. I do not know. It cannot be refined and is only suitable for use as a bludgeon. When swung, it strikes with unerring accuracy, Gu Nan replied, disdainfully tossing the golden bone out of the cave entrance. Upon a mere touch, it shattered a massive boulder into dust. Zhang Yuza was astonished. He distinctly perceived that Gu Nin had not infused the bone with spiritual power, yet it exhibited such formidable might. Such items are plentiful within the treasury. It was merely my good fortune to retrieve one. The next opening of the treasury will occur in 40 years. To revisit, I have chosen to halt my advancement at the 8th level of Foundation establishment for the time being, Gu Nin stated. Chapter 53, Breakthrough Rewards. Achieving Foundation establishment significantly extends one's lifespan, allowing one to live 200 to 300 years without great difficulty. Hence, it is reasonable to pause for a chance every 50 years. However, this also carries its drawbacks, as an earlier breakthrough often yields greater potential, making the decision to waste several decades rather arduous. Has anyone within experienced fortuitous encounters that propelled them to great heights? Zhang Yuza could not help but inquire upon hearing news of the Jade Brocade Treasury. Gu Nin nodded slightly, stating that it was said 2 centuries ago, someone had unearthed a treasure within, which enabled that individual to ascend to the late stage of the nascent soul realm within a century, ultimately becoming a formidable force on this continent, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. His master had also benefited from the Yujin treasury, which facilitated his successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Thus, this presented a splendid opportunity for them. Zhang Yuza, feeling somewhat perplexed, remarked that he had never heard of any existence beyond the nascent soul stage. However, the path of cultivation would undoubtedly not cease at that point. It was implausible that, over such an extensive period, everyone remained stagnant at the nascent soul stage until their natural demise. Where, then, had those who transcended the nascent soul stage gone? Could it be that another realm awaited beyond the nascent soul? Perhaps this question could only be explored once he himself reached that stage. Junior brother Zhang, I have heard that a year ago someone accused you of slaughtering your fellow disciples. Who would dare to slander us from the Frost Peak? Speak quickly, for I shall ensure that scoundrel pays dearly. Gu Nin shifted the topic, his voice laced with indignation. Zhang Yuza smiled faintly. Pay dearly? Which cultivator employs a horse as a steed? Senior brother Gu, from where have you acquired such expressions? They bear a striking resemblance to the tales of the mundane world. Gu Nin's interest was piqued. Junior brother Zhang, you are acquainted with storytelling as well? You are unaware, but I am quite fond of listening to stories. Be it the tale of the monkey stealing peaches or the immortal guiding the way, those are the authentic techniques. Zhang Yuza was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Gu Nin's admiration for such trivial antics, which starkly contrasted with his scholarly demeanor. How may I assist you? This was the first utterance of Nan Haoyan upon arriving at Zhang Yuza's cave dwelling. Nan Haoyan paid him no heed, merely observing Zhang Yuza in silence. One exuded an icy demeanor while the other was lively. It seemed that among the disciples of Frostfall Peak, only Zhang Yuza could be deemed a semblance of normalcy. Please wait a few days, my esteemed senior brothers. I have just attained a breakthrough and require some time to acclimate. Once my realm stabilizes, I shall personally seek you both out, and I kindly ask that you do not decline my invitation at that time. Nan Haoyan nodded and subsequently rose to depart. Gu Nin clasped his hands in salute. The affairs of my junior brother are my own. How dare anyone bully us at Frostfall Peak? We must not let this transgression go unpunished. The perpetrator shall be brought to justice and their deeds proclaimed to the world. Zhang Yuza found this amusing. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother Gu. After a moment of solitude, Zhang Yuza reflected. He held little confidence regarding the 3-month deadline. Yet, he felt reassured. Since Shuang Lingzi was aware of this matter and had accepted him as a disciple, it indicated that he had protection. Even if the culprit remained elusive after 3 months, he could firmly assert that Wu Yuhao had slandered him, leveraging their enmity to concoct a plausible narrative. After his ascension to the Foundation establishment stage, he had retreated to the bamboo cottage, and until now, had not examined the system rewards. It was a fitting moment to do so. The first task was to review the system's offerings. The system announced, "Congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the Foundation establishment stage. You have received a clear void sword of illumination." The system further proclaimed, "Congratulations. Your cultivation has attained the initial stage of Foundation establishment. All skills have been elevated by 1 level." The system notification conveyed congratulations on Zhang Yuza reaching the initial stage of Foundation establishment, along with an upgrade to his storage space, now accommodating 560 slots. He received 2 Foundation establishment pills, a drop of holy water, and 200 low-grade spirit stones. Among these rewards, Zhang Yuze was particularly intrigued by the holy water, a substance he had never encountered before. Within his Shumi ring, he discovered a jade vial, which he summoned and opened. Inside, he found a single drop of liquid, indeed just one drop, radiating a spectrum of colors and exuding a delightful fragrance. He promptly consulted the system's description to comprehend the function of the holy water. Holy water, sourced from the heavenly pool, it gathers the spiritual essence of the earth and sky, as well as the quintessence of the sun and moon, capable of refining one's spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is of paramount importance to cultivators, as it allows them to perceive the myriad phenomena surrounding them. The higher one's spiritual consciousness, the greater their control over true essence. Typically, confrontations among cultivators necessitate a multifaceted approach, greatly reliant on spiritual consciousness. The higher one's consciousness, the more artifacts one can manipulate, and the better one can control spells. It was astonishing to receive such a remarkable reward at the Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Yuze had grown accustomed to the other system rewards, such as spirit stones, elixirs, and storage upgrades, which were to be expected. He was also prepared for the further enhancement of the Qingshu sword. Previously, the unactivated Qingshu sword wielded the power of a mid-grade artifact, and its activation would surely yield significant improvements. However, its appearance continued to be unsatisfactory, resembling a piece of black charcoal in its inky hue. Recalling the two treasures bestowed upon him by Frost Spirit, the purple cloud banner stands out as a formidable defensive artifact, classified as a supreme magical instrument. In the realm of cultivation, magical artifacts are categorized by rank, from the lowest to the highest: magical instruments, treasured artifacts, spiritual instruments, and celestial artifacts, each further divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Previously, during the Intersect Disciples competition, Zhao Yu, slain by Zhang Yuze, possessed a medium-grade magical instrument. Upon his initiation, the attire granted to him by Frost Spirit was also a medium-grade artifact, whereas the Purple Cloud Banner is a supreme artifact of considerable rarity, valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. After conducting a ritual to refine it, Zhang Yuze summoned his Azure Spirit Flying Sword. The primary purpose of the Flying Sword is speed. Once one reaches the Foundation establishment stage, they can soar through the skies on their sword, achieving speeds multiplied several times compared to the Qi refining stage. In combat, most engagements occur atop flying swords, making a quality sword of paramount importance to cultivators. The Azure Spirit Flying Sword, in particular, is a superior grade artifact. Upon arriving outside the cave dwelling, Zhang Yuze called forth the Azure Spirit Flying Sword. Watching as it grew from a small size to its full form in the air, the sword measures over 3 meters in length, with a width just ample enough for a foot to rest upon. Its blade is adorned with azure patterns, radiating a cerulean glow. Beautiful. This was Zhang Yuze's immediate impression. It is indeed a strikingly exquisite flying sword. However, its primary function remains speed, rendering aesthetics secondary. He stepped onto the sword, testing its velocity. Initially, he stumbled awkwardly due to unfamiliarity, but soon he became adept, marveling at the astonishing swiftness it offered. After thoroughly examining the rewards, Zhang Yuze summoned his attribute panel. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Initial Stage, Layer 1 of Foundation Establishment, Physical Body Level, Level 27. Technique, Wanxiang Prajna Skill, Layer 3. Simulating the Water Sutra, Swordsmanship, Qingshu Sword Technique, Layer 3. Footwork, Lingshu Steps, Layer 3, Skills, Mastery of Metal, Level 4, Mastery of Wood, Level 4, Mastery of Water, Level 4, Mastery of Fire, Level 4, Mastery of Earth, Level 4, Qingshin Spell, Level 4. The elevation of skill levels signifies an enhancement in the control over various elemental spells. The range of spells is not extensive. He has mastered all that is available. For practitioners of higher cultivation, fundamental spells sufficed, and any substantial advancement in spellcraft would require personal exploration, akin to Nan Haoyan's innovative endeavors. This reminiscence led Zhang Yuze to long for the pre-upgrade system skill tree, where he needed merely to click to learn without the strain of contemplation. It was a certain regret, particularly regarding his inability to master wood-based spells. He found himself lamenting the choice to not specialize in them, leaving him in a state of confusion. Chapter 54, Veiled Doubts. Given the reward of the holy water, Zhang Yuze did not hesitate to consume it. Instantly, A refreshing sensation filled his mouth. This was undoubtedly one of the most delectable rewards bestowed by the system. Recalling the flavors of the previous jus fruit and chi-nurturing pills left him with a sense of despondency, yet he was grateful that this holy water was genuinely delightful. Upon consuming the substance, a refreshing sensation surged through Zhang Yu's mind almost instantaneously. His face contorted in response, as a resounding thump echoed within his skull, accompanied by a piercing pain that threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, he clung to consciousness, enduring wave after wave of torment. The duration of this agony was indeterminate, but gradually, the sharpness dulled, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Indeed, the rewards bestowed by the system were far from pleasant. The elixir tormented his palate, while the holy water directly assailed his sense of pain. Nevertheless, the effect was unmistakable. Perhaps it was due to his brain's relentless suffering that his consciousness expanded significantly. Once he had fully absorbed the holy water, Zhang Yuza extended his awareness, discovering that its intensity had augmented by over 20%. Previously, he could barely sense events within a radius of 100 miles. Now, he was capable of perceiving phenomena within a radius of 120 miles with remarkable ease. It was true that bitter medicine yields sweet results. His level of consciousness now surpassed that of an average cultivator in the initial stages of foundation establishment, granting him a considerable advantage in detecting enemies and enhancing his sensitivity, allowing him to more easily discern others' concealment techniques. The first person who came to Zhang Yu's mind was someone who would undoubtedly possess considerable knowledge on the matter. Having contemplated this, he promptly activated his agility technique, arriving in the vicinity of the inner disciples in the blink of an eye. He gazed upon the familiar courtyard before him, uncertain if that individual still remained on duty there. Entering the quaint courtyard, everything appeared as usual, with the central spot still vacant. Zhang Yuza gazed at the firmly closed door, intending to step inside for a glimpse, only to discover the other party had already emerged. A smile gracing his face. "Brother Wang, it is good to see you well." The person before him was Wang Su, who had previously provided considerable assistance to Zhang Yuza when he was still a disciple of the inner sect. Wang Su was the only one fully aware of the events that transpired among the inner disciples. He scrutinized Zhang Yuza for a considerable time before revealing a look of astonishment. "Have you truly advanced to the foundation establishment stage? Brother Wang, you still remember me?" Zhang Yuza chuckled lightly. Wang Su stepped closer, examining him once more, then patted his shoulder. "Impressive. To achieve such a breakthrough in just a few years is no small feat given how much I aided you in the past. Perhaps you ought to show your appreciation. I always had high hopes for you." Zhang Yuza was taken aback by Wang Su's immediate demand for a favor upon their reunion. Yet he was not one to be overly generous. "Brother, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. I just expended all my spirit stones to attain this breakthrough. Might you lend me some assistance, considering it an investment? I assure you, I will repay you double in the future." Wang Su's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yuza. "You are rather ungracious. Please do not take offense, brother. I would not come without purpose. I wish to inquire about a matter of some importance." Zhang Yuza's face was instantly adorned with a broad smile. Wang Su wore an expression of displeasure. "I knew you would come looking for me. You have caused me great distress. For this matter, I have been penalized for incompetence, and they have deducted 10 years' worth of my salary. And now you come to me with mere inquiries? This is utterly unfair." Zhang Yuza, with a sudden flash of inspiration, glanced around before leaning closer to Wang Su and whispering, "Brother, how long have you been using that jade slip? There are far more exquisite options available now, and I could assist you in finding something remarkable." Wang Su's eyes brightened instantly, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Are you aware of something even more classic? It must be extraordinarily timeless, like XX May, The Young Master and the Maid's Affairs, The Princess in Distress, and even 3D adaptations that are simply captivating." Zhang Yuza mirrored Wang Su's smile. Secretly amused, he was well-versed in such matters and could easily inscribe several classics onto the jade slip, confident that Wang Su would be intrigued. Wang Su's smile widened, yet a hint of confusion crossed his face. "What is this 3D? "Ah, 3D refers to the classic itself, the visual spectacle," Zhang Yuza responded, sealing their agreement. "You help me find it. Of course, once we descend the mountain, I shall assist you in your quest, but do enlighten me on the details of this matter," Zhang Yuza said as he and Wang Su clasped hands in agreement. Wang Su suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and sighed softly. "To be honest, this matter is indeed my oversight. I never anticipated that someone would be so audacious. As for the death of Mu Xiaoyao, I was unaware. However, the demise of the other two female disciples occurred right under my nose. They came to me together seeking advanced techniques and spells, yet the very next day, news of their passing reached me. Both had perished from severing their own meridians. Zhang Yuze furrowed his brow slightly. Who did they interact with prior to their deaths? I cannot say, Wang Su replied. As you are aware, within the sect, inner disciples enjoy considerable freedom of movement. No one pays attention to whom they associate with, nor does anyone care. Nevertheless, I am certain that their deaths were not a result of suicide. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Would someone intent on taking their own life seek my guidance for advanced techniques? Why not simply end it all? I have mentioned this matter to the enforcement hall, but without evidence, there is little they can do. If you wish to uncover the truth, the enforcement hall should possess the investigation records from that time. Though such records are not easily accessible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuze fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he seemed to have devised a plan. After inquiring about a few matters from Wang Su, he smiled and took his leave. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Certainly. Zhang Yuze had already formulated his strategy. The remaining tasks would be considerably simpler. At the Frostfall Peak, Shuang Lingzi sat leisurely in her bamboo dwelling, savoring tea and occasionally smiling. Miss, are you not concerned about Zhang Yuze's situation? Zi Qiao, standing behind her, inquired curiously, observing the unconcerned demeanor of Shuang Lingzi. Frost Spirit smiled gently, saying, There is nothing to be concerned about. Both Gu Nan and Nan Haoyan have been away these past few days. However, Zhang Yuze had remained silent. It had been 2 months since he had last ventured out, apart from a single visit to Wang Su over a month ago. Was he not worried at all? Zi Qiao found it peculiar that Zhang Yuze seemed utterly unfazed by the situation, instead spending his days leisurely within the Frostfall Peak. Shower, what is your opinion of our sect leader? Frost Spirit suddenly posed an unusual question. Zi Qiao was momentarily taken aback, responding, The sect leader is astute, cautious, yet embodies great talent. Although our Roashui sect has not made significant progress over the past few centuries, we have maintained tranquility, largely due to the sect leader's influence. Frost Spirit nodded. Then do you believe someone like the sect leader would easily trust the words of an inner disciple? Miss, what do you mean? Zi Qiao inquired. Some naive children often think themselves clever, devising strange schemes. Yet, we, the Golden Core practitioners, have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Do they truly believe we can be easily deceived? Frost Spirit's expression remained unchanged, but her tone carried a hint of ire. Zi Qiao, not lacking in perception, quickly grasped the implication. The young lady wished for Zhang Yuze to undertake an investigation as a means of testing him. Frost Spirit remained noncommittal. Sometimes understanding how to navigate life is effortless, yet comprehending how to avoid placing oneself in perilous situations proves to be quite challenging. Thus, I merely sought to offer him a gentle reminder. A modest lesson could impart valuable knowledge, and at least from his current demeanor, it appears he has begun to grasp this. Zi Qiao smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 55. The clouds part to reveal the sun on this particular day. Zhang Yuze was engaged in training with the Crimson Fox. After discovering the astonishing ability of the fox to fly, he placed increasing emphasis on its cultivation, sparing no spirit stones in the process. He devoted every last one to the Crimson Fox, a lavish investment that rendered him destitute. However, this extravagant approach to training resulted in the fox elevating its level significantly. Now, at level 37, the Crimson Fox possessed greater strength than Zhang Yuze himself. Although this was merely in the context of their routine sparring, the outcome would differ drastically in a genuine confrontation. The Crimson Fox exhibited remarkable sensitivity towards fire-based spells, particularly its fiery breath, which surpassed the potency of Zhang Yuze's own fire spells by a considerable margin. For the past 2 months, he had endured the searing flames of the fox, all in pursuit of mastering such formidable firepower. This masochistic methodology was a discovery Zhang Yuze arrived at after considerable deliberation. He realized that to truly learn another's spells, one must first endure their might. Each instance of self-inflicted suffering yielded insights, enhancing the potency of his fire spells significantly, leaving him quite satisfied with his proficiency in several skills, though he did not include the masochistic approach in that satisfaction. Just as Zhang Yuze intended to have the red fox unleash another fiery breath, he noticed 2 beams of light piercing through the air. Allowing the red fox to frolic freely in the open space, he deactivated the barrier. Thank you for your assistance these past few days, my esteemed brothers, Zhang Yuzi said, bowing respectfully to Gu Nan and Nan Haoyan. Ignoring Gu Nan's exaggerated remarks, Zhang Yuzi guided the two into the cave dwelling, where they sat upon the ground. Have you both gleaned any insights? To be candid, the body of Mu Xiaoyao has been located, just as you mentioned, Nan Haoyan interjected before Gu Nan could finish. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Nan, then promptly turned away, dismissing him. Ah, how infuriating. Today, I shall certainly teach you a lesson, you disrespectful wretch. Come out here at once. Gu Nan exclaimed, rising to point an accusing finger at Nan Haoyan. Zhang Yuzi chuckled as he restrained Gu Nan. How fare things on your end, brother Gu? Patience, my junior brother. I will recount everything in due course, Gu Nan replied. Promptly settling back down upon hearing Zhang Yuzi's inquiry, he began to narrate with great flair, though his tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a storyteller, reminiscent of the monk Tang Xing. Although Zhang Yuzi found the delivery somewhat irksome, after listening for quite some time, he managed to grasp the situation, nodding slightly. Brothers, I believe this matter has been resolved. What do you mean? These two matters are entirely unrelated. Gu Nan immediately questioned upon hearing Zhang Yuzi's statement. With Nan Haoyan furrowing his brow in confusion, Zhang Yuzi smiled softly. Dear brothers, while these two matters may seem disconnected, have you considered whether there might be any points of suspicion arising from them? What do you mean? Gu Nan seemed to grasp the situation somewhat. Since we are all able to uncover these matters, surely Master and the sect leader are not oblivious? Master intends to remind me that merely avoiding provocation does not guarantee tranquility. Sometimes trouble approaches of its own accord, and I must personally address this issue. Although Zhang Yuzi had previously harbored doubts, it was only today, after Nan Haoyan and Gu Nan disclosed the circumstances, that he truly became certain. Nan Haoyan inquired, what shall we do next? Leave the remaining matters to me. Both of you, my senior brothers, may take your rest. Zhang Yuzi rose. Exuding a formidable aura, Nan Haoyan narrowed his eyes. Let us engage in a duel. Zhang Yuzi shook his head. The time is not yet ripe. A fierce battle may await me. Ah, stop. Are you attempting to flee again? Gu Nan immediately pursued him. Have you clarified everything? Shuang Lingzi spoke calmly. Zhang Yuzi nodded. The facts have become entirely clear. Let us proceed. With that, Shuang Lingzi stood and exited the bamboo dwelling. In the open space outside, she summoned a flying sword, its exquisite craftsmanship eliciting admiration. The brilliant azure light shimmering along the blade was truly enviable. It was a spiritual weapon of undoubtedly high grade. However, despite the envy, Zhang Yuzi harbored no other thoughts. One must possess sufficient strength to wield such treasures. For someone like him, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, to tread upon a spiritual flying sword would be akin to courting death. Before long, Gu Nan arrived on his flying sword, greeted Shuang Lingzi, and fell silent, presumably to uphold the dignity of the occasion. During the previous inter-sect competition, the heads of various sects had also brought along two disciples. Zhang Yuzi stepped onto his own Qingling flying sword and followed Shuang Lingzi as they slowly departed from Luoshuang Peak. Along the way, Shuang Lingzi spoke. I have already informed the sect leader. The heads of the 6 sects and the hall master of the law enforcement hall will be present. Do not underestimate the significance of this event. It marks the first occurrence in nearly a century where an inter-sect disciple has been slain by a fellow disciple in our Roshui sect. When the time comes, do not panic, simply state the truth. Zhang Yuzi was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this incident would attract the attention of the sect leader and the heads of the various sections. These individuals were all at the Golden Course stage. They surely could not be unaware of the truth behind this matter. Was there perhaps some hidden agenda at play? Upon reaching the main peak, Zhang Yuzi perceived a stark contrast between it and Luoshuang Peak. Although both locations were filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, the architecture here was far more opulent. Junior brother, do you not feel that this place is vastly superior to our Luoshuang Peak? The accommodations for these disciples are undeniably much better than ours. We are all of the same generation of disciples. How can there be such a disparity? Gu Nan lamented. Zhang Yuzi smiled faintly and replied, the superficial aspects are of little importance. It is merely that our Ruoshui sect, being a prominent sect, cannot afford to appear too shabby. Thus, this extravagance is likely intended for the eyes of outsiders. If a cultivator becomes overly fixated on appearances, it detracts from their true beauty. Yuzi's words were quite astute. Gunnan, you should refrain from speaking aimlessly. If you do not wish to remain at Frosty Mist Peak, I shall escort you here. Shuang Lingzi was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Yu's demeanor. However, Gunnan persisted in his usual manner. Although it was evident that he did not genuinely covet superficial opulence, his words were nonetheless rather irksome. Gunnan immediately chuckled. Master, you jest. Your disciple harbors unwavering loyalty towards Frosty Mist Peak and you. Even if the Grand Dao Golden Elixir were placed before me, it could not sway my fidelity. Shuang Lingzi huffed coldly. Upon entering the Great Hall, silence your tongue. Should you utter even a single idle remark, I shall confine you for a decade. Gunnan promptly sealed his lips, and the trio arrived before the Great Hall. This was due to Shuang Lingzi's presence. Otherwise, flying with swords atop the main peak was strictly prohibited. Greetings, esteemed Shirshu. As the three descended before the Great Hall, two female disciples approached Shuang Lingzi to offer their respects. Shuang Lingzi nodded slightly, and the trio followed the two disciples into the hall. First and foremost, I wish everyone a joyous Golden Week. I must express my gratitude to the reader who generously contributed 12,000 in urging tickets yesterday, which has placed considerable pressure upon me. As a working individual, I find myself with limited time to write. Additionally, I have been experiencing some health issues recently, which has led me to rely on previously drafted material for updates. Now that my stockpile has been exhausted, I can only strive to maintain a steady update schedule. I hope for your understanding and kindly ask for your continued support. Thank you. Chapter 56. Hidden Secrets. Upon encountering the two female disciples at the entrance, Zhang Yuza could not help but steal a few glances, captivated not only by their striking beauty, but also by the impressive cultivation levels they had attained. Reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, one of the women, clad in yellow, exhibited slightly superior prowess, having reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, while the other, dressed in pink, was at the 4th level. Such disciples serving as gatekeepers indicated the remarkable caliber of those under the main peak. Remarkably, they had only entered the sect a mere decade ago. Suddenly, a transmission from Shuang Lingzi echoed in his mind, catching Zhang Yuza off guard for a moment. Yet he quickly regained his composure and followed Shuang Lingzi into the Grand Hall. To achieve such profound cultivation within just 7 years of entry speaks volumes of their innate talent. Ling Shuanger, whom he had previously encountered, was the most gifted disciple he had seen, yet she had already been in the sect for 20 years. The Grand Hall of Roshue sect was even more resplendent than its exterior. The walls were adorned with intricately carved, lifelike depictions of rare spiritual beasts, while several colossal pillars boasted exquisite carvings of the legendary Qinghuan divine bird. A beam of azure light cascaded from above, casting an ethereal glow throughout the hall. Surrounding this luminescent shaft were 7 opulent seats arranged in a semicircle, with only the outermost chair on the right remaining vacant. The other seats were already occupied, filled with the current masters of the 6 veins of Roshue sect, along with the head of the law enforcement hall, all present and accounted for. Frost Spirit merely nodded slightly at the crowd without uttering a word, and then proceeded to the vacant seats alongside Gu Nan and Zhang Yuza. The 2 women who had greeted them at the entrance took their positions behind the sect leader, Master Ningyue, standing side by side. It turned out that these 2 were not mere gatekeepers, but rather distinguished disciples. Zhang Yuza couldn't help but chuckle at his earlier misconceptions. The assembly exchanged subtle nods. Yet Zhang Yuza noticed that a certain pulse master to his right appeared rather displeased. This individual was likely the pulse master of the Ch'ing Peak. And if memory served him correctly, Wu Yuhao was indeed his disciple. Thus, it seemed that the situation aligned closely with his expectations, although revealing the truth would likely leave them even more astonished. Frost Spirit, have you brought the person? Master Ningyue inquired, turning her gaze towards Frost Spirit. Frost Spirit glanced at Zhang Yuza, who nodded in affirmation, and stepped into the center of the Grand Hall. Disciple Zhang Yuza pays respect to all esteemed uncles and aunts. Indeed, Master Ningyue acknowledged with a nod, before addressing the Pulse Master from Ch'ing Peak. Junior Brother Shiyun, please summon your disciple. Yes, Master Sister, Shiyun Daoist responded. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yuza noticed 2 figures entering the hall. They were familiar faces, Wu Yuhao and a male disciple who had once accompanied Mu Xiaoyao. Evidently the one who had filed a complaint against him, Wang Ping. To his astonishment, Wu Yuhao had already reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment. This is the most astonishing incident for Zhang Yuza. It is essential to note that he had only recently advanced beyond the foundational stage. relying on countless system rewards and the precious breakthrough elixir bestowed by Frost Spirit. Yet, Wu Yuhao had managed to surpass him in this regard, leaving Zhang in a state of bewilderment. Did Wu have some extraordinary encounter, or was he held in high esteem? Upon seeing Zhang Yuza, Wu Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a smile, greeting the assembly of branch leaders with respect. You two shall recount the events precisely as they transpired. The parties involved are present, and I, along with the esteemed branch leaders, shall render a fair judgment, spoke Master Ningyue with a measured tone. Wu Yuhao glanced at Wang Ping beside him, silently urging him to speak. However, Wang Ping appeared exceedingly anxious, particularly under the scrutinizing gazes of the branch leaders and Zhang Yuza, his heart racing with trepidation. It was only after receiving Wu Yuhao's encouraging look that he managed to somewhat compose himself, respectfully reporting to the master, 2 years ago, my fellow disciples and I, including junior sister Mu Xiaoyao, ventured to the back mountain to hunt spirit beasts. By sheer coincidence, we discovered a century-old spirit mushroom. Just as we were filled with elation, 3 individuals obstructed our path, 2 females, Shui Ning and Lin Jing, who have since taken their own lives out of guilt, and an unfamiliar male disciple. These 3 sought to seize the spirit mushroom for themselves. Due to our inferior cultivation, the mushroom was ultimately taken, and poor junior sister Xiaoyao sustained severe injuries that led to her untimely demise. That male disciple was none other than Zhang Yuza from Frostfall Peak. Indeed, the inversion of truth is utterly profound. If his claims hold any validity, the fault lies entirely within oneself, transforming even the innocent victims, the deceased Shui Ning and Lin Jing, into villains. Zhang Yuza's expression darkened further, just as junior brother Wang Ping asserted. The disciple was once a close friend of Mu Xiaoyao during their time in the inner sect. Even after becoming a true disciple, he often thought of Xiaoyao. However, upon their next encounter, it was Wu Yuhao who, amidst tears, insisted upon his innocence. It was he, Zhang Yuza, who harbored resentment against Xiaoyao due to my cousin Zhao Yu's incident, leading him to take her life. Zhang Yuza, do you have anything to say for yourself? The real person, Ningyue, gently closed her eyes and spoke slowly. Zhang Yuza began, I indeed once acted against Mu Xiaoyao. Yet the truth stands in stark contrast to what Wang Ping has articulated. Once he finished speaking, Wang Ping immediately pointed at him and shouted, You slanderous fiend. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Yuza smiled slightly. But do you possess evidence that I killed Mu Xiaoyao? Moreover, if she was injured, why did you not take her to Brother Wang for treatment? Why conceal her death and report it only after a year, claiming I was the murderer? Where were you during that time? Faced with the relentless barrage of inquiries directed at Zhang Yuza, Wang Ping was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he managed to articulate a rationale. Respected master, at that time, we were merely inner disciples, with no means to lodge a complaint against a true disciple like Zhang Yuza. Moreover, we were aware of the close ties between Elder Wang Su and Zhang Yuza, which led us to fear that he might conceal the matter. Hence, we only dared to voice our concerns during the inter-sect competition. This explanation seemed plausible enough. Realizing this, the esteemed Master Ningyue slightly nodded and inquired, Zhang Yuza, do you have anything further to add? Zhang Yuza exchanged a glance with Wu Yuhao and produced 2 jade slips, stating, Everything I wish to convey is contained within these 2 slips. With a mere gesture, the 2 jade slips soared towards her, and after perusing their contents, her expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. She proceeded to pass the slips among the leaders of the various sects, each of whom displayed signs of shock. Is this all true? Zhang Yuza affirmed with a nod. Everything is indeed accurate. Esteemed elders, you may examine these slips. They are certainly not forged. Indeed, these slips are genuine, remarked the leader of the Thunder Peak, Taoist Baihe. Master, you must not be deceived by Zhang Yuza. He is defaming me. Wu Yuhao exclaimed, his heart racing as he and Wang Ping noted the reactions of those present. As the conversation unfolded, their anxiety grew unbearable, for they were the architects of this very situation. Suddenly, a disdainful snort pierced the air, and both Wang Ping and Wu Yuhao found themselves completely immobilized, realizing that the intervention had come from the head of the law enforcement hall. Esteemed junior disciples, what are your thoughts? The esteemed Master Ningyue wore a visage of concern. This was no trivial matter. Shuang Lingzi turned to Zhang Yuza and inquired, Yuza, how did you come upon this revelation? Please elaborate. She now regretted not having probed Zhang Yuza about the unfolding events earlier. having presumed it was merely the folly of an inexperienced disciple. Little did she know, deeper secrets lay beneath the surface. Chapter 57. The Truth Revealed. The circumstances capable of unsettling several prominent figures from the Rushui sect were indeed of great significance. Zhang Yuzi gathered his thoughts and began to recount the entire sequence of events. Masters, esteemed uncles and aunts, this matter traces back over 3 years. At that time, while undertaking a sect mission, I stumbled upon the second young lady of the Mu family alongside several disciples in the Qi refinement stage. I did not pay it much heed then. Later, I learned of the Mu family's second young lady's disappearance. Subsequently, during a mission with my fellow disciples on Yinluo Mountain, we discovered that she had been transformed into a zombie, and the one responsible for this transformation was a disciple from the Soul Refining sect. Has someone from the Soul Refining sect come to our side? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qinglei Peak, Taoist Baihe, inquired. Master Ningyue nodded. This matter was brought to my attention by Shuangling. However, the disciple in question was a wayward apprentice from the Soul Refining sect, which is why it did not garner much concern at the time. Zhang Yuzi continued. This individual is indeed merely a discarded disciple of the Soul Refining sect. However, he is accompanied by a woman. This woman was one of the gas refining practitioners who once accompanied the second young lady of the Mu family. At that time, the disciples possessed limited cultivation and thus failed to detect any anomalies. It was only later that they discovered this individual was a foundation-building practitioner, marked by a prominent red birthmark on his face. Yet, the disciples presumed this was merely a guise. Does this have any connection to the death of Mu Xiaoyao? Inquired Shiyun Daoist, the master of the Chongyun Peak. Zhang Yuzi nodded. On the surface, it appears unrelated. However, senior brother Nin Haoyan once visited the Mu family regarding this matter and discovered the body of Mu Xiaoyao. Realizing the need for patience, the real person Ningyue gestured for everyone not to rush into conversation, allowing Zhang Yuzi to elaborate. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Yuzi scrutinized the expressions of the various masters, hesitating briefly before continuing. Thus, I speculate that the Mu family is no longer the Mu family of old. Furthermore, Wu Yuhao may have acted under the Mu family's directives. To verify this, senior brother Gu Nin had previously assisted me in investigating this matter. At this juncture, Zhang Yuzi glanced at Gu Nan, indicating for him to proceed with the discussion. To his surprise, Gu Nin remained silent, which struck him as peculiar. Hearing Zhang Yuzi's words, the others naturally turned their attention to Gu Nan. Frost Spiritzi furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Why don't you quickly relay what Yuzi asked you to share? Master, you asked me to speak, but it has nothing to do with me for the past decade? Gu Nan's remark left Zhang Yuzi with a sense of having entrusted his secrets to an unreliable individual. Frost Spirit, suppressing her anger, found that what should have been a serious matter had completely twisted in Gu Nan's hands. Speak quickly. Gu Nan leaped forth. I have assisted junior brother Zhang in investigating this matter. It is said that under the cloak of night, I stealthily departed from Frostfall Peak and sought out that young man, Qinyang. Thereupon, I employed the concealment technique taught by my master to closely follow this fellow named Qinyang. To my astonishment, he turned out to be a rogue merchant. Our esteemed uncles and aunts are unaware that he sold an item worth merely 1 low-grade spirit stone for 2. Witnessing those inner disciples being deceived ignited a profound indignation within me, prompting my intention to take decisive action. At that moment, Frost Spirit flicked her wrist, and instantly an ice crystal coalesced at Gu Nan's lips, rendering them frozen. She turned to Zhang Yuzi. Yuzi, focus on the essentials. Zhang Yuzi felt the urge to laugh, but restrained himself. While many disciples present shared his sentiment, had their master not been present, they would have succumbed to laughter. Moreover, senior brother Gu Nin had discovered that Qinyang possessed explosive pills. Shui Ning and Lin Jing had also encountered this Qinyang prior to their demise. Senior brother Wang Su had previously informed the disciples that Qinyang had been engaged in business within the inner sect for over a decade, amassing a considerable fortune in spirit stones without making any breakthroughs. For 6 or 7 years, he had remained stagnant at the 5th level of Qi refinement, often absent from the sect for more than half the year. During Gu Nan's surveillance, he observed that Qinyang frequently lingered in a cultivation marketplace for 10 days or so, a marketplace deeply intertwined with the Mu family. Mu family. The real person of Ningyue furrowed her brows, murmuring these 2 words. The various lineage leaders, upon hearing this, began to understand that the Mu family had undergone some change. Ningyue turned her gaze towards Zhang Yuzi and inquired, Why are you so certain that it was Wu Yuhao who killed Mu Xiaoyao? Because someone informed me that Wu Yuhao possesses a malevolent technique for absorbing energy, Zhang Yuza replied, which incited a wave of commotion. In the realm of cultivation, the dual cultivation techniques are numerous and varied. However, most partners tend to uplift each other, fostering mutual advancement. In stark contrast, the technique of energy absorption is inherently harmful, as it drains the essence of others to augment one's own cultivation. Suddenly, Zhang Yuzi sensed an overwhelming aura and abruptly realized that the restrained Wu Yuhao had been obliterated into fragments by a surge of formidable true essence. Observing the high platform, he saw the irate Shiyun Daoist, who still raised his right hand in fury. Zhang Yuzi broke into a cold sweat. Junior brother Shiyun, you have gone a bit too far, remarked the real person of Ningyue, narrowing her eyes at Shiyun Daoist. The latter displayed a face of dismay. It is my fault for not having detected this abomination's heinous actions sooner, thereby allowing the sect to suffer such losses. I, Shiyun, am willing to accept punishment. Please, master, bestow your judgment. Ningyue sighed. This matter cannot be entirely pinned on you. As Zhang Yuzi has stated, Wu Yuhao harbored malevolent intentions even during his time in the inner sect. It merely reflects his unworthy character. This incident serves as a wake-up call. Our oversight of the inner sect disciples has been too lax, and this matter warrants our attention. Indeed, the management of the inner disciples cannot continue in this manner. It is imperative to establish new regulations, lest such individuals emerge one after another. I concur, this matter warrants our attention. As all disciples who accompanied the various sect leaders exited the grand hall, Zhang Yuzi followed suit. Gu Nan trailed behind him, incessantly patting his shoulder, his words stumbling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The ice crystals formed by Shuang Lingzi are not easily dispelled. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Gu Nan had brought this upon himself. Just as Zhang Yuzi was about to depart, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he discovered it was the female disciple clad in pink whom he had encountered at the entrance. He clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "Senior sister, is there something you need?" She smiled faintly, revealing two charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply think you're quite clever." "Thank you, senior sister. I am undeserving of such praise," Zhang Yuzi replied with a chuckle. "I am Su Yuan. We shall meet again in 2 years," she said, smiling as she departed. This left Zhang Yuzi perplexed. Could it be that his charm was so potent that she had taken a liking to him? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Shaking his head, he continued on, mindful of the absence of Shuang Lingzi. He dared not recklessly soar through the main peak on his sword, for being caught would result in severe punishment. Finally able to speak, I felt as if I were on the verge of suffocation. It was only when we were about to exit the main peak that the frost crystals on Gu Nan's lips dissipated, allowing him to utter these words. Zhang Yuzi chuckled lightly. "Senior brother Gu, you were quite loquacious earlier. Did I not mention that brevity is key?" "You simply do not comprehend," Gu Nan replied. "It is a rare opportunity to present oneself before the sect master and esteemed elders. Speaking before them is a delightful experience, is it not?" Zhang Yuzi was momentarily speechless, shaking his head as he ascended on his sword after leaving the main peak. "Tell me, Yuzi, how is it that you managed to speak so much without inciting Master's ire? Do enlighten me, senior brother." Gu Nan hurried to catch up with Zhang Yuzi. Contemplating Zhang Yuzi's earlier words, Gu Nan suddenly clapped his hands together in realization. Indeed, if I were to be wronged, would that not afford me the chance to narrate my tale before the sect master? What a splendid idea. I must find someone to test this theory. As for the aftermath of this matter, Zhang Yuzi found himself disinclined to concern himself with it. His focus was solely on enhancing his own strength. Yet, he understood that such an improvement could not be achieved overnight. Reflecting on his own destitution, an idea struck him. He recalled that Shuang Lingzi had once bestowed upon him a storage bracelet, in addition to his existing storage belt and a mid-grade magical sword. Furthermore, there were the possessions he had scavenged from that enigmatic man in black. If he were to sell all these items, it was likely he could amass a considerable sum of spirit stones. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yuzi departed from Frostfall Peak and made his way to Huayu City, where he sold all the items he no longer needed at a shop. Of course, prior to this, he compared prices at several establishments, ultimately acquiring over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable gain. Regarding the restoration of true essence, most cultivators in the foundation establishment stage tend to opt for recovery pills, which are priced similarly to solidifying pills but are far more effective in replenishing true essence. After all, solidifying pills primarily focus on enhancing cultivation, with true essence recovery being a secondary effect, whereas recovery pills are specifically designed for that purpose. The market is flooded with low-grade pills. Mid-grade pills are priced at double, and high-grade ones are nearly impossible to find. Within sects, the distribution of pills typically yields one mid-grade pill for every 10 bottles, with the remainder being low-grade. High-grade pills are generally reserved as rewards for disciples. It is worth noting that a qualified alchemist rarely produces a successful pill from a batch of raw materials, with the majority resulting in waste. Low-grade pills are somewhat more common, while mid-grade pills are scarce. Having even one mid-grade pill from a batch is considered quite impressive. High-grade pills are exceedingly rare, often requiring dozens of batches to yield even a single one, and the emergence of top-tier pills may take decades. Unless fortune smiles upon the alchemist, advanced and even top-tier alchemists have a significantly higher success rate in producing such exceptional pills. Yet they often disdain the crafting of lower-grade pills. When they do, it is typically for their disciples or relatives. Consequently, low-grade pills dominate the offerings for foundation establishment stage cultivators. Zhang Yuze had heard of an elder in the Jingshui sect, a gold core stage practitioner and an esteemed alchemist. Yet he had never encountered him, which sparked within him the desire to pursue alchemy himself. However, despite his thoughts, he would never take action. Even for a cultivator, his energy remained finite. Although Zhang Yuze had broken through to the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 23, ascending to the golden core stage was not an endeavor achievable within a few years or even a decade. It required years of relentless accumulation. Furthermore, alchemy was an extravagance in its nascent stages, with the materials for practice being continuously wasted. He was not in a state where one person's fullness left another hungry. Rather, he had a red fox to nurture. Previously, the consumption of several hundred spirit stones had only elevated the red fox by a single level, indicating that the required quantity would only escalate. Given his current urgent need for spirit stones, it was inconceivable for him to squander resources in such a manner. It was 3 days later when he finally returned to the Frostfall Peak. Upon entering its vicinity, he heard a voice transmission from Shuanglingzi, not directing him to the bamboo hut, but summoning him to the main peak, stating that the sect leader sought his presence. Zhang Yuze surmised it was likely to inquire about matters he had previously left unexplained. Thus, he took to the skies on his sword and arrived at the main peak. As he dismounted, a female disciple in the late Qi refinement stage greeted him with a bow, inquiring, "Are you Zhang Yuze? Please follow me. Master has been waiting for quite some time." Following this disciple along the path, Zhang Yuze observed that it was the exact opposite of the route he had taken with Shuanglingzi to the hall. Along the way, he noted the absence of grandeur, replaced instead by the simplicity characteristic of Frostfall Peak. He could even glimpse the cave abodes of the true disciples, indistinguishable from those of Frostfall Peak, confirming that the ostentatious displays were merely for show. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived before a bamboo cottage, which, aside from being slightly larger than the one belonging to Frost Spirit, possessed no remarkable features. The female disciple halted just outside the courtyard and said, "Senior brother, please enter. This is where I shall leave you." "Thank you," Zhang Yuze replied with a slight bow, stepping into the courtyard. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss. An odd illusionary formation seemed to envelop the area. Although the bamboo cottage lay directly before him, it felt astonishingly distant. At that moment, bizarre images began to manifest in his mind. Chapter 59, burdened with a heavy responsibility in the brief instant that these peculiar visions invaded his consciousness. Zhang Yuze nearly succumbed to the illusions conjured by the formation. Temptations surged forth, power, wealth, and enchanting beauties, each vying for his attention. It would have been a lie to claim he was unaffected. Even a fleeting moment of distraction washed over him. Yet, soon after, a refreshing clarity swept through him, restoring his awareness. When he opened his eyes once more, all illusions had vanished without a trace, leaving only a cobblestone path leading directly into the bamboo cottage. Is this a test? Zhang Yuze inhaled deeply. Had it not been for his previous experiences with the intoxicating allure of luxury and his possession of the cleansing heart incantation, he might have been ensnared by such phantoms. Nevertheless, this ordeal had solidified his resolve. Wealth, power, and beauty were mere illusions in the face of supreme strength. In a world where brute force reigns supreme, only true power remains an immutable truth. As he tread upon the cobblestone path and stepped into the bamboo cottage, he beheld the figure of Master Ningyue seated at the center. With no extraneous gestures, Zhang Yuze performed a respectful bow. Addressing the master, disciple Zhang Yuze pays his respects to the esteemed headmaster. The purpose of the summons was to bestow a reward upon him. The esteemed Ningyue Jinren nodded slightly, refraining from mentioning the previous incident in the courtyard involving the illusionary formation. The investigation into the Mu family had been thoroughly conducted, confirming the truth of Zhang's assertions. In recognition of his valuable report, he was generously granted 2 bottles of superior cleansing elixir, 1,000 inferior spirit stones, and a blue jade flying sword. As the storage bag soared toward him, Zhang Yuze was overwhelmed with joy, astonished that merely clarifying a matter concerning himself would yield such a bountiful reward. "Thank you, master." Ningyue Jinren responded with a gentle smile. "There is no need for excessive courtesy. This is your due. However, there is another matter that requires your attention. The rebellion of the Mu family was of great significance, and the sect had decided to eradicate it completely. Yet, the Mu family's strength was rather meager, comprising only 1 mid-foundation and 3 early foundation cultivators, with the rest posing little threat. You shall lead the operation at the Frostfall Peak, accompanied by several disciples from various branches. Since you are most familiar with the situation, it is fitting for you to take charge. You are to proceed to the Mu family in 5 days' time, ensuring their total annihilation." Zhang Yuze contemplated the implications, weighing the pros and cons. Although he was designated as the leader, he worried that the disciples from other branches might possess superior cultivation levels, complicating matters. Thus, he expressed his concern. "Master, is it entirely appropriate for me to take the lead? There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is settled. The heads of the various branches will ensure their disciples are well prepared and will not raise any objections." It seems that Master Ningyue has resolutely decided to entrust this matter to Zhang Yuze. Observing the lack of any room for negotiation, Zhang Yuze refrained from voicing further objections and accepted the responsibility, declaring, "Disciple acknowledges the command." Before Zhang Yuze could utter another word, Shuanglingzi interjected. "I am aware of your concerns. Therefore, both Gunnan and Nan Haoyan will accompany you. Proceed with confidence." This statement significantly bolstered Zhang Yuze's assurance. Setting aside Nan Haoyan for the moment, Gunnan was a seasoned practitioner, a formidable presence at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. And Zhang Yuze firmly believed he could easily suppress the other true disciples. Given the camaraderie between Gunnan and himself, it was unlikely that any complications would arise. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhang Yuze meticulously examined the rewards he had acquired. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were a timely boon for him, who was in need of them. Furthermore, 2 bottles of high-grade cleansing elixirs were indeed treasures, as the efficacy of high-grade pills far surpassed that of their lower counterparts. The Lanyu flying sword was a top-tier magical artifact, surpassing the Qingling flying sword bestowed upon him by Shuanglingzi by a full rank. This allowed him to sell the now redundant Qingling flying sword, yielding over 1,000 spirit stones. It was only at this moment that he truly felt the weight of affluence. When the Crimson Fox was summoned, it immediately raised its front paws, resting them upon Zhang Yuze's legs, emitting a soft whimper. Zhang Yuze chuckled, realizing that the Red Fox was solicitously requesting spirit stones from him. Without hesitation, he tossed 2 inferior spirit stones, for according to previous observations, the Red Fox required 2 days to assimilate a single inferior spirit stone, and he had only 5 days to prepare. Thus, 2 stones were just right. Any excess might lead to the fox overindulging and being incapacitated when it truly mattered. Feeling the presence of a visitor, Zhang Yuze opened the array's restrictions and, upon discovering Gu Nan, first offered a respectful salute. Gu Nan appeared rather dejected. "Junior brother, I find myself compelled to discuss a matter with you. Previously, you mentioned that if one orchestrated someone else's downfall, one could regale our esteemed elders with tales of it. However, I have pondered this for quite some time and remain perplexed as to how one might manage to instigate such a situation. In pursuit of this, I even resorted to seizing several inner disciple spirit beasts, yet no one has come forth to accuse me. Isn't that rather peculiar?" Zhang Yuze was taken aback by Gu Nan's words, astonished that a mere jest of his had been taken so earnestly. The fact that Gu Nan had brazenly stolen spirit beasts from inner disciples left him feeling helpless. "Brother, did you truly confront them directly when you took their spirit beasts?" "Indeed, I simply soared into the air on my sword and called out, and they promptly delivered the spirit beasts into my hands. I felt so embarrassed that I ended up offering them a few bottles of solidifying essence pills. What kind of situation is this? Not only did no one accuse me, but they each expressed their gratitude for my actions. Gu Nin displayed an expression of profound despair. Zhang Yuze was left momentarily speechless, questioning Gu Nan's mental faculties. It was hardly surprising that inner disciples would not directly present offerings to a true inheritor of the sword. How could he expect others to accuse him? Was this truly the behavior of someone who had lived for over a century? This is the red fox. Gu Nin discovered the red fox beneath Zhang Yuze's feet. Oh, this is my spirit beast, Zhang Yuze nodded. Gu Nin scrutinized the red fox intently. It seems a bit different. Why does it have golden fur on its head? Is it a mutation? Indeed, it is a mutated spirit beast, Zhang Yuze replied with a subtle smile, lifting the red fox from the ground. He realized he had yet to name it. After observing for a while, Gu Nin lost interest, saying, "My master informed me that we are to visit the Mu family in 5 days. I came to consult with you regarding the arrangements." Zhang Yuze's expression turned serious. "The sect master has instructed that none are to be spared." "None to be spared? That doesn't seem too difficult," Gu Nin responded calmly, showing no surprise at such a command. It appeared he had encountered similar situations frequently. Zhang Yuze nodded slightly. "We shall depart in 5 days. I also need to inform senior brother Nan, and I will require your assistance when the time comes. My master also mentioned that the main lineage will send a mid-foundation disciple, while the other lineages will likely send a beginner or late Qi refining disciple. Aside from myself, none of the late foundation disciples within the sect will partake in this matter, so I should be able to manage." Although Gu Nin enjoyed mischief, he was serious when it came to important matters. Just as Zhang Yuze was about to speak, he sensed an approaching visitor and smiled slightly. It was senior brother Nan. Indeed, Nan Haoyan entered and directly seated himself before Zhang Yuze, asking, "What would you have me do? Do you not respect your elders? Do you not see your senior brother here? Do you not regard me as a person?" Gu Nin seemed to relish challenging Nan Haoyan. However, Nan Haoyan paid no heed to Gu Nin and remained fixated on Zhang Yuze. Zhang Yuze grasped his arm and said, "Senior brother Gu, please remain calm. Senior brother Nin has a temperament such as this. In truth, I have made no particular arrangements for this matter. The sect master has already stated that the opposing side possesses 1 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The remainder are likely at the Qi refinement stage. If we act wisely, our chances of victory are substantial." Upon hearing this, Nan Haoyan rose and exited. As the new week commenced, the call for votes and collections echoed. Those with wealth were encouraged to contribute, while those with votes were urged to lend their support. Chapter 60. Not a single one left behind. There was no grand ceremony, no fervent display of passion, on a small clearing atop the main peak. A dozen true disciples gathered in anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuze, Nan Haoyan, and Gu Nin arrived together, discovering many familiar faces upon their arrival. Meng Ying, Ren Songshuang, Si Weiqi, and Lin Xiujie were among those who had also become true disciples during the intersect competition. Notably, Lin Xiujie and Si Weiqi had both broken through to the foundation establishment stage, while Ren Songshuang and Meng Ying were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Aside from the 3 sent from the Frostfall Peak, each lineage had dispatched only 2 disciples, mostly comprising 1 early-stage foundation establishment cultivator accompanied by 1 at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Only the main peak had sent a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple, whom Zhang Yuze recognized. It was Su Yuan, a person he had encountered once before. "Let us depart. The disciples are well aware of their tasks, and there is no need for Zhang Yuze to elaborate." A dozen beams of light shot forth from the confines of Rashue's sect, as the foundation-building disciples took to the skies on their swords alongside those in the Qi refining stage. After 3 days, they arrived at a secluded spot, 1,000 miles away, where the Mu family resided, and descended gracefully. Zhang Yuze, having received medicinal pills and talismans from the esteemed Ningyue, distributed them to his fellow disciples. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, "I am entrusted by our sect leader to oversee this mission. I recognize that each of you is an exceptional disciple from your respective branches. I humbly admit that my own prowess is modest, and my capabilities are limited. The sect leader has placed this responsibility in my hands because I possess the most understanding of this matter. Therefore, I implore you all to unite in purpose. We must not engage in duplicity, for that would jeopardize our mission." Su Yuan smiled gently. "Zhang Shidi, you may issue the orders. We have all come in obedience to our masters and shall not hinder your efforts." Zhang Yuza glanced at the others, noting that Lin Xiujia, representing the Thunder Peak, and Si Weiqi, representing the Crimson Flame Peak, both expressed their agreement. The foundation-building female disciple from the Kangji Peak, Meng Ying's faction, also nodded with a smile. I have no objections. Only the two members from the Chongyun Peak displayed slight discomfort. Zhang Yuza was aware that Wu Yuhao and Wang Ping belonged to the Chongyun Peak and that there were some underlying tensions between them. Nevertheless, the two eventually nodded in acquiescence. With a faint smile, Zhang Yuza produced 5 jade slips and handed them to the disciples from each branch. The instructions on how to proceed are detailed in these slips. There is a foundation-building mid-stage cultivator within the Mu family, Gu Shixiang. This task is entrusted to you. Gu Nin coolly nodded without uttering a single word. The 3 foundational stage cultivators, Senior Brother Nan, Senior Sister Su, and Brother Lin, were appointed to take charge, alongside Brother Si. Zhang Yuza continued, and Nan Haoyan and the others expressed no dissent. The remaining foundational stage disciples would lead the Qi refining stage juniors. Suddenly, Zhang Yuza shifted his tone, emphasizing 4 words: leave no one behind. Su Yuan furrowed her brow and inquired about the helpless mortals. Zhang Yuza sighed softly, stating, to eradicate the roots, one must slay. This was the command of the sect leader. Gu Nan, unusually taciturn today, was under Zhang Yuza's influence, having agreed to listen to Gu Nan's storytelling for 3 days in exchange for his compliance. As far as I know, the Mu family's Qi refining disciples number only a few dozen, most of whom are merely at the initial stage. Do we really need 3 foundational stage cultivators to deal with them? This remark came from a foundational stage disciple of Chongyun Peak. Better safe than sorry, Zhang Yuza replied, surveying the group. As I understand, the Mu family possesses at least 2 corpse jumpers. They may have greater hidden cards, warranting our caution. However, there is no need for undue alarm. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, this operation should be relatively effortless. With someone as astute as Brother Zhang on our side, I am confident that this endeavor will yield resounding success, remarked Lin Xiujia, who Zhang Yuza recalled was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. Brother Lin, your praise is unwarranted. It is imperative that we unite our efforts. If there are no objections, we shall proceed as planned. In 1 hour, we will commence our actions. For now, let us take a moment to rest and prepare ourselves to confront the enemy in the best possible condition. After Zhang Yuza finished speaking, the group dispersed, taking time to recuperate. Upon arriving outside the Mu family fortress, Zhang Yuza exchanged glances with the nearby Si Weiqi, who nodded in agreement, forming a series of hand seals. A towering earthen wall rose around the Mu family stronghold. Immediately, disciples in the Qi refining stage soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of fire talismans that transformed the fortress into a raging sea of flames, accompanied by cries of despair. Who dares to assault our Mu family? Intense auras suddenly erupted from various points within the fortress. Among them were 4 cultivators of the foundation establishment stage from the Mu family. However, upon recognizing the intruders, their eyes widened in disbelief. You are from the Ruoshui sect? As several Qi refining disciples continued to cast spells, Zhang Yuza and the other foundation establishment disciples took to the skies on their swords. You need not feign ignorance. Do you not recognize your own actions? You cannot act in this manner. Our Mu family has always remained loyal to the Ruoshui sect. My niece, Xiaoyao, is still cultivating within your sect. Why do you treat us this way? The speaker, who appeared somewhat familiar to Zhang Yuza, was the very individual who had once brought trouble to him while accompanying Mu Xiaoyao. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom Zhang Yuza's words. Dead? How could this be? I saw her just 2 years ago. She was thriving and even spoke of being promoted to a true disciple. How can it be that she is dead? This individual abruptly confronted Zhang Yuza, and Gu Nin attempted to intervene, but Zhang Yuza shook his head. Tell me this is a lie. Xiaoyao is not dead, you must tell me. This person clutched Zhang Yuza's collar. Zhang Yuza let out a faint sigh. Look behind you. The elder turned around and was utterly bewildered. He beheld Mu Xiaoyao, or rather, a zombie. Do you still wish to resist? With your feeble strength? You would do well to surrender. We can leave your bodies intact. Zhang Yuza narrowed his eyes at the 3 figures before him, each exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. The foremost figure, referred to as the elder, scoffed. I did not expect you to discover this so swiftly and to arrive so suddenly. But do you truly believe victory is assured? You are far from it. Zhang Yuza nodded to the people behind him, and charged into the fortress of the Mu family. The elder shouted, "Where do you think you are going, boy?" But soon, a figure appeared before him. "Old fool, your opponent is me." It was Gunan, wielding a massive golden bone. "You are too naive." With that, he summoned the spirit-controlling banner, unleashing thousands of malevolent spirits that surged toward Gunan. Guanan squinted, hurling the golden bone in his hand forward. Instantly, it obliterated all malevolent spirits in its path, forging a clear passage. In an instant, Guanan positioned himself behind the individual, unleashing a massive shard of ice that sent the person staggering. "Are you at the late stage of Foundation establishment?" Guanan smirked slightly. "I never claimed otherwise. It's merely your failing eyesight that renders you oblivious. Better to submit to your fate." Meanwhile, the others had each found their own adversaries. The rushing water sect possessed a numerical and strength advantage, compounded by the fact that the previously weakened early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator posed no threat, swiftly turning the tide in their favor. Members of the Mu family bore varying degrees of injury. Zhang Yuza casually seized a Qi refinement stage cultivator from the Mu family and employed the soul extraction technique, leading him toward a specific location. Chapter 61. The demonic path's enchantress Zhang Yuza had noticed the absence of defensive formations in the Mu family, a peculiarity that warranted investigation. From the memories of the Qi refinement stage disciple, he unearthed a location, the small courtyard at the heart of the Mu family stronghold. It appeared that 3 years prior, the Mu family's ancestor had resolved to dismantle the external defensive formations, consolidating all defenses within this courtyard, an event that had drawn significant attention to the Mu family at the time. From the memories of the Qi refinement stage disciple, Zhang Yuza discerned that the general populace remained utterly oblivious to the Mu family's allegiance to the demonic path. He gleaned some insights from the words of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, leading him to suspect that this matter was being concealed from the ordinary disciples. The reasons for such secrecy hinted that the courtyard held answers for Zhang Yuza. Casually invoking a water spell, he produced a faint halo, confirming the existence of a defensive array, undoubtedly protecting the Mu family's clandestine secrets. Zhang Yuza retrieved a talisman, a life-preserving token bestowed upon him by the revered Master Ningyue, capable of unleashing a force equivalent to that of an early golden core stage cultivator, albeit usable only twice. This moment was opportune. He yearned to unveil what lay within. Crushing the talisman, a formidable aura enveloped the entirety of the Mu family estate. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light burst forth from Zhang Yuza's hand, followed by a deafening explosion, obliterating the array before him. The sheer force of the blast propelled Zhang Yuza backward for several dozen meters. The resounding explosion momentarily distracted those engaged in battle. The Mu family's ancestor, already grievously injured, widened his eyes, fixated on the source of the detonation. With a thunderous crash, the Mu family's ancestor was struck by a golden beam, causing him to cough up blood. "Old man, where are you looking?" Ancient Nan, wielding a golden bone, coldly glared at the Mu family's ancestor before him. The elder of the Mu family, having suffered a heavy blow, found himself bereft of the strength to retaliate. Before him stood Gunan, extinguishing any remnants of resistance within him. He had once believed that even if the Ruoxue sect sent disciples to besiege him, his own allies would come to his aid. Such were the calculations he had made, yet they proved to be in vain. Meanwhile, 2 disciples of the Mu family in the early stages of Foundation establishment had already met their demise. One had been thoroughly pierced by several icy spikes unleashed by Nan Haoyan, while the other lay on the brink of death, their life hanging by a thread. The 2 corpses animated by the dark arts were rendered utterly ineffective in the hands of several Ruoxue sect cultivators at the same level. The elder of the Mu family realized that all hope was lost. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he exclaimed, "You have forced my hand. It is you of the Ruoxue sect who have compelled me." Suddenly, the elder's body began to swell, resembling a state of edema. He was preparing to self-detonate. The explosive power generated by a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could be exceedingly devastating, capable of grievously injuring even a golden core cultivator. The disciples of the Ruoxue sect grew somewhat panicked, summoning their flying swords in readiness to retreat. "You dare to play with self-detonation before me, truly underestimating my presence." Gunan chuckled coldly. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, and a beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, shattering the elder's dantian completely. With the dantian destroyed, self-detonation was rendered impossible, for the source of power had been severed. After Zhang Yuze shattered the formation, he stepped into the secluded courtyard, where an unsettling chill and malevolent aura assailed him. He remained on high alert, summoning the Crimson Fox to his side, for the source of the sinister energy lay within a small house to the right of the courtyard. With a surge of true essence, he obliterated the small dwelling. And upon witnessing the scene before him, a frown creased Zhang Yuze's brow. Within the confines of the house lay dozens of corpses, each a zombie exuding a sickly green luminescence, both male and female. At the center of the room, the source of the malevolence revealed itself, a necromantic pool. Suddenly, the Crimson Fox's fur bristled in alarm, and a dangerous signal resonated in Zhang Yuze's mind. A flame erupted from the fox's mouth, aimed at a vacant area behind them. In the previously empty space, a figure materialized, her lustrous hair dancing in the wind. With slender willow-like brows, captivating starry eyes, and lips resembling fragrant cherry blossoms. Her flawless oval face was strikingly beautiful. Her skin, translucent and as pure as snow, complemented her delicate physique, exuding an irresistible allure. "Are you from the soul-refining sect?" Zhang Yuze squinted, feeling an ominous presence emanating from the woman before him. Though her every expression was enchanting, it was precisely this charm that led Zhang Yuze to suspect that she was not a benevolent soul. Even the most beautiful flowers bear thorns. The woman hovered gracefully in the air, her crimson silk attire billowing gently around her. Her snow-white arms and slender legs appeared as if shrouded in mist, while her delicate, lovely feet were adorned with 2 red ribbons, exuding an alluring charm. She playfully covered her cherry lips with her hand and remarked, "Oh, how could you not recognize me? This leaves me feeling rather disheartened." Zhang Yuze was at a loss as to when he had encountered such an enchanting and bewitching woman. Yet, her seductive voice lingered in his memory, reminding him of the woman with the crimson birthmark he had seen in Jingwa with Yan Luoshan. Grasping his Qingshu sword, he inquired, "Is it you?" "Ah, you remember. I am truly fortunate," she replied, each of her movements radiating a captivating allure, undeniably a woman who bewitches the heart. "You have reached the 4th level of foundation establishment? How swiftly you have cultivated." Zhang Yuze maintained his clarity of mind through the Qingxin spell, yet he was astonished by the rapid progress of this woman's cultivation. "I have merely been diligent in my practice, but you are not doing too badly either. You have reached the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if our next encounter will hold more surprises for me," she teased. Zhang Yuze scoffed. "Do you think you can escape? Are you referring to those useless fools outside?" She replied, her demeanor calm, even displaying a hint of playful reproach. "I can sense that the old fellows from the Mu family are on the verge of being dealt with. There are no signs of danger whatsoever. Do you not believe me? Well, I cannot help that. After all, it's not my fellow disciples who will perish," she pouted, feigning annoyance. Zhang Yuze smiled faintly, remarking, "Whether they live or die is of little concern to me. However, your sudden appearance here must surely harbor some ulterior motive. Oh, you disregard the fate of your fellow disciples. You truly are a most intriguing individual. My interest in you grows ever deeper. Have you considered visiting our Baihua Palace? I happen to be in need of a companion." Baihua Palace, a name so familiar it resonates deeply, stands as one of the 3 prominent sects of the demonic path. Renowned for its enchanting arts, the palace is filled solely with female disciples, each adept in the art of allure, luring unsuspecting cultivators to siphon their true essence and elevate their own prowess. To think this person is a disciple of Baihua Palace. Yet, the presence of both Baihua Palace and the soul refining sect within the territory of Ruoshui sect complicates matters significantly. Particularly concerning is the Mu family. What secrets do they harbor that pique the interest of 2 titans of the demonic path? "How amusing you are," Zhang Yuze continued, a smile perpetually adorning the woman's face. The reason he engaged her in such lengthy discourse was to bide time, hoping that Gu Nan and the others would eliminate the Mu family's members and arrive here soon. Against this Baihua Palace disciple, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he possessed no chance of victory even with the assistance of the Red Fox. Chapter 62. The Secret Chamber, is that so? How flattering indeed. However, it would be wise for you to remain here today. With a swift hand gesture, Zhang Yuze summoned a massive stone to descend from the heavens. The woman sensed something amiss and vanished in an instant. Yet Zhang Yuze was already aware that such a trivial spell could not inflict any harm upon her. The flames of the Crimson Fox followed suit, and a sword of magic materialized in the woman's hand, a pink mist inexplicably severing the flames of the fox. She gazed at the crimson fox before her, chuckling. This little fox is rather intriguing, but I am no longer the person I used to be. Is that so? Zhang Yuze had already vanished from his original position the moment he unleashed the falling stones, appearing behind the woman with a speed that set him apart. Instantly, a multitude of sword shadows filled the air. The woman, taken aback, hurriedly summoned a magical artifact to fend off the sword shadows. However, Zhang Yuze's sword was inescapable, each strike perilously lethal. Even with her cultivation at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, she found herself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Crimson Fox continued to unleash flames from behind, further disrupting her movements. The woman shattered a talisman, instantly liberating herself from the clutches of Zhang Yuze's swordplay. I detest that wretched fox. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuze felt a surge of panic. Yet, the woman had already positioned herself before the Crimson Fox. It was too late for him to rush to its aid, and he watched as the fox was forcefully thrown away. Zhang Yuze summoned his utmost speed, and moments later, he appeared behind the woman, unleashing a massive net of lightning that slowed her advance. At that very moment, he had already traveled 100 miles away. Catching the Crimson Fox, discovering it had sustained minor injuries, yet its life was not in peril, which provided him some solace. He stored the fox in his pet space and coldly regarded the woman hovering in the air. No longer shall I engage with you, Zhang Yuze. I shall remember you. When we next meet, I shall surely take you to the 100 Flowers Palace. In an instant, the woman departed on her sword, leaving the scene, while Gu Nan and the others arrived just in time to witness her disappearance. What is this place? The group was astounded to discover a corpse-rearing pool. Such pools typically require specific geographical conditions, such as the Dead Cow Belly Cave, Dog Skull Cave, Wooden Heart Spearhead, Broken Face Once-You, or other ominous formations. However, this location was evidently not one of those cursed sites. The only method to cultivate corpses here was through the continuous act of killing, utilizing a unique technique to gather malevolent energy and artificially create a space suitable for corpse rearing. How many must be slain? Lin Xiujie furrowed his brow as he gazed at the ominous energy emanating from the pool. As they approached, Su Yuan, eyes closed, murmured, not fewer than 10,000. Where could they possibly kill so many? This seems implausible, Si Weiqi inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yuze sighed softly. There are 2 secular nations at war nearby. Given the strength of the Mu family, capturing prisoners is not particularly challenging. 10,000 is not an insurmountable number. One must remember that war inevitably results in casualties. Let us destroy it. The group nodded in agreement and collectively set about obliterating the corpse-rearing pool, eradicating all the zombies within it. Before splitting up to search the entirety of the Mu family estate. Junior brother, who was that woman earlier? Su Yuan approached Zhang Yuze and inquired. Su Yuan, brimming with confidence, added, it is certainly feasible. Senior brother Gu has reached the late stage of foundation building. Zhang Yuze smiled but remained silent. Although the woman was merely at the 4th level of foundation establishment, she was undoubtedly formidable. Her presence signified that she possessed some form of assurance. Soon, the crowd discovered the Mu family's treasury, gathering all valuable items into a pile that elicited gasps of astonishment. It was an immense fortune. 30,000 spirit stones, 16 low-grade magical artifacts, 8 mid-grade artifacts, and 1 high-grade artifact. Clearly, the Mu family was not merely affluent. Zhang Yuze gazed upon this wealth, unable to suppress his desire. Yet he understood that these riches must be surrendered. With so many people present and countless eyes watching, any act of greed would not be taken lightly. A significant achievement, Su Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, she comprehended the meaning behind Zhang Yuze's words, which only deepened her curiosity about him. Despite her own mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, she had only discovered Gu Nan much later. Junior brother, my foolish brother allowed that person to escape, and I feel truly remorseful, Gu Nan lamented, showing signs of profound nostalgia. Zhang Yuze sighed softly. Senior brother Gu, have you forgotten our agreement? Upon hearing Zhang Yuze's words, Gu Nan quickly covered his mouth, chuckling. I didn't catch up. Should I remain here to assist you? Su Yuan inquired with a smile. Zhang Yuze shook his head. Sister Su, junior sister Ren still needs your care. It's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Su Yuan reflected on this and decided not to linger any longer. There were no objections from the crowd. The disciple from the foundation establishment stage, who had been slightly injured, was indeed in need of assistance, and Meng Ying staying behind would be beneficial for Zhang Yuze. Consequently, everyone swiftly departed from the Mu family with their plundered wealth, leaving Zhang Yuze and Meng Ying behind. Zhang Yuze smiled faintly and asked, "What do you wish for my assistance with?" Meng Ying remained silent as she led Zhang Yuze to the rear of the Mu family fortress, where only a firewood shed stood. Pointing at the shed, Meng Ying declared, "There is a treasury within." "How do you know?" Zhang Yuze inquired with curiosity, for it appeared to be an utterly ordinary firewood shed. Who would suspect it concealed a treasury? Meng Ying's expression turned frosty as she replied, "You do not need to know. I only require one item from within. The rest is yours." Zhang Yuze nodded in understanding. "You have aided me, and I shall reciprocate. Without the insights you provided regarding Wu Yuhao, I would never have surmised that the Mu family was colluding with the demonic path. There is no need for gratitude." Meng Ying responded coolly, "My intentions were always self-serving. We merely seek to fulfill our respective needs." It was indeed your deduction about the Mu family's collusion that facilitated a simpler resolution for me. Otherwise, I would have needed your assistance to infiltrate the Mu family myself. Zhang Yuze smiled subtly, preparing to demolish the firewood shed, but Meng Ying halted him, saying, "No, it cannot be done. There exists a hidden chamber inside. If we were to destroy the shed outright, it may provoke unforeseen consequences, leading to the destruction of the treasures contained within. What should we do then?" Meng Ying led Zhang Yuze into the woodshed. In a secluded corner, she bit her finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon an unremarkable pillar. Astonishingly, the pillar underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing a groove upon its surface. Meng Ying then affixed a jade pendant from her person into the recess and rotated the pillar. To their astonishment, a concealed wall, hidden behind stacks of firewood, unveiled a staircase descending below. Meng Ying took the lead, with Zhang Yuze following closely behind. Zhang Yuze chuckled softly, "I knew you wouldn't. Every person harbors secrets. I am merely curious." "Excessive curiosity is detrimental," Meng Ying replied coldly. Zhang Yuze offered a sheepish laugh, falling silent thereafter. They traversed several hundred meters before finally reaching level ground. Indeed, this hidden chamber was impressively deep. Torches flickered around them, and Zhang Yuze ignited one using his true essence. After a brief moment of sensing with his spiritual awareness, he frowned slightly. "It seems quite ordinary, merely a stone chamber." Meng Ying approached a corner of the stone chamber and turned a torch fixed to the wall. Suddenly, a wall of the previously sealed chamber began to rise. This space was constructed from a unique stone material, impervious to spiritual penetration. Zhang Yuze's curiosity intensified. Meng Ying appeared to be well acquainted with this place, coupled with the considerable expense of constructing such a chamber. Did the Mu family truly possess the means to create something so elaborate? I must confess, I am rather inept at composing an introduction. For the time being, I do not intend to make any alterations. I kindly seek your support. The updates for tomorrow will be posted in the evening. I shall be taking a leave this evening, and thus, the 3 updates for tomorrow will follow suit. Due to the busyness of the day, I neglected to mention that today's 4 updates will commence uploading after my work concludes. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. In the 96th chapter, the contest for the spirit mine, the sight of Gu Nan elicited laughter from the crowd. They recalled how Gu Nan had persistently pleaded at the bamboo cottage of Shuang Lingzi the previous night, only for her to grow weary and seal his mouth, eventually expelling him from the cottage and employing a formation to prevent his return, granting her some peace. One cannot blame Gu Nan for his reluctance. After all, they were vying for a spirit mine, which undoubtedly contained countless spirit stones. The prospect of reaping substantial rewards from a mere skirmish is enticing to anyone. Zhang Yuze was well aware of Shuang Lingzi's intentions. This time, in the competition for the spirit mine, the 100 Flowers Palace would undoubtedly seek allies. However, as long as no Golden Core cultivators joined, the current group would suffice. Even if they encountered 1 or 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhang Yuze and Nan Haoyan could manage the situation with ease. To understand that Nan Haoyan had battled for an extended period against formidable late-stage Foundation establishment experts like Bai Shifeng before finally conceding. It is clear that Zhang Yuze faced no such difficulties. Moreover, with the presence of the Nine Tails, it was akin to having 2 Zhang Yuzes. Furthermore, this matter had additional arrangements orchestrated by Shuang Lingzi. Should Gunan go, he would inadvertently forfeit the opportunity to train his disciples. Following the map provided by Shuang Lingzi, the group proceeded with haste. In their urgency, they propelled their flying swords with utmost vigor, which caused Yi, lacking a superior flying artifact, to lag behind somewhat. Nevertheless, even when the other three deliberately slowed their pace to accommodate her, their speed remained commendable. In less than half a month, they arrived at Ning Kingdom, a medium-sized nation within the jurisdiction of Roshui sect. This region was characterized by its undulating mountains, and on the western frontier of Ning Kingdom lay a city known as Changyang Pass. From a distance, the city emanated a palpable aura of menace, and one could easily discern the multitude of wraiths hovering above. Zhang Yuze shook his head, remarking, "Observe the base of the city walls. A recent conflict has evidently transpired in this secular realm." The group followed his gaze and beheld the towering walls brimming with corpses, while some individuals were actively removing the fallen bodies. The flickering flames indicated that the corpses were being cremated on the spot. The choice to bury the dead or incinerate them directly is driven by the necessity to maintain morale amidst the carnage and to prevent the outbreak of disease. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yuze lamented that the war between these two nations was likely instigated by the contention over spiritual mines. It is highly likely that the location of the spiritual mine lies precisely on the border mountain between two nations, which happen to be governed by our Ruoshui sect and the Baiwa Palace. This provides a plausible reason for the conflict between these two countries. Ling Shuang'er expressed her agreement. Suddenly, Zhang Yuze sensed an unusual presence and swiftly summoned his Qingshu sword, launching it into the void. A piercing scream echoed as a figure descended from the previously empty space. Attempting to flee, Zhang Yuze's speed was remarkable, and he instantly appeared behind the injured individual, unleashing a chilling aura that encased the person in ice. At that moment, the other three companions joined Zhang Yuze's side. "A member of the Baiwa Palace?" Ling Shuang'er inquired, casting her gaze upon the figure clad in black. Zhang Yuze nodded affirmatively. "It seems so. If this individual has merely come to observe, that may be acceptable. However, should they partake in this conflict, the Baiwa Palace shall face dire consequences. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a stipulation that forbids practitioners from engaging in worldly disputes. Even disciples holding the esteemed position of national advisors are limited to selecting children with spiritual roots to report to their sects, and they must refrain from power struggles. What shall we do?" Yi asked, looking at Zhang Yuze. Zhang Yuze smiled slightly, his gaze cold as he regarded the captive. "You all should proceed to Brother Su Feng. I will handle this individual." Nan Haoyan departed without hesitation, and after a brief moment, Yi followed suit. Ling Shuang'er seemed poised to speak, but ultimately chose silence as she left the scene. Zhang Yuze led this individual to a secluded location. Under the gaze of the person's profound terror, he placed his hand upon the crown of their head. Moments later, the individual's eyes became vacant. Upon grasping the specifics of the situation, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuze swiftly ended the person's life with a single stroke of his sword. To the south of Changyang Pass lies an unnamed mountain, whose landscapes are rather picturesque. Nestled within a valley is a lake, beside which stands a manor, the residence of the Cultivation family established by Su Feng. At this moment, several individuals awaited outside the manor. Upon seeing Zhang Yuze approach on his sword, a middle-aged man came forth to greet him. "You must be Junior Brother Zhang. I am Su Feng, your humble elder." Zhang Yuze offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in respect. "Elder Brother Su, you are exceedingly courteous. It truly astonishes me that you would come to personally welcome me." Su Feng was taken aback by the amiable demeanor of Zhang Yuze, who possessed a level of cultivation surpassing his own. This was a stark contrast to the recent encounter with Nan Haoyan, who had said not a word and nearly shattered his manner as protective array. Su Feng's smile broadened. "It is only fitting, as you have journeyed from afar. I have prepared a banquet within the manor. I invite you to join me." "After you, elder brother," Zhang Yuze replied, feeling quite at ease despite having been away from such social engagements for many years. The two individuals descended directly upon an extraordinarily opulent courtyard of the manor, entering the main hall where they discovered a gathering of over 10 people awaiting their arrival. Among them were Nan Haoyan and others who had arrived earlier. After the host and guests took their respective seats, all pleasantries were set aside, and Zhang Yuze promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Senior brother, please enlighten us regarding the sequence of events so we may resolve this issue expeditiously." Su Feng, unfazed by the urgency, dismissed the maidservants attending to them and recounted the events. It transpired that 6 months ago, a disciple of the Su family had unearthed a spiritual mine in the nearby mountains, a discovery that brought them immense joy. However, this was soon overshadowed when a disciple from a minor sect under the jurisdiction of the Baihua Palace stumbled upon it, leading to inevitable conflict. The adversary possessed a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, resulting in a standoff that necessitated seeking assistance from their sect. Only one cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment? Zhang Yuza expressed his dissatisfaction with the opponent's combat capability. Su Feng nodded. Though there is but one cultivator at the initial stage, we cannot dismiss the possibility of their seeking aid from the Baihua Palace. Hence, let us proceed. Before Nan Haoyan could fully comprehend the situation, he rose abruptly. Zhang Yuza chuckled and stood as well. We kindly request you to lead the way, senior brother. Su Feng hesitated. Should we not deliberate further? Is it not rather reckless to proceed directly? Senior brother Su, have you forgotten that our Ruoshui sect and the Baihua Palace are fundamentally distinct, one righteous and the other malevolent? Is there any room for reason in such matters? Moreover, with our considerable strength, devoid of any nameless cultivators at the foundation stage, what capability do they possess to retaliate? Zhang Yuza let out a cold smile, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Feng remained silent for a considerable time before nodding. Very well. I kindly ask my fellow disciples to wait a moment. I shall make the necessary arrangements and return shortly. Please, take your time, Zhang Yuza replied nonchalantly, exchanging glances with Nan Haoyan and the others, each understanding the situation at hand. Is there an issue with Su Feng? Ling Shuang'er could no longer contain herself and communicated discreetly with Zhang Yuza. He shook his head, uncertain whether he was signaling her to refrain from sending thoughts to avoid detection or indicating that Su Feng posed no problem. Before long, Su Feng arrived, accompanied by several members of his clan who had reached the later stages of qi refining. Dear disciples, these are my family members, and they can be of assistance. Oh, what about those present here? Will they not join us? Zhang Yuza inquired, gesturing towards a few individuals who had been silently accompanying them in the main hall. Su Feng shook his head. Family affairs require oversight, so they shall remain behind. Are we ready to depart? Lead the way, Zhang Yuza replied with a nod. Under Su Feng's guidance, the group leisurely traversed the skies, and after approximately half a day's journey, they arrived at a mountain peak enveloped in swirling clouds. To an ordinary person, the view was obscured, yet those versed in cultivation could easily discern the presence of an array designed to confuse the senses. Junior brother Zhang, this is where the spiritual mind is located. What do you propose we do? Su Feng leaned closer to Zhang Yuza and inquired softly. Zhang Yuza offered a faint smile, choosing silence as he swept his right hand, summoning a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm to descend from the heavens, striking the mountaintop below with tremendous force. Who dares to provoke our 100 Ghosts sect, courting death so recklessly? Before their presence was even discerned, an enraged roar heralded the arrival of dozens of figures soaring from the mountainside. Clad in dark garments, they exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, unmistakably seasoned in dealings with the netherworld. Yet, before these individuals could ascertain their adversaries, they were met with a tempest of ice shards and falling thunder, succumbing to their fate in mere moments. The Su family disciples, still in the early stages of foundation establishment, stood agape, particularly transfixed by the unyielding resolve displayed by Ling Shuang'er and Yi, who resembled ethereal beings. Many could not help but swallow hard, their gazes towards Zhang Yuza and his companions now imbued with both admiration and a hint of trepidation. Zhang Yuza gently closed his eyes, emanating an extraordinarily potent aura as white mist enveloped his hands. With a thunderous shout, a wave of frigid energy surged downward, following a resounding crash. The formation was utterly dismantled, revealing the mountain's true form. Although unremarkable at first glance, a cave lay below, emanating a soft phosphorescence, spiritual stones peeking through the earth and stone. After you, senior brother Su, Zhang Yuza gestured, inviting Su Feng to descend first. Su Feng hesitated for a brief moment before nodding, leading his kin to the mountain summit, while Zhang Yuza and his companions followed closely. Outside the cave, numerous spirit stones were piled up, evidently awaiting transportation, and within, many individuals of lesser cultivation, some not even reaching the qi refinement stage, gazed at the group in terror. These individuals were there to excavate spirit stones. Zhang Yuza shook his head, stating, "This matter shall be entrusted to senior brother Su. I believe reinforcements will arrive shortly. We shall remain here and wait." Su Feng swiftly issued commands, and the disciples of the Su family surged into the cavern, where screams echoed, soon giving way to an eerie silence. Zhang Yuze and his companions stood quietly at the cave's entrance, exchanging no words, nor even glances. As the sun sank in the west, no one from the opposing side appeared. Junior brother Zhang, it seems they are aware of our reinforcements, and thus, they may not approach for some time. What do you suggest we do next? Su Feng, with keen insight, recognized that among the 2 men and 2 women, Zhang Yuze was the cornerstone of their group and turned to him first. Zhang Yuze exchanged glances with his 3 companions before responding. In that case, we should expedite the transportation of the spirit stones. Fortunately, we have brought some puppets from the sect. Let them handle the excavation. Perhaps my esteemed junior brothers and sisters could accompany me into the cave for a closer inspection. After all, my cultivation is rather modest, and there may be treasures that I might overlook, Su Feng remarked with a smile. Zhang Yuze waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need. I have observed this place sufficiently. It is improbable that any hidden mines exist here. It would be prudent to conclude our business swiftly, as our time is limited. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, junior brother, Su Feng replied, slowly stepping back. However, Zhang Yuze abruptly seized Su Feng's hand, preventing him from moving. Su Feng was taken aback, pondering what his junior brother intended. With a cold smile, Zhang Yuze remarked, Su senior brother, I believe it would be wiser for you to remain here. Venturing further could trigger an extraordinary formation, and at that moment, everyone present will find themselves ensnared like fish in a barrel. Su Feng's expression turned alarmed. What do you mean, junior brother? Is there an ambush set for us? Zhang Yuze retorted, that is a question only you can answer. What advantage has the 100 Flowers Palace offered you to embolden you to scheme against us? In an instant, Zhang Yuze exerted force, and unbeknownst to him, the Qingshu sword had materialized in his hand, lunging directly towards Su Feng's face. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Su Feng found himself momentarily immobilized. The sword's speed was astonishing. Before he could react, its tip was already before his eyes. Fortunately, Su Feng had attained the 3rd level of foundation building, and in a flurry, a flash of white light emerged to barely deflect Zhang Yuze's sudden strike. Yet, before Su Feng could take further action, Zhang Yuze's sword came at him again, aiming straight for his dantian, the dark blade shimmering with a faint white light. With a swift motion, Su Feng found himself unable to evade the blade, struck directly at his dantian by Zhang Yuze. In that fleeting moment, his dantian was utterly destroyed. Soon after, a shard of ice pierced through Su Feng's chest, and even in his dying moments, he remained oblivious to how Zhang Yuze had seen through his ruse. At that instant, the Su family disciples in the Qi refinement stage surrounding them had been entirely vanquished by Nan Haotian and his companions, their movements astonishingly swift. As the 4 concluded their brief skirmish, a series of applause resonated from the depths of the mine. Hee, I have long asserted that you, Zhang Yuze, are no ordinary person. If I truly wished to end your life, it would be quite the challenge for me. The 4 had already summoned their flying swords. Hovering in midair, with a resounding crash, the mine was shattered, revealing a hidden world below, where 100 individuals stood upon an open ground. At the forefront was a familiar figure, a woman clad in red and barefoot. Miss Mu, what virtue do I possess to warrant such a grand reception from you? I am truly taken aback, Zhang Yuze jested, though his hands were swift as the 9 tails appeared beside him, now possessing strength approaching the late stages of foundation establishment. Upon seeing the 9 tails, Mu Manru's expression shifted. Humph, it's that little fox again. This time, I shall roast it. Senior brother Zhang, who are these people? As she beheld the imposing assembly of over 100 individuals, Yi Yiqing could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Although the majority of them were at the Qi refining stage, the cultivation level of the woman in red eluded her comprehension. And behind this enigmatic figure stood 6 or 7 adversaries at the foundation establishment stage. The disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace had evidently plotted this scheme in advance, fabricating the mine itself. Zhang Yuze refrained from entering the mine precisely because he was aware of the ambush that awaited him. Aside from the spirit stones glimpsed at the entrance, the mine held nothing of value. Ah, you are mistaken. This mine is indeed real and contains a treasure of 100,000 spirit stones. However, you cannot see them because I have already excavated them, Mu Manru said, her lips parting slightly as she cast a glance at Zhang Yuze and his companions. I must say, you truly have a way with women. The last time I saw you, you were surrounded by beauties, and now you have different ones. Chapter 98. The Battle Unleashed. You are mistaken. I remain a solitary figure, unaware if Miss Mu might be interested in warming my bed. Upon hearing Mu Manru's teasing remarks, Zhang Yuza displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he boldly reciprocated her flirtation, eliciting curious glances from Ling Shuang'er and the others nearby. Mu Manru was evidently taken aback by Zhang Yuza's audacity. Yet she showed no inclination to shy away. If you wish for me to warm your bed, you must first demonstrate your capabilities. One must try to ascertain whether I possess such capabilities. Zhang Yuza's unabashed remarks left the assembled crowd in a state of bewilderment, particularly the members of the Baiwa Palace, who found themselves questioning whether this individual truly belonged to a reputable sect, given his forthrightness that surpassed their own. Ling Shuang'er and Yi, the two young ladies, seemed to regard Zhang Yuza as though they were meeting him for the first time, their gazes betraying an unusual unease. Mu Manru appeared to have acclimated to Zhang Yuza's brazen demeanor, letting out a delicate laugh. Perhaps you should come to our Baiwa Palace for a trial. Do you wish to experiment here? Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion interrupted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. It was none other than Nan Haoyan. Zhang Yuza, somewhat exasperated, found the sudden interjection of this usually reticent individual to be rather amusing. Although the statement caused Yi's cheeks to flush crimson, it alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. Oh, this handsome gentleman seems to be growing impatient. Why not allow me to accompany you for a thorough trial? A woman emerged from behind Mu Manru, draped in mere wisps of sheer fabric, hinting at the skin beneath. Her voice was laced with seduction, and her cultivation was impressive, comparable to that of Nan Haoyan. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, whether I meet your standards? Nan Haoyan, with a mock-serious expression, scrutinized the woman and replied, You are rather corpulent. The juxtaposition of such a comment with Nan Haoyan's perpetually earnest countenance was utterly delightful, rendering his words all the more persuasive. Unexpectedly, the woman became somewhat displeased due to Nan Haoyan's remark, but she quickly transformed her expression into one of radiant laughter. This charming gentleman truly has a sense of humor. Could my figure possibly be inferior to that of the woman beside you? Nan Haoyan scrutinized the woman once more and, with an impassive demeanor, replied, Indeed, you have gained some weight. At this moment, Yi finally burst into laughter, and her mirth was accompanied by the sound of suppressed chuckles from those around them. You seek your own demise. Enraged by the laughter of others, the woman charged toward Nan Haoyan, while Yi and Ling Shuang each found their adversaries. However, they were outnumbered, and with two additional Foundation establishment cultivators on the opposing side, the three soon found themselves at a disadvantage. As a confrontation loomed, Zhang Yuza remained unfazed, seemingly overlooked by everyone as they directed their attention toward the other three. Only Mu Manru, standing before him, continued to smile. Will you not aid your companions? Their situation appears dire. With you here, I find myself disinclined to concern myself with the fates of others. Despite witnessing Yi and Ling Shuang'er sustaining injuries, Zhang Yuza maintained a tranquil demeanor, with the nine-tailed creature perpetually at his side, baring its sharp teeth at Mu Manru. She smiled faintly. To be regarded with such significance by young Master Zhang is indeed a great honor for me. As soon as Mu Manru concluded her words, she gracefully flicked her sleeve, and a cascade of crimson silk enveloped the air. Zhang Yuza, not daring to hesitate, recognized that utilizing garments as weapons was a hallmark of the disciples from the Hundred Flowers Palace. He had encountered this notion in the sect scrolls. Every disciple's attire served as a magical artifact, and Mu Manru's sleeve was undoubtedly extraordinary. The nine tails had long been poised for action, unleashing a fierce blaze. Yet the flowing sleeve remained unscathed, clearly not an ordinary artifact. At this moment, Zhang Yuza wielded his sword, executing a swift footwork technique that conjured countless sword shadows in the air. Not only did he repel the long sleeve, but he also found himself behind Mu Manru. With a downward strike, the sword felt both weighty and light. In that instant, Mu Manru arched backward, her long red silk colliding with the Qingshu sword, producing a resonant clash akin to metal striking stone. Zhang Yuza retreated a few steps, surveying his surroundings, while the flying sword beneath his feet soared skyward towards the north. Trying to flee, Mu Manru pursued relentlessly, her own flying sword, a remarkable artifact, outpacing Zhang Yuza. In no time, she closed the distance, her movements swift as a pink mist materialized before her. With a flick of her long sleeve, she launched a rapid strike aimed at Zhang Yuza's back. As Zhang Yuza hovered in midair, he was suddenly engulfed by a dense mist and vanished without a trace. Mu Manru, realizing she had fallen into a trap, swiftly turned around, only to find nothing behind her. Just as she registered her surprise, a formidable surge of sword energy descended from above. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yuza had positioned himself directly above her. With a swift motion of the obsidian Qingshu sword, he deflected her flowing sleeves, causing them to warp, while Mu Manru instinctively retreated several paces in the air. Who would have thought that with a mere foundation establishment at the 4th level, you could present such a challenge? You have truly broadened my horizons. Mu Manru steadied herself, standing poised in the void. Zhang Yuza smiled gently. Although you are 2 levels above me, the outcome of a battle remains unpredictable. Is it not equally uncertain for you to abandon your companion and flee? Zhang Yuza shook his head. You may interpret it as such. Fleeing is not inherently a disgraceful act, yet it is a sentiment I ought to convey to you. Will I run away? Are you overly confident? Mu Manru retorted. Just then, Zhang Yuza darted off in a specific direction without hesitation. Without delay, she pursued him, calling out, Young Master Zhang, do not run so swiftly. I can scarcely keep up. As Zhang Yuza sped forward, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. The enchanting techniques of the 100 Flowers Palace were indeed formidable. Despite his earlier vigilance, he had still fallen prey to their allure. However, it seemed that Mu Manru's soul-stirring melody had not yet reached its zenith. It merely caused Zhang Yuza's speed to wane slightly, soon losing its effect. Yet, this momentary deceleration was sufficient, as Mu Manru was now right behind him, her laughter echoing in his ears. Zhang Yuza dared not be negligent. He summoned the purple cloud banner and dove downward to evade Mu Manru's impending assault. Furrowing his brow, he landed and locked eyes with Mu Manru. What schemes do you have? Why do you wish to attack the Su family? Are you not concerned about igniting a battle between good and evil? Mu Manru chuckled softly and shook her head. You are mistaken. We have not attacked the Su family. They have willingly come to us, seeking to submit to the 100 Flowers Palace. Furthermore, we have no intention of harming you. Thus there shall be no conflict between righteousness and malevolence. Seemingly confident, Mu Manru was in no rush to engage Zhang Yuza in combat, instead opting for a leisurely conversation. No attack on the Su family? You should fabricate your lies more convincingly. There are matters that we both understand. Let us not feign ignorance. When I dispatched Su Feng earlier, I observed that he was not employing the techniques of our Ruoshui sect. In a moment of imminent death, one's instinctual response is paramount. Su Feng had studied at the Ruoshui sect for decades. Even if he is allied with your 100 Flowers Palace, it would be utterly impossible for him to abandon the cultivation methods he had learned. Zhang Yuza gazed coldly at Mu Manru. Mu Manru chuckled lightly. What you think is beyond my concern. If you claim we attacked, then so be it. In any case, you will not believe anything I say. Must you wait until my death to reveal the truth? Regarding the last incident with the Mu family and now the Su family, what is it that captivates you to such an extent that you would dare to infringe upon the boundaries of our Ruoshui sect? Zhang Yuza narrowed his eyes. Before your death? Young Master Zhang, one might say you lack a bit of self-confidence. With your cultivation and that bothersome little fox, speaking of which. Mu Manru suddenly paused. Where is the little fox? Why haven't you called it over? A smirk crept across Zhang Yuza's lips. Take a guess. Mu Manru furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in realization. You actually have reinforcements? I didn't say there were no reinforcements, only that you have always assumed there were none. Zhang Yuza replied, his smile broadening. He nodded, correct, but alas, there is no reward. I exerted quite a bit of effort to lead you into this trap. Unexpectedly, she inquired, when did you first notice something was amiss with the Su family, and how did you discover that I had set up a formation? Mu Manru fixed her gaze upon Zhang Yuza. In truth, you executed your plan exceptionally well. First, you sacrificed one of your own, confident that I would employ the soul extraction technique on him, thereby obtaining false information that indicated the Su family was in a struggle with the 100 Ghost sect over a spiritual mine, and that they were at a disadvantage. Yet the 100 Ghost sect had not called for assistance. Upon receiving this information, we are certainly determined to take action against the 100 Ghost Gate without hesitation. Seizing the moment. In fact, I believed it initially as well. Zhang Yuza did not rush to confront Mu Manru, but rather engaged in conversation. Curiously, Mu Manru inquired, how did you discover this afterwards? Zhang Yuza replied, if you must place blame, then blame the person you sought out, Su Feng. Why choose him of all people? Su Feng is one of our own from the Frost Peak, and we are well aware of his circumstances. As far as I know, Su Feng became an orphan due to the ravages of war at a young age. Since descending the mountain, he has dedicated himself to assisting orphans who lost their families to war, even adopting them. At this juncture, with two nations embroiled in conflict, I have noticed numerous homeless children within the city, neglected and without care. Even if the Su family is currently preoccupied, dispatching a few individuals to look after these children would pose no issue. Yet, I have observed no signs of such action. Zhang Yuze spoke eloquently, his gaze fixed intently upon Mu Manru. Indeed, the most meticulous plans can falter. I admire your intellect. However, this is where it ends. Since you have uncovered the truth, I shall relinquish this place to you. I shall not accompany you any further. With that, Mu Manru suddenly vanished from sight, employing an unknown method to conceal her presence, rendering even her breath imperceptible. Her complexion was pale, clearly indicating she had sustained injuries. You managed to set up a formation here without anyone being the wiser? She exclaimed. It was not a matter of stealth. Rather, the formation was already in place, awaiting your arrival. As the voice of Zhang Yuze resonated, his entire being transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight, while his voice reverberated from all directions. This was the renowned Xianbing Great Formation of our Ruoshui sect. One ought to relish the experience. Mu Manru's complexion turned ashen, her earlier composure completely shattered. The once lush forest around them was now engulfed in a tempest of snow and wind, a desolate realm of ice and blizzard, intermittently pelted by fierce hail. This hail was no ordinary precipitation. Should it strike a person, it would undoubtedly inflict grievous wounds. Even those at the foundational stage of cultivation would find it impossible to withstand such relentless onslaughts. In that moment, Mu Manru was desperately wielding her magical artifacts to fend off the hail, yet if this continued, she would surely exhaust her vital essence, ultimately becoming a turtle in a jar. Junior brother, it seems we meet again. As Zhang Yuze appeared just outside the formation, Su Yuan soared over, smiling at him. Zhang Yuze nodded with a smile. Senior sister, thank you for your assistance. There is no need for gratitude. It was Master who sent me here. I should rather thank you for providing such an entertaining spectacle. Su Yuan's words carried a deeper implication, tinged with playful reproach. Zhang Yuze offered an awkward smile. It is merely a temporary measure. I have no interest in whether it is a temporary measure or not. However, I did not anticipate that the influence of Baihua Palace extended so far. The previous incident with the Mu family was not enough, and now they have even taken action against the Su family. Su Yuan narrowed her eyes, fixating on Mu Manru, who was enduring torment within the formation. Zhang Yuze, equally perplexed, pondered, what, indeed, is the objective of Baihua Palace? Several times, disturbances have occurred within the territory of our Ruoshui sect, and this time it is evident they intend to eradicate us completely. Do they truly fear the onset of war? Pondering this is futile. Our task will be deemed complete once we capture this individual and present them to our sect. My master was indeed wise to advise me to heed your counsel. Your intellect is remarkably sharp. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhang Yuze felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he had taken the lead in this matter, the one who truly discerned the reality of the situation was another. His gaze lingered on a figure standing aloft in the distance, cradling a nine-tailed entity, lost in contemplation. Be careful. Zhang Yuze suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively pushed Su Yuan away from him. A surge of dark energy collided with his chest, propelling him backward. Su Yuan, having been pushed aside, narrowly evaded the sudden and unknown attack. She turned to see Zhang Yuze, now gravely injured. Junior brother. Zhang Yuze clutched his chest as excruciating pain coursed through him, his eyes fixed on the ominous figure in the air. Who are you? Before him stood a shadowy figure draped in black, exuding a menacing aura. The figure was entirely concealed by a dark robe, revealing only a pair of eyes that instilled a sense of dread in Zhang Yuze. Those lifeless eyes regarded him as if he were a mere corpse. The sensation he experienced was akin to facing Gu Nan, yet this presence was even more terrifying. This individual had undoubtedly reached the golden core stage. He seeks to kill me. Zhang Yuze inferred from that penetrating gaze. A sword enveloped in flames materialized before the figure clad in black. Its flames not of a bright crimson hue, but rather emanating an eerie, bluish light, exuding an ominous and sinister aura. The infernal fire sword. Though Zhang Yuze beheld this weapon for the first time, it was certainly not unfamiliar to him. It It was the artifact of disciples from the demonic sect, notorious in its own right, akin to the garments of the 100 Flowers Palace. The infernal fire sword was equally infamous, having claimed the lives of countless disciples from the Roshue sect. The individual in black was indeed a member of the demonic sect. In an instant, the blade of the infernal fire sword swelled several times in size, the ghostly flames leaping violently before it surged toward Zhang Yuza with a swift whoosh. Zhang Yuza, not daring to hesitate, summoned all his strength, and his form abruptly vanished from the spot. At the moment of his disappearance, a large crater had formed where he once stood. The figure in black moved like a specter, swiftly disappearing from sight, just as Zhang Yuza regained his footing. He sensed a rush of air behind him, a sound foretelling danger, and he hastily accelerated to evade the lethal strike from the figure in black. A soft gasp escaped the lips of the black-clad figure, seemingly astonished that Zhang Yuza had managed to evade the attack. At that moment, Zhang Yuza stood alongside Su Yuan, with several beams of light approaching from a distance. The figure in black appeared to sense the tide turning against him, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Who could he possibly be? Zhang Yuza, still trembling from the encounter, realized that had he faltered for even a moment, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. The prowess of this individual left him with no room for resistance. Su Yuan, equally astounded, murmured, "The demonic sect, could it be him?" "Who?" Zhang Yuza expressed his confusion. But soon he sensed something was amiss. "Oh no, Mu Manru has escaped." Upon hearing Zhang Yuza's words, Su Yuan looked down and realized that the mysterious ice formation had been unknowingly breached, and Mu Manru had already vanished without a trace. How infuriating! Su Yuan was furious, having allowed someone to slip away right under her nose, and so thoroughly at that, without even a hint of awareness. Chapter 100. The most difficult to endure the favor of a beauty. Zhang Yuza, however, did not appear to be as disheartened. "At least we have made some gains. After all, others have been captured. We can simply inquire for information." Though Su Yuan felt helpless, there was little she could do. The opportunity to capture a core disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace had slipped away right before her eyes, a situation that would be disheartening for anyone. She turned to Zhang Yuza and asked, "Are you seriously injured?" Having resolved the issues at hand, the group took refuge on a mountain outside the capital of Ningguo. This was the residence of the National Master of Ningguo, a disciple of the Roshue sect in the Qi refinement stage, and the estate was remarkably luxurious, rivaling that of a royal palace. For those who had little hope of advancing further on the path of cultivation, enjoying worldly wealth in the secular realm was indeed a tempting option. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, and near a massive stone behind the villa stood a graceful young woman, her long hair billowing in the night breeze. "Senior sister, you called for me. Is there something you need?" Zhang Yuza emerged slowly from behind. Ling Shuanger turned her head and asked, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Zhang Yuza nodded slightly. "It's nothing serious, merely a minor injury. With a bit of rest, I shall recover swiftly. Your wounds always seem to heal more rapidly than others. If I had endured such a blow, I would likely be bettered in for at least 2 or 3 days, yet you have already bounced back within mere hours." Ling Shuanger sighed softly and spoke with deliberation. "Are you truly unwilling to disclose what you discovered from that disciple of the 100 Flowers sect?" She gazed intently at Zhang Yuza. "Senior sister, you have yet to enlighten me on how you became aware of the Su family matters. To my knowledge, your movements have remained exceedingly enigmatic over the years. What have you been preoccupied with?" Ever since Ling Shuanger had undergone that particular ordeal, she had become an enigma herself. For instance, although Shuanglingzi had previously made arrangements and anticipated some actions from the 100 Flowers sect, she had never mentioned any mishap concerning the Su family, while Ling Shuanger seemed to be fully informed. Ling Shuanger shook her head. "Never mind. We both harbor certain secrets. I have come across an item that I believe will be of use to you." Zhang Yuza took the jade slip that Ling Shuanger tossed to him and examined it, his expression turning to one of astonishment. "Senior sister, you need not inquire how I obtained this item, nor why I know it will benefit you. I only hope that when I find myself in need of assistance, you will extend your unwavering support." Ling Shuanger interrupted Zhang Yuza's words. Zhang Yuza gazed blankly at the jade slip in his hand, then glanced at Ling Shuanger, who seemed to be enveloped in her own thoughts. He tucked the jade slip away and said, "If I can assist, I certainly shall. However, I hope you will not place me in a difficult position." Ling Shuanger chuckled softly. "You always speak with such discretion. I shall not disturb you further, but I hope you remember the words you spoke today." As she gracefully departed, Zhang Yuze furrowed his brow even more. Yet at that moment, his gaze shifted to another direction. Sister, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not a commendable act. I did not eavesdrop. I merely noticed you as I came out and followed you. Su Yuan emerged slowly from the shadows, tossing a jade bottle towards him. This is for you. And thank you for saving me today. After receiving the jade bottle, Zhang Yuze did not examine it closely. I shall accept this, but for your sake. I have sustained serious injuries. A single bottle of elixir is hardly sufficient. Su Yuan approached him, tilting her head. How would you like me to repay you? Perhaps with your body. I would not mind. Zhang Yuze laughed heartily, the playful gleam in his eyes unmistakable. However, Su Yuan showed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, she drew even closer. If you wish for me to offer myself, you must strive harder. I once told my master I would not marry anyone of lesser cultivation. And currently, you do not meet the standard. Zhang Yuze shrugged lightly. The 4th level of foundation establishment is not too far from your 6th level, sister. Why not take your time and wait for me a few years? By then, my cultivation will naturally surpass yours. Such a beautiful thought. Su Yuan wrinkled her nose. Yet her words bore no hint of reproach. Rather, they seemed to be imbued with a playful charm. I once believed you to be exceptionally astute. Yet who would have thought that this matter entirely eluded your perception? Regardless of one's intellect, there are invariably lapses. However, I find myself quite intrigued by the identity of the man in black from today's encounter. Perhaps, senior sister, you ought to enlighten me. Zhang Yuze, having narrowly escaped death today, realized that had it not been for the sheer number of allies on his side, evading the relentless pursuit of that man in black would have been a formidable challenge to his very existence. Upon hearing Zhang Yuze's inquiry, Su Yuan's expression shifted subtly as she turned and sighed softly. His name is Lei Hong. You are not unfamiliar with it, I presume? Zhang Yuze nodded. How could he not recognize the name Lei Hong? This individual is renowned, standing alongside Shen Tu-Xian of the Holy Sect. Both gained fame decades ago during a minor conflict between the Holy Sect and the Demonic Sect. Lei Hong's most celebrated feat was the slaying of a powerful Golden Core Elder from the Holy Sect. Accomplishing this feat while still at the Foundation establishment stage. Such an achievement is sufficient to bestow upon him the title of genius. Shen Tu-Xian, equally formidable, made waves when, following Lei Hong's victory, he ventured directly into the territory of the Demonic Sect and single-handedly annihilated a sect of cultivators under their dominion, which boasted several late Foundation establishment practitioners. This singular act ensured that Shen Tu-Xian's name would forever be mentioned in tandem with Lei Hong's. However, these two individuals had never truly confronted each other. Perhaps it was a deliberate avoidance. Wherever Lei Hong appeared, Shen Tu-Xian would not be found, and conversely, Lei Hong would not venture into the presence of Shen Tu-Xian. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from the clutches of such a formidable creature, and Zhang Yuze's back was drenched in cold sweat. Should one consider this a stroke of fortune or a misfortune, you ought to feel fortunate. For not everyone can elude his grasp. Su Yuan's words left Zhang Yuze in a state of bemusement. I feel more inclined towards misfortune. The fact that Lei Hong personally came to rescue Mu Manru of the 100 Flowers Palace clearly indicates a significant connection between them. Moreover, the 100 Flowers Palace has a tradition of alliances with the demonic sects. If Lei Hong and Mu Manru share such a bond, he might very well set his sights on me. Deservedly so. Who told you to be so indiscreet, daring to flirt with women at will? This is the consequence of your own actions. As Su Yuan uttered these words, a hint of irritation graced her features. Zhang Yuze chuckled. Sister, are you feeling jealous? Should I also tease you a bit? Dare you? Just watch me sever your tongue. Hurry and tend to your injuries. Do not forget that you still have a mission to accomplish. With that, Su Yuan gracefully departed, leaving only her silhouette behind. The bottle of elixir that Su Yuan presented to Zhang Yuze was no ordinary potion. It was a chi-boosting pill known for its remarkable healing properties and substantial cost. Although Zhang Yuze had been aware of its existence, he had never purchased it due to its exorbitant price. He was taken aback by Su Yuan's generosity this time. What intrigued Zhang Yuze the most was the jade slip given to him by Ling Shuanger, which contained records of 2 wood-based Taoist techniques. Seeking recommendations and collections. The jade slip of the wood-based Taoist arts possessed by Ling Shuanger. Where did she acquire it? And how did she come to realize her need for it? Was it revealed to her by Shuang Lingzi, or did she discover it through her own research? Ling Shuanger has become increasingly enigmatic. During her recent visit to the Su family, It is true that Shuang Lingzi confided some details to Zhang Yuze, foreseeing that the Baiwa Palace would take action. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, this knowledge was confined only to Zhang Yuze and Su Yuan, and they disclosed it to no one else. Yet, Ling Shuang'er seems to know everything clearly. It is peculiar, profoundly peculiar. Zhang Yuze cannot fathom it, since the rift between them, upon their reunion. Ling Shuang'er has appeared burdened with thoughts, constantly reminding him of one thing, to assist her with all his might. Could it be that she harbors some astonishing plan? Furthermore, previously, the nine-tailed fox would not acknowledge Ling Shuang'er, yet this time he observed her embracing the nine-tailed fox, which offered no resistance. From their mutual understanding, Zhang Yuze gleaned that Ling Shuang'er emanates a familiar aura that resonates with the nine-tailed fox. However, as the fox can only convey superficial feelings and cannot speak, Zhang Yuze remains oblivious to the true nature of this familiarity. With a deep sigh, he resolves not to dwell further on this matter. Though Ling Shuang'er is shrouded in mystery, she has not yet displayed animosity towards him. Perhaps she has other intentions, but without her revelation, he is left in the dark. Calming his thoughts, Zhang Yuze began to delve into the techniques inscribed within the jade slip. Within it were recorded two distinct forms of Dao arts. The first was a technique of evasion, markedly different from those he had previously encountered. While the Ruo Shui sect possessed numerous evasion techniques, they primarily aimed at enhancing one's speed, merely leveraging the surrounding environment. Techniques such as water evasion, fire evasion, and earth evasion, although named so, fundamentally relied on their respective environments to augment velocity. The essence of these evasion techniques resided within the air. It was not the case that water evasion necessitated an aquatic setting or fire evasion a fiery one. In contrast, the evasion technique described in the jade slip by Ling Shuang'er allowed one to merge with flora, even transforming oneself into vegetation. However, the execution of this art demanded an abundance of plant essence. To label it merely as an evasion technique would be a misrepresentation. It was more aptly described as a transformation art. The concept of the 72 transformations? Zhang Yuze shook his head, realizing that the effectiveness could only be discerned through practice. Beyond this singular technique, he discovered another, which astonished him. The technique known as withered wood meets spring was elaborately detailed, revealing its peculiar properties. This enigmatic art served as a form of healing, yet it was not a conventional method of drawing upon the celestial energies of the earth to mend one's wounds. Instead, it directly absorbed the essence of plants. His instincts suggested that these two techniques were not authentic wood-based arts. Based on the two wood techniques he had previously studied, the power was extracted from the surrounding environment. Although they too consumed plant essence, they would never infringe upon the very roots of the flora. However, the two types of techniques recorded within the jade slip entrusted to him by Ling Shuang'er are truly detrimental to others without benefiting oneself, particularly the latter technique. Withered trees reviving in spring. Cultivators typically undergo decades or even centuries of arduous training. For those of lower cultivation levels, it may be manageable, but as one's cultivation deepens, their internal essence becomes increasingly potent, and their physical form grows more formidable. If this technique were genuinely employed for healing, the amount of botanical essence required would be staggering. Should Zhang Yuze find himself grievously injured, the quantity of natural spiritual energy he would necessitate would be immense. Directly extracting this essence from the surrounding flora could potentially lead to the desolation of all vegetation within a considerable radius. Thus, his intuition suggests that these two techniques do not represent authentic wood-based arts, but rather appear to be a product of certain modifications. Upon attempting to cultivate these two techniques, Zhang Yuze immediately discerned an anomaly. Their principles diverged entirely from the wood-based arts he had previously mastered. The two techniques rewarded by the system involve the transformation of celestial and earthly energies into botanical essence, whereas these two techniques are entirely about the direct absorption of botanical essence, lacking any transformation. Coupled with the information imparted by Shuang Lingzi, he surmises that someone is engaged in research and enhancement of wood-based arts, refining techniques acquired from that individual, thereby rendering such arts accessible to the masses, eliminating the need for a special constitution for cultivation, and permitting all practitioners to partake in their mastery. Under the cloak of night, a green luminescence ascended skyward, heading towards the Ruo Shui sect. A few days later, Ling Shuang'er and her companions departed from Ningguo, leading the captured disciples of the 100 Flower Palace. while Zhang Yuze and Su Yuan chose to remain. Although Zhang Yuze was aware of the reasons for this decision, he feigned ignorance. Senior sister, the journey to the northernmost land is quite lengthy. I wonder if your preparations are sufficient? Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. No problem. I have been aware of this mission for quite some time, so I am well prepared. Very well, then let us hasten our journey. With that, Zhang Yuze took the lead towards their destination. Su Yuan pouted behind him, seemingly dissatisfied. The duo spent a full 2 months traveling before reaching their current destination. On this day, they arrived at a mundane inn to rest, sharing a single room. Zhang Yuze shook his head in silence. Su Yuan, feeling displeased, huffed. Am I making you that wary? You never share anything with me. It was not that Zhang Yuze intentionally concealed information from his senior sister, but rather that certain matters were not suitable for disclosure. Besides, he thought, senior sister, you have asked far too many questions along the way, almost inquiring about my past before I joined the sect. Zhang Yuze smiled slightly. Su Yuan felt a bit flustered by his words. I was merely bored. Is it not acceptable to ask a few questions? Of course it is acceptable, but today, senior sister should rest well. Tomorrow, we may very well face a fierce battle. Zhang Yuze settled into a chair, closing his eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Su Yuan lay on the bed, her eyes wandering restlessly, ultimately landing upon Zhang Yuze's face. To her, Zhang Yuze exuded an air of enigma. Despite having gathered information from various sources about the events that transpired since his initiation, it only intensified her curiosity. A once inconspicuous outer disciple had, in just a few decades, risen to become a prominent figure within the sect, and even now, she remained oblivious to the true extent of Zhang Yuze's prowess. Each encounter with his combat skills left Su Yuan astonished, not merely due to his cultivation, but also because of the inscrutable mystery and composure he possessed. It seemed as if nothing could pique his interest. Even after numerous skirmishes among practitioners over the past 2 months, he had never intervened. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that allowed Zhang Yuze to evolve from an ordinary outer disciple into a man who stirred her heart. In silence, Zhang Yuze and Su Yuan each spent the night resting in a corner of their respective rooms. Come dawn, they departed from that place, setting their sights on the frigid, snow-laden world ahead. Located at the northernmost edge of the continent, Avalanche Ridge stood desolate and uninhabited. Even in the sweltering summer, it remained a realm of ice and snow, inhospitable to ordinary beings. This place was steeped in various legends within the secular world. Some claimed to have witnessed celestial beings descending from the heavens, suggesting it might be their abode. Others spoke of encountering divine beasts like colossal dragons, speculating that it could be their lair. And some even posited that this was the very edge of existence itself. In summary, amid the myriad legends, this location radiated an aura of boundless mystery.